This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Arranged. Magic Calendar 3401. Rainy month. 26th. Night. The sky fire burned the city. The earth shook, as if it was the end of the world. The ring faded. The royal veins withered. The floating 9 cities finally returned to the earth. And the glory of magic dimmed. A brief history of the Empire prologue. The day of destruction. Xia Yuan opened his eyes in a flash. In front of him was a familiar mirror. But the person reflected in the mirror was young and a little unfamiliar. He had a handsome face with regular features. And his light black hair was a little longer. His pale skin flickered in the flickering candlelight. And his overall temperament seemed a little weird. He raised his hand in disbelief and pressed it on his face with a little trembling. Xia Yuan looked at the figure in the mirror, who made the same move, and took a deep breath. Boom boom boom. A huge thunderclap sounded outside the window, causing Xia Yuan, who was still a little dazed, to tremble all over. He remembered that night. The thunderstorm caused a short circuit in the power supply, and he had to light a white candle to illuminate himself. In his memory, 3 days later, to be precise, 2 days, 20 hours and 16 minutes later, the game Mysterious Era, which was ahead of the entire era for many years, would release its first trailer. And it began to release semi-public internal beta qualifications to the whole society, announcing its arrival to the entire era. In this era when mainstream online games are still in VR, an almost unbelievable 98.25% immersive game is a complete dimensionality reduction attack on the entire gaming industry. The internal test was launched 1 week after the trailer was released. That is, 10 days later. All major studios confirmed that the publicity was not exaggerated, but was true. Decisively began to cancel all other game businesses and switch to Mystery Era. When the 15-day internal test ended, ordinary players, who had been envious for a long time, swarmed in. For a time, the price of game materials soared, and countless people became rich overnight by relying on this game. Half a month after the official launch of Mystery Era, the daily activity of all other games almost dropped to zero. I don't know how many game company bosses pulled their hair out for this, but the wig industry ushered in a small wave of craze. It is said that when Mystery Era was first released, a boss of a large game company did not give up and found the chief engineer of the company's R&D department. He hoped to crack the principle of the Mystery Era game helmet and game cabin within 3 months and develop similar equipment. The chief engineer told him on the spot in a tactful and polite way, he was living in a dream. If someone can crack the principle of that strange helmet within a year, he can take off his ball and kick the cracker in the head. After hitting a wall in the technical department, the boss, who still had a glimmer of hope, went to find the game engineer. But when he entered the personal office of the chief game engineer, he was shocked to find that this guy was lazy and played Mystery Era during work. Of course, the bosses of the game company would not sit idly by. They found some experts and professors, and they advocated that this game was too real and might cause serious identity recognition obstacles to players. And using this as an excuse, they hope that the world can take action and completely ban this game. But for some unknown reason, these experts soon stopped one by one, and the release of Mysterious Era was completely unaffected. Xia Yuan let out a long breath, ended his frantic memories, patted his face lightly, and thought quickly. Since he was reborn at this time when Mysterious Era has not yet released a trailer, he must find a way to get a spot in the internal test of Mysterious Era. Although the files will be deleted after the internal test, only those who obtain the internal test qualification can get the priority to purchase the first-generation game cabin that is limited to the world. The game officials only put 5,000 game cabins in Xia Yuan's continent, and there are too many people and too little porridge. In addition to the 500 spots for internal test players to purchase first, the remaining 4,500 are not accessible to ordinary casual players at all, and they are even booked long before they enter the market. The biggest difference between the first-generation game helmet and the game cabin is the limit on online time. Considering the players need to eat and go to the toilet, the helmet can only be online for a maximum of 16 hours a day. The game cabin with nutrient solution as a supplement can be online for 18 hours, which results in the game cabin players having 1/8 more game time than the helmet players. For high-level players who make this their profession, this is a world of difference, and everyone's helmet is bound to their identity. So changing the equipment to circumvent restrictions is also not feasible. In addition, there is also the nutrient solution that comes with the first generation of game cabins, which is also a good thing. But it is only sold to players who own game cabins. It was stopped after only 1 month of sale. The price increase in the future is more outrageous than that of a house. Before his rebirth, Xia Yuan was just an ordinary casual player, and his family was not rich. As a result, he naturally did not get a place in the internal test, did not buy the first generation game cabin, and did not stock up the first generation nutrient solution. He perfectly dodged all opportunities to make a fortune. He did not realize that his dodging skills were so good when he fought the boss, although his skills and awareness were also high-end. Due to the game time limit, he gradually widened the gap with the first-tier players who used game cabins. This was directly reflected in his income, resulting in him still being short of money when the second-generation game cabins and nutrient solutions with lower prices and unlimited quantities were released a month later. It was not until almost the 3rd month after the game was launched that he barely managed to get what he needed. But at this time, his level had already widened the gap with the first-tier players. So, he simply let himself go, no longer obsessed with leveling up to improve his strength, but went back and forth to major famous libraries on the mainland. He began to study the literature and materials that recorded the background stories in various places, trying to find clues related to treasures, hidden tasks, hidden professions, etc. This type of player is collectively referred to as a plot player, and there are quite a few of them. Xia Yuan has good logical analysis ability, insight and luck. In the end, he really discovered several hidden tasks and relics through carefully collected and sorted information, got a lot of good things, and returned to the first echelon. This made him quite famous among the plot players, and he was nicknamed Lucky Silver Hand. In the process, he also accidentally unlocked a hidden title, Junior Relic Scholar, which can get a 5% price correction when trading unidentified relic items. From then on, the door to a new world opened to him. The extremely realistic background story of Mysterious Era fascinated him, and he even took the exploration of ancient mysteries as the main task. Crackling, rumbling, another huge thunder rang through the sky, pulling his thoughts back to reality. There are still 10 days before the internal test begins, which is enough. Putting aside his thoughts for the time being, looking at the younger version of himself in the mirror, an irrepressible smile climbed onto Xia Yuan's cheeks. He was full of lofty sentiments, and he couldn't help but raise his chin slightly, put his left hand behind his back, and recited a poem on the spot. Heroic appearance shines like the sun and the moon, and the economy is hidden in his belly. The man on the street is like jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. Crackling, rumbling, as if responding to his words, a huge thunder rang through the sky again. In the thunder, the quietly burning candle flame suddenly shook, and the shadows in the room crawled slightly, as if they had gained life. Xia Yuan was unaware of the slight change in the candle flame, but when he stared at the eyes reflected in the mirror, he could not help but feel an impulse in his heart. He gently raised his right hand and slowly moved his lips. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I did this. The rain outside the window was getting heavier, with big raindrops hitting the glass, dazzling lightning constantly splitting the dark night sky, and huge thunder was heard. In the dim room, a strange and inexplicable scene was presented. Under the flickering candlelight, a young man seemed to be possessed, constantly making some strange movements in front of the mirror. He also recited strange syllables in a certain rhythm, as if he was performing some ancient evil ritual. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. After a while, Xia Yuan finally decided to stop this meaningless action because his right hand was slightly sore in protest. I didn't lose a single round. I am worthy of it. Nodding to the mirror as if nothing had happened to express his praise, Xia Yuan turned around and prepared to leave the bathroom. At this moment, his movements suddenly stopped. Wait, just in the second to last round, when I played paper, he seemed to. Didn't he play scissors? Carefully recalling a certain detail from before, Xia Yuan blinked, and his smile gradually solidified. How can I lose playing rock, paper, scissors with the mirror? It was still midsummer in August, but Xia Yuan felt the air was a little cold. Slowly turning his head, looking at himself in the mirror, tentatively raised his right hand, and the movement of the reflection was still synchronized. Did I remember it wrong? He breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. How could the reflection move by itself? On the coffee table in the living room, the dark display of the electronic watch showed a row of cold numbers in blood red color. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Although he comforted himself that he was fine, Xia Yuan decided to leave here quickly. But when he picked up the candle and turned to go out, the candle flame flickered inexplicably and then went out silently. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. Xia Yuan shuddered, and cold sweat suddenly oozed out of his back. Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, a huge blue-white lightning flashed through the night sky, accompanied by deafening thunder, and the dazzling electric light instantly illuminated the room. At this moment, he noticed a detail with his hair standing on end. The corner of the mouth of the figure in the mirror quietly raised a strange arc. As if sensing his gaze, the reflection in the mirror suddenly turned its head. The eyes that had turned into pure black and white at some point turned and stared straight at his face. Xia Yuan was horrified, and his brain was madly trying to escape. But his legs were as if they were filled with lead and did not move at all. The next second, the light brought by the lightning disappeared in an instant as it appeared, and the mirror and the reflection returned to darkness. Only the black and white eyes of the reflection were still clear and strange. Xia Yuan looked at the mirror with a cold body. As their eyes met, a twisted and cold stream of information suddenly came from the dark mirror, and was injected into his brain along the connected gaze of the two. It was an extremely sour feeling, as if thousands of small black ants crawling non-stop had drilled into the ravines of the cerebral cortex. The content of the information was only a short sentence. At the end of the 7 cycles of light and dark, you will come, Unival. Passively accepting the injection of a large amount of spiritual information. Xia Yuan trembled violently as if he was electrocuted, and hugged his head with both hands in pain. The next moment, the ceiling light suddenly lit up, and the soft beige light fell, dispelling the darkness in the room again. Chapter 2 Preparations before crossing. Wait, the power is on? At this moment, Xia Yuan was only grateful, and had no time to wonder why the power supply was restored so quickly. Panting, he carefully looked at the mirror again. The mirror reflected his face perfectly, without any abnormality. Everything that happened just now seemed to be just an absurd nightmare. 7 cycles of light and dark? Unival? There was a storm in his heart. As a senior plot player of Mysterious Era, Xia Yuan knew the meaning of this obscure term very well. Unival is the name of that world by NPCs in the game. After calming down again, Xia Yuan forced himself to calm down, controlled his body to walk a few steps quickly, and left the bathroom. Then he quickly locked the bathroom door with his backhand and turned on all the lights in the house. The heavy rain outside the window had stopped at some point, and even the clouds had dispersed. The pale silver moonlight quietly fell on the city after the rain, with a quiet and hazy beauty. 31 minutes and 12 seconds. Glancing at the clock on the desk, Xia Yuan returned to the bedroom in 2 steps, raised his glass and drank a sip of water, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. After a few violent gasps, he slowly calmed down and began to think carefully about the content of the message. The message should be, 7 days later, I will travel to the world of Mysterious Era. But why 7 days later? Does Unival really exist? While thinking carefully, analyzing the possible hidden information, Xia Yuan skillfully turned on the computer and entered the browser to post. I will be traveled in 7 days. What should I do? Urgent. Waiting online. After typing the title, he added carefully below. Just now there was a power outage. I took a candle to the bathroom, and when I was washing my hands, I was bored, so I played a few rounds of rock paper scissors with the mirror. Then, when it came to then, Xia Yuan pinched his chin and thought for a while. How should I put it? I played rock paper scissors with the mirror in the middle of the night, and lost? Forget it. No one saw it anyway. Then, when I played the last round, I suddenly found that I seemed to have won a round in the second to last round. The mirror played paper in that round, and I played scissors. After that, I felt something was wrong. When I turned around and was about to leave the bathroom, the candle suddenly went out, and then the person in the mirror suddenly turned his head and smiled at me. Finally, there was a message in my mind, which said at the end of the 7 cycles of light and dark, I will come to another world. What should I do? Everyone. Urgent. Waiting online. After posting, the drowsiness that had temporarily dissipated due to the shock came from my body again. Unable to resist the heavy sleepiness, Xia Yuan went to sleep. It was too late, and his life was at stake. The next day, Xia Yuan, who had been tormented by strange dreams all night, turned on his computer with dark circles under his eyes, and was delighted to find that there were many replies. But when he opened the page with great expectation, experience +3. Goodbye. Xia Yuan was stunned for a moment, and the screen continued to scroll down. Another crazy one. Nowadays, online novels are really harmful to people. Picture the brain CT results are out. There is a little problem with the host's brain, but I have used PS to fix it. In fact, you are the long-lost descendant of aliens. They are here to take you back to the Andromeda galaxy. Looking at the post that was crooked, Xia Yuan was stunned. After calming down a bit, Xia Yuan rechecked the post he had posted. Then he found out with some sadness that he himself did not believe the nonsense of the post owner. After thinking for a while, he opened the browser again and posted another post skillfully. Cache for ideas. What would you do if you traveled through time in 7 days? After typing the title, Xia Yuan returned to the post he posted last night and copied the content and pasted it into the new post. He added below that he wanted to write a novel, but he hoped to gather ideas for some details. So he collected some plans and suggestions here. If your content is adopted by me, I will privately send you a cash red envelope of 100 yuan, etc. The collection period ends at midnight 1 week after the posting time, and the red envelopes will be distributed uniformly after the collection ends. The effect is good this time. Apart from a few serials, there is finally a more serious reply. According to the setting of the OP, since the protagonist is not sure about the way of crossing, he needs to prepare for both situations at the same time. Let's talk about clothing first. Since the environment after crossing is uncertain, the protagonist needs to prepare protective equipment such as bulletproof vests and helmets, as well as various outdoor tools, medicines, and consumables. The OP sets the weapons by himself. In addition, remember to prepare a laptop, a large capacity smartphone, and the required solar charger and backup batteries. During these 7 days, the protagonist should download as much professional knowledge as possible and save it to the computer and mobile phone. For example, the production methods of rotten glass, cement, gunpowder, and various famous books, poems, etc., which are half a golden finger when brought to the other world. Oh! And there is also knowledge about the principle of mass energy conversion weapons and the identification of radioactive ores. Maybe the protagonist will never use these. But if a person doesn't even have a dream, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? Besides, you can add some words. Let's talk about soul travel. Because all you can take away is memory. Then the protagonist needs to master an efficient memory method in a short period of time, and then try to remember the content mentioned above. In your spare time, you can read the Wilderness Survival Guide, the Actor's Self-Cultivation, the Auxiliary Communication Psychology Encyclopedia, etc. These can help the protagonist integrate into the environment faster and improve the survival rate when just traveling. What can I do? I am also desperate. How to travel through time is not up to me. After reading the suggestions of the big guys on the internet, Xia Yuan felt complicated, but his fingers instinctively typed out the reply that he had used thousands of times before. Thank you, the host, and may you live a peaceful life. After replying, he thought about it and added another sentence below. Should I buy an Apple phone or a Huawei phone? Satisfied with the sudden surge in replies, Xia Yuan turned off the computer. At this time, he suddenly realized something. The mirror has the final say. Mirror? Then should I do it? Just smash the mirror? Xia Yuan was a little entangled, but he has calmed down now. Thinking carefully, it is not bad to travel to the world of swords and magic, and he knows that world very well. What if he can live forever? But the background of the world of Mysterious Era is not peaceful. This is the disadvantage of the high magic world. It is easy to be affected by the battle between the strong and die unclearly. Rebirth and travel. 2 super strong golden fingers overlapped together. It should have become a stronger golden finger. But why? It turned out like this. After hesitating for a while, he still took a hammer into the bathroom. It's better to be safe. Bang, bang, ding, bang. The result made him a little frustrated. After a crazy hammering, there was not even a scratch on the surface of the mirror. He even suspected that he was not hitting a mirror, but a solid metal wall. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Xia Yuan sighed, threw the hammer aside, and also threw away the entanglement in his heart. He thought about it, and decided to make 3 preparations at the same time. First, he opened a famous shopping app and directly ordered all the equipment he needed with the money he originally planned to buy equipment. And he negotiated with the store that all the goods must arrive within 3 days. And the postage was not a problem. After placing the order, Xia Yuan immediately began to learn the memory method and tried his best to memorize the knowledge that he felt might be useful. After the electronic equipment arrived, he memorized and downloaded a large amount of professional knowledge related to various scientific principles. He was very familiar with the world environment of Mysterious Era, a very prosperous magic civilization. Low-end industrial products such as glass and gunpowder have already appeared, not to mention the existence of magic. Turning fossils into mud plus turning mud into stone plus shaping hard stone is much higher than building materials such as cement. Only high-end scientific achievements that do not exist in various universes are truly valuable information. Well, Self-Cultivation of Actors, Wilderness Survival Manual, Encyclopedia of Social Psychology. Strange knowledge has increased again, although he did not know how he would travel through time. Xia Yuan understood that the living conditions after traveling through time would be directly linked to the adequacy of preparation before traveling through time. During this period of time, he almost took out the attitude of preparing for the college entrance examination, and went all out to memorize various knowledge. Chapter 3 Midnight has arrived. Time to travel. In the next few days, Xia Yuan studied and occasionally looked at the posts to refer to the replies of netizens. Of course, compared with the valuable replies, there are more weird replies with tricky angles. The author may have been summoned by a magical girl from another world. After traveling back, she will be contracted to become a familiar. No, she must have been summoned by a magical beast. After traveling back, she will be contracted to become a magical girl. Maybe she was discovered by a great wizard who was searching for alien life and used as experimental materials. Then she was captured and turned into high-level experimental materials. The 7 days were to construct a traction ritual according to the coordinates. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Xia Yuan calmly skipped these replies. He was about to travel back. At this time, if his thinking mode was shattered by netizens again, he would really be finished. It is worth mentioning that during these 7 days, Xia Yuan's physiological needs such as eating and going to the toilet were almost all solved in the small restaurant downstairs. After being frightened on the day of his rebirth, he developed a psychological trauma about the bathroom at home, and even paid a high price to have someone replace the explosion-proof door. This once made the worker who came to install the door very confused. Is there any explosive in your bathroom? Xia Yuan had to make excuses by saying that there was something wrong with the toilet, and then fled in panic under the worker's weird and admiring gazes. On the 7th day, evening, the setting sun set in the west, and the distant horizon blocked the last ray of sunlight. Xia Yuan looked at the afterglow of the setting sun with nostalgia, and raised his hand to turn off the computer. Without the only light source, the bedroom suddenly became extremely dim. Xia Yuan sat quietly with his arms around his knees, his thoughts in a mess. Although he had done his best to prepare, he still couldn't help but have some random thoughts at this last moment. I will leave this world tonight. Am I well prepared? What if I cross into an area that is not suitable for survival? What if I die on the spot instead of crossing? What if the purpose of summoning me is actually to treat me as a pet? A familiar? A test material? Or something that cannot be provoked? Xia Yuan thought silently in the dark, thinking about the possible fate of the future. Forget it. It's useless to think too much about factors that cannot be controlled. The more he thought about it, the more hopeless he felt in life. Soon, Xia Yuan gave up thinking and began to check the prepared materials for the last time to prevent missing something. For those who made valuable replies in the post, he has also set up a timed automatic transfer. After all, he is about to cross, and there is no point in keeping the money. After checking all the supplies, he dressed neatly, carried his backpack, held the trekking pole, and sat quietly on the chair, waiting for the moment to leave. The electronic watch was placed on the computer table next to him. In the dim environment, the blood-red numbers reflected in his pupils flashed second by second, slowly, but unwaveringly approaching 0. The night gradually deepened, but Xia Yuan had no sleepiness. Finally, under his slightly anxious gaze, the time came to 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The moment the number returned to 0, Xia Yuan suddenly stood up without any sign. But then he almost fell to the ground again, relying on the support of the trekking pole to barely stand. Then, he slowly moved towards the door of the room step by step in a strange posture like a three-legged reptile. As he moved forward, his walking posture gradually began to adjust, and his movements gradually became flexible. During this process, Xia Yuan's consciousness was in a state of fear and novelty. He tried to control his body to stop moving, but in the end it was in vain, as if he was just a bystander at this time. Slowly walking through the living room, opening the locked explosion-proof door with a little unfamiliarity, Xia Yuan's body stood in front of the mirror again. At this time, the mirror was extremely abnormally dark. As time passed, the gray and white tones began to overflow from the edge of the mirror and spread around. The environment in the bathroom began to fade, becoming like the environment in an old black and white photo. Xia Yuan looked at the strange phenomena around him in surprise. At this time, an irresistible huge suction suddenly came from the dark mirror. Following this force, his consciousness floated out of his body and sank into the mirror. The moment he passed through the mirror, Xia Yuan forced his head to turn and took a last look at his body. In this glance, he noticed a detail with horror. Looking at the mirror, the corners of his mouth had curled up at some point, revealing an extremely familiar smile. This time, he was outside the mirror. The world in the mirror was not completely dark as it looked outside the mirror. On the contrary, colorful colors that could not be described in any language or even distinguished by the naked eye were surging in the void. And occasionally there were wonderful streams of light flashing around. The strange energy wrapped Xia Yuan's consciousness and traveled through this world at an incredible speed. As time passed, some of the strange energy seeped into his consciousness. Simply put, it was like wrapping a roll of toilet paper with a soaked towel. Some of the water in the towel gradually seeped into the roll of toilet paper, passively absorbing the infiltrated energy. Xia Yuan's consciousness underwent subtle changes. The feeling of absorbing energy was very comfortable. When the consciousness was soaked by this energy, a concept of warmth would arise, which could dilute the emptiness brought by the absence of a body. Maybe it took a long time, or maybe it was only a moment. Xia Yuan couldn't be sure, as his consciousness gradually began to fall into a trance. A faint but clear sound rang in his ears. Shibo, wrapped by the remaining strange energy. Xia Yuan's consciousness seemed to penetrate a certain membrane layer, detached from the colorful world, and entered a completely dark place again. But here, he instinctively felt very safe and warm, and the sound of his heartbeat became unusually clear. Wait, heartbeat? Xia Yuan thought hazily, and then he felt himself moving. The darkness was pierced by the strong light, and the cold air enveloped the whole body. Wow! Unival, the northern part of the Gloria Empire, the province of Carlis, between the snow-capped mountains on the southwest side of the Migoro Mountains, stands a magnificent pearl-colored castle complex. The Moon Castle. The sky-blue gold-rimmed flag fluttered in the wind, with a strange crystal bird emblem with 3 slender tail feathers in the center. Several ice falcons hovered over the towers of the castle, making long calls from time to time. In front of the towering gate of the castle stood a majestic male statue with a dragon under his feet and a long-handled staff in his hand. On the gray stone base at the bottom of the stone statue, a line of ancient Mani language, like a sharp sword, was engraved. The crystal bird does not fall for the mortal world. Year 1 of the glorious calendar. Scarlet Rain Month. 24th day. Aldrich Luo Olivendi. In Lan Xing's room. After the strange vision of the mirror completely disappeared, Xia Yuan's body silently stared at his reflection in the mirror. After a while, he slowly fell down without a sound. The input method jumped up on its own and gradually spelled out a line of words. He was so handsome that he died. Chapter 4: Rebirth and Spiritual Fragments. At this time, in the room on the top floor of the castle, a reproduction of life is taking place. The gorgeous blue-gold curtains tightly covered the windows, and the woman with long light blonde hair lay on her back on the bed in the middle of the room. She frowned her fair forehead. Her hands unconsciously grasped the sheets. Her body was covered with sweat, and her amethyst-like eyes were full of pain. The magic circle at the bottom of the bed was emitting a faint light, always monitoring the state of the woman's life fluctuations. Several maids were holding various enchanted knives in their hands, standing by nervously nearby, or staring at the crystal ball connected to the life-monitoring magic circle, observing the stability of the crystal ball's light. How is the lady's life fluctuation? the plump brown-haired midwife asked while massaging the woman on the bed. The gentle magic fluctuations flowed between her fingers, relieving the woman's pain. A little weak, but very stable. Very good. Keep monitoring. On the other side, the pink-haired girl Mage concentrated on maintaining the recovery spell. The condensed life magic continuously entered the woman's body, replenishing her consumption. Amid the tense and orderly busyness of the crowd, accompanied by a loud cry, the baby was successfully born. Congratulations, madam. It's a healthy little master. The brown-haired midwife wiped the sweat off her face and said respectfully to the slightly weak woman on the bedding. Several enchanted tools danced rapidly under the control of mental power, and quickly carried out follow-up treatment. After everything was done, she picked up the child and brought it to the tired and panting woman, staring at the cute little face close at hand. The woman nodded, exhaled, showed a relaxed smile, and completely relaxed her body with her eyes slightly closed. Jennifer. Erica. I'm tired and need to rest. You can go out first. Yes, dear madam. X2. I became a newborn. In a strange environment. People around him spoke incomprehensible words. Affected by his body, Xia Yuan's thinking ability was reduced to the extreme. At Omega, then, he felt that he was picked up, and the blurry image of a woman with long light blonde hair appeared in front of him. When he looked at her, her expression moved, as if she was smiling. She began to speak. Her voice was slow and clear, but Xia Yuan couldn't understand it. It was not any language he had ever come into contact with. Carrot. Hashtag. Percent. Yuan. And Omega. X2? So sleepy. I can't think. My thinking gradually stagnated. I forced myself to open my eyes and glanced. The final picture that came into my eyes was the blurry backs of people coming out in a line. Then, the young body fell asleep. Outside the door, two men stood silently one after the other. The leader had strange ice blue hair, and his eyes were deep blue under his sword-like eyebrows. Like a bottomless ocean. His face was handsome and three-dimensional. And he had a strange charm. He was the owner of this castle, the lord of the province of Carlis, one of the 4 great dukes of the empire, the current head of the Olivendi family, and the 9th-level legendary blood warlock Carlot. The latter was about the same height as the former, but thinner. He wore a neat black tuxedo, and his iron-gray eyes were sharp and energetic. He stood upright about 3 steps behind the former, with his hands folded in front of him in white gloves. Seeing the midwives and maids walk out of the room, Duke Carrot immediately looked over with an inquiring look. How is the situation, dear Duke? Midwife Jennifer bowed her head slightly, looked at the ground in front of the Duke, and answered respectfully. Madam gave birth to a healthy boy. She is a little tired now, and is resting. I left 2 maids in the room to take care of her. Very good. Hearing the words of the midwife, the Duke nodded. In the depths of his blue eyes, a subtle worry disappeared, replaced by relaxation and joy. And his tone softened. Leonard. The Duke turned around and faced the butler behind him. As usual, after Madam's postpartum weakness period is over, rewards will be distributed to all servants and guards in the castle. Yes, Your Excellency the Duke. The butler bowed slightly to accept the order. At the same time, the young mage Erica carefully pushed the newborn out of the room. Seeing this, the Duke stepped forward and gently picked up the newborn in the swaddling clothes. His blue eyes carefully looked at his cute sleeping face, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Is the blood test ceremony ready? The array and materials are ready, and the family magician is on standby in the test room. Leonard lowered his head slightly and answered in a deep voice. Okay. The Duke nodded, suppressed his thoughts, put the newborn down again, turned around and strode towards the test room. Xia Yuan did not know his current situation. At this moment, a change was happening in his consciousness space. When everyone took his body to the test room, a piece of spiritual fragments that came from nowhere and was full of sense of existence floated out from the strange energy that wrapped his consciousness. In his perception, the scene was like a bright star suddenly appearing in the endless dark deep sky. The star gradually approached and touched his consciousness, and then turned into a stream of information and merged into his consciousness. It was a short memory fragment recorded from the perspective of a child. In the gorgeous room, there was a child who looked 2 or 3 years old. He was held by the beautiful woman with blonde hair and purple eyes, who he had seen when he was born, standing in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror with a carved gold frame. The child stretched out his little hand to the mirror restlessly, and the reflection in the mirror was synchronized with it. The two little hands touched each other across the mirror, causing the child to giggle. Through the mirror, Xia Yuan saw the appearance of the owner of the memory. The clear eyes were as clear and blue as lake water, and under the straight nose, the little mouth was grinning into a big smile. The tender skin was as white and smooth as milk, and the light golden hair was as bright as the sun. The woman looked down at the child, her cheek close to hers, smiling gently with squinting eyes, and exuding a charming brilliance all over her body. Remember, kid, your name is Avis. Avis Carlos Carlot Elena Lo Olivendi. What a long name. No. Can I understand her now? In the mental space, Xia Yuan instinctively commented, and then suddenly realized. No. It shouldn't be I who can understand, but the owner of the memory. Acquiring his memory also made me master the language. But speaking of it, the surname Olivendi seems a little familiar. Xia Yuan was a little confused, but didn't think much about it. Just continued to immerse himself in browsing information. In the testing room, the blue-robed wizard stood in front of a huge ritual array, waiting silently. Seeing the Duke and others coming, he lowered his head, raised his right hand, and tapped 3 times in front of his chest, forming a simple equilateral triangle Eye of Truth symbol, and solemnly performed a wizard salute. The Duke nodded to him, walked into the room, and casually glanced at the array on the ground. Prepare for testing. The ritual wizard nodded, took out a magic crystal with a faint blue luster, placed it in the core of the array, and then tapped it lightly with his staff. The crystal emitted a hazy halo, and the faint blue light spread with it as the center point, lighting up the entire ritual array. Chapter 5 Detection Ceremony. Erica carefully picked up the newborn and put it into the formation. The wizard in charge of the ceremony waved his staff, and invisible detection waves instantly emanated from the formation, slowly sweeping across the newborn's body. But when it entered the newborn's spiritual space, it encountered a special obstacle, the strange energy that carried Xia Yuan through. The detection wave slid directly from the surface of the energy layer, as if it was in 2 different time and space. As a result, Xia Yuan's consciousness was also unaware of it. On the other side, the 2 rune rings in the formation changed instantly. The 10 special runes in the rings gradually turned blood red one by one, starting from the top. The Duke couldn't help but hold his breath slightly. His eyes followed the runes slowly moving, and his blue eyes didn't blink. As time went on, the changes gradually stopped. The number of blood-colored runes in the 2 small rings finally stopped at 9 at the same time, and the last rune still flashed a faint blue light. Both blood concentrations have reached level 9. Your Excellency the Duke. The ritual mage stared at the changes in the magic circle and said in amazement. The Duke simply agreed. His voice could not tell whether he was happy or angry, but a faint smile spread across his mouth. At this time, he was staring at the other side of the magic circle, the rune with a strange 3-dimensional sense. The blood test results have appeared, but the rune still has no change. Looking at the rune that has not responded for a long time, the Duke couldn't help but frown. This made the mage who was paying attention to the Duke's reaction sweat in his heart, secretly worrying whether he had made a mistake in a certain line. In Xia Yuan's mind, the strange energy seemed to sense something, and the surface seemed to fluctuate like ripples. A slightly illusory spiritual fragment gradually squeezed out the surrounding energy and floated out of the energy layer. When the detection wave touched the spiritual fragment, the rune suddenly emitted a dazzling white glow. The Duke breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile that was hard to hide finally covered his cheeks. The soul synchronization rate is 100%. Respected Duke. The caster who presided over the ceremony finally relaxed at this time and hurriedly reported. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. The Duke laughed loudly, and this happy emotion raised his tone by half a degree. Leonard, inform the chief of the Mage Corps to prepare for the registration ceremony. Submit invitations to the royal family and major families, inviting them to attend on the next full moon night. Also, pass on my order to prepare for a festival celebration, starting from the day of the registration ceremony. All mines, farms, and manors will be closed, and all taxes on Carlos citizens will be halved this year. I want the entire Carlos province to celebrate for 3 days. Yes, Your Excellency the Duke. Butler Leonard bowed and accepted the order, then faced the Duke and backed out of the room. Unlike ordinary people, the higher the level of a professional, the lower the chance of having offspring. If the difficulty of an ordinary couple to have offspring is set at 1, then the difficulty of a pair of first-level professionals is 2. A pair of second level is 4. Third level is 8. Fourth level is 16, and so on. And if the rank difference between the couple is large, then the difficulty of having offspring will double. As a rare 9th level blood warlock on the continent, the difficulty of the Duke to have offspring can be imagined. Under such circumstances, if high-level professionals want to have offspring, they either have to use some rare treasures that can increase the probability, or increase the number of efforts. The energetic and wealthy Grand Duke of Carlos chose to do both. Therefore, whenever a new offspring is obtained, the Duke will hold a grand celebration for it. During the celebration, all slaves will get 3 days off. During these 3 days, the city lord's mansion and major chambers of commerce will provide unlimited free bread and beer. Most importantly, the tax revenue for that year was halved. For civilians, having the tax revenue means new clothes for children and a smile on the face of a tired wife. For the poorer people, having the tax revenue means that the cold winter can be safely passed by the whole family. So, when the news that the Lord had a son spread, the atmosphere of celebration filled the city of Carlos. With the help of magic, this atmosphere soon spread to the entire province of Carlos. Praise the Duke, people sang. The generous and kind Duke and his kind wife have once again received the gift of heaven. May the gods bless them. A year in Unival is also divided into 12 months, and its length is divided by the moon phase of Silver Moon Severn. May, 15th day, 2442 of the glorious calendar. Breathing the air with the faint fragrance of tranquilizing flowers, Xia Yuan was held in the arms of a pink-haired girl, quietly looking at the gorgeous white and gold carriage roof that was half blocked by something. Doubting his life. It has been about a month since the time travel, and during this time, he has obtained more memory fragments. He was born in the Yar continent of this world, and the continental territory is divided by 3 superpowers, from large to small. They are Saint Messiah Empire, Gloria Empire, Idle Kingdom Federation. As the game information introduces, the background of this world is the Middle Ages of swords and magic. Those powerful professionals are enough to form an army by themselves, easily flattening the towering mountains, turning over the unfathomable oceans, and even causing the stars in the sky to fall. The owner of the memory fragment is a noble boy named Avis. For the convenience of separation, Xia Yuan calls him Little Avis. The time of the memory scene ranges from childhood to adolescence. Simply put, he is a direct descendant of the Olivendi family, one of the 4 major Duke families of Gloria. A noble son who inherited the legendary bloodline and was extremely talented. It's a pity that he is an unlucky child who was born at the wrong time, at this juncture of the transition between the old and new eras. This noble and gorgeous background is not an umbrella, but a death warrant. In the decades since the birth of little Avis, the old nobles gradually declined, and the new nobles rose strongly. As one of the representatives of the old nobles, the Olivendi family has been completely labeled as a villain and suffered a nearly devastating blow. In the second expansion pack of the previous life game, The Change of Times, it was already a name only, and could only form an alliance with the other 3 major families to survive. As a player, he even took on the task of clearing out the alliance forces. But where did these memory fragments come from? Gently closing his eyes, Xia Yuan fell into deep thought. It's not that he hasn't read novels and knows that Rebirth will gain the memories of the original owner, but his reincarnated identity is a newborn. Where can he get the memories of the original owner? For a long while, Xia Yuan gave up thinking. Even the matter of crossing has happened, and it seems that there is nothing big about having an extra memory of unknown origin. Just read the story. Compared to these, he is more interested in a new discovery. In a certain memory scene, a figure suspected to be a player suddenly appeared. Indeed, except for the resurrection, the appearance of the player is basically the same as that of the NPC. But it was hard for 2 people jumping and walking without attracting Xia Yuan's attention. Chapter 6 Registration Ceremony. Since the physical fitness of game characters is much stronger than that of real people, many players like to travel like this when the server is just launched. And Xia Yuan is the same. Judging from the time in memory, there is still quite a while before the official launch of the server. If those 2 people are indeed players, then it proves one thing. Now is likely the time period when the internal test is about to begin. But this leads to another question. Is this world real? Mysterious Era is a highly simulated immersive virtual game. And the NPCs in the game are also very intelligent. Just like real people. Xia Yuan couldn't tell for a moment whether he had traveled to the real world or the game world. He tried to call the system panel. But of course, there was no response. But this was still not convincing enough. NPCs are not players. So it is reasonable even if there is no panel. So, Xia Yuan thought of another way to prove it. In the previous life, in order to pass the review, the game characters must have a pair of pants that cannot be taken off. And female characters also have an extra top that cannot be taken off. Even NPCs are no exception. Countless players, who are willing but unable to do so, affectionately call them the size set. He secretly moved his hands and checked himself. Luckily, it was not flat. And the side pants did not exist. But what about those two people? Before he could continue thinking, the carriage shook slightly, as if it had arrived at the destination. The scenery in front of him began to change. The noise of the crowd seemed to ring in his ears. And the ceiling of the carriage that originally occupied half of his vision was replaced by the starry night. And two familiar strange full moons hung high in the sky. Silver Moon Severn. Purple Moon Amis. Xia Yuan closed his eyes and sighed silently, with mixed feelings in his heart. It was not until this moment that he really felt a little bit of time travel. But then again, I always feel that this place is very familiar. Where are they taking me? In the evening, the naming ceremony was held as scheduled in the upper city of Carla City. The people who had already received the news poured into the white square in front of the city lord's mansion. The huge square of dozens of hectares was almost crowded with people. The naming ceremony is a ceremony that only the royal family and the four dukes' families are qualified to hold when new direct descendants are born. It is usually held in the capital of the family province. This is an opportunity for civilians to get to know new members of the family. The newborn will officially get his own name in the glory of the attention of the public. At that time, the royal envoys and the nobles who receive the invitation will come to watch the ceremony. There is an unwritten rule among the upper class of the Gloria Empire. Only newborns who have undergone the naming ceremony can be considered as formal members of the four major families or the royal family, and are recognized by the upper-class aristocratic circles of the empire. Illegitimate children who have not undergone the naming ceremony cannot be accepted by the upper-class circles even if they are recognized by the family in the future. The towering trapezoidal platform stands in the center of the square, covering an area of 1 hectare and reaching a height of dozens of feet. The main body is built of a whole piece of white Yunao rock. The celebrating crowd surrounded the platform in 3 layers, waiting noisily. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the main gate of the city lord's mansion opened wide, and a team of fully armed guards led the way, followed by a ceremonial guard in gorgeous armor. Wherever he passed, the crowds dispersed to both sides like a tide. The invited nobles of all sizes climbed onto the platform one by one, gathered in small circles in groups of 3 or 2, and talked in low voices. The spellcasters in dark blue robes were scattered all over the platform, making final preparations for the upcoming ceremony. About half a magic hour later, the Duke of Carlos's carriage, a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 pure white unicorns of light, and 2 other carriages of exactly the same specifications, slowly drove out of the city lord's mansion. On both sides of the black and gold carriages with gorgeous carvings, the cold wind crystal bird emblem of the Olivindi family was branded. If there were scholars who were proficient in magic heraldry, they would definitely recognize the meaning of the eternal crown pattern surrounding the emblem, which was emitting a faint glow. An ancient family that has been passed down for thousands of years has produced more than 4 9th-level people, including at least 1 9th-level extreme, has an extremely glorious history, and is still in its heyday. 3 carriages stopped in front of the high platform, and Leonard, dressed neatly, stepped down from the driver's seat of the leading vehicle and opened the door for Duke Carrot. Today, the Duke changed into a classic black magic long dress and a top hat, with a white wavy scarf embroidered with gold on his chest. He stepped out of the car, walked to the door of the second car, and gracefully stretched out his right hand into the car, with the carved secret gold cufflinks shining in the moonlight. A slender hand wearing a lace-long glove stretched out from the car and placed it on the Duke's hand. The elegant figure dressed in a gorgeous dress walked out of the car slowly and smiled at the Duke. The Duchess was wearing a pure white long dress with intricate decorations. She gracefully stretched out her arms wrapped in white lace and let Duke Carlotte hold them. The long skirt floated slightly under the effect of magic, avoiding contact with the ground and dust. Then got off the car were the royal etiquette, and the three descendants of the Duke who rushed back from their respective territories. The eldest son Raymond, the second son Evan, and the third daughter Alanis. The group slowly climbed onto the platform, and the guards and honor guards standing on both sides raised their guns and saluted. On the platform, the blue-robed spellcasters finished the final inspection and gathered in a queue at the top of the platform, in front of many mages. The chief of the Olivendi family mage group, the 8th level mage of the transmutation school, Isidore, stood quietly. He wore a black robe with silver stripes, and held a staff about 2 meters long in his right hand. The straight staff exuded a silver-gray metallic luster, and the top of the staff was inlaid with a huge purple crystal. Under the two-color moonlight, the refracted light of the crystal intersected with the faint light of the robe pattern, flashing with strange and colorful colors. Seeing the Duke and others step onto the platform, Isidore handed the staff to his left hand, and with his free right hand, he made 3 virtual triangles in front of his chest, performing an impeccable mage etiquette. The Duke and the Duchess also returned the mage's salute, and the royal envoy lightly raised his hat with his left hand, pressed his right hand holding the staff on his chest, and bowed slightly, performing a royal etiquette. With the arrival of everyone, the ceremony officially began. Erica held Xia Yuan, who was still confused, and walked to the center of the platform, where a 3-story stone round platform was placed. The higher you go, the smaller the top area of the round platform. On the top of the topmost round platform, 327 silver-black lines exuding a mysterious atmosphere outlined a multi-layered nested strange star pattern, and the middle and lower layers and the side of the round platform were densely covered with mysterious silver runes. She gently placed the newborn in the center of the round platform. The silver-black star lit up with her movements, and the runes around it also began to glow alternately. When she stepped aside, Isidore stepped forward, raised the staff in his hand, and his low and hoarse voice enveloped the entire platform. The ceremony begins. The wizards on both sides began to chant at the same time, and the obscure and ancient spells gathered into a mysterious melody. The suppressed magic fluctuations spread in all directions, and a strange atmosphere rippled from the top of the platform and spread to the entire square. This ceremony is not only for confirming the identity, but also a huge enhancement for the newborn. The reason why the registration ceremony is held on the night of the full moon is to use the double moon's flower. The highly condensed moon's flower is mild in nature and can greatly improve the qualifications of newborns. The only drawback is that each newborn can only receive the blessing of the double moon once, and the second time will not have any effect. Chapter 7 from the future. In the sky within hundreds of kilometers, a rare wonder appeared. The silver and purple moonlight suddenly dimmed, and the night sky became deeper and darker. The stars, which were somewhat dimmed by the moonlight, became unusually clear and bright at this moment. The crowd in the square suddenly became noisy, and some people who participated in the registration ceremony for the first time could not help but exclaim when they saw this strange phenomenon. In contrast, on the Yunyao stone platform in the center of the square, the twin moons in the sky suddenly brightened. The light of the twin moons, which was highly concentrated by the secret ritual, gathered into a silver-purple shining light column, which made the platform itself and the people on the platform hazy. The rich moonlight that was almost misty shone and flowed, gradually seeping into the body of the newborn, nourishing his body and soul. At the same time, waves of inexplicable whispers echoed in the city under the night. The voice was not loud, but it lasted for a long time, as if the whole city of Carlos was whispering the same name. Avis. The chief wizard took a step forward, lifted the newborn from the round platform, and held him high in the air, presenting him in the eyes of the crowd. The low voice, wrapped in the trembling magic, echoed throughout the square. Look, Lord Avis, the son of Carlos' destiny. Almighty gods, please bless him and protect him. Bless him with profound wisdom. Bless him with health and safety. Then, the Duke also walked to the front of the platform, smiling at the respectful eyes of the crowd. The voice spread by the magic effect instantly spread throughout the square. Here, I declare in the name of Duke Carlos, the celebration officially begins. All residents of Carlos will have their taxes halved this year. Unlimited free supply of bread and beer. All mines, farms, and manors will be closed for 3 days. Now, for the Empire, for Carlos, for the newborn who brought all this. Cheer! The crowd in the audience was boiling. Everyone raised their hands and cheered the newborn's name in unison. Avis! 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 At this moment, the silver moon was rising and the purple moon was setting. Avis? Registration ceremony? My! As the protagonist of the night, Xia Yuan, who was the focus of everyone's attention, felt a black screen in front of his eyes when he heard the familiar name. The unlucky child turned out to be me. I traveled through time before the French Revolution and became the descendant of Louis XVI? I shouldn't have guessed that boxing game before I traveled through time. He turned his head to look to his side in a dull manner, as if hoping to find something to prove that he was just a false alarm. Everything he saw was shrouded in light fog. In the haze, he saw the Duke, Duchess, and Avis's brothers and sisters who had appeared in his memory. It was like a family portrait in white with a hint of purple. Neat and tidy. Below the platform, countless people raised their hands and cheered Avis's name excitedly. An old man dressed as a wizard raised himself and stood in front of a glowing round platform. On both sides of the round platform, wizards in dark blue robes were chanting strange spells in harmony. As the spells continued, the light mist condensed by the two-color moonlight became more condensed. Xia Yuan's body continued to absorb the light mist. Like a thirsty traveler in the scorching desert who suddenly found a clear spring, he felt refreshed and cool all over. And his magical aptitude, which was already extremely high, was rapidly improved again. If Xia Yuan still had the panel, he would notice that all his attributes were improving at this moment. Avis. Olivendi. No. Sleepy. Absorbing the water like moonlight. Xia Yuan felt his eyelids getting heavier for some reason, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Before his consciousness was about to sink into the darkness, he vaguely heard a sentence mixed with exclamation. He is still absorbing. If possible, he really didn't want to board the pirate ship of the Olivendi family at this time. The times are about to change, and the 1,000-year-old family of the empire representing the old aristocracy will eventually be submerged and swallowed by the rolling tide of the new era, turning into dust in history. According to the background information, the decline of the Olivendi family began with a riot of a resistance organization. The eldest son Raymond personally led troops to suppress the rebels in the territory, but was ambushed and captured instead. A large number of new generation soldiers of unknown origin appeared in the rebels' magic construction troops. When the bad news came, Duke Carrot was furious and led his army to conquer, but was ambushed by the leader of the rebel army, who was also at the 9th level. The two sides fought on the Yanilla Plain in the northwest of the Carlis province, which was known as the Yanilla Battle. In this battle, the word rebels appeared in front of the world for the first time. The battle ended with a tragic victory for the Duke's side. After leaving behind a large number of corpses, the rebels retreated to the north and occupied several cities centered on Lela Castle and Wind Valley City. Afterwards, the situation in the empire took a sharp turn for the worse, and the 4 provinces blossomed across the board. No one knew where the rebels got so many people. At this time, a large number of small and medium-sized nobles stood up and formed an alliance in the name of jointly resisting the rebels, calling themselves the Glory Alliance. Many chambers of commerce announced that they would provide financial support to the alliance in order to seek protection. In the process, some families that were closely related to Olivendi were attacked by unknown forces and declined rapidly. An earl and 3 viscounts took their families to join the Glory Alliance, and the remaining few large families moved their families to the Kingdom Federation. The upper forces of Carlis ushered in a major reshuffle. When he first learned about this history, Avis had no feelings about it. But now when he recalled it again, there was only silence in his heart. Although the historical records are not false, they only selectively recorded some facts and inadvertently omitted other key points. For example, those forces that provided support behind the rebels. For the next 6 months, Xia Yuan was always in a deep sleep. During this period, a large number of memory fragments appeared, which completely supplemented the life memories of little Avis until the eve of his coming-of-age ceremony. Half a year later, when he woke up again, he finally saw the familiar gold-framed floor-to-ceiling mirror. Through the mirror, Xia Yuan saw his current situation. The beautiful Duchess held him in her arms and stood in front of the gold-framed floor-length mirror. She looked at her young son with a gentle smile, and her beautiful amethyst eyes were full of love. Xia Yuan looked at his new body quietly, his clear blue eyes moving slightly. Although he had seen it many times in his memory, it was the first time he saw his appearance in reality. Xia Yuan? Unwacy? He stared at the reflection in the mirror with mixed feelings, recalling the scenes in his memory. He was silent for a moment, and just like the scene in the first memory fragment, he slowly stretched out his white and tender little hand. The reflection moved in sync with him. Under the smiling gaze of the blonde woman, the distance between the two children in and outside the mirror gradually shortened. Finally, through the transparent crystal, the two little hands gently overlapped. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze. Is it important? The little figure in the mirror suddenly laughed. I will survive. No matter what. Listening to the name that the Duchess gently said in his ear, Xia Yuan grinned and silently greeted himself in the mirror. Hello. Avis. Avis. Chapter 8 Money Power. What is your superpower? I'm super rich. As time went by, Avis finally got the upper hand. Although there were only a few decades left before the new era, the Olivendi family was too rich. As one of the 4 oldest families outside the royal family, the history of Olivendi can be traced back to the end of the Magic Empire thousands of years ago. It was once the right-hand man of Emperor Gloria. The hereditary territory of Carlos Province is located in the northwest of the empire, and occupies 1/8 of the entire empire. In the background setting of the game, its area is as large as 3.34576 million square kilometers, with a total population of tens of millions. And the head tax alone can reach millions of gold coins each year. If special taxes such as tariffs, commercial taxes, and franchise taxes are included, the total amount even exceeds 100 million, far exceeding most kingdoms. There are countless industrial estates, both openly and secretly, and various rare resources and treasures are piled up like mountains. In the years after he was born, he experienced happiness that he could not even imagine in his previous life. Frost Abyss Ice Soul, Dead Soul Secret Crystal, Moonlight Spring Water Essence, Life Essence, Holy Blood Potion. Various treasures that permanently improve character talents and attributes, most of which Avis had never even heard of in his previous life, are used like food and water in the family, completely regardless of cost effectiveness, just to lay the most solid foundation for him. For example, Holy Blood Potion. It is a holy medicine for bloodline people, which can greatly purify bloodline and improve physical fitness without side effects. The only drawback is that its materials are extremely rare and difficult to obtain. Due to some accidents, Avis once took this potion in his previous life. That was when he changed his job to the rare profession Dragon Vein Warlock, because the key item for changing his job Dragon Bloodline Essence was not pure enough. After his job change, his bloodline concentration was only at level 6, and the upper limit of the level dropped directly to 62. As a last resort, he spent almost all of his wealth to exchange a fist-sized bottle of Holy Blood Potion at the Magic Council branch. The effect was also worthy of its price. After taking it, the original level 6 bloodline concentration was raised to level 8. The upper limit of the level rose to 81, and the power of all attributes and bloodline spells were greatly improved, not to mention the additional physical attributes. But this extremely precious potion is measured in pools in the Olivendi family, starting from 3 months after birth. 1 pool a week is used for soaking. There are also special people who fine-tune the ingredients of the potion according to the specific bloodline details of Avis to maximize its effect. When Avis first saw the pool of golden liquid, he was even a little dizzy by the golden light on the surface of the pool. It was as if what he saw was not a potion, but a pool of yellow gold coins. 3 months later, the potion was completely ineffective for him, and the concentration of his 2 legendary bloodlines barely increased to level 10. Converted to the level cap, it is back to the current version of the level cap of 96. Here we need to mention Avis's mother, the 3rd daughter of the Alfred family, one of the 4 major families, the 8th level Shining Bird of Paradise Blood Warlock, Elena Luo Alfred. The 4 major families of the Empire are all bloodline families, and the Olivendi family and the Alfred family have inherited the only 2 legendary bloodlines that can be verified: the bloodline of the Cold Wind Crystal Bird and the bloodline of the Shining Bird of Paradise. At the coming-of-age ceremony, Carrot met Elena, who was still a young girl. The two danced together, developed a liking for each other, and soon fell in love. So, the 2 families, who were already close, took the opportunity to discuss the marriage. Under the arrangement of the elders, the 2 officially got married soon. At that time, Carrot and Elena both reached the 4th level. This is a marriage based on pure love. The representatives of the two families explained the marriage in the noble council after the wedding. Hearing this explanation, the expressions of the other noble representatives present suddenly twitched, and many nobles looked at the royal representatives at the top with strange eyes. At the level of the four major families, marriage is no longer a personal matter, but a strong alliance between forces. Everyone present knew that in an aristocratic marriage, there might be factors such as territory, property, and alliance of forces, but there would be no love. However, the royal representative just nodded lightly and did not express any opinion, which disappointed many nobles who were looking forward to a good show. But no matter what, this was the first marriage between legendary blood families. People also learned from this what the result would be if two different legendary blood families were united. Double blood people. Legend is unique. According to ancient records, every creature will gain a leap in life level when it enters the legendary stage, and then become a new species beyond the original race. Unlike ordinary blood, legendary blood cannot be erased by other blood, even if they are both legendary blood. Starting with the eldest son Raymond, Duke Carrot's four descendants all have dual legendary bloodlines. But only Avis has two bloodlines going hand in hand, and the bloodlines of the other three brothers have obvious primary and secondary differences. However, Avis learned from his memory, due to the implicit conflict between bloodlines, when the power of two bloodlines is used at the same time, the consumption of magic power will rise sharply, which is a small defect of dual bloodlines. In addition to the above treasures, the family will also provide a unit of super magic crystal every 2 days, and use special devices to extract the original magic power contained in it to continuously improve the qualifications and magic affinity of little Avis. Super magic crystal refers specifically to magic crystal or with a purity of more than 90%. Except for some extremely special ultra-small veins, it is only produced in the center of large and above-scale veins. In some secret black markets, a standard unit of super magic crystal has been hyped up to more than 100,000 gold coins, and it is often out of stock, because it can serve as the core energy of high-level magic rituals, natural disaster-level magic weapons, etc. Super magic crystals are classified as top-level strategic materials by the Empire, and their circulation on the market is strictly controlled. Their status is almost equivalent to the raw materials of mushroom weapons in the previous life. Few people know that there is a fundamental difference between the newly mined super magic crystals and the magic crystals with a purity of less than 90%. Super magic crystals contain a trace of original magic power. This magic power has extremely special properties. Professionals who absorb this magic power for a long time can improve their talents stably and without side effects, including but not limited to strengthening physical fitness, improving magic affinity, purifying mental power, etc. Moreover, the younger the age and the lower the strength, the greater the benefits of absorbing the original magic power. This secret is only circulated among nobles and high-level professionals, and is strictly restricted from being leaked. Avis also knew nothing about this in his previous life, until he learned about it after absorbing the memory fragments. All large magic crystal mines that produce super magic crystals are controlled by nobles and major forces. Once super magic crystals are mined, they are immediately sent back to the family secret library for storage. Only super magic crystals that have been used by the descendants of the family, and whose original magic power has been extracted, will flow into the market. In fact, there are many other secrets like this that improve the talents of descendants, which is also a means for the upper class to maintain their status. From the starting line, the gap between the upper and lower classes has been far widened. Chapter 9: The Life of the Nobles. In the early morning, the faint light penetrated his eyelids and woke Avis from his sleep. He opened his eyes, sat up slowly, and glanced around in silence. Exquisite silk curtains, gorgeous ceilings interwoven with blue and gold, and luxurious furniture with exquisite workmanship. All the arrangements have a mysterious and wonderful beauty. The floor is covered with carpets that look extremely expensive, and they can even sink to the ankles when stepped on. Speechlessly spreading his hands wrapped in pajamas, Avis tried to construct a spell according to his memory. The dark blue flame suddenly rose and floated in the slender and pale palm. Looking at the fire burning silently in the palm of his hand, a sense of absurdity and unreality rose in his heart. Although he has been in this world for several years, he still has this illusion sometimes. Looking through the window, several towering spires are suspended in the air. Under the radiance of the rising sun, the white tower body shines with a hazy silver light, which looks extremely mysterious and beautiful. Knock. 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 3 times in a row. The door was knocked on time by Leonard. The butler. Avis quickly agreed, put away his thoughts and the flames, and then rang the bell at the head of the bed, calling the maid to help him change clothes and wash. When he first crossed over, he still had the habit of sleeping late, but after many not-so-good memories, the butler successfully helped him correct this. Assuming that Avis did not respond just now, Leonard would count for 10 seconds in silence, and then knock 3 more times. If there is still no response after the second knock, Leonard will extend another 10 seconds, and then push the door open directly, using magic to drive away Avis's sleepiness. For example, a sobering ice-cold water ball, facing the anger of Avis being awakened from his sweet dream. Leonard's original words were, "If the young master does not want his sleep to be disturbed by me, then please work hard to become stronger than me." By the way, Leonard is an 8th level peak warlock, which is converted into a game level of 88 to 89. Putting on complex noble clothes with magical aura, Avis slowly went downstairs and prepared to go to the restaurant for dinner. "Good morning, Brother Avis." A slightly childish and soft voice sounded in his ears, and the slightly dark castle corridor suddenly lit up, and a sunny little girl appeared in front of him. Her light golden long hair like the morning light was scattered like water, flowing freely on the back of her white gauze skirt. Her snow-white and translucent skin was so soft that it could be blown away, and her delicate little face tried to make a serious expression. The girl saluted Avis formally. Her watery lake blue eyes blinked cutely, and her eyes were pure and clean. The morning sun shone through the towering painted crystal windows, forming a tilted beam of light. She stood in the beam of light. Her beautiful figure shone with a layer of white hazy glow, as pure and holy as a ray of sunlight. "Good morning, dear Fae." "Good morning, Olivendi Star Diamond," the crown feather of the cold wind crystal bird, the star of hope in the north, the white princess, Her Majesty Fiona Lo Olivendi. Avis habitually showed an elegant smile and nodded to her gently, with a little emotion in his heart. Compared to him, a little known extra in the future, the name of White Princess Fiona can be said to be well known. One of the few 9th level extreme strongmen in the 4 major family alliance camps, and her strength is enough to rank in the top 3. She has the glorious record of killing a 9th level magic swordsman alone and destroying the entire alliance's crusade army. Countless players and NPCs have died under her super level magic. However, compared to her cute and serious appearance now, her face in the future is always cold, as if the smile has left her forever. As a direct descendant of Olivendi, Avis also learned some special secrets. Although Fiona is nominally his sister, her origin is actually a mystery. Her naming ceremony was held when Avis was 1.5 years old. But Avis remembered clearly that the Duchess was not pregnant at that time. But what confused him was that the girl did have the aura of 2 legendary bloodlines. And, judging from her unconscious charisma, the purity of her bloodline is probably very terrifying. Her eye-catching feeling is not an illusion, but a manifestation of her bloodline unconsciously attracting light elements. After greeting each other, the two walked down the wide staircase covered with red carpet, passing through the dragon hardwood handrails and elegant elf sculptures. Several huge embossed cloud stone decorative columns approached from afar, and they had arrived at the breakfast room. Magic flames burned in the intricately carved fireplace, and portraits of ancestors of all sizes were hung on the wall on one side of the fireplace. The Gloria-style curtains were opened by the maids, allowing the morning sun to shine in. In the breakfast room, Duke Carrot sat at one end of the snow-white long table, browsing the latest issue of the Imperial Morning Post presented by the butler. This is the newspaper he must read every day, in addition to the Carlist newspaper and the Magic Times. Although the Duke has his own intelligence agency, he still retains the habit of reading newspapers. In order to ensure the timeliness of newspapers, these newspapers will be sent through a special transmission device as soon as they are printed, from the distant capital or the magic photocopy tower outside the floating city. They are sent to the Duke's hands. Oh! It's unbelievable that the arrogant old stubborn people in the royal family still passed the proposal. As he read, the Duke couldn't help shaking the newspaper in his hand, raising his eyebrows, and his tone was a bit of deliberate surprise. Shouldn't you have known it long ago, Carrot? For such a major decision, the conservatives cannot represent the opinions of the entire royal family. Listening to the Duke's slightly sarcastic evaluation, Duchess Elena spoke gracefully, and then picked up the thin elf-colored porcelain teacup and took a sip of the fragrant and magical ghost light flower tea. Indeed, But I believe you should be able to see that the opening of the glory is not as simple as building a magic train and laying some tracks. It is a sign. Being able to make the headlines, and in the name of glory means that the Empire has officially decided to promote the development of magic constructs. The Duke frowned and continued to browse the details of the report, with a hint of worry in his heart. This is an unstoppable trend. Carrot. There is more than one empire on the continent. The popularization of constructs has more advantages than disadvantages. The Kingdom Federation has proved to us how much the popularization of constructs will improve national strength. As Fergus said, in this ever-changing world, only by constantly moving forward can we stay where we are. After taking another sip of tea, the beautiful Duchess raised her hand gracefully and gently combed her light golden hair behind her ears. In order to make the diehards compromise, the reformists will inevitably make concessions in other aspects. The most likely thing to relax restrictions is only civilian construction, which will not have much impact on the current stability of the Empire. As she said this, she put the teacup back on the golden laid tray, her white arms elegantly supported on the table, and smiled at the Duke, her eyes tender. Besides, we still have the youngest 9th level in the history of the Empire, even if the situation is really turbulent. What can we do? I understand. I'm just sighing. Duke Carrot also laughed, and his fingers gently tapped the table, leaving a trace of slightly blue frost. Good morning, Father, Mother. X2. Coincidentally, Avis and Fiona entered the breakfast room and bowed to the Duke and Duchess. Duke Carrot nodded as usual, and Elena smiled warmly in return. While saluting, Avis noticed the headline of the newspaper in the Duke's hand, which was printed in a bold font and on the most conspicuous part of the page. The Empire's first magic-guided train, the Glorious, has officially opened in the capital. Avis' pupils shrank slightly. Wow! The first sign of the Empire entering a new era. The wheel of history has rolled forward a little bit. Thinking, Avis walked to the first seat on the left side of the long table, sat down on the left side of the chair, and paid special attention to his back when sitting down to avoid contact with the back of the chair. When everyone was seated, breakfast time officially began. Cedar Dew Golden Mirage Soup, Two-Legged Dragon Grilled Wings, Crystal Grilled Light Feather Swan, Misty Sea Lobster Salad. One by one, extremely precious dishes were served on silver plates with strong magic resistance, and were presented by servants like a stream, allowing the Duke's family to enjoy them. The raw materials of each dish are mild magic plants and rare magic beast ingredients of at least level 4. It really allows the eaters to improve their strength while enjoying the food. For example, the main ingredient of the Misty Sea Lobster Salad is a level 5 Misty Sea Lobster that has grown for more than 130 years and has a light blue tail tip. It is a level 5 magic beast with rare dragon blood, which only lives on the bottom of the Misty Sea far away from the mainland. It can permanently improve the physical fitness of professionals below level 5, and each one is a precious ingredient that can be sent to the auction house. The level 8 Protection Master Magician, the famous gourmet of the Empire, Master Balewin, commented on this magic beast. Amazing tender taste and delicious taste. However, catching them is a very dangerous job. The Misty Sea is an extremely dangerous sea area, including the famous Death Mist, high-level sea beasts, and strange ocean currents that cause magic disorder. Every year, many professionals die alive in the seabed in order to catch this kind of lobster. During the meal, Butler Leonard stood seriously behind the Duke, paying meticulous attention to the actions of the two children to ensure that they were not rude during the meal. If there was anything inappropriate, the butler would point it out immediately and correct it. Avis held the special enchanted mithril knife and fork, carefully splitting a piece of lobster meat, trying to avoid making any noise. After the chef's skillful processing, the shrimp meat was tender and a little chewy. After a little chewing, the extremely sweet juice burst in the mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. He nodded slightly, picked up the small piece of shrimp with a fork, and put it into his mouth gracefully, keeping his body straight throughout the process. Thanks to the memory of his previous life, he learned various etiquettes very quickly. He often attracted the admiring eyes of little Fiona. Brother, so awesome. Fiona grabbed the knife and fork, tilted her head to watch Avis's movements, and her cute big lake blue eyes were full of admiration. Suddenly, her peripheral vision met Leonard's serious eyes, and she quickly turned her little head back, and her expression on her face straightened. Then he focused his attention and fought against the light feather swan breast meat emitting a faint white light on the plate. The learning speed is remarkable. Worthy of being my child. The Duke scooped up a golden mirage and ate it slowly, nodding secretly in his heart. Under the powerful physical control of the 9th level professional, every one of his movements was elegant and impeccable. This is why I hate the life of aristocrats. As the focus of everyone's attention, Avis, who must always maintain elegant manners, was silent in his heart. Fergus Brandon, one of the presidents of the Circle Council of the Ancient Magic Empire, the great Mage of Protection, and the first 9th level spellcaster in human history. Chapter 10 Study. Study makes me happy. When breakfast time was over, Avis officially started studying for the day. Fiona also separated from him and received different educations. The first is the linguistics of the two magicians. The current teaching is the Mani language commonly used in the continent, and the language of the elves in the Far East continent. Then 1 hour of learning noble etiquette, covering the treatment of people, behavior, grammar and so on. In the study of noble etiquette, Avis also understood the meaning behind his super long name. The first one is his own name, followed by his birthplace, followed by his parents' names, and finally the noble title and family surname. If the backgrounds of the two parents are very different, only the name of the stronger family can be named. When Avis reaches the 9th level in the future, he can also add his own title between his parents' names and noble titles. For example, Carlot's full name. Carlot Carlos Draman Nia Winter Cold Lu Olivindi. The Winter Cold is Carlot's 9th level title. The last magic hour in the morning was used to learn history. Unlike the Enlightenment education, what was learned now was the history of the Empire, which contained some secrets that only the 4 major families and the royal family knew. Although he had learned something from the memory fragments, when he listened to the history tutor's explanation again, Avis still listened with relish. When the morning study was over every day, Avis relaxed. There was nothing to learn in the afternoon, so he could use the time from lunch to dinner freely. Unlike ordinary noble tutors, the strength growth of blood nobles mostly depends on the maturity of their blood. As long as they can complete the daily learning progress normally, the family does not restrict their free time. Usually, Avis would take Fiona to play a magic game with peers in the castle or garden. This behavior can effectively improve the favorability of this future 9th level strongman. The rest of the time, he would spend in the large library of Moon Castle. Even in his previous life, reading was one of his few pleasures. He enjoyed the process of turning the pages one by one, slowly experiencing the mystery of the book, and absorbing the essence of the knowledge. After coming to this fantasy world, he had the opportunity to come into contact with all kinds of mysterious magic knowledge, which made him ecstatic. The Library of Moon Castle uses space extension techniques to make the internal space much larger than the appearance. Its area reaches tens of thousands of square meters, and the height can reach tens of meters. The environment is elegant and quiet, and the unique fragrance of old books permeates it, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. The entire library is divided into 3 floors by a light golden suspended corridor. The atrium on the bottom floor is an area for reading and resting. The magnificent magic crystal chandelier hangs down from the dome above the atrium. Thousands of crystals reflecting brilliant light form a long spiral, like a huge falling light crystal cluster, which is extremely gorgeous. The reading area is surrounded by countless black pearl wood bookshelves as high as the ceiling, among which there are many ancient books and even magic books. But most of the books have protective blue magic runes flashing on the surface, which cannot be opened. Only a few books without runes can be read normally by Avis. When Avis first entered the library of the castle at the age of 5, he showed a strong interest in books. Seeing this, Duke Carrot waved his hand and gave him access to the library, allowing him to read the books in his free time in the afternoon. Since Avis had not yet entered the rank, for safety reasons, the Duke only opened the ordinary books in the library to him. Although there were many rare books among them, Avis still could not touch the real magic books. In his memory, little Avis was not very interested in reading, except for various miscellaneous stories. He liked some heroic biographies, such as the story of the dragon and the princess. It is worth mentioning that since there has been no large-scale imperial war for thousands of years, the level of literature in this world has been very developed. The story of the dragon and the princess has also changed from the original. The princess was captured by the dragon, and her true identity is probably the prince of the neighboring country. The brave man defeated the dragon and married the princess. This old-fashioned story that conforms to the concept of the times has gradually developed into a whole set of strange dragon and princess series. Avis glanced at the books, and the general plot of them suddenly emerged in his mind. For example, the brave man defeated the dragon and obtained the castle and treasure left by the dragon, but gradually grew scales and claws, and finally became a new dragon. In the memory fragment, the Duke learned that when little Avis was reading this book, he asked him a question. Why did the hero eventually become a new dragon? There must be a magician who studies the taboos of life and has done evil magic experiments in that castle. The young little Avis thought about it and answered seriously. For this answer, the Duke just smiled and nodded, touching his short light golden curly hair. Example 2. The princess and the dragon have been together for too long and fell in love with each other. The prince came to challenge the dragon, but was framed by the princess, and was eventually defeated and eaten by the dragon. If the story of falling in love with the dragon is changed to a deal with the dragon, it would probably be the most realistic of these stories. Avis looked at the spine of the book carefully. He remembered this book, whether in the memory scene or in the game of his previous life. In the ranking of the most popular biographies in Mysterious Era, this book ranks 7th. Example 3. The prince fought with the dragon, but was defeated in the end. Although he tried his best to let the princess escape, the prince himself fell into the clutches of the dragon. In the first week, a month later, ######. In the end, the prince and the dragon lived happily together in the castle. Strange knowledge has increased. Thinking of the content of this book, Avis subconsciously glanced around, took out the book, and put it in the corner of the bookshelf. This book must not be seen by Fiona. By the way, this one is ranked 14th in the ranking mentioned earlier. Example 4. The prince sneaked into the castle, but after finding the princess, he was blocked in the princess's room by the dragon, because the dragon was too powerful. The prince had no choice but to change into the princess's clothes and pretend to be the princess's twin sister, trying to get away with it. But when the prince's identity was exposed, the dragon became even more excited. If the author hadn't quit at the critical moment, this book would probably have been on the list. And Wazy took a look at the author's signature and the place of publication. Sure enough, the author was from the Little Kingdom Federation. Example 5. After the princess was captured by the dragon, a brave man came to see the king and threatened to go to the dragon's castle to save the princess. The king happily asked him what his name was. The hero said, "My name is Good Guy." A name accounts for 90% of the content, and it is not finished in the end. Yes, in the previous life, little Avis read not one book, but a whole set. For the purpose of collection, a certain head of the Olivendi family collected almost all versions of the story of the princess and the dragon and put them in the family library. As for why Duke Carrot did not interfere, as long as the daily learning progress is up to standard, the Duke does not mind little Avis's personal hobbies. I wonder if these authors have been sprayed to death by real dragons. Oh, maybe the author of the 4th book has been sprayed to death. Shaking his head with a smile, Avis walked to the bookshelf where the basic theory of magic was placed. The pale fingers slid across the spines of the books, and finally stopped on a book that he had no impression of. Avis took it out, returned to the reading area, and started reading today. Chapter 11. Noble Tea Party. Avis Lo Olivendi. A new, noble, pure, and vulgar nobleman. Noble and glorious blood has flowed in my body since I was born. I will become an enlightened ruler, a benevolent noble, and a generous industrialist. I will crush all conspiracies and enemies and lead my family to prosperity. I will care for my subjects with enthusiasm and bring them safety and happiness. I will never be afraid, never retreat, face evil, and never stop until death. Glory is my life. The above is pure nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. At the afternoon tea party in the castle garden, next to a bunch of blooming silver roses, a handsome boy in a pure white slim dress gave an impromptu speech to the noble boys and girls around him. The delicate facial features are soft and extremely charming. The skin color is pale, which is unique to the nobility, and the deep blue eyes contain a light blue magic glow. And the temperament is extremely mysterious and elegant. The purpose of this tea party is actually to let the descendants get familiar with and adapt to the communication between the nobles and advance. Avis is not very interested in this, but it is not good to be too eccentric. Besides, the families of these boys and girls are all factions close to Olivendi. Letting them get familiar with themselves in advance will also be good for winning people's hearts in the future. Before that, many peers chatted and talked about their plans for the future. As one of the two people with the highest status present, everyone was curious about Avis's future ideals. In order to better shape his own personality, Avis searched his memory and pieced together a template for a noble declaration. Although he basically forgot where he heard these things, it did not prevent him from changing the lines and using them for himself. Avis's impassioned speech amazed many young boys and girls who were still somewhat naive. Some even began to re-examine their original ideals and felt ashamed of them. Fiona, wearing a gorgeous and complicated light pink princess dress and a lovely light blue ribbon on her head, sat on the other side, looking at her brother in surprise. Her pink little mouth opened slightly, and her big lake blue eyes were full of admiration. It was the first time she knew that her brother had such a glorious side. Protecting the family, caring for the people, never fearing, and never stopping until death. This is simply too glorious, too noble. On the other side of the garden, the invited nobles of all sizes were also holding a tea party. Unlike the tea party with children's playful nature, this was a real social occasion among nobles. As the initiator of the tea party, the Duke and his wife were leisurely enjoying the atmosphere of the tea party. But after listening to Avis's speech, the two of them gradually became weird. I wanted to laugh, but when I thought about my own child, I couldn't laugh. Does our child read too many biographies? Should we limit it? After a while, Elena looked at Duke Carrot hesitantly, and a rare entanglement appeared in her beautiful amethyst eyes. The Duke's expression was also a little troubled. After thinking about it, he finally shook his head. No. He has reached the age where he is qualified to be independent. We should not interfere too much with his choice. Reality is the best teacher. Some things can only be left with a deep impression if you experience them in person. Although most of his peers were ecstatic, Avis noticed that there were still two boys and a girl who kept a polite smile, and their expressions showed more or less disdain. Although they had also received aristocratic education, they were still inexperienced after all, and some subtle facial expressions would still be unconsciously revealed, which betrayed their true thoughts. Martina, the 12th daughter of Marquis Anderson, Ellen, the illegitimate son of the Olivendi family, and Louis, the 6th son of Earl Eleanor, who betrayed Olivendi and joined the rebels in the future. Humph! Is this the uncrowned king of the north? The crystal bird that never falls? And the direct descendant of the Olivendi family? How naive. Although Louis smiled and agreed with Avis's remarks, he couldn't help but secretly despise them in his heart. Unlike other ordinary noble descendants, Louis is a rare person with spiritual power alienation talent, which makes his spiritual power strength and quality far superior to his brothers and sisters. This gift gave him the ability to manipulate magic in a delicate way, as well as a genius-like learning ability. The courses that his older brothers and sisters had to learn were very difficult. But for him, they were as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Over time, his mentality began to expand quietly. Although he was very polite on the surface, he had a sense of superiority and arrogance towards most people in his heart, and he disdained to associate with those fools. Originally, he had no interest in this childish tea party. He didn't think he had anything in common with those still innocent peers. But the initiator of this time was the Olivendi family. His father forced him to participate, so he came reluctantly. I just didn't expect that the ideals of the direct descendants of Olivendi were as ridiculous as the noble biographies compiled by the mud-legged people of the Kingdom Federation. What Louis looked down on most were those nobles who were born with high-level blood, but only relied on the power of blood, did not make progress, and lived a life of idleness and waiting for death. They were just a group of lucky people who were born in a better environment and were blessed by the shadows left by their ancestors. Without all this, they would be nothing at all. And he, the legitimate son of Earl Eleanor, Louis Luo Eleanor, even if he didn't have any blood, he would be destined to achieve greater achievements than them in the distant future by relying only on his own efforts and talents. Leave these second-generation bloods far behind. Anwise, what is the industrialist you just mentioned? A blonde noble girl pretended to be reserved and looked at Anwise with her beautiful violet eyes blinking. She was a little curious about this term she heard for the first time. This is Intis, the 8th daughter of Marquis Suaging. Unlike Fiona's pure sunshine-like temperament, her temperament is more noble, and her eyebrows also show a hint of arrogance that is unique to great nobles. In simple terms, industrialists are people who own a large number of manors. caravans, alchemy shops, jewelry stores, and other industries. With a natural and elegant smile, Avis glanced at the many noble descendants around him and explained calmly, "But aren't they nobles?" Intis tilted her head slightly. Her beautiful purple eyes slightly widened, feeling a little confused. "No, they are different." Avis smiled slightly. "In simple terms, nobles own territories and people, and their important source of income is taxes. Industrialists own industries and workers, and their main income depends on operating profits. There is actually a complementary relationship between the two. Industrialists can provide more jobs, which can support more people. The more people there are, the more prosperous the territory is, and the more taxes the Lord will collect. Do you understand?" "I understand." The girl kept smiling and nodded as if she understood. But Avis saw from her somewhat straight eyes that she didn't seem to understand as well as she seemed. Listening to the conversation between the two, everyone was a little quiet. On the side, Louis, who thought he was smart, smiled a little stiffly. He didn't understand the words of the lucky guy who he secretly despised. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to ask. He glanced at the many peers present and found that most of them were also a little confused. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quietly changed the expression on his face to thoughtful. And his sense of superiority suddenly burst out. This was just a small episode, and everyone quickly changed the topic. After that, Avis did not continue to speak, but took a cup of elf black tea and sipped it quietly, listening to the gossip of many noble descendants. He knew in his heart that due to their living environment and experience, it was difficult for these boys and girls to fully understand what he said. However, his words were not entirely for them, but for the Duke on the other side of the garden. On the other side, the Duke and his wife looked at each other. "What do you think?" "It's a bit too idealistic, but it's not easy for him to think of these. Please do not completely substitute the background of medieval Europe. The Gloria Empire does not have a church higher than the imperial power, so it does not promote strict monogamy. Some nobles will take their mistresses as concubines, while some will not. So illegitimate children and illegitimate children exist at the same time." Chapter 12 Genius. Time. Are you fast or slow? The angle of time is always so strange, and it disappears like flowing water without you noticing. In the magic language class, Avis listened to the teacher's explanation, but his thoughts were wandering. After the tea party a few years ago, Duke Carrick called him to the castle study to talk, and then gave him a list directly. The list listed a large number of family-affiliated industries. The Duke waved his hand and allowed him to choose 3 industries to run on his own. Carrick's original words were, "Do it according to your ideas. Don't be afraid of failure. The family doesn't lack this industry." Avis thought about it for a while, and chose a small and medium-sized chamber of commerce, and 2 newly built civilian assembly factories. Of course, although he was given full authority to run it in name, Avis only needed to control the general direction, and the specific matters would be done by the people below. The 2 factories were newly built, and the assembly production lines needed to be customized in the Idle Kingdom Federation. The first thing Avis did was to cancel the factory's original production line, and change it to the production line of assembly trains. The Duke did not comment on his choice. Due to the news of the opening of the Glory, there was indeed a train trend in various places. But this also led many nobles to follow suit and build assembly train factories, and the competition would be extremely fierce. But what the Duke did not know was that Avis's purpose was not to earn gold coins, but to make plans for the future. The family was not interested in the development of assembly. The Duke had mentioned magic assembly before, but he was worried that it would lead to instability in the province, rather than worrying that the popularization of assembly would shake the family's ruling position, due to the limitation of materials and technology. At present, the real magic construct can only exert the power of level 6 at most. Maybe someone can use some special technology to forcibly create a magic construct that can exert the power of level 7 or above. But that usually takes high-level alchemical means and a large amount of precious materials, which has lost the meaning of the construct itself, but is more like a normal alchemical item. In fact, this lack of interest is also a microcosm of the old nobles of the entire empire. In their view, for them, who have not had war for thousands of years, and have level 9 strongmen, these moving broken metals have no meaning at all, except being placed on the top of the city to fight beasts. But due to the characteristics of the construct, if it is allowed to develop, it will cause the bottom layer to become unstable. It has two biggest advantages. There is almost no limit on the personal strength of the operator, and it can be mass-produced. If there are too many of these things, and they are used by low-level professionals to cause damage, it will be very annoying. A low-level professional equipped with a special magic armor can instantly exert the destructive power of a mid to high-level professional, even if it is successfully suppressed afterwards. The damage and losses caused will be much higher than normal. Therefore, the old aristocracy has always maintained strict control over the development of constructs. But Avis knows that the development of constructs is the trend of the future. And with the birth of several key AI technologies, the constructs gradually broke through the limitations of their own power through special methods and became a huge threat that no one can ignore. He is familiar with history and will never allow himself to lag behind the times in this regard. On the contrary, he has to overtake and advance. As the only large-scale construction creation classified as civilian by the imperial family, the production of construction trains requires a large amount of metal raw materials and a special super-large production line. With these two construction factories as a cover, he can mobilize construction materials on a large scale in public without causing suspicion from others, when needed later, as long as the entire production line is modified. Other large-scale war constructions can be easily produced. In addition, the family's territory also needs to popularize construction trains, and this kind of order is of course more assured to be handed over to the family's own factory. Sir Avis, are you listening? Avis's magic language instructor is a 6th level royal scholar, who looks about 50 years old. His temples are gray. His hairline is very high, and it has been getting higher recently. At this time, he eliminated the magic words floating in the air, frowned slightly, and looked at Avis with some dissatisfaction. Of course, Mr. David? Avis quickly retracted his thoughts and answered seriously. Okay. So, what does Riketan mean in the ancient Mani language? Give an example of its application. David asked Avis with a stern face. According to his question, a new line of magic words emerged, flickering faintly in the air. It means gnawing. Sir, in the spell of the 3rd level spell excavation. It is located in the 2nd section of the 3rd paragraph. In the scene as a noun. It is used to specifically refer to the squirrel on the world tree. Absolutely correct. Mr. David was very confused. He always felt that Avis was absent-minded. But no matter what questions he asked, Avis could answer them fluently. After a long time, he gradually began to doubt his own vision. Maybe real geniuses are like this? He is not in a daze. But thinking? This question is not only shared by Mr. David, but also by almost all the tutors who are responsible for educating Avis. Slowly, when the Duke asked about his learning situation, the tutors began to praise him and said that Avis was a real genius. While listening to the class, you could also think more deeply at the same time. At first, Avis was full of question marks. Is that so? Then I am really a rare genius in 1,000 years. In the end, he reluctantly accepted this fact, while attracting the attention of the Duke and his wife. He once again gained Fiona's admiring eyes. He was not worried that the secret of his rebirth would be discovered, since he had passed the soul synchronization rate test, as long as it was not too outrageous. Everything could be attributed to talent. As he grew older, Avis' daily learning content was constantly changing. Linguistics advanced to magical linguistics, and the language currently taught was ancient Mani. This language has been passed down since the ancient magic empire. The characters themselves contain mysterious power. It is the most widely used magical language by spellcasters on the continent. Avis learned from his memory that after mastering this language, there are 4 more languages: High Elf language, Dragon language, Ancient Dragon language, and Titan language. In addition, there are more items to learn in the morning, including music and art. The time for learning etiquette was reduced by half, and social content was added. For example, how to please a lady. History has been extended to relic studies, and the course duration remains unchanged. The afternoon is no longer idle. A total of 4 magic hours of magic material studies, inscriptions, alchemy and mysticism took up a lot of Avis' time. At the end of the day's class, Avis went to the library as usual. Due to his diligence and the improvement of his own strength, the Duke made an exception to increase his authority. Now, he can read most magic books below level 3. In the silent library, the thin and pale figure of the boy looked a little lonely. Although the book in his hand was spread out, the pages had not been turned for a long time. His origin was a foregone conclusion, and could not be changed. He has been thinking about a way out for these years. It has been several years since the opening of the Glory. During this period of time, the situation in the Empire has not fluctuated much. On the contrary, due to the construction of many new magic assembly factories, many people have obtained income and jobs, and their lives are thriving. But Avis knew very well that this was just an appearance. The seeds of the new era have quietly fallen, like sparks pressed under the fallen leaves. A strong wind will ignite a raging fire, and turn the rotten jumble of the old era into ashes. The memory from the first-person perspective of little Avis supplemented many details that he had not known in the game. Unfortunately, the memory fragments are limited after all, and not many key details are revealed. After a while, he sighed, closed his eyes gently, and then slowly opened them again, forcing himself to shift his attention back to the book. Only here, he could not feel those ubiquitous and obscure surveillance eyes. Chapter 13 New Memories. After dinner, Avis dismissed the maid and returned to his room alone. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of the Ningxian wood. On the carved silver lamp, a piece of ice-like crystal emitted a strong blue-white fluorescence. It penetrated the surrounding pale yellow lampshade, illuminating the room dimly and warmly. Since the magic crystal lamp, cheap and dim candles have been eliminated from the lives of the nobles. This luxurious lighting method originated from the ancient magic empire. It is indeed extremely bright and stable, and the brightness can even be adjusted freely within a certain range. But even if it is adjusted to the darkest, each magic hour will consume at least 1 gold coin worth of magic crystal. You must know that in this world, the mainstream currency between civilians is still silver coins. A barony with a population of thousands and a territory of hundreds of square kilometers has an annual tax of only hundreds of gold coins. Usually, only transactions of items above the second level and large transactions will be settled in gold coins. Avis took off the ordinary magic crystal from the magic crystal lamp and replaced it with a piece of perfect prismatic super magic crystal ore. Then he sat on the pillar bed of the tranquilizing wood and began to practice his own meditation method. Under the stimulation of the lamp-based magic array, the crystal pillar emitted a light blue fluorescence. A trace of strange original magic power escaped from the light, and as Avis meditated, it was gradually absorbed into his body. Since crossing over, with the accumulation of countless precious resources day and night, Avis's foundation has been solid to an extremely exaggerated degree. Although he is still at the apprentice level, his total mental power and magic power have reached the level of an ordinary first-level mage, and his physical fitness is comparable to that of an ordinary third-level warrior. With even breathing, Avis gradually entered a deep state of meditation. The magic in the environment formed a vortex around his body, and sank into his body in the breath, strengthening his body and spirit bit by bit. The meditation method was given to him by the Duke half a year ago, and the name is very simple, Carlot Meditation Method. Since the birth of his eldest son Raymond, the Duke has carefully analyzed, compared and studied his and Elena's meditation methods. It took a whole year to create a meditation method specifically for his descendants, and named it after himself. After decades of improvement, Carlot Meditation Method has firmly entered the ranks of top meditation methods. For the Duke's descendants, the effect of this meditation method is even better than other top meditation methods. When Avis meditated, the remaining strange energy in the sea of spirit fluctuated slightly, subtly transforming his spiritual body, and was gradually absorbed by him. From rebirth to now, he has absorbed most of the strange energy, and the last little bit will be completely consumed tonight. Will there be any changes? Avis's consciousness silently enveloped the spiritual sea. In his perception, the remaining energy was continuously fluctuating at a certain frequency, slowly infiltrating into the consciousness body. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown in his mind ended, the last trace of energy infiltrated into the consciousness body, like the last straw that broke the camel's back. An inexplicable feeling emanated from his consciousness body. At the same time, after the energy completely dissipated, a broken ball of light suddenly appeared in the original place. Compared with this light ball, the fragments before were like the difference between stars and the moon. Avis was slightly surprised to find that the memory fragments absorbed in childhood corresponded to the gaps in the light ball at this moment. Unlike childhood, as if confirming that his body's endurance was sufficient, the entire light ball directly merged into Avis's consciousness, and a huge amount of information flowed into his brain. The intense swelling and pain directly forced him to exit the deep meditation state and fell asleep on the bedding. What Avis didn't know was that the moment he lay down, a circle of unique and illusory fluctuations emanated from his spiritual sea and spread far away. The ninth-rank Duke was unaware of this fluctuation. But in a secret room deep in Uelling Castle, an old man, with a silver-gray eye in his brow suddenly frowned. He opened his closed eyes and carefully explored. But in the end, he found nothing. The next day, Avis forced himself to cope with the daily courses and entered the library alone as usual. But today, he did not do any reading. Just wanted to be quiet. The light ball contained all the memories of little Avis's future life. The eldest brother Raymond failed to suppress the rebellion and was captured by the rebels. The second brother Evan disappeared inexplicably and could not be located. The last place he appeared was in the city lord's mansion in his territory. The third sister Alanis and the Coldwind Knights were ambushed by the army. After paying a huge price, they barely broke through and retreated to the city of Carlis to defend, while the Duke was being held back by a strong man of the same level. The Moon Castle was attacked, and the fifth sister Fiona was captured and her whereabouts are unknown. The rebels were aided by unknown forces and advanced step by step. Duke Carrick used the emergency communication array to ask for help from the royal family and the other three families. However, the request for help sent to the royal family fell on deaf ears, and the responses from other families were shocking. Their current situation was also extremely bad, and they were no longer able to support Olivindi. Duke Carrot took the remnants of his family and retreated to his wizard tower in Nightwind Castle. Next, an unknown powerful enemy attacked there, with the help of the monitoring array in the wizard tower. Little Avis briefly looked at the invading enemy. It was a human figure wrapped in dazzling holy white light. When he walked on the ground, even the sun would be eclipsed in front of him. Sacred, powerful, unrivaled. With just a glance across the monitoring array, little Avis, who was at the 7th level at the time, had an instinctive tremor, and even his spirit body felt a trace of illusory pain. Little Avis had never felt such a magical fluctuation. He was sure that the strength of that figure was definitely beyond the 9th level limit. Faced with such a strong enemy, Carrick could not stand alone. Before the main wizard tower was completely breached, he activated the last resort. The disordered and ultra-long distance chaotic teleportation teleported every remaining member of the clan far away. After the family was almost destroyed, little Avis made up his mind and used the secret treasure to strip his blood. With the help of the last bit of the family's foundation, he completely changed his appearance and soul breath, and hid in a remote town in the Empire with a false identity. In the days that followed, he was always thinking about revenge on the enemy and revitalizing the glory of the Olivindi family. But the reality was very cruel. He gradually learned that the rebels were getting stronger and stronger, and even the royal family had begun to show signs of failure. The only thing that comforted him was that he heard the news of Fiona again. In order to continue, the remaining forces of the 4 major families formed an alliance to fight against the enemies behind the scenes. Although the situation is still not optimistic, at least it has escaped the crisis of complete destruction. Fiona has become one of the top leaders of the alliance. She has been missing for many years, and now has reached the 9th level. She is known as the Star of the North. After learning about his sister's news, little Avis put down the burden in his heart and began to implement a plan that he had been brewing in his mind. Chapter 14 Trump Card. There is a saying among the people of the Gloria Empire: a starving earthhorn rhino is bigger than the strongest wild horse. Although the Olivindi family was almost destroyed, the final foundation left behind was still enough to support little Avis to do many things. It was a spherical crystal, about the size of an apple, with both ends slightly flattened. It was similar to the shape of the Earth model that Avis had seen before. It had a very strange property, with a translucent appearance. The color was always changing, and the core part was still glowing alternately. The magic spectrum test showed that it did not belong to any known substance. Its name was a single Gumani syllable, Een. Every 1,000 years, the brilliance in the crystal ball will reach its peak. At this time, it will become an unparalleled medium for wishing. There is no need for any ceremony to use it, and there are no restrictions on its use. Even if an ordinary person directly holds it and says a wish, it can be realized directly. The most important thing is that the degree of distortion of the wish through the Een is almost negligible. For example, suppose a caster wishes to improve his level. There is an 80% chance of failure in ordinary wishing, and another 20% chance of realizing a distorted wish. The result is usually catastrophic. The wishing may connect him to a giant energy source, such as the magic energy pool of the wizard tower. Then the fate of the caster is obvious. But if this wishing is activated through Een, the energy in the crystal ball will prompt him to transform in an instant and provide all the power consumed in the process. Of course, if the wisher is too greedy and wishes to upgrade several realms at once, but is annihilated by the huge magic power that he cannot control, then it has nothing to do with Een. In the hands of the family, it was used twice, and detailed records were left each time. Its first owner was Aldrich, who was a 9th level peak warlock at the time. After obtaining Een, he spent a year studying it and roughly determined the nature of this crystal ball. It was a collection of wish power that he had never seen before. Although you can make a wish directly, the method to maximize the use of the power of the crystal ball is still to guide it with the formal wishing ritual. So, Aldrich arranged a highest level wishing ritual with Een as the core. His wish is simple: promote to legend. After the wish was completed, the entire ritual array emitted a dazzling brilliance, and an extremely huge mysterious power entangled him. Onlookers can clearly feel that the pressure from him, who had been stuck at the 9th level limit for many years, began to increase again, becoming extremely deep and terrifying. When this power reached its peak, endless light suddenly burst out from Aldrich's body, and the whole person instantly turned into a sun. The next moment, the light disappeared, and the bystanders, the magic circle and Een itself were intact. But Aldrich himself disappeared out of thin air. No one could sense where he went. There was no spatial fluctuation at the original place. And the blood crystal ball left in the family also turned into a strange gray. The people in the family could only vaguely sense that he was still alive through the deepest blood induction. 1,000 years after Aldrich disappeared, the brilliance of the crystal overflowed again. This time, the person who used it was Lois, the then current head of the Olivendi family. In terms of seniority, he was the grandson of Aldrich. Considering Aldrich's fate, he did not directly wish to improve his or others' realm, but tried to wish for Aldrich to return. However, this wish did not work, and the ritual array and the crystal ball had no reaction. From the above results, Lois came to two conclusions. First, Een is a strange object that can satisfy the wishes of the legendary level. Second, Een is not truly omnipotent. At least, making Aldrich return is beyond its ability. Combined with some secret information obtained by the family in the past 1,000 years, Lois had a vague guess. He began to make a wish again. And this time, his wish was, let himself become the 9th order limit. The crystal emitted the same light as when Aldrich made a wish, and these lights were wrapped around Lois like ribbons. When his strength was raised to the 9th order limit level, the light dissipated again. Lois tried to control his sudden huge power. His wish came true, and he did not disappear. Half a month later, Lois, who had completely mastered his own power, left the rules for using Een. 1. Do not make a wish that is too high for your own strength. 2. Do not make a wish that is higher than the legendary level. 3. Refer to Boltzmann's wish code. In fact, the reason why the family left Een to little Avis was that they hoped that when he reached the 9th level, he could use the wishing technique to increase his strength to the 9th level limit, so as to lead the family to a comeback. During the time when he was hiding his identity, the brilliance of Een finally filled up again. He originally planned to improve his strength according to the plan, but the news of Fiona's reappearance made him change his original decision. Not to mention that he could not reach the 9th level in a short period of time. Even if he became the 9th level limit, it would not help the current situation. The enemy has proved with facts that they are not something that 1 or 2 9th level limit can contend with. Rather than using it himself, it is better to use Een in a more critical place. After weighing it again and again, he made a crazy decision to use vague wishes. In the book Wish Code written by the 9th level mysterious wizard Star Wish Boltzmann Fenials, vague wishes are the #1 wrong way to make wishes. More than 90% of wishing accidents are caused by the caster's unclear description of the wish. But Boltzmann also admitted that the more precise the wish, the more power it takes, and the higher the probability of failure. Precise wishes require more power to maintain this precision. Every time a specific restriction is added, the cost of making a wish will double. Little Avis had studied this book carefully, and knew the disadvantages of vague wishes. But he was unable to change any of the current situations. In despair, he placed all his hopes on the wishing technique and the glimmer of fate. His last wish was simple: to revive the glory of the Olivendi family. A textbook-like wrong way to make a wish. but also a way to maximize the power of the wishing technique. He succeeded, but the price was everything he had, including his soul. The wishing technique produced a real miracle effect. A soul from a distant world transcended time and space and descended to the critical time point before the fall of the Olivendi family, and inherited all the memories of little Avis in his previous life. As an important part of this miracle, Avis, who was inexplicably pulled here, now has to be very alert and think carefully about how to break the situation. Otherwise, the fate of little Avis in his previous life is the fate he is destined to face. Chapter 15 Net and Fish. Sometimes, the more you know, the less happy you are. Avis's eyes were solemn, and he quickly browsed the new memories in his mind, and his index finger tapped unconsciously on the armrest of the sofa. Looking at history from the perspective of an observer is completely different from participating in history in person. In his previous life, little Avis was limited by his own pattern, and could not see what the family was facing. But as a god's perspective, Avis saw a breathtaking message from his rough life. It was a net. A big net woven by a black hand hidden behind the scenes, covering the entire Olivendi family, and even the entire Gloria Empire. The powerful family was deeply trapped in the quagmire of conspiracy, and was irreversibly declining. Branch forces of all sizes were either annexed or directly uprooted. The most terrifying thing is that the Olivendi family is only a part of this big net. Combined with the background information of the game in the previous life, Avis has already had several vague conclusions about the true identity of the enemy behind the scenes. First, the rebels had a very unusual Ninth Order leader. You know, in this era when legends are rare, the Ninth Order, who has mastered the power of rules, is the highest level of strategic deterrence. A group of rebels who are a motley crowd are not a help to the Ninth Order, but a burden. After analyzing a lot of plots, the players of the previous life came to a conclusion. The so-called chief of the rebels is probably not a specific Ninth Order NPC, but a code name. The rebel leader always appears in a black robe and mask, and behind this mask, it could be any Ninth Order. This can well explain how the rebel leader defeated more than one 9th level extreme strongman with ordinary 9th level strength. Although treasures that hide 9th level identities are rare, forces above a certain level can still get them. In other words, the rebels are most likely just substitutes pushed to the stage. White gloves doing dirty work for a certain force. And there may even be more than one force behind them. Avis closed his eyes and sank back into the sofa. When the family's high-level combat power was attracted by the rebels, and other aspects fell into a state of emptiness, a large number of family forces and industries were eroded by local forces. Behind this, there are inevitably small moves by the Glory Alliance, and I am afraid that their shadows are also behind the rebels. In addition, the rebels' construction core is too abnormally strong. Such a large number of high-level constructions are difficult to provide even for the Idle Kingdom Federation, which has the most advanced construction technology. There is only one force that can provide it: the Strategic Cooperation Force of the Kingdom Federation, the birthplace of all construction technology on the Yar continent, the Continental Magic Council. Finally, there is that figure, a master of divine power that has surpassed the 9th level limit. The Holy Light Church really thinks highly of the Olivendi family. The Glory Alliance, a force composed of a large number of small and medium-sized nobles and wealthy businessmen in the Empire, represents the new class of the Gloria Empire, the Continental Magic Council, the magic holy land of the Yar continent. Although the structure is very loose, its members include 80% of the mages in the entire continent, and control the supreme miracle magic creation, the floating city, the Holy Light Church, the largest empire in the Yar continent. The actual controller of the Saint Messia Empire is the only force behind which there is a legend that there is a true god. At this point, Avis had only one thought in his mind: no hope. Wait for death. Goodbye. Avis could understand the goal of the Glory Alliance. The four major families have been high and mighty for thousands of years, occupying too many resources and territories, and the imperial class is almost completely solidified. As the emerging class, the small and medium-sized nobles want to get to the top. They must do everything they can to overthrow the old nobles headed by the four major families, and divide up the territories and resources they occupy. Avis can also understand that the Holy Light Church came to muddy the water among the three major empire-level forces on the continent. The Saint Messia Empire was almost established by the Holy Light Church, and the Idle Kingdom Federation also did not prohibit the Holy Light Church from spreading its doctrines. Only the Gloria Empire, because it hated the Holy Light Church's move to split the ancient magic empire. When Emperor Gloria founded the country, he clearly announced that all activities of the Holy Light Church in the empire were prohibited. Although over the past thousands of years, with the changes in the situation of the empire, the implementation of this rule has not been so strict. But allowing the Holy Light Church to build small churches in some remote areas is the limit of what the empire can tolerate. For this reason, there are constant frictions between the two countries. If the rebels support the Holy Light Church to preach publicly in the territory, then the church will have the motivation to send strong people to disrupt the situation in the empire. But the only thing that Avis can't guess is the goal of the Continental Magic Council. Or, there are still some key information that little Avis has not obtained in his previous life. And finally, the position of the imperial family is also worth pondering. After analyzing to the end, Avis sighed and felt a little tired. After a complete analysis of the situation, he came to a conclusion. The current empire does not actually need the existence of the four major families. When the Gloria Empire was first established, the ancestors of the four major families loyally assisted Emperor Gloria, pacified the four directions, resisted foreign enemies, and made great military achievements. In order to win the hearts of the people, the emperor appointed the heads of the four major families as hereditary Grand Dukes and made a solemn promise. No matter how large the final territory of the empire is, each of the four major families will obtain a province with an area of 1/8 of the empire as a hereditary territory. The four major families have full jurisdiction over the military, economy, justice and social civil affairs of the province, and only need to pay part of the taxes to the royal family every year. You must know that the area of the territory directly controlled by the royal family is only about 2.2 of the entire empire, which shows the weight of this promise. But with thousands of years of peaceful development, the local nobles headed by the four major families have become more and more powerful, and have shown signs of being too big to be eliminated. Even the will of the royal family cannot be fully implemented when it reaches the local level. The marriage between the two families 100 years ago was intended to check and balance the royal family, which made the relationship between the royal family and the aristocratic group even more tense. Avis could understand that the royal family did not support the family forces besieged by the rebels. What he didn't understand was that even when the four major families were almost falling apart and had to form an alliance to keep each other warm, the royal family never came out to clean up the mess. You know, no matter how fierce the fight between the royal family and the local nobles was, it was still an internal fight among the nobles. No matter how they fought, it was still a game between the upper class of the empire, and the meat in the end was still rotten in the pot of the aristocracy. The rebels are different. They represent another class from beginning to end. Perhaps at the beginning, they can be seen as a knife in the hands of the new nobles. But in the later period, the forces behind them are too many and too complicated. It is not in the interests of the royal family to sit back and watch them completely destroy the four major families. Gloria IV cannot fail to understand the principle of the loss of lips and teeth, unless the royal family has been entangled by something more important. Avis tugged at his short light golden hair irritably, his brows tightly locked together. Perhaps the little Avis in his previous life also noticed something. But he is only a 7th level after all. If the family is compared to a deep-sea monster tightly caught in a net, then he can only be regarded as an insignificant Nottingham fish at most. Moreover, he cannot even tell anyone this information for the time being, especially the Duke and the family leaders. He cannot explain the source of the information, and dare not let anyone check his spiritual sea. After venting for a while, Avis loosened his hair that had been made into a bird's nest, forced himself to change the direction of thinking, and began to analyze the advantages he currently has. Continuing to think about the enemy's power, he was worried that he would not be able to bear the pressure and rearrange the material structure. Compared to the last life, my biggest advantage is that I have mastered the rebirth memories of both the players and the natives. Before I interfere too much with the situation, the course of history will still develop according to the original trajectory. The Supreme Rainbow, Perfect Blood, Secret Treasures of the Lost Empire, Mysterious Essence, Infinite Grimoire of Heroes. These top rare resources that have not yet been born. Dusty Treasures, Epic Magic Artifacts, and those fledgling, famous NPCs of various camps. The protagonists on the stage of the new era. With a huge advantage of foresight, they can all become my helpers. Nottingham Fish, a 0-level social water attributed monster. Often hundreds of thousands of them act together, and the size of adult fish is generally no more than the length of a palm. Chapter 16 Strange Calling. Secondly, as a Blue Star player, the completely different knowledge system in another world can also bring me great help. Third, as the fourth son of the Olivendi family, this identity is my strongest backing before the family is destroyed. If used properly, it is enough to exert amazing energy. Fourth, as a former 7th level magician and royal scholar, even if there is no powerful magic and mental power, the most critical knowledge and experience are still there, which is also a priceless and precious asset. Fifth, although the enemy is extremely powerful, it will not come in a short time, and there are still decades to prepare. Mage is not a professional level, but an honorary title, representing a polymath among mages. Only those who have achieved a certain level of magical achievements in all sub-factions of the current school can be evaluated by the Imperial Royal Magic Association. Magic is vast. In today's extremely developed major magic schools, an ordinary spellcaster can only barely master the sub-faction he specializes in throughout his life. Only those who are truly talented can achieve the development of a school of thought. After analyzing the 5 major advantages he has, Avis calmed down again. The problem is huge, and there is no point in panicking. If all the forces on the Yar continent are divided into a level, then the 3 empires are undoubtedly super first class. The Continental Magic Council can barely squeeze into this level with a floating city that can threaten multiple 9th level forces. If the Olivendi family is taken out alone, it can only reach the level of a first-class force. Fortunately, he still had more time to prepare. In his memory, those foreign enemies were not actually all targeting the family, but the old aristocracy represented by the 4 major families was too large and blocked everyone's way. Like an ancient primeval forest, those dark towering trees blocked most of the sunlight, rain and nutrients. If low trees want to grow, they must use a big fire to completely burn the towering trees of the old aristocracy, and then absorb the rich nutrients left in the ashes to grow into new towering trees. Thinking, Avis began to carefully analyze the new memory and look for possible breakthroughs. Fortunately, the wish made by little Avis was just to restore the glory of the Olivendi family. This means that he does not need to confront the new era head-on, but only needs to find a way to keep the Olivendi family in this wave. To simply keep the Olivendi family, based on the future development in his memory, he already has some vague plans. The only problem is the last figure, who surpassed the 9th level, but was not sure whether he had reached the legendary level. Avis has always been thinking about how to deal with it. Just like the emergence of nuclear bombs ended World War II. When a force beyond the 9th level appears, all strategies lose their meaning. Or, with the help of the family's power to collect raw materials, use magic to make a mass energy conversion bomb of tens of millions of tons? But the opponent is not stupid. As long as he teleports hundreds of kilometers away at the moment of feeling danger, he can completely avoid the killing radius and enjoy a spectacular fireworks display. Unless he uses some method to interfere with his teleportation. But the opponent's strength has exceeded the 9th level limit. Ordinary space confinement may not be effective against him. Besides, a nuclear explosion may not necessarily kill the other party. Avis also thought about setting up a device similar to an anti-magic force field. But the principle of this force field to suppress magic is actually suppression and blocking. In other words, according to the principle of equivalent exchange, if you want to make this force field effective, you must always pay energy equal to the total amount of magic in the force field. This is easy to understand. Just like if you want to blow up a balloon under the water, then when blowing, the balloon itself must always bear the pressure from the water. The problem of energy source is easy to solve, and it can be replaced by the element pool of the magic tower. The real problem lies in the material used to draw the array pattern. Among the materials currently known to Avis, none of them can bear the energy output that exceeds the limit of the 9th level at all times. The only good news is that the other party seems to have some special restrictions. Otherwise, the Holy Light Church should have unified the continent long ago, instead of just appearing once. After thinking for a while, Avis, who had no results, raised his head and looked at the side of the reading area. There was a gorgeous floor clock there, an antique from the ancient magic empire. On the dark silver dial, the carved black pointer rotated at a constant speed, and a faint but continuous sound of components running was heard. It's already 1 magic hour? After a moment of hesitation, Avis was about to get up. At this moment, he suddenly felt a faint an attractive magical breath coming from a certain direction of the library. It seemed that something familiar to him was constantly calling him in that direction, because he was distracted by the new memory before. Avis didn't notice the existence of this breath at all. But when he calmed down, this strange call immediately attracted his attention, like a black mole on his fair skin. He sensed the source of the breath with some doubt, and received a cold and strange feedback in his mind, but with a sense of intimacy. This feeling is somewhat similar to that mysterious energy, but there are some differences. Avis's face was slightly condensed, and a trace of doubt flashed in the depths of his blue eyes. There was no such experience in his memory of the previous life. In other words, his crossing caused some special changes. Before, I would read the collection of books here every day, but nothing unusual happened. But today I can clearly sense this breath, which is nothing more than two possibilities. 1. The library has added new books. 2. This is related to my changes in the past day. Avis took out a silver metal nameplate, called up the list of the library, and checked it carefully. There is no record of new books entering the library in the magic circle, so the first possibility is ruled out. The only two major changes in me are that I have obtained complete memories of my previous life and absorbed all the strange energy. For some reason, from this series of events, Avis instinctively sensed a strong sense of arrangement. Is this also the effect of the wishing spell? Thinking, Avis closed his eyes and carefully sensed the direction of the call, and slowly walked over. He did not relax because of this. The wish made by little Avis was to revive the glory of the Olivindi family, not to ensure that he would live forever. After walking through many rows of bookshelves exuding an ancient atmosphere, Avis stopped. The bookshelf in front of him was in the poetry collection section at the bottom of the library. On it were exquisite ancient books, with extremely high artistic and collection value collected by family members of various generations. At this moment, his eyes slowly swept over many ancient books, and finally focused on a large book with a dark green spine. It seems to be it, the source of the breath. Avis stared at the book quietly, and the silver metal plate on his waist lighted up slightly. The invisible magic power turned into a delicate spell effect, and the book automatically pulled itself out of the bookshelf and fell into his hands. As soon as the book was in his hands, an extremely unpleasant, cold and slippery touch like a soft creature came from his hands, making Avis frown. He returned to his usual position, and under the soft light of the magic crystal chandelier, he carefully examined the heavy book in his hand. It was an ancient book about 10 inches long, 8 inches wide, and 2 inches thick. The cover was made of a dark green material similar to the skin of a creature, with strange patterns on it. The corners and part of the spine are wrapped with an unknown metal with a dull luster. A wide buckle made of dark green leather and dull metal firmly fixes the front and back covers together, like some kind of seal. 2 lines of light silver high elf words are written in the center of the cover. The author uses an ancient fancy font, which adds a touch of elegance to this thick book full of ominous atmosphere. The back cover of the book is engraved with a sun pattern. The solid circle with light silver texture is surrounded by a circle of conical sunlight of varying lengths. When staring at it, Avis can even feel a faint warmth. Hill's poem? Chapter 17, The Secret Book of the Old Days. Avis frowned. He had no impression of this book. The author was probably not even a little famous. How did such a book get into the family library? Could it be that its material has a high collection value? While speculating on the origin of the book with a little malice, Avis quickly flipped through it. The material of the pages is similar to parchment, with a light yellow color unique to old books. The text inside is also written in light silver high elf characters. The first half is a few absurd high elf poems, and the second half is some abstract sketches, which seem to be the scenery casually drawn by the author. Based on the writing style of these poems, Avis judged that the author of this book, Hill, should have lived in the Middle and Late Golden Age, judging from the rare and scattered structure of the book with the first half of the text, the second half of the illustrations, and even a few blank pages at the end. It is very likely just a casual work like a notebook. However, Avis noticed that the font on the last page of the main text of the long poem was a little blurry, and the page itself was slightly black, without magic fluctuations. The content is worthless. After flipping through it, Avis frowned slightly, stared at the dark green cover, and unconsciously rubbed his chin. After taking it in his hand, the strange sense of intimacy became clearer. But that was all. He did not give up and flipped through it again, and carefully checked the slightly blackened page. but still found nothing. Avis gave up studying the content of the book, put his index finger and middle finger together, and carefully stroked the surface of the book, feeling the texture of the cover. He tapped it twice from time to time and listened to the feedback. Then, he put his nose close to it and sniffed the smell on the surface of the material carefully. After hesitating for a while, he also used the tip of his tongue to feel the taste. After checking for a long time, Avis was somewhat surprised to find that the material that made up the cover of the book did not belong to any material he had ever known. This is a very rare situation. You know, in his previous life, little Avis had the title of magician, a material that even he didn't understand. Its rarity can be imagined. Avis fell into deep thought, and he vaguely understood in his heart that the next step should be to connect the book with mental power. However, this book gave him a really strange feeling. He is not a player who can be resurrected now, and he must consider the risks of doing so. That's it. So I hope to get your help. In the study of Uelen Castle, the Duke sat behind his large black dragon bloodwood desk and listened carefully to Avis's story. A strange and exquisite hourglass was placed in a corner of the desk. In the transparent crystal prism suspended above the base, the fine silver sand with blue starlight fell like water, making a faint rustling sound. After understanding the whole story, the Duke nodded in approval, affirming that Avis told him the whole story and asked him to help check whether there was any danger. Your choice is very correct, Avis. No matter how cautious you are with these mysterious items whose effects have not been identified, it is not too much. You must know that the probability of pie and trap is often equal. You must remember that as the bloodline heir of my Olivendi family, you must not put yourself in a dangerous situation at any time. As he spoke, the Duke casually tapped the table, and a miniature ice blue magic circle flashed under his finger. A few seconds later, the straight figure of Butler Leonard appeared at the door. Your Excellency the Duke, what do you want? Go to the third section of the miscellaneous area of the Great Library. Find a book called Hill's Poem. Bring it with you. This is the authority nameplate. Taking out a silver metal plate engraved with the family crest, Duke Carrick casually handed it to Leonard. In less than half a minute, the butler returned to the study, placed the book and the nameplate on the table, and then quietly left the room. Is it this book? Yes, Father. Without a close inspection, when Leonard returned to the study for the second time, Avis felt the familiar intimacy. There is no doubt that the source is the thick book on the table. The Duke waved his hand, and the dark green thick book automatically flew into his hand. With the sunlight projected into the room through the gorgeous arched window, he slowly flipped through it. Father, did you find anything? Avis watched the Duke's actions quietly, with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Its material is somewhat special, and seems to come from some abnormally ancient creature. As he spoke, Duke Carrot separated a trace of ninth-order mental power and probed into the book. But then, his originally relaxed face slowly became serious, and a hint of solemnity flashed across his blue eyes. The result was completely beyond his expectations. Under the powerful ninth-order mental power detection, the book did not have any magic fluctuations or abnormal feedback, as if it was a completely ordinary craft book. No abnormalities? Interesting. Avis, do you still have that kind of feeling about it now? Looking at the unchanged dark green book, the Duke's blue eyes gradually narrowed. Yes, Father. Avis glanced at the book in the Duke's hand with a little desire, and nodded to confirm. Okay. Then take it. Use your mental power to connect it. If there is a problem, I will immediately cut off the connection. No need to worry about anything. The Duke did not see any action, and the dark green heavy ancient book floated up from his palm out of thin air and slowly floated towards Avis. Avis took a deep breath, reached out to catch it, and stretched out his mental power to connect with it. In an instant, a strange change occurred. In Avis's eyes, the surface of the book gradually exuded a strange and ominous dark breath. The dark shadow flowed out from the light silver font on the cover like a stream of water, gradually spreading around. Soon, the original light silver title was completely swallowed up, and the shadow turned into an amorphous dark mass, wriggling and occupying the center of the cover. On the back of the book, the originally light silver warm sun symbol has now turned into a dark and scorching sun. The surrounding sunlight has become distorted and frantic, like countless struggling and dancing tentacles, giving people a weird and hateful feeling. As the book changes, a strange whisper that seems to be there and not there sounds in the depths of Avis' mind. This sound makes his mind a little dazed. And it is definitely not any language he knows. He even suspects that the sound is not something that human vocal cords can produce. The surrounding environment gradually began to distort. And the light was slightly distorted and blurred. The colors of various objects became strong and vivid. Like an old photo with full contrast. The originally faint and orderly rustling sound of the hourglass has become clear, disordered and crazy. It is like some kind of messy and meaningless background noise from the depths of the desolate universe. And Wazy did not pay attention to the changes in the environment. He turned the book back to the front for the second time. At this time, the dark shadow mass seemed to have completely digested the original light silver text. It twisted and deformed again, forming two slightly wriggling dark high elven words in the place of the original title. Old Secret Book? The original text is two high elven words connected together. The first word means past, ancient, long time. And the second is secret, hidden knowledge. Chapter 18 obtained. Avis opened the buckle and flipped open the heavy cover. The slightly yellowed parchment on the pages turned dark yellow and almost brown at this moment. And the glossy texture became extremely old, as if it had passed through an extremely long time in an instant. On the empty title page, there was now a strange huge symbol. The symbol itself was composed of a spiral that exuded an ominous atmosphere, twisted and changing folds, and strange dots of different sizes. The ink that depicted it was also very strange. In Avis's eyes, this black and green ink seemed to be still flowing. Carefully examining this mysterious pattern, Avis kept comparing it in his mind, trying to find the meaning behind the symbol. But in the end, this attempt failed. This strange symbol, like the material of the book, was beyond his current knowledge. He tried to turn to the second page again, but found that all the pages behind could not be turned, as if they were glued together with strong glue. A strange feeling came, and Avis immediately understood the reason why he couldn't read. The mental strength was not strong enough. He couldn't bear the mysterious knowledge in the book. Snap. Just at this moment, the Duke suddenly clapped his hands. This sound seemed to turn off a switch, and the abnormal feeling in the room disappeared instantly. Avis shuddered all over, raised his head as if waking up from a dream, and the mental power connected to the book was naturally disconnected. A strange feeling rose from his heart, as if some changes had occurred. At this time, the sound of the hourglass returned to normal. But in the upper half of the hourglass, a large piece of silver blue sand had been visibly missing. 3 magic hours and 32 minutes have passed since your spiritual power touched this book. Noticing Avis's gaze, Duke Carrot spoke calmly. 3 magic hours? Has it been that long? Avis was stunned, and his eyes were filled with a bit of surprise. In his perception, time seemed to have just passed less than 3 minutes. Does it feel like not long? This is the Lacana effect, when your spiritual power is too low in quality, and you try to analyze high-level spells. You will have such a time illusion. The Duke spread out his hands, and a spell structure as complex as a flower appeared in his palm, and then gradually turned into scattered light spots from top to bottom. If I hadn't interrupted you just now, you would have exhausted your spiritual power without noticing it. If you continue, your spiritual C may even be damaged. If your rank reaches the 4th level or above, even if it is still not enough to complete the analysis, you can detect something wrong after consuming too much spiritual power, and immediately cut off the connection. As he said this, the Duke suddenly realized the problem in his words. Of course, this is not your problem. On the contrary, it is a good thing. As a member of my Olivendi family, you must not make the fatal mistake made by ordinary professionals, blindly pursuing the speed of advancement and ignoring your most fundamental foundation. An early ripening black honey fruit will taste green and bland. Even if we have blood, different foundations will also lead to a huge difference in strength between the same rank. You must remember that all future strength growth will be based on your original foundation. Every bit of slow accumulation now will be magnified thousands of times in the future. Only by making your foundation completely reach the limit of no further improvement and being promoted in the most perfect manner can you go further on the road of a professional. I understand, Father. Anwise nodded slightly, and couldn't help but be secretly alert to what happened just now. With double memories, he should have noticed something wrong immediately, but he still fell into it unknowingly. This was undoubtedly a wake-up call for his originally relaxed mentality. So, what are you going to do? Duke Carrot nodded and tapped the table with his fingers to attract Anwise's attention. Although the power of this book is a bit weird, I can feel that it has no malice towards you. and its hidden state can deceive my perception. There is no doubt that it is at least a 9th level, or even a peak 9th level magic item. I just checked the library catalog. It is one of the first batch of books in the library, which originated from the donation of the first-generation patriarch, Lord Aldridge. This also means that for thousands of years, you are the only one who can sense and control it. Father, I want this book. Can I? Avis immediately understood the Duke's implication and immediately made his request with a smile. A high-level magic item will bring him a considerable improvement in strength. The most important thing is that little Avis does not have it in his memory, which makes it a variable in his fate. For his current situation, any such variable is extremely precious. The books in the library are the public property of the family. I can't decide to give you one of them. Gently stroking the carvings on the cufflinks, the Duke raised his eyes, his blue eyes staring at Avis's somewhat surprised and puzzled expression. His tone neither hurried nor slow. But, if you really want it so much, I can lend it to you temporarily. And in the future. As a price, you need to add 3 or more books of the same type to the library to replace it. Do you accept this condition? Avis? I accept. Father. Very good. The Duke finalized the matter casually. And in the process, neither of them tacitly mentioned the specific time in the future. At the same time, the thick book in Avis's hand suddenly burst into a dazzling white flame. Avis was startled, and the hand holding the book instinctively retracted. But he immediately discovered that although the whole book was burning, these white flames actually had no temperature. After leaving Avis's palm, the book did not fall to the ground, but was suspended steadily in the air. As the white flames burned, runes with faint light appeared on the cover, and then gradually collapsed from top to bottom, turning into faint blue light spots and drifting away. A large number of light points converged in the air above the study, stretching into a dark blue galaxy. Against the backdrop of the quietly burning white flames, it looked mysterious and magical. Soon, the runes on the cover all disintegrated, and a ring engraved with a coat of arms on the Duke's index finger lit up slightly, and the flame disappeared as it appeared. Now, it's yours. However, if it undergoes some unknown changes in the future, notify me immediately. Understand? I understand. Avis grabbed the book floating in the air again. The moment he grabbed it, his heart suddenly moved, and the heavy book instantly shrank to the size of a palm. Has it been recognized? Not bad. The Duke nodded in understanding, took out a piece of paper from the desk drawer, and printed it with the emblem ring. When the ring face and the paper were attached, a colorless magic light flashed and disappeared, leaving an ice crystal-like mark. Take this to Leonard and ask him to take you to the Moon Castle warehouse to get materials to make a book chain. The Duke shook his hand and threw the paper to Avis, who elegantly reached out to catch it. Then, I'll take my leave. Father. After getting the Duke's approval, Avis bowed and then quietly left the room. When he left, Duke Carrot stared at the door, tapping the table with his fingers from time to time, frowning slightly. Old secret book? This kind of breath. After thinking about it, the Duke opened the bottom drawer of the desk again, and his fingers outlined a complicated miniature magic circle on the deepest wooden board. A faint light flashed, and the wooden board depicting the magic circle rippled like water waves, and an extremely secret compartment opened silently. At the same time, a mysterious fragrance that seemed to come from an endless and distant country drifted out. In the secret compartment was a palm-long, simple dark silver key. It was made of some unknown metal, and the handle was engraved with strange and delicate vine patterns. The surface luster was extremely dim, as if it had experienced an eternity. Touching the slightly cool metal texture of the key, the Duke suddenly laughed in a mocking low voice, not knowing what he thought of. Taboo. Hee, taboo? Chapter 19 Internal testing begins. On the other side, with the Duke's handwritten order, Avis withdrew some void silver from the warehouse and asked Leonard to help make a book chain. Void silver is a metal with a color like dim stars and an indescribable aura, which matches the style of the old secret book very well. Of course, its price is also matched. Void silver, a metal-type space attribute magic material, is an extremely rare magic metal. It is only produced in powder form in some special space unstable areas, and the annual output is only a few grams. This metal is usually used to make high-level space attribute magic equipment and construct space rule runes. It is a necessary material for cross-continental teleportation arrays. Even in the warehouse of Uelen Castle, This metal is an absolute top-level material, and the stock is only a few hundred grams. Avis spent dozens of grams to make this book chain, which is enough to make a high-level space ornament. For this reason, Leonard originally hoped that Avis could reconsider, but after Avis emphasized the Duke's order and high-level magic book, the butler still helped him refine the book chain. By the way, maybe we should change its appearance. Avis gently stroked the dark green cover. A familiar strange touch came from his fingertips. Based on the sense of touch alone, he even suspected that he was not touching a book, but the tentacles of some unknown creature. Magic tricks. A trace of magic light flashed between his fingers, and the dark green book suddenly turned into a brilliant silver white, as if it was cast in silver. When Avis was happy about obtaining the old secret book in another world, the scene he had been looking forward to for a long time before crossing over was happening at this moment. Blue Star. A surface city. The scene of the trailer release of the game Mysterious Era. This is the world's first fully immersive virtual online game, with medieval swords and magic as the background, providing players with a 98.25% immersive experience. This game uses the independently developed Fantasy 2 engine and the supercomputing core Eternal, striving to show a real magical world to the majority of players. Equipped with a unique thinking acceleration system, the time ratio between the game and reality is 12.5 to 1. Then next, we will randomly select 250 lucky warriors from all those who have applied to participate in the deleted file internal test. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, your system has been received. Noticing the sound of his short message notification, Jiang Hung took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. The next moment, although he was in the noisy venue, he felt that the whole world had quieted down. Hey, I won! The Mysterious Era internal beta test quota for individual players is limited to only 250 in the whole continent, and I applied for it. As a former professional player who has left the club, he didn't have much hope, but he never expected that luck would suddenly hit him. You know, it's a completely immersive game. A game that requires sci-fi equipment, such as game cabins and nutrient solution. It even has accelerated thinking, which is almost equivalent to a sudden increase in lifespan by 12.5 times. In comparison, all those coquettish and cheap VR games should be swept into the garbage heap. As one of the 250 lucky ones, who stood out from 658,436 warriors, Jiang Hung left the venue with a step that didn't recognize his relatives and went to the official store to order a dedicated game cabin. Of course, such good news cannot be enjoyed alone. It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. In the store, Jiang Hung took a selfie with his back against his exclusive numbered game cabin, turned on the level 5 beauty filter, attached a screenshot of the qualification certificate, and sent it to all his friends. I applied for the internal test qualification casually. The probability is really high. 3 seconds later, the replies from friends were overwhelming. Fuck. Dogecoin. Convex. Please be a human being. Oh my god. People can't be compared with dogs. Endless European thieves. Endless African tears. After receiving the cordial blessings from his friends, Jiang Hung closed the social software with a refreshed spirit, and his spirit seemed to be sublimated in an instant. Of course, when Jiang Hung sent the group message, he avoided the friends who were still active players in the club. As one of the largest esports clubs in China, it is not difficult to get a few internal test quotas exclusively for the club. In other words, he couldn't get the desired effect even if he sent it. So he simply didn't tell them. Among all the professional players, Jiang Hung is a rare one, because he disliked the training being too tiring. He directly refused the well-paid contract extension after becoming the captain for 2.5 years, and applied for retirement instead. After signing an agreement promising never to join another club, Jiang Hung peacefully terminated the contract with his old club, and then lazily stayed at home with the tens of millions of savings he had accumulated over the years, living a standard salted fish life. By the way, he is still single. After the game cabin and half a year's worth of nutrient solution were delivered to his home by the staff, Jiang Hung happily took a shower, then lay in the game cabin and put the built-in clothes sensor on his head. A slight beep sounded, and 2 lights, one red and one blue, lit up in the cabin, slowly sweeping across his body surface. The slightly cool nutrient solution was injected into the cabin, and the chill from his skin made Jiang Hung shiver. The nutrient solution seemed to have a weak sleeping effect, and he felt sleepy almost immediately, and the world fell into darkness. The next moment, the darkness was dispelled by the sudden light. Jiang Hung looked around curiously, and found that he was in a void space emitting white light. There was a vague figure in the center of the space, and there were no reference objects around. "Dear warrior, please start to establish your identity." The voice from nowhere echoed in his ears, and it was difficult to distinguish between men and women. But Jiang Hung instinctively felt that the voice was extremely pleasant. As the voice fell, a crystal-like panel appeared in front of Jiang Hung, with a blank ID input box and corresponding letter keys on it, followed by a line of words. "Please enter the player nickname. Raise your hand to enter the nickname you want." And after pressing a few letters, a familiar text selection box appears in front of you. "Oh, I'm still using the Smart Search Q Pinion input method." Jiang Hung was inexplicably a bit annoyed, but he still silently pressed enter. "The last Dragonborn. This nickname can be used, and it cannot be modified after registration." "Are you sure?" "Confirm. This nickname comes from an old but classic game." What Jiang Hung finds very regrettable is that even though holographic virtual games have been released, this game still has no sequel. After the nickname is confirmed, the panel expands, and a series of race options are displayed on it. Each race has a corresponding background introduction, race talent, and attribute correction below. Human, elf, half-elf, half-orc, dwarf. Random. Note: rare races may appear with a small probability. After browsing the attribute descriptions of all the optional races, Jiang Hung finally chose the elf. The other options instantly shrank to the corner of the panel. The icon representing the elf was enlarged, and two detailed racial divisions appeared below. Elf natural, elf dark. After carefully comparing the talent differences between the two, Jiang Hung chose the natural elf. Although it does not have the talent tricks of the dark elf, the charm compensation of the natural elf is the highest of all optional races. 5. Which is 2 higher than the dark elf. The figure in the center of the space suddenly began to deform. The figure became slender. The skin became whiter and more delicate, and the ears became longer and pointed. The handsome facial features vaguely showed the shadow of Jiang Hung, but the eyes were light green, like clear pool water. The hair color also turned light green and became slightly longer, adding a touch of elegant temperament. Chapter 20. The first thing to do when entering a holographic virtual game. After the race selection is completed, the detail adjustment options appear on the panel. Appearance adjustment? All up. Optimization range 100%. What? Only 20% can be corrected at most? Then max it out. After a very skilled operation, Jiang Hung finally looked at the elf youth with satisfaction, whose appearance seemed to have turned on a filter, and then felt a little regretful. What is the first thing to do when entering a holographic virtual game? That's right. Create a female character. But after searching through all the options, he didn't see the gender option. Jiang Hung swore that he would report this serious, stupid, pathetic, and unforgivable vicious bug to the official after he went offline. After the character was created, the panel showed the birth regions available for selection: Gloria Empire, Saint Messia Empire, and Idle Kingdom Federation. There is also a background introduction below each region. At the bottom of the panel is the character name input box and a dice, with 2 lines of notes below. The character name is the name of the player by the NPC in the game, and it can be changed in the game after registration. Note that a character name that is too special may attract the attention and disgust of the NPC. Random registration is recommended. Attention and disgust? Are NPCs so smart? Jiang Hung was stunned. Due to the habit of professional players trying new things, he withdrew his hand that was originally intended to register randomly and entered a character name on his own. Laboratory Dragonborn. The landing area selected the Gloria Empire. After clicking to confirm, the crystal panel turned into light spots and drifted away. Everything in front of him began to blur, and the pleasant prompt sound came at the end. Thank you for playing Mysterious Era. I wish you a happy life. When his vision returned to normal, Jiang Hung, wearing a hooded gray linen civilian costume, stood beside the flat white stone road. Exquisite brick and stone buildings stretched from both sides of the road to the distance, and green vines climbed beside the antique lattice windows. The light blue and magenta tile roof shone brightly, and the black iron weather vane gently rotated on the roof. The sky was blue and pure, with a few clouds lazily dotted in it, and the white was dazzling. The 4-wheeled carriages of the nobles drove slowly in the middle of the road, and the professionals in armor walked on both sides of the road. From time to time, vendors wandered in the crowd, selling some snacks and fragmentary handmade goods. The towering city wall stood a little further away, and the mottled walls of gray rocks were covered with moss. The guards patrolled below the city wall, and the morning sun was blocked by the city wall, casting a huge shadow, covering Jiang Hung. The noise of the crowd echoed in his ears, and the air was filled with the unique atmosphere of a medieval city. Looking at everything around him in amazement, Jiang Hung couldn't help but walk to the wall of a building nearby, reached out and touched the slightly rough brick wall, and even tried to lick it. The fingertips felt cold and rough, just like touching real stone. When you get closer, you can even smell the unique astringent smell produced by the sun exposure on the surface of the stone. My God, if I didn't know it in advance, I would even think that all this is true. A civilian passing by accidentally heard this sentence, and couldn't help but look at the elf with a fool's eyes. The last Dragonborn, immersed in amazement, did not notice this episode. He raised his hand to call out the panel, and a crystal-like panel appeared in front of him. The style was unexpectedly in line with the surrounding medieval environment. In fact, the panel in the game is completely controlled by thoughts. The last Dragonborn played a lot of VR online games, and got used to manual operation. Time until the end of the internal test, 23:59 on the 14th real time. Internal test experience reward, 100 times. During the internal test, the main task is temporarily locked, and the novice gift pack has been distributed to the player warehouse. Player ID, Last Dragonborn, Laboratory Dragonborn. Level 1. Race, Elf Nature. Life, 120/120. Magic, 80 out of 80. Endurance, 100/100. Experience, 0. Leveling up required, 1000. Strength, 9-3. Agility, 11 plus 3. Constitution, 9 - 3. Intelligence, 11 plus 2. Perception, 8 plus 3. Charm, 10 plus 5. Will, 8 plus 1. Trait, extraordinary bloodline elves are born with a high affinity for magic, which reduces the difficulty of learning and mastering spells, and improves the effectiveness of spells. Skills, archery, LV.1. Dexterity, LV.1. Climbing, LV.1. In addition to various attributes, the mailbox column in the lower right corner of the panel suddenly flashed, and an email popped up automatically. New news? The last dragon curiously clicked it, and found that it was the game instructions and game guide sent by the official to new players. Instructions for players of Mystic Era. Dear players, thank you for purchasing and registering this game. This game is a 98.25% realistic immersive game. The pain can be adjusted between 1% and 10%, with an upper limit of 10%. Note that due to the high degree of simulation, the NPCs in the game have the same intelligence and emotions as real people. Please do not relax your vigilance against any NPC. In order to ensure authenticity, the communication system in the game adopts the form of carrier pigeons. All new players can get a primary carrier pigeon for free. The carrier pigeon and the system panel are both indestructible and invisible to NPCs. Players can input text with the keyboard or write letters directly, depending on the distance between the recipient and the sender. Each time a primary carrier pigeon delivers a message, it takes 1 hour to 3 days of game time, and it cannot enter or exit special maps. Players can buy intermediate and advanced carrier pigeons in the game mall, and occasionally there will be top-level carrier pigeons auctioned in the auction house. As he watched, the face of the last dragon descendant gradually changed. Each character initially has 5 resurrection crystals, and 1 will be consumed each time he dies. If the number of crystals is 0 at the time of death, the character will disappear permanently. Players can re-establish their characters through the reincarnation system, and the cost of each reincarnation is 648 yuan per time. Resurrection crystals cannot be dropped, traded, or discarded. They can be purchased in the in-game mall at a unit price of 888 yuan, and each character is limited to 1. Cannot be purchased or reincarnated during the internal test. Under the above premise, Mystical Era reserves the right to interpret, change and add game rules. The interpretation, change and addition of rules will take effect from the time of publication. Players are requested to pay attention to these rules at all times. If you object to any of the above terms, please exit the game immediately. If you choose to continue playing the game, It means that you have read and accepted all the above terms. I have read and accepted all the above terms. Exit the game? Is this game too tricky? Seeing the end, the last dragon's brows frowned slightly, and his expression changed. After hesitating for a while, he still clicked the above option helplessly. There is no way. The world's only fully immersive simulation game. Monopolistic operation. The official really has the confidence of dear players. I am your father. Of course, the family of the game planner is probably not going to be able to save this wave. After thinking about it, the elf did not rush to close the panel, but clenched his right fist and punched his left forearm hard. The arm felt like being pushed hard, but the pain was very weak, only to the extent of being flicked by a finger. At the same time, the health value on the panel decreased by 1, becoming 119 to 120. Is this pain dulling? What a magical technology. Big brother, are you here to escape? So pitiful. Just as the last dragon was exclaiming to himself, suddenly, a soft voice sounded beside him. Chapter 21 NPC Function Test. The last dragonborn turned his head and saw a little girl who was only as tall as his waist. She was wearing a patched yellowish linen civilian outfit and was looking up at him with a curious and compassionate look. Fleeing? The elf looked at his clothes, which were similar to those of other civilians, and looked at him blankly. Just as he was about to ask, a sturdy woman wearing a linen plaid skirt and carrying a basket grabbed the girl's hand, looked at the last dragonborn with vigilance, and pulled her away quickly, because the elves had an extra bonus to hearing. The last dragonborn vaguely heard the woman's preaching to the girl. Stay away from these foreigners. They will use magic to kidnap you and then sell your soul to the devil. Mom, are there devils in foreign countries? Maybe country devils. Is this some kind of special plot? After the two interrupted, the last dragonborn finally noticed the strange looks of the surrounding NPCs. Because of his series of silly actions just now, the passers-by around him looked at him as if he was a country bumpkin, being looked at by everyone as if he were some kind of rare animal. Thinking of the special description of NPC intelligence in the game instructions, the white-skinned elf of the last dragon family blushed and almost ran away from the scene. This scene was all seen by a young master and servant a little further away. Is that the player? Looking at the hooded man's back, Avis's ocean-like blue eyes were a little dazed. In order to play his character well, he came to Carla City in plain clothes this time, originally planning to buy a birthday present for Fiona. Although the family crisis will come in a few decades, it is useless to be anxious. He is not grown up enough to leave the castle, and the major events in his memory are far from happening. The only thing he needs to do now is to maintain the appearance of an ordinary noble descendant, so that the visible and invisible eyes around him will not find his abnormality. As a member of the Olivendi family, he will always attract a lot of extra attention. But he didn't expect to see such a shocking scene. Just now, what appeared in front of the figure was the game, play, face, and board that he was very familiar with in his previous life. The personal maid Erica stood behind him. At this time, she also took off the special maid outfit and changed into a light corset and pleated skirt. The light brown corset set off the white petticoat and top. The pink curly hair without the restraint of the headband naturally fell to the shoulders, and the whole person looked full of energy. After 1 year old, the Duchess arranged her as a personal maid to take care of Avis. As a noble, even if he travels in casual clothes, he must be accompanied by a servant. Sir Avis? The pink-haired maid looked around helplessly and reminded softly. The two were standing not far from the city gate area, and there were obviously more refugees of all kinds, because their clothes were obviously better than those of ordinary citizens. There were already malicious eyes on them, different from those veteran thieves who have been making a living in the local area for a long time, and know who can be stolen and who must not be touched. These guys who fled their hometown for various reasons, and were penniless most of the time, could do anything, although they were traveling in casual clothes. The so-called casual clothes of the Olivendi family were still quite luxurious. After all, casual clothes are only relative to formal clothes. Erica, did you see the glowing plane that just floated in front of the elf? Avis also noticed the malicious eyes around him, but he didn't care at all, although he only brought Erica with him on the surface. He was definitely followed and protected by the family's high-level guards in secret. If there were really refugees who didn't know how to live or die and attacked him, the consequences would be very serious. Luminous plane? Erica was stunned by the question, shook her head in confusion. and instinctively pulled the collar lace that made her uncomfortable. I didn't see anything glowing. Mr. Avis. Avis's eyes flashed, and he nodded clearly, and he just confirmed it for the last time. Nothing. Did you see that person? Follow him. Avis's thinking was very clear. Since he has become an NPC now, he must figure out the specific abilities of the NPC identity. For example, issuing tasks. The last dragon ran to another block in one breath, then stopped and took a breath. As they left the main road, the pedestrians around were much less, and several civilians were sitting lazily against the wall of the building on the street. Only a passing guard looked at him with some suspicion. Damn it. Is this game so real? The elf was a little helpless after brushing off the non-existent dust on his body, because everything happened too suddenly. He didn't even have time to read the novice guide just now. In addition, because the number of internal test quotas was too small compared to this huge world, he just ran all the way and saw NPCs everywhere, feeling like playing a single-player game. After logging off, I'll contact the guys in the club to see if there's a chance to team up and explore. Hello. Traveler from afar. Just as the elf was about to continue checking the system functions, a beautiful young man's voice sounded beside him, with a strange and elegant tone. Interrupting his action again, the last dragonborn turned around, and a handsome boy with a soft face and pale skin, who seemed to have walked out of the Garden of the Gods, appeared in front of him. The light golden hair that was as bright as the sun fell to his ears, and his deep blue eyes were full of mystery. He was wearing an elegant pure white dress with a shawl, and an exquisite silver book was hung on his waist by a star-like chain. Facing the elf's probing gaze, the boy responded with a polite and gentle smile. A pink-haired girl stood behind the boy, wearing a light brown dress, with a slight vigilance in her pink eyes, and she was faintly led by the boy. Excuse me, what can I do for you? This time he reacted and answered carefully while sending a detection to the boy. Detection is a function that comes with the player panel. It has no consumption and no cooldown. It can view the name and information of the NPC, but if the level difference exceeds 5 levels, the detected information will be randomly incomplete. And if the strength gap between the player and the NPC is too large, the detection will fail, and there is a possibility of being discovered. Name, Avis, green name. Level, attributes, identity, a noble boy traveling in casual clothes. Alignment, lawful neutral. Challenge level, green names represent the NPC's alignment as friendly, and there are yellow names representing neutral and red names representing hostile. The challenge level represents the actual combat power level of the NPC. Due to different templates, the actual combat power of some NPCs is far superior to that of NPCs and players of the same level, and this part of the strength will be reflected in the challenge level. Aristocrats traveling in casual clothes? I smell the scent of hidden tasks. The elf was secretly happy. No matter how smart the NPC is, I have a panel. Do you have one? So my information is like this. But it's a pity that it's not complete. This generation of players is really a rookie. Avis looked at the panel with the last dragonborn with great interest, feeling very novel. Although the words were reversed in his eyes, Avis was still able to read them normally with the strong mental power of this life. I noticed your interesting behavior just now. You should be a foreigner, right? How about being my servant? System prompt. Avis invites you to become his follower. Do you accept? Yes. No. NPC recruits me as his servant? The elf's smile was a little stiff, but he noticed from the corner of his eye that the girl behind the boy was surprised when she heard this, and she looked like she wanted to stop him, but didn't dare to speak. Just this moment of expression change is enough to kill all other games in 1 second. Really? These NPCs really don't look like NPCs at all. They are just like real people. When the elf was stunned, Avis frowned secretly, because of his action of inviting the elf. Some of the eyes watching him around him became more obvious. Chapter 22. Come here. Polish my spear. After some consideration, the last dragonborn decided to accept Avis's invitation. Isn't it just becoming an NPC follower? For the purpose of hiding the task. What does this little thing count for? System prompt. You have become Avis's follower. Very good. What's your name? When asking this question, Avis's expression was a little subtle. He actually remembered this ID. In his previous life, he was a professional mage player famous for his cool operations. He was nicknamed Blue-Eye Dragonborn and was said to be the former captain of Pigeon Esports. But he didn't expect that his character name was so cool. For this very normal question, the elf was suddenly speechless, and he began to regret not listening to the system's advice. Laboratory Dragonborn? Are you a slave who escaped from the laboratory of a certain spellcaster? But what he didn't expect was that the pink-haired girl suddenly frowned and said his character name. Or do you actually have no name? The noble boy in front of him also shook his head and looked at him with sympathy in his clear blue eyes. The pity in his eyes was so obvious that the elf couldn't help but feel angry. In the ears of Avis and Erica, the elf did not pause, but directly said his name. But what made the noble boy shudder was that in his eyes, the elf's lips only opened, and the lip shape did not match what he heard at all. Then, your name is Rivers. System prompt. Avis changed your name to Rivers. Avis turned to Erica. I remember you put a short spear in your ring, right? Take one out for me. The girl took out a short spear and handed it to Avis. Avis took the short spear and handed it to the elf in front of him, who was stunned by the system prompt. Okay. Now it's your first task. Come here and polish my spear. If I am satisfied with the polish, I will reward you with this spear. System prompt. You have triggered the task polish object level. Task introduction. Don't tell me you have to polish it all night. Task requirements. Polish the spear continuously until Avis is satisfied. Reward. 1000 experience points. Black steel spear. What kind of a task is this? The last dragon took the short spear expressionlessly and greeted the plot developer in his heart. Forget it. Since this is a fine-grade equipment, I have to be patient. The game props in Mystic Era are ranked from low to high in terms of quality: inferior, ordinary, fine, magic, master, handed down, and epic. The corresponding colors are gray, white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red. A fine-grade weapon is already a very good piece of equipment in the early stages of the game. After cleaning the spear for 2 hours, Avis was finally satisfied with the elf's work, gave him the spear, and then threw him a task. Cleaning the drain. Task requirements. Bring back the right ears of 100 drain rats to prove your bravery. Task deadline, 5 days. Reward, 20,000 experience points. Looking at the green-haired elf's back, Erica's expression was a little complicated. He wanted to say something, but couldn't speak because of his status. Curious why I do this. Looking at the pink eyes of his little mate full of curiosity, Avis smiled slightly mischievously. Secret. Ignoring Erica's helpless look, Avis stopped and analyzed the information obtained from this test. His eyes deep. He can indeed use various items as rewards to issue tasks to players. This behavior is essentially no different from his recruitment of other natives, except that players have an additional visual panel. The only difference is that players can get experience rewards from each task, and the amount of rewards seems to be related to the difficulty of the task. For his current situation, players are a good help. The vast majority of players are in the chaotic camp, and profit is paramount, which happens to be the advantage of his camp. Moreover, most of these players, who have obtained the internal test qualification, will be the big guys and veins in the player group in the future. Their behavior and choices can often have an impact on the entire player group. Just guide them. Tie them to your chariot with benefits, and let them have a sense of camp identity. Then when your camp is in crisis in the future, they will naturally do their best to defend their own interests. Avis made an appointment with the last Dragonborn that if the elf proved his bravery to him and returned here in 5 days, he could receive the next task. He still had his own things to do, and it was impossible for him to stay here as a task NPC. Avis had already thought about what to let the elf do next. With a 100-fold experience buff from the deleted beta test, 5 days was enough for him to reach level 20, becoming a qualified toolman, and just being thrown into the caravan as an apprentice guard. In the early stages of the game, following the caravan was almost the only way for players to go to other towns, which coincided with the needs of beta players to open maps. The destination of the caravan this time was the Imperial capital, and it would pass through many large and small cities along the way. There would also be a series of systematic training tasks, which would enable rapid upgrades without fear of the elves not accepting it. Although the caravan was assigned to Duke Carrot, Avis only got the caravan itself. The high-level family guards guarding the caravan were actually temporarily loaned to him by the family. His current move to recruit players can be explained by the reason of training his own team. Through the Elf's game panel, Avis also learned the current time in the real world. The first day of the beta test was exactly 3 days after he crossed over. After sending the elves away, The master and servant went to the caravan stationing area in the city of Carlis. It was a wide area near the west gate, where a large number of caravans from afar stopped to rest and replenish supplies. Rare trade goods from all over the continent were brought to Karas, such as Parthia silk fabrics and handmade cashmere carpets, gemstone jewelry and exquisite snuff bottles from the desert capital, ancient stone carvings and handicrafts excavated from ancient ruined cities, etc. These bulk commodities would be sold to the local chamber of commerce. They were all favorite commodities of the local upper class and nobles, and they were in short supply. As long as they were successfully transported to Karas, they would be sold at a crazy good price. At the same time, caravan members will also sell some rare goods privately to make extra money for themselves. This is the unspoken rule that everyone tacitly accepts, and the caravan leader just turns a blind eye to it. All merchants who know this will send people to wait here, so that when a new caravan arrives, they can rush to buy the private goods of these caravan members as soon as possible. Those are all real first-hand good things. Avis received the news early that a caravan from the distant Kingdom Federation will arrive in Carlis City today. As the uncrowned king of the north, the direct descendant of the Olivendi family, the treatment is naturally different from those ordinary merchants. The family's staff had already cleared the place in advance, so that Avis could choose the goods first. The caravan also received a notice that a big man was coming to buy an item, and everyone rushed to put out all the goods, praying to the gods and the moon in the hope that Avis would take a fancy to their things. The family messenger who informed the caravan had announced, no matter what Avis chose, the Olivendi family would buy it at 10 times the original price. As he looked, Avis's eyes were attracted by an exquisite silver cage. In the cage was a blue-gray kitten, staring at him with a pair of bright blue-green eyes. Its 2 round white paws were restlessly scratching the cage, which was very cute. Chapter 23 Cats, Gifts, and Bells. That was the breed of British Shorthair cat in Avis's previous life, with a blue-gray back and a snow-white fluffy belly. This curious little thing has a very long history, and there have been records of them since the beginning of human history. Sir, do you like this Carcosa Shorthair cat? The owner of the cage was a Caton merchant with a thick white turban. He was the deputy leader of the caravan, leaning against a wooden carriage full of goods, puffing on a slender silver hookah with patterns. Seeing Avis stop, he quickly put down his pipe and spoke a common language with a strange pronunciation, and introduced it attentively. You have a good eye. She is a little female cat, now 4 months old, and very human. The highest strength can be raised to about level 4. She loves cleanliness, and is a very good choice for a pet. And, in our countryside, there is a special folk legend about them. The experienced businessman exaggeratedly prolonged the tone, then deliberately lowered his voice, and spoke in a very mysterious tone. Legend has it that their original origin is actually the dark side of Purple Moon Amos. There are several mysterious kingdoms that belong only to cats. Every full moon night, they will jump from the tallest eaves of the building into that world. Countryside legend? Avis smiled in his heart. At first, he took these legends very seriously, but after carefully studying countless similar legends, he finally found that such folk stories can be laughed off, because their original origins are often the hallucinations of some civilians who want to coax their children to sleep, or some drunk guys. However, it is good to coax Fiona. Then, choose it. The far north of the St. Messia Empire, the Sonita Mountains. This place has gone deep into the uninhabited area in the far north of St. Messia. The surrounding thousands of miles are cold wastelands covered with ice and snow. The extremely cold frost wind blows here all year round, covering everything with a layer of dead silver. Sonita is the land of eternal night in the ancient Mani language. The night here is very long and as pure as a gem. The stars in the sky are extremely clear, and colorful auroras change in the night sky from time to time. On the top of an unnamed peak in the mountain range stands an extremely dilapidated low stone tower. The tower body is also covered with ice and snow. The tower body, which is made of ancient black gneiss, is a little tilted, as if it will collapse at any time. But when the first player landed on the continent, the tower of the stone tower suddenly blurred. Without any warning, a slightly illusory bell sound echoed between heaven and earth. The bell sound was not very grand and loud, but it carried an extremely vicissitudes of ancient charm, as if it came from the long river of time and space. Several ice bears walking on the snowy plain raised their heads and looked far away at the direction where the bell sound came from, their eyes full of confusion. Soon, The bell sound crossed the lonely and cold wasteland and reached the center of the town, guarding one side of the wasteland. A small church with simple decorations. In the prayer room inside the church, an old man wearing a solemn crimson robe and a slightly thin figure stood in front of the altar, closed his eyes, and prayed silently. On the altar made of white hewn stone, there is a golden cup, in which there is a little holy and warm light. The light is extremely bright, but not dazzling. Just like the great love of God, selflessly bestowing benevolence and grace on the world. At this time, a middle-aged man in a black priest's robe hurried into the prayer room with simple and solemn furnishings. Facing the front of the light, the old man who was praying in silence saluted solemnly. "Your Excellency Archbishop Gormore, half a minute ago, the Destiny Stone Tower issued an early warning." Although the old man's breath was very ordinary, the visitor did not dare to neglect it at all. Hearing the words of the visitor, the old man bowed his head to the altar and slowly raised his head. Although he did not turn around, the visitor seemed to see the pair of vicissitudes and wise blue-gray eyes. "Has His Holiness the Pope made a revelation?" "No, Your Excellency the Archbishop." Hearing this, the old man bowed his head again, as if he was in deep thought. The visitor showed no sign of impatience, but waited for the old man's decision with a solemn expression and great respect. The old man in front of him was a true saint, a living legend in the church. Of course, he was not a legend in terms of strength and rank, but in terms of experience. Archbishop Gormore, a 9th-rank peak priest, had personally experienced the Day of Judgment and survived to this day. He was the closest to God among the 7 archbishops of the church. Another current archbishop of the church was once his student. At the same time, he was also the teacher of the contemporary pope. With his qualifications, he was originally qualified to run for the pope, but he refused to run for the election on the grounds of God's revelation, and instead recommended his students with all his strength. He voluntarily came to this far north near the edge of the world to guard the stone tower of destiny, as if he were in self-exile, practicing asceticism in this humble and nameless chapel, always practicing God's will with oneself. Inform His Holiness the Pope. Everything is God's will. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully again, and then slowly left the prayer room. The old man resumed his prayer posture, but there was a trace of compassion in his expression. When the first question was asked, the bell had not yet reached the holy city. If His Holiness the Pope had already made a revelation, then the revelation did not come from the Pope himself, but from God. There was no formal dinner for Fiona's birthday. Due to the long life of professionals, they usually don't celebrate birthdays specifically, and Avis's act of giving gifts was just a private act. When Avis returned to Moon Castle, Fiona was in her room, curled up softly on her pink bed, holding a huge book and reading. She was wearing a comfortable white gauze dress, slightly revealing her jade-white collarbones on both sides, and her soft light golden hair was scattered on both sides of her shoulders, shining with pale fluorescence, and her temperament was as pure and flawless as crystal. But from her slightly pouting pink mouth, the little princess was not satisfied with this arrangement. Fiona's personal maid and accompanied her to study, which was the task assigned to her by the Duke through butler Leonard. She was a half-elf with light green eyes, tall and well-proportioned, with long black and smooth hair scattered on her shoulders. She was about the same age as Avis's personal maid Erica. Because of Avis's diligence, the Duke felt that he should occasionally urge Fiona to study. After all, she was not young anymore. So there was this scene now. Knock knock. At this time, the door suddenly knocked, and gently stood up, bowed slightly to Fiona, and quickly left the room. Returning again after a moment, "Miss, Master Anwazy is looking for you." "Brother? Please come in." The girl spoke with a tone of surprise, as if she had suddenly found a savior. She glanced at the book in front of her. Her small nose wrinkled slightly, and she quickly closed it and put it aside. Her movements were elegant and skillful. She didn't like this kind of book with more pages full of words than illustrations. Chapter 24. Don't worry. Let's play a game of mystic cards first. I hope my arrival didn't disturb your studies. Faye, after the maid informed. Avis, who was wearing a slim white dress and a silver magic book hanging around his waist, walked in with a smile. No. I'm glad you came to see me. Brother. The light blonde girl shook her head happily, happy to have an excuse to get out of this situation. Annie could only smile helplessly. She didn't dare to interrupt the conversation between the brother and sister. Okay. Dear Faye, Do you want to play a game of mystic cards? Noticing Anne's demeanor, and the book next to the girl, Avis smiled gently, pretending not to know her little thoughts. Of course. Anne, bring our deck and battle table. Fiona's big lake blue eyes lit up. She liked Avis's suggestion. Mystic Cards is a collectible card game, and the game mode is divided into two categories, turn-based and real-time. In either case, players need to rely on the effects of their own cards, and the victory is to reduce the opponent's health to 0. Due to the existence of magic, the cards in this world can summon magic projections corresponding to the cards. Mystic Cards are a very popular game among nobles, and Avis and Fiona are naturally good at them. However, due to their low ranks, the two usually play in turn-based mode. On weekdays, the odds between the two are about 60 to 40. But today is Fiona's birthday after all, so Avis decided to let them off a little. 1 magic hour later. At this time, Fiona activated the Mystic Card Dragon's Covenant, sacrificing all the beings on the field and summoning Ice Dragon Zinxes with 9 lives and 10 attacks. The Icy Dragon descended with an illusory dragon roar. With a cold roar, it sent the only dead mage left on Avis back to the graveyard, and reduced his remaining life from 10 points to 7. The girl proudly announced the end of the round and planned to take Avis away in the next round. Although the undead mage summoned 3 skeleton archers when he died. But 3 cards with 1 life and 1 damage are almost the same as nothing in front of the dragon. What's more, when the frost dragon appeared, it also brought 4 frost kobolds with 4 lives and 5 damage. Even if the 3 skeleton archers focused their fire, they couldn't kill even one of the monsters. The girl held her fair and tender face cutely, and gradually fell into a fantasy. What if Avis begs the smart and lovely Miss Fiona? I give up. Let me off a little. What should I do? Although my brother, who has no gentlemanly manners at all, has won 3 games in a row, but the gentle and kind Fiona is a qualified lady, and will not argue with him. It's okay to let off a little for 1 game. Right? Well, let's make a happy decision. Looking at the girl who thinks she has won, and who knows what she is fantasizing about, Avis showed a strange smile. Then, it's my turn. Activate the spell card Dimensional Exile. Attach the super magic skill spell Extreme Effect, and exile the Ice Dragon Zinxes to the void. The Ice Dragon's life is 9, and the exile time is reduced to 1 round. The illusory black hole emerged from midair, and suddenly swallowed the mighty frost dragon that was circling and dancing above Fiona's field, leaving only a shocked and angry dragon roar on the field. Activate the Mystic Card Cheater. Freeze an unactivated Mystic Card of the enemy this round. A Mystic Card on Avis's field suddenly flipped open, and an illusory bronze chain bound the only Mystic Card left on Fiona's field, causing the girl to secretly grind her teeth. Activate the spell card Death Cloud, and all enemy creatures on the field will receive 5 points of poison damage, and an additional suffocation judgment will be made for races that need to breathe air. The yellow-green mist immediately enveloped Fiona's field, and a transparent magic shield flashed for a moment. But it did not completely block the spreading deadly mist. The frost kobolds that the 4 senses brought with them, when they appeared, were immediately poisoned. Although the magic shield reduced the damage by 2, the frost kobolds with only 4 points of life still died collectively from the suffocation damage. The Mystic Card Balance Scale is activated, and 5 points of life are exchanged for 5 points of mana. The bronze scale projection appears above the crystal rune representing Avis, and the end representing the spell sinks down. The sky blue fluorescence of the rune suddenly dims and almost extinguishes, and the life that originally had 7 points is only a pitiful 2 points left. The spell card Corpse Explosion is activated, and damage is caused to the entire enemy field according to the number of corpses on the enemy field multiplied by 2/3 of the maximum life of the corpses. The 4 dog-headed corpses that had just died suddenly turned into a strange dark green, and their volumes gradually expanded and twisted. And then a violent explosion occurred in a burst of pale green light. Since there were no creatures on the field, the terrible damage was completely applied to Fiona's crystal rune. The rune's originally bright blue light instantly dropped to a precarious level. But at the same time, Avis suddenly noticed Fiona's tearful eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. Oops. I accidentally forgot about letting her win. Except for the first round. He seemed to have been winning since then. My brother bullied me. Facing the silent accusation in the girl's eyes, Avis couldn't help sweating on his back. But it was too late to notice it now. As his spellcasting round ended, 3 skeleton archers immediately opened their bows and shot arrows. 3 tiny bone arrows were projected and instantly hit Fiona's rune. The rune suddenly lit up, and then made a crisp click, and it was completely extinguished. Seeing the crystal rune representing her own life completely shattered, the girl's eyes suddenly fell into a sluggish state. The good situation that was finally arranged was instantly overturned. Fiona pouted her mouth, and her big lake blue eyes looked at Avis aggrievedly, and her light golden hair was not as bright as usual. Avis quickly spoke up and tried to make up for it. "Let's stop here today." The first sentence instantly raised Fiona's resentment to a higher level. Run after winning. But fortunately, Avis's next move made the petite girl forget the unhappiness of losing streak. "I have a gift for you." Facing Fiona's happy eyes, the pale noble boy smiled elegantly, and with a slight flip of his slender right hand, an elegant gift box appeared in his hand. The box is pure white and square, with a light blue gem inlaid on the top cover. 2 simple golden lines run across the box cover from both ends of the gem, and there is no trace of splicing on the entire box. Fiona took the gift box with joy, but after looking at it, she didn't know how to open it. Her big watery eyes looked at Avis with doubts. The latter smiled, grabbed the girl's white and tender little hand, and gently tapped the gem in the center of the box lid. "Fiona, happy birthday." The gem emitted a faint blue fluorescence, and the wonderful and mysterious fluorescent blue pattern, like the sprouts and vines growing from the seeds, gradually spread to the entire box. With a light snap, the box body cracked a neat gap and slowly opened in Fiona's hands like a flip box. Meow. There was a layer of silk cushion in the box, and a fluffy little head poked out of the box and looked at the girl's expectant eyes. It was a cute little cat with a blue-gray back and a snow-white belly. It was restlessly scratching the edge of the box with its 2 fluffy white paws, and its 2 round eyes, one blue and one green, looked at her curiously. "Wow! So cute. Thank you, brother." Meow. The little girl cried out in surprise, holding the cute fluffy cat in her hands. The fluorescent light golden hair and the kitten's white belly set off each other. The little guy sniffed Fiona's white and tender fingers, licked them gently, cried out in a baby voice, and let the girl hold her very docilely. "She is a 4-month-old Carcosa short-hair cat. I have asked my father for his opinion, and my father agrees that you can keep her in the castle." Looking at the warm and beautiful scene in front of him, Avis couldn't help but feel a faint warmth in his heart, and a smile from the heart rose from his face. "Do you know, Fiona, there is an ancient legend about them?" Hearing that Avis was going to tell a story, Fiona immediately became excited and sat down next to Avis, her big lake blue eyes blinking excitedly, staring at Avis at the same time. Even though she was old enough to be independent, the girl still liked to listen to Avis telling her stories. Legend has it that their original origin was not actually this world. Instead, they came to this world from the endless and distant starry sky on the footsteps of the purple moon. Avis gently touched the girl's head, and the latter squinted comfortably, leaning on his shoulder like a kitten. It is said that to this day, on the dark side of Amis, there are still several mysterious kingdoms that belong only to cats. Chapter 25: The Mysterious Big Pigeon. After telling Fiona the mysterious legend of cats that he had polished, Avis returned to his room with his sister's admiring eyes, saying brother knows a lot. But as soon as he stepped into the room, Avis noticed something unusual. There was a strange white shadow outside the window near the desk. From the outline, it seemed to be an unusually large pigeon. A carrier pigeon? Avis instantly felt confused as a player, and then realized that something was wrong. Although it looked similar to a player's carrier pigeon, this one was at least 3 times the size of an ordinary carrier pigeon, and was bigger than the watermelon on Blue Star in his previous life. It could fly to the moon castle on the snowy peak. It might be some kind of ice-attributed Warcraft pigeon. Avis slowly approached it and looked at it with interest. But after getting closer, he found something wrong again. The pigeon's body was facing the window at an angle, and the tip of a snow-white tail feather penetrated the magic crystal of the window and directly inserted into the room. Did it penetrate the model? As if noticing the boy's gaze, the pigeon turned its head, and its round red and black eyes met the boy's blue eyes. Looking at the pigeon that showed no fear under his gaze, Avis was a little surprised. It is indeed a pigeon in the magic world. It is so big and not afraid of people. While Avis was observing it, the pigeon suddenly turned around and took 2 steps with its head poking out from the platform outside the window. It went directly through the transparent magic crystal and walked into the room. It could also directly penetrate the glass. Goo? Did you see Goo? Standing on the floral windowsill inside the window. The pigeon tilted its head, looked at Avis carefully, and suddenly spoke. It can even speak. The pigeon spoke? Avis's expression twitched, and he took a deep breath to sort out his emotions, and uttered a sentence with some difficulty. Yes, I saw you. This pigeon. Your Excellency. Think carefully. This is a world of swords and magic after all, and many things cannot be explained by common sense. Keep calm. Stay calm. Pigeon Goo? In your perception, Goo now has the appearance of a pigeon Goo? The white pigeon tilted its head, took 2 steps forward again, and jumped to the front of the window. A small round pearl-wood table with a white porcelain vase. This time Avis saw clearly that part of its body was embedded in the vase. The lavender hyacinth grass originally inserted in the vase directly passed through the top of its folded right wing, looking very strange. So, you are the one who summoned Goo? Me? Summon? 3 days ago. Someone summoned Goo here. So Goo came here. Goo. Avis calmed down completely. The night 3 days ago was exactly the time when he completely absorbed the mysterious energy. Obviously, it was probably arranged by the wishing spell again. If the summoning you were talking about was on the night 3 days ago, and in this room, then it must be me. After getting Avis's answer, the pigeon jumped up and fluttered into the air, landing on top of his head. The noble boy with light blonde hair was a little surprised by the pigeon's behavior, and instinctively shrank his head a little to avoid the pigeon's flapping wings. But the next moment, he found something unusual. It has no weight. With its watermelon-sized body, Avis originally expected it to weigh at least a few kilograms. But when the pigeon actually landed on him, there was no sense of weight coming from the top of his head. Avis moved his head a little awkwardly, although he didn't feel anything on his head. You are very special. Goo. As Avis's mind changed, the pigeon tilted its head and looked at the pale and handsome boy. Goo has been in this world for so long, and you are the first one of your kind who can see Goo. Although they are similar to you, they can't detect Goo's existence. Goo, and will not be affected by Goo in any way. Goo. Listening to the pigeon's self-narration, Avis felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. NPC can't sense it. Isn't it the player's carrier pigeon? I just don't know what grade this one is. My name is Avis. Avis Olivendi. What's your name? While introducing himself, Avis walked to the desk and sat down, lighting up the elegant magic crystal desk lamp. The pigeon also flew from his shoulder and landed on the desk illuminated by the light. However, under the warm yellow light, the pigeon did not cast a shadow. You mean Goo's name Goo? Goo has no name Goo. You can call Goo as you like. I understand. Then I will call you Pigeon. Avis nodded, and at the same time took out a piece of pale yellow parchment, dipped the ruby-embedded feather pen into the silver ink in the bottle, and quickly drew a strange symbol on the paper. That was a special detection inscription array that Avis searched out from his memory, usually used to detect special fluctuations such as sound waves and mental fluctuations. With a special feather pen and magic ink, it does not need to be drawn with mental power throughout the whole process. It only needs to inject a trace of mental power to activate it after the drawing is completed. And it can be effective, as long as the outline is accurate enough. Even those who have not entered the level with weak mental power can use it. Pigeon. Can you describe your way of existence? Goo can explain Goo to you. But Goo does not guarantee that you can understand Goo. The pigeon flapped its wings and raised its head. Because the distance was very close, Avis instinctively narrowed his eyes. I am real and false. I exist and do not exist. The past is my feathers, and the future is my flesh and blood. Fools see me, but do not see me. And wise men see me, but do not exist. The pigeon stopped after singing a paragraph in a strange tone, like singing. According to what you can understand, Goo is part of the low-dimensional observable angle of the shadow of the superdimensional creature Conglota in the surface world. Goo. Avis. I don't understand. But it seems to be very powerful. Although his mind was full of question marks, his expression did not change significantly. But he looked at the pigeon deeply. When you don't understand what the other person is saying, but don't want to be discovered by the other person, a deep look is the best way to deal with it. Glancing at the paper, the symbols on it did not react. Meaningless Goo. The pigeon also lowered its head and glanced at the paper, then raised its head in disdain. Just because you can sense Goo doesn't mean other things can sense Goo. Avis nodded, crumpled the paper into a ball, and threw it into the wastebasket. At least it can be confirmed that the pigeon did not communicate with him through sound and mental power. And the family amulet on his chest never gave a warning, proving that it was not an illusion effect. Chapter 26 Family Amulet. The Olivindi family amulet is a pendant in the shape of a cold wind crystal bird. The main body is made of eternal secret gold and void cold crystal. It is the standard equipment for all the direct descendants of the Olivindi family. It is a 9th level orange ornament with no level restrictions. The main body is fixed with the mind closure enchanted by the 9th level extreme strongman himself. It can be immune to all mind reading, mental control, and mind illusion spells below the 9th level, and warn the wearer. The 3 tail feathers are respectively attached with high-level curse resistance, high-level teleportation, and Orvace's force field wall. And these are not the most critical. The amulet has a most powerful and fundamental ability, which is also the final insurance for him, as a direct descendant of the Olivindi family. And Wazy still remembers what Duke Carrot told him solemnly at that time. See the gemstone on the crystal bird's eye? Inject magic into it, and I will immediately descend across space according to the location of the crystal. The nature of this teleportation is equivalent to fixed point teleportation of the teleportation array, which can ignore most space blockades. Remember, if you encounter a real crisis, never hesitate. Ask for help immediately. Really? The old one comes after the young one. Excuse me. Are you male or female? No longer thinking about some nonsense. Avis looked at the pigeon. You have to understand that goo looks like a pigeon, but its essence is completely different goo. The pigeon said seriously, although its pigeon face can't see any expression. Avis just feels that it is very serious when it says this. You can think of goo as a special mysterious phenomenon. Similarly, goo has no so-called gender goo. In the gorgeous room filled with a faint scent of tranquilizing wood, the handsome and pale noble boy and the white pigeon stared at each other. So, what is your purpose? Goo also wants to ask. Why did you summon goo? It was just an accident. I didn't know it would happen. Can I not be responsible for an accident? Goo? Avis choked and was speechless. So, how do you want me to be responsible? According to the rules, the moment you summon goo from the dark side of the Sea of Origin, the contract is established. Goo. You can summon goo to help goo when you need it. And every time you summon goo, you need to. As he said that, the pigeon paused, spread its wings in front of its eyes, as if looking at something. Nothing is needed. Goo. You have already paid the price in advance. Goo. Before the 7th dimension of the Sea of Origin collapses into a bubble, before the first dream butterfly breaks out of its cocoon for the 114,213th time, you can summon goo at will. I have paid the price? After a slight pause, Avis raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at the pigeon with his azure eyes. Can you tell me what the price is? This is a secret. Goo. The pigeon waved its wings, indicating that it had nothing to say. Avis was a little confused, but he remembered the pigeon's self-introduction, a part of the low-dimensional observable angle of the shadow of the superdimensional creature Conwoda in the surface world, from the perspective of the superdimensional creature's observation of the low-dimensional timeline. It is very likely that the one who paid this price is not the current self. So, what can you do for me? Avis looked at the pigeon and asked tentatively. Can you help me fight? Goo will not be interfered with by attacks from this dimension, nor can it interfere with the matter of this dimension. Goo, can you help me deliver a letter? Yes, as long as you can give the letter to me. Goo, can you help me investigate the situation? Yes, as long as you can understand my description. Goo, then what are you for? That's a question you need to think about. Goo, looking at the pigeon in front of him with its head held high and proud, Avis's eyelids couldn't help but jump, seeing that the noble boy in front of him had nothing to say. The pigeon waved its wings. If there is nothing else, Goo will leave Goo. When you need Goo, you can call Goo in your heart. After saying that, without waiting for Avis to answer, the pigeon flapped its wings and flew away through the wall. After thinking about it, Avis tried to call the pigeon in his heart. What else? Goo? The white pigeon's head emerged from the shadow cast by the desk lamp, and its red and black eyes without any reflection stared at Avis's face, with an inexplicable weird style. No, just testing the effect of calling you. Avis was a little scared by the pigeon head staring at him, and his face twitched. Well, bye. Goo. The pigeon head shrank back into the shadows again. After a long pause, Avis shrugged helplessly, sorted out his mood, sat cross-legged in his usual position, held the old secret book in his hands, and gradually immersed himself in meditation. When he placed it close to his body during meditation, he heard the kind of strange whispers that sounded from the depths of his heart. The speed of his mental power increase would be lower than normal, but the quality of the increased mental power would be significantly improved. This was a phenomenon he discovered accidentally. Nothingness. Endless nothingness. Like a cold deep space without stars. But in the depths of this nothingness, there is a chaotic mist surging. Avis's consciousness floats in this space, quietly feeling the magic power that gathers, and feeling his own mental power being strengthened little by little under the quenching of magic power. The mist-like mental power surges, like a tide according to a certain law, slowly extending to the far side of the spiritual sea. But what the edge of the mental power touches is only more nothingness. Every night when he runs the meditation method, Avis will feel a similar scene. But today, something seems to be different. When the surging mental mist expands to the deeper part of the spiritual sea again, like thousands of times before, the edge of the mist suddenly touches some strange obstacle. Just like the real mist hitting the wall, it can only roll back helplessly. And the growth momentum also stops. Has it finally reached the limit? Avis silently sensed the strange edge, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Then, it's time to prepare for the advancement. The perspective of time is always so strange. In the observer's trance, the whole world has changed a lot. At present, it has been about half a month since he obtained the secret book of the old days. The elf player with the idea of the last dragon has been thrown into the caravan by him, and the subsequent training are arranged clearly. There is a special internal test feedback area on the player panel for these internal test players to exchange game information and feedback problems. With the help of some posts in the feedback area, Avis finally got some understanding of the player trends in the real world. At the same time, he also understood how coquettish the last dragon was. This guy reported the bug that the gender cannot be changed when creating an account in a very serious and fierce way to the official, and threatened that if it is not fixed, when the game is released, he will open 10 small accounts to crowdfund the rating of the original 10-star rating. Chapter 27, Spiritual Core and Initial Magic. On the second day, at dinner time. If you really don't want to watch the castle plot, please jump directly to Chapter 48. Accompanied by soothing classical music, Avis explained his condition to the Duke. At this time, Duke Carrot was tasting a delicious cake. It was a meringue berry cream cake, which was composed of a thick layer of sweet white cream, neatly stacked, brightly colored, fragrant fresh berries, and a uniquely fragrant wyvern meringue. The pastry chef perfectly combined the strengths of the three and baked this dessert with a great taste and appearance. It is said that this dessert was specially created by the chief pastry chef of the royal family in the early days of the Magic Empire to celebrate the birthday of the fourth princess Anne. The little princess was very satisfied after tasting it. When she asked the name of the dessert, she heard that it was a new dessert without a name, so she named it after herself. Carrot liked this cake with a crispy crust and an extremely soft and fluffy core, which always reminded him of his first encounter with Elena. She felt the same way back then, acting elegantly and neatly, but also having a little bird-like side. And the taste was sweet and sour. You said, "Are you ready to officially advance?" After tasting another piece of Anne's cake, the Duke put down his fork, wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and then raised his head, his blue eyes staring at Avis's smiling face, with a slightly surprised expression. Even in the family history of Olivendi, Avis's breakthrough speed is considered extremely fast. Yes, father, I completely reached the limit of my mental power last night. Even if I don't take the initiative to advance, I will advance naturally at midnight tonight. With an elegant smile, Avis reached out and took a cup of forest dream from the beverage tray in the maid's hand and took a sip. This juice is in the form of light green clouds with a faint glow. It tastes fresh and sweet, like drinking a mouthful of flowing fog, and it is like a soft and cool cloud. Good. Very good. After getting Avis's answer, the Duke was in a good mood for a while, and couldn't help laughing. The laughter was full of the joy of a father hearing his child grow up. Elena and Fiona also looked at Avis in surprise. The difference was that Elena admired her youngest son's talent, and Fiona was just happy that her brother was going to advance. However, since you are going to advance, how much do you know about the specific process of advancing to a formal spellcaster, as well as the concept and choice of initial magic? After laughing, the Duke's face became serious and turned the topic to the specific details of the advancement. Hearing this, Elena and Fiona. Ona also paused her movements and looked up at the two. These two questions are very critical. A well-prepared advancement and a rash advancement will lead to completely different final achievements of the caster in the future. Putting down the goblet in his hand, Avis raised the white napkin and gently wiped the corners of his mouth, making his expression more relaxed and natural. Then, he sorted out the contents of his memory, staring at the Duke with his sky-like blue eyes, and narrated the answers he had thought of before in a clear and slow tone. The book Basic Magic Theory once mentioned that two conditions must be met to become a formal caster. 1. Condense a spiritual power core. 2. Construct the initial spell model in the spiritual sea. When the spiritual power reaches a certain standard, the caster can control his own spiritual power around a point in the spiritual sea, rotate at a certain frequency, and continuously compress it with his mind. When compressed to a certain degree, the spiritual power core will naturally form. The stronger the spiritual power of the caster, the higher the chance of successfully condensing the core. If the total amount of spiritual power reaches the upper limit of the spiritual sea, the caster will spontaneously condense a spiritual power core within 24 to 30 magic hours, which is also the initial way of advancement for ancient casters. But by the middle of the ancient magic empire, this way of advancement had basically been abandoned by magicians. The reason is that when the total amount of spiritual power is the same, the quality of the naturally condensed core is generally inferior to the core condensed by the compression method. At this point, Avis took a breath, picked up the crystal clear goblet, and sipped the cool cloud juice again to moisten his dry throat. Just like a newborn baby opening his eyes to see the world for the first time. The moment the core is condensed, the caster truly opens the eyes of the mage and sees a more real world for the first time. At this time, the caster will briefly enter a special overlimit state. In this state, the spell model constructed in the spiritual sea before the advancement will change in some unknown and good direction. This is the formation principle of the initial spell. As the caster's rank increases, the rank of the initial spell will also increase, and more unknown changes will occur at each level. Due to the limitation of talent, the mental power of ordinary spellcasters before entering the first level is only enough to construct the simplest spell. The upper limit of the initial spell is 2. Even if there is a genius who can construct more than 2 spells before the first level, only the first 2 spells will mutate. According to statistics from the Continental Magic Council, due to the relatively simple spell structure and the dazzling power after mutation, Magic Missile and Fireball are the 2 recognized initial spells with the most constructions. After speaking a long paragraph in one breath, Avis drank the remaining juice in the cup and put the empty cup back on the tray. "I'm done, Father." Duke Carrot nodded with satisfaction, praising Avis's knowledge. And Elena also smiled with joy. On the side, Fiona's clear blue eyes, like the lakes on the snowy mountains, were a little straight. She had also read Basic Magic, which was full of dense small characters. There was not even a single illustration. My brother could actually memorize that thick and boring book. So amazing. So, have you chosen the initial spell you want to construct? The Duke nodded with satisfaction, and there was a little more relief in his eyes when he looked at Avis. "I have chosen it, Father. I am currently preparing." "Oh, Avis, why can't you call me Dad more intimately like when you were a child? This formal name will not be too late to use it after a few years." But just as he was about to say his choice, the Duke suddenly interrupted him with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. And the reason made Avis laugh and cry. "Dear Carrot, why can't you wait until our child finishes speaking before you speak? Go on, my lovely little Avis. Mom is listening." What she wanted to hear was suddenly interrupted, and the beautiful Duchess narrowed her eyes and showed a gentle smile to the Duke. Then she turned her head again and looked at Avis with encouragement and love in her amethyst eyes. The Duke shrank his neck, picked up the knife and fork as if nothing had happened, and divided the remaining meringue on the plate, and swallowed this dessert that was frozen by Elena's glance and was hard from the inside out. Chapter 28, Preparing for Advancement. "Okay, Father." Avis nodded calmly, ignoring Duke Carrot's helpless look. "I am preparing to choose one from 2 field-type spells, the alien magic of the spirit wind realm, the cold wind field of the ice and wind dual system, and the alien magic of the light illusion realm, the illusion light ice realm of the ice and light dual system." "Is that so?" The Duke nodded, His face returned to seriousness. I recommend you to choose the Frost Field. This magic can affect the battlefield environment on a large scale, combining the control of ice and the acceleration effect of wind. You can also summon wind blades to attack at any point in the force field by consuming extra magic power. Moreover, when your strength is raised to level 7 or above, it can also generate some power of the level 9 field in advance. The book Magic and Combat once said, "A mage is a person who uses wisdom to change the world." When a mage fights, he should first build a battlefield environment that is favorable to him. Then use instant low-level magic to continuously control, interfere with and weaken the opponent, and gradually accumulate advantages. It's like constantly adding weights to one end of the scale, and finally making it tilt towards victory unstoppably. Listening to the Duke's words, Avis's expression became a little subtle. The Frost Field is a spell created by Carrot. Although the book Magic and Combat is not signed, Avis knows that this book is also written by Carrot. Wouldn't it be a bit? I understand. I'll think about it carefully. Don't pay too much attention to your father's advice. And Wazy, just do what you think in your heart. Elena glared at Carlotte again. The illusionary ice realm was the magic she created, and she didn't brag about it like Carlotte did. Duke Carlotte just pretended not to hear her words, but smiled faintly, with an extremely natural expression. Also, Magic and Practical Combat is a really good book. It was written by an extremely wise and great 9th level wizard, and it contains many valuable experiences and skills. You can read it several times in your spare time. Elena was stunned when she was about to say something else. Her purple crystal eyes blinked with question marks, and the corners of her mouth twitched instinctively. Taking a deep breath, the Duchess restrained her desire to test the Duke's thick skin with magic. She turned her head gracefully, pursed her rosy lips slightly, and turned her eyes back to the food in front of her. Leonard lowered his head slightly without leaving a trace, his eyes drooping, as if he had heard nothing. Yes, father. Avis took great effort to control his desire to roll his eyes. He tried to squeeze out a slightly stiff smile, and he had a new understanding of the Duke's confidence. After dinner, Avis returned to his room. Before returning to the room, the Duke handed him a ring, which contained various consumables required for the first level. At this moment when he was about to officially advance, he was a little dazed. Alone in the empty and silent room, a long-lost sense of illusion rose from his heart again. But the huge mental power surging in his body reminded him that all this was not false. Advance to the first level. This is a very important node in Avis's plan. If he wants to maximize his advantage of knowing the future, he must leave Uellen Castle as soon as possible and gain the right to move freely outside. But due to the limitations of age and strength, Avis cannot leave at present. Only after advancement can he have the opportunity to leave the castle openly. Leaning on a black velvet recliner in front of the carved arched window, Avis's mood became extremely peaceful. The bright and hazy two-color moonlight tilted into the window, covering the entire backrest chair. He did not turn on the light. The physique brought by the legendary bloodline was enough for him to see things in a dim environment. And, since the game in his previous life, he has fallen in love with the charming moonlight of this world. Tonight is May 18th, the night of the double full moon. This is the result of his deliberate control of the meditation speed. According to the conclusion of the family's large-scale secret experiment, only by condensing the core of mental power on the night of the full moon can the most perfect advancement effect be obtained. The process of advancing from level 0 to level 1 is an extremely critical transformation. Just like a deeply planted foundation, how high a building can be built in the future depends entirely on the depth of the foundation. At this time, a reasonable combination of various resources and treasures to consolidate the foundation can achieve twice the result with half the effort. And when the foundation is formed, if you want to continue to strengthen it in the future, you can only rely on some extremely rare treasures to get twice the result with half the effort. Relying on his experience as a high-level professional, Avis has always maintained a state of no advancement, just to push himself to the limit. In this life, he wants to build a perfect professional foundation for himself that is far beyond his previous life. Then, based on this, relying on the treasures in his memory, he could completely achieve a leapfrog upgrade. Next to him, a miniature sky city was suspended on the desk, slowly rotating in the moonlight, reflecting a beautiful silver-purple glow. That was a gift from his second brother Evan during the glorious festival. A proportionally scaled model of the sky city. The appearance and some internal structures were completely restored, and even a mini magic defense system was attached. Finally, after thinking about the advanced plan and confirming that it was correct, Avis took out a dish of dream dust with the color of the aurora and placed it under the moonlight. As soon as it came into contact with the bright moonlight, the powder in the crystal dish seemed to encounter flames, and it burned slowly and silently. It turned into a gorgeous rainbow light that constantly changed its shape, surrounding him. This is a rare treasure that can stabilize the spiritual sea and increase the success rate of breakthrough. Even the Olivendi family does not collect much every year. In order to ensure absolute safety, Avis used 10 times the normal safe amount. Sitting in the halo, he took out a mini inscription array with a diameter of half a meter, placed it aside, and placed 10 standard units of super magic crystals in the array. After the advanced environment was set up, Avis took out a finger-sized crystal bottle. The bottle was filled with a potion that was mostly pure water, but exuded a faint blue halo like moonlight. The mercy of moonlight, perfect grade, is only effective for professionals below level 1. But the difficulty of refining is even higher than the top level 3 potions. The most important thing is that only a true potion master can refine a perfect potion. It can promote the rapid growth of mental power without side effects, and further purify mental power. It is the best auxiliary potion for magic professionals to break through the first level. After taking a quick look, he twisted the cork, swallowed the potion in the bottle, and activated the inscription magic circle beside him at the same time. To be honest, the taste are actually no different from pure water. After taking the potion, Avis felt a dull pain in his head almost instantly. This is the Chaikamon effect caused by the mental power that has reached its limit being forcibly increased by external forces. But it cannot further expand the area of the mental sea. Avis endured the discomfort, silently operated the meditation method, and his consciousness sank into the mental space. Beside him, after the magic circle was activated, the super magic crystal in the array emitted a strong dim light, and the extremely rich original magic power quickly dissipated and began to spread around. But under the constraints of the magic effect, these energies were bound by the invisible force field before they could disperse. As time went on, the concentration of original magic power within 3 meters around the magic circle began to increase sharply. In the mental space, Avis tried to suppress the instinct to break through at the first time. Instead, he controlled the rapidly growing mental power and began to condense spell nodes that emitted faint light. He wanted to use these extra mental powers as support to build his initial spell. After thinking for a long time, Avis decided to give up the cold wind field and build another spell, the illusion ice field. This spell can build a spell area with a diameter of 50 meters. The area is densely covered with tiny composite magic ice crystals, which can deflect light, strengthen the illusion effect, and confuse the enemy's magic perception. In addition, the caster can spend extra mana to condense ice cones at any point in the field to attack. Compared with the cold wind field, the magic model of the phantom light ice field is more complex and has different focuses. The focus of the cold wind field is on the slowing effect of extreme cold on the enemy, and the acceleration effect of the wind force field on itself. The focus of the phantom light ice field is more inclined to the indistinguishable illusion effect and the interference with the enemy's judgment. In terms of attack and rapid control, the cold wind field is more effective. But in terms of safety and weirdness, the phantom light ice field is the first choice. Avis once imagined building the two together, but these two spells are very complex spells, and his mental strength does not allow him to have them all. Chapter 29: Stepping onto the Stage of Destiny. After considering from many angles, Avis finally made a decision. Abandon the frost wind field and build the phantom light ice field. It is better to be safe. Relying on the memory of being a 7th level magician in his previous life, Avis constructed the spell model with ease. Although he did not have the magnificent mental power of his previous life, constructing a low-level spell was not a challenge for Avis. During the entire process of constructing the spell, the phantom rainbow light surrounding Avis began to fluctuate slightly. A mysterious force maintained the stability of the spell model to prevent the model from collapsing during the construction process. Constructing a spell model for the first time is a very dangerous thing. The more complex the structure of the spell model, the greater the damage to the spiritual sea when it collapses. The most serious case may even cause permanent damage to the spiritual sea, and the strength will always stop at the apprentice level. Therefore, usually when the mage apprentice constructs the initial spell, as long as there are conditions, they will use treasures that can maintain the stability of the spiritual sea. Avis carefully adjusted the trajectory of each light spot to ensure that they were all running in the right position. Gradually, the harmonious and beautiful magic structure was completely formed in the spiritual sea, quietly suspended in the mist-like spiritual power. The original magic in the environment was spontaneously attracted by the model, gathered into a vortex around Avis, and continued to flow into his body. After the construction of the Phantom Light Ice domain was completed, Avis felt a little dizzy. When the spiritual power was running, it seemed that there was suddenly some kind of pressure, which seemed a little heavy. This was caused by the occupation of most of the spiritual power. The spell model is not alright after it is built. On the contrary, each model needs to consume spiritual power at all times to maintain stability. Otherwise it will collapse again. As a very complex field spell, the model of the Phantom Light Ice domain directly occupies about 78% of Avis's mental power. Avis can still freely mobilize mental power. Only about 19% is left. But even so, the remaining free mental power is enough for him to construct a first-level spell of average complexity. This is a terrifying result, completely relying on a large amount of rare resources. From the birth of Avis until now, all kinds of rare treasures and strengthening rituals to improve qualifications have never stopped. As a person with double legendary blood, Avis's talent was already very extraordinary when he was born. On this basis, the family continued to use astronomical resources to train him in all aspects. At the end of the training, Avis's qualifications have almost reached the point where they can no longer be improved. Only pursue the limit, not the cost-effectiveness. This is a gameplay that can only be supported by the foundation of the 4 major families. Such conditions are unimaginable for princes and princesses of ordinary kingdoms. You know, just talking about the consumption of super magic crystals consumed by Avis from childhood to adulthood is enough to empty the treasury of many small kingdoms. These expenses, which few people dare not even think about and most people cannot even imagine, are standard equipment for all direct members of the Olivendi family when they were young. What is the foundation? This is the foundation. There is not much mental power left, but I should be able to construct a first-level spell. Silently feeling his current state, Avis estimated the total amount of free mental power left. Then, with some complicated emotions, he turned his attention to a foreign object in the sea of mind. It was a thick fog that was different from the mist of spiritual power. The spiritual space around it was wrapped in a strange twisted state, making it very vague in perception. The origin of this fog can be traced back to more than half a month ago, when Avis first obtained the secret book of the old days. At that time, he stared at the symbols on the title page and fell into a strange state. When he was awakened by the clapping of Duke Carrot, he vaguely sensed something abnormal. Sure enough, during the meditation that night, he found that there was a mysterious fog in the spiritual sea. The spiritual power could not penetrate this fog, but it could feel the nature of this fog. An unknown spell model. This was something Avis had never heard of. Indeed, there were some special magic objects that could replace the caster and directly construct the spell model in the spiritual sea. But even if the spell model was constructed by external force, its structure was completely transparent to the caster. Even little Avis, who was a 7th-level magician and scholar in his previous life, had never heard of this model that was like a ball of fog and whose internal structure could not be seen through. He tried to activate it with mental power, but because he had not officially entered the level, the quality of mental power was too thin. The mental tentacles he used to activate the model could not even penetrate the distorted space around the fog. Along with the fog, there was also a familiar sense of intimacy. Avis also thought about whether to tell the Duke about this situation, but in the end, he gave up the idea. Although he passed the soul test, he still did not dare to let the Duke test his spiritual sea. If the Duke saw his memory, then what awaited him would probably not be a good result. The question now is this fog considered my first spell model? Avis's spirit body fluctuated in confusion. Although he could feel that this fog was indeed a spell model, it was not Avis's spirit that supported its existence. That is to say, this fog was probably not counted in the initial spell. Forget it. It's safer to build another one. Even if it's not counted in the initial spell, it won't be a loss to me. Thinking, Avis began to browse his memory again, looking for spells that met the construction conditions. After comparing multiple spells, he finally chose Mirror Image. The effect of this spell is to build 2 phantoms that look the same as itself, but collapse at the touch of a button. It can perfectly cooperate with the effects of the Phantom Light Ice domain to deflect light and interfere with magic perception. Mirror Image is only a first-level spell, and its structure is much simpler than the Phantom Light Ice domain. Avis easily built it, and occupied most of the remaining free spirit power again. After the two spells were built, Avis briefly exited the meditation state, raised his head slightly, and looked at the night sky outside the window, surrounded by the silver stars in the sky. Through the hazy rainbow light that enveloped his side, two perfect full moons were reflected in his blue eyes. The bright moonlight poured into the arched window like water, coating his figure with a faint silver-purple glow. He glanced at the glorious-style floor clock in the corner again, and the exquisite mithril hands that emitted a faint glow pointed to 10:48 at this moment. The black velvet recliner under him felt soft to the touch, and the wonderful fragrance of flowers, like morning dew, was released from the slowly burning dream dust. This time, it's no longer a game. It's time. Breathing the faint fragrance in the air, the pale boy closed his eyes gently, as if to cheer himself up, whispering to himself. The elegant and gentle tone of voice on weekdays has unconsciously produced a slight tremor at this time, and with a little long-lost expectation, really become a spellcaster. Officially step onto this extremely vast stage. From the beginning, he came to this world with a trace of fear, and became a newborn Avis at a loss. Later, he gradually gained memories of his past lives, understood the history of the continent, became familiar with his environment, and learned magic knowledge. All the scenes he had experienced in his past and present lives seemed to surge out in an instant at this moment. Magic. Magic. Take a deep breath. Calmed down his somewhat excited mood, and Avis's consciousness sank into the sea of spirituality again, controlling the mental power that has become a little heavy. He began to rotate gradually with the origin of the sea of spirituality as the axis. As the rotation continued, a wisp of spiritual mist was compressed to the center of the spiritual vortex with Avis's thoughts. As the vortex speed continued to increase, the pressure at the center gradually increased. Buzz. Finally, the pressure seemed to exceed a critical point, accompanied by a faint sound that seemed real and illusory. A slightly illusory silver-gray crystal that seemed to have countless faces completely condensed in the center of the spiritual sea. Chapter 30 Star Sea. When the crystal condensed into shape, Avis only felt a bang in his consciousness. The perspective suddenly seemed to be infinitely elevated, as if it had merged with the whole world. Countless information appeared in his mind, as if everything in this world no longer existed any mystery to him. The spell model that had previously taken a lot of effort to build was as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 in Avis's eyes at this moment. Even the shortcomings of the spell model were clearly visible in his mind. At this moment, the aurora belt that had been slowly changing around him suddenly fluctuated violently. The dream dust in the crystal disc suddenly lit up, and the colorful rainbow flames burned almost explosively, and the weight began to be slowly consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the environment, the high concentration of original magic power suddenly began to surge, and Avis's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless deep-sea vortex, swallowing all the energy around him. Relying on the blessing of this state, the fog group that had been invisible before could no longer block Avis's sight at this moment. Under his gaze, the surface of the fog was infinitely magnified. The originally thick fog quickly became thinner in his eyes, and finally turned into countless tiny particles. And hidden in the center of this huge group of particles that made up the fog was a scene like an endless sea of stars. When he saw the sea of stars, Avis was struck by lightning, and his consciousness body vibrated violently. He involuntarily broke away from this state of unity with the world and fell unconscious on the bedding. In the crystal disc beside him, the burning dream dust suddenly flashed violently, and the originally rainbow-colored fireworks suddenly turned into dazzling pure white beams, and all the remaining dust was completely transformed into light in an instant. The huge consumption brought amazing results. The brightness and number of the originally fluctuating aurora belts suddenly increased infinitely, gathering into a huge white ball of light, wrapping Avis in it. After an unknown amount of time, Avis woke up slowly, sweating all over and breathing heavily. The dream dust for 10 people has been completely burned out, and the aurora-like light belt has dissipated. The super magic crystal in the magic circle has also exhausted all its magic power, turning into a pile of transparent crystals without any magic fluctuations. With the faint moonlight outside the window, he looked at the clock in the corner of the room again. At this time, the silver watch hand is pointed to 3:29. What on earth is that? The blue eyes like the ocean set off a storm, and Avis panted violently. trying to calm the spiritual sea that was strongly impacted. He dared to swear. That was the most complex, mysterious, and subversive magic model he had ever seen in his 2 lives. If the illusionary light ice domain model that he had previously constructed, which occupied most of the free spiritual power, was compared to the solar system, then this foggy magic model was the Milky Way that contained hundreds of billions of star systems. He knew in his heart that if he was not in the state when he first condensed his core, if it were not for the precious dream dust that had been consumed to stabilize his spiritual sea, even if it was just such a brief glimpse, the information received would be enough to cause devastating consequences to him. At the least, he would be in a coma for several days, and his spiritual sea would suffer a devastating blow. At the worst, his mind would collapse directly because his reason could not withstand the information that was too huge and subversive to his cognition. Avis tried to recall his previous memories. The structure and defects of the phantom ice domain were still very clear, but he only had a vague impression of the specific structure of the fog. It should be the function of the self-protection mechanism. And also, for the structure in the fog, if the memory is still very clear, I am afraid that I have a mental breakdown now. Avis exhaled heavily, gave up recalling those heavy knowledge, closed his eyes slightly, and concentrated on examining his own changes. First, it is the expansion of the area of the spiritual sea. When he was immersed in the state of unity with the world, his spiritual sea began to expand rapidly. When he finally broke away from the state of unity between heaven and man, the upper limit of his spiritual power had expanded to more than 3 times the original. It seems that the rate of increase is not high, but you have to know that when Avis was an apprentice, the total amount of spiritual power had reached dozens of times that of ordinary mage apprentices, and even exceeded most first-level spellcasters. It's like a cup and a water tank. The capacity of a cup is 10 times that of a water tank, and the excess capacity is still not as good as doubling the capacity of a water tank. Perhaps the upper limit of mental power cannot represent the current strength, but it represents the potential in the future. You should know that the improvement of mental power brought by each breakthrough is multiplied by the mental power base. A higher upper limit means a larger improvement base. Secondly, it is the improvement of mental power quality. After the mental power core was successfully condensed, the quality of Avis's mental power was greatly improved. The magic that required 10 or even more mental powers to cast at the 0 level can now be released with only 1 mental power. The most important thing is that he can finally use his mental power to detect the environment over a large area. The mist-like mental power at the 0 level, no matter how much it is, can only be away from the body for a short distance, and will dissipate directly if it is farther away. This is still the high-quality mental power that Avis has repeatedly purified. If it is replaced by an ordinary spellcaster apprentice, even the mental power cannot be separated from the body. Finally, there is the change of the spell model. The model structure of the Phantom Light Ice domain has changed a lot. Some defects found before have been optimized into a new structure at this moment. In addition, the model itself produces a subtle frequency, which is completely synchronized with the frequency of its own mental power core. This is also the biggest feature of the initial spell, which can maintain its own stability with a lower mental power occupation. The mirror model has not changed at all, which shows that it is not counted in the 2 initial spells. This means that the fog has also become his initial spell. As for the specific structural changes of the fog, Avis can't see it, but he can vaguely feel that it has also produced some unknown changes. At this point, Avis could no longer suppress his fatigue, and he stopped suppressing it. He obeyed the desire of his body, laid down with his whole body relaxed, and fell into the deepest sleep. This time, including the spirit. After realizing that Avis was really asleep this time, 2 hidden mental powers quietly withdrew from Avis's room. In the study and bedroom of the castle, where the lights were still shining, the sound of relief was heard at the same time. In the starry night sky, the purple moon Amos had half sunk below the horizon, and the silver-white Sevian also began to sink. The lights finally went out, and the ancient castle, under the moonlight once again, restored the tranquility of the night. Chapter 31 Spell Test, Part 1. Finally reached the first level? Not bad. You have some of my style back then. I'm proud of you, my child. At breakfast the next day, on the long white table, Duke Carrot praised Avis first, and Duchess Elena also congratulated him. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. With the praise and blessings from his parents, Avis naturally thanked them. Congratulations on your advancement to the first level. brother. After the Duke and Duchess. Sitting opposite Avis. A little girl in a light blue dress with white wavy lace, and long light golden hair hanging down to her waist spoke cutely. She blinked her clear blue crystal eyes, and looked at Avis happily. Her face flushed. And her tone was a little excited. As if she was the one who had just advanced. Thank you for your congratulations, Fiona. With a warm smile like the sun. Avis nodded to Fiona to express his gratitude. He intends to use his every move in daily life to establish labels such as knowledgeable, gentle and humble, and elegant, and shape himself into a traditional noble scholar, compared with his elder and second brothers, who are lords and have their own private power, and his third sister, who is the leader of the Cold Wind Knights. A scholar who focuses on learning and research always appears more harmless. Fiona doesn't know what Avis thinks. She just admires her brother very much. He can understand all kinds of coarse knowledge immediately after listening, and can even infer new content through the knowledge he has learned before. His daily manners are very elegant, and he can handle everything calmly, as if he was born with an aristocratic demeanor. After the classes every day, he would sit quietly in the library, reading those thick books with dense small characters, and even memorize them when his father asked questions. Looking back at myself, compared with my brother, my learning speed is much slower, and I occasionally forget some etiquette. I want to read books together, but I can't bear it. Wow! Those books are profound and boring. I don't know how Brother Avis can read them. It seems that only my talent is better than Brother Avis. After all, I advanced last year. It's just that the advancement process is a bit confused. The initial spells that my brother mentioned don't seem to be constructed, except for the 2 spell models that popped up when I advanced. They should also be considered initial spells. Counting to the end with my fingers in my heart. Fiona couldn't help but feel a little discouraged, and her cute little nose wrinkled. 6. After a day of classes, Avis rarely went to the family library, but went to the spell test field in the castle. He wanted to test his power after the first level. The test field was set up in an open field. According to the various types of magic, different test environments and targets were set up in the test field. The black crystal monument to test the power of spells, living monsters of various levels, magic crystals, magic items to test the effects of spells, and common objects such as ordinary stones and wood. Since Avis wanted to experiment with spells, Leonard cleaned up the field in advance, so there was no one in the field at the moment. Avis carefully activated the high-level protection and binding magic array engraved in the field to deal with the damage that might be caused by the uncontrolled spells in case of spell failure. Every year, there are many wild rookie mages, who are often lucky enough to get a meditation method or a wizard's notes. Then, they work hard several times harder than ordinary apprentices, and try their best to squeeze into the ranks of formal spellcasters. However, due to insufficient inheritance and the excitement of breakthrough, these wild mages are often impatient to test spells without any defense. There are spellcasters in the Magic Council who have done experiments. The probability of spell collapse is as high as 70% to 80% when casting for the first time in this state of mental excitement. And the collapse of spells in this state of just advancing and not yet stable is catastrophic. At the least, the spiritual sea is severely damaged, and at the worst, it dies on the spot. This is one of the reasons why there are so few spellcasters from civilian backgrounds. After entering the venue, Avis did not directly activate the fog, but cautiously started with other spells. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose Wind Blade as the first spell to test. As a first-level spell with a very simple model, the power of the Wind Blade spell can only be considered average among spells of the same level, but its speed and concealment are very impressive. After confirming that the defense array was operating normally, Avis leaned on the staff and spoke in a low voice, chanting a long string of obscure Gumani syllables in a strange tone. The staff was an ordinary family standard staff. After he officially advanced to the first level, the Duke gave him an ordinary spell book and a standard staff, so that he could get familiar with its use. Ao, Jack, Du Hoa Vi, Fl Og, Door. As Avis chanted, the colorless crystal on the head of the staff lighted up slightly, and a light blue transparent wind blade surrounded by a spiral airflow took shape in front of him. Long time no see. Looking at the wind blade floating quietly in front of him, Avis inexplicably had a contradictory feeling in his heart, which seemed very excited, but also seemed extremely calm. From the perspective of an ordinary person in the previous life, this was the ecstasy of mastering unprecedented power. From the perspective of a 7th level magician, this was just an instinct like eating and drinking. Shaking his head, suppressing the complex emotions, Avis's mind moved slightly. The wind blade instantly accelerated and flew towards the translucent 7-prism crystal column in the field. With a bang, the wind blade that hit the prism disintegrated and turned into a turbulent flow. The black crystal monument flickered slightly, and a bright red light column rose rapidly from the transparent black monument body until it was close to 2/3 of the height of the monument body, and then stopped rising. This crystal monument was made by a 9th level in the Magic Council, and can more accurately measure the spell damage below the 9th level. Among them, the color of the light column is red, which means that the spell power is at the 1st level, and above is orange light, yellow light, green light, until the 8th level white light. The height of the light column represents its power level in the same level. The higher the height, the stronger the power. If the light column reaches the top of the crystal monument, it means that the power of the spell has reached the peak of the same level. Close to the power of the 1st level advanced? Not bad. Avis nodded lightly, feeling quite satisfied. When he was at the same level as himself, the wind blade emitted by little Avis, with the same mental power, only reached the level close to the 1st level intermediate. Compared with the same period in his previous life, Avis's magic affinity and mental power quality are much higher. This is closely related to his high absorption rate of various treasures when he was young. Due to the memory advantage brought by time travel and rebirth, Avis was able to consciously control his body when he was very young, died and absorbed the power of various resources, and better strengthen himself, instead of being able to passively accept the nourishment of resources like ordinary children, causing most of the power to be lost in vain. Fiona's nickname. The transliteration of the spell will only appear once, and it will be omitted thereafter. Chapter 32 Skip it, and it 1T affect your viewing experience. Chapter 33 Spell Test, Part 2. At present, except for those 1st level spells with more complex models, most other 1st level spells can be cast instantly by Avis now. The reason why he cast the wind blade by chanting is just to relive the feeling of chanting and casting. Then, the spell book floating beside him opened automatically, and turned to the page that recorded the wind blade spell. The page lit up, and a wind blade that was the same as before appeared again. This is the biggest advantage of spellbook casting. The caster completely avoids the process of guiding magic. He only needs to fill the spellbook with magic power to quickly activate it. The only limitation is that the space in the spellbook is limited, and the caster must choose which spells to record. And due to material limitations, low-level spellbooks cannot record overly high-level spells. Waving his hand to disperse the wind blade, Avis began to carefully sense the changes brought about by the increase in blood maturity after his advancement to the 1st level. The Warlock and Mystic era is actually equivalent to a normal mage with all attributes increased. Spell-like abilities, no bottleneck in cultivation, and a level cap limited by blood concentration. The physical strength and magic affinity are improved, and the eyes gain constant secondary magic vision and secondary real vision, as well as the fundamental talents derived from 2 bloodlines respectively: Ice element control and light element control. The effect of these 2 abilities is that Avis can control the elements of ice and light flexibly, as if controlling his own arms. Moreover, when using magic of corresponding attributes, a huge bonus will be obtained, which is equivalent to having a spell effect. Avis's mind moved, and a piece of cold and thorough ice quickly condensed in midair. The next moment, the ice turned into a beautiful ice rose, with delicate veins on its thin petals. Then it turned into a lifelike ice bird, flying around Avis flexibly. Under his control, the hard ice changed its shape like water. After thinking for a while, Avis maintained the flight of the ice bird, while trying to control the light around the ice bird. The ice bird flying in the air suddenly flickered, and then disappeared out of thin air. But in the magic vision, it can still be seen that a strange twisted magic is flying around Avis. The consumption has increased 4-fold. Sensing the consumption of power, Avis recorded it. When the 2 talents are running at the same time, the pressure on the bloodline will be greatly increased. Almost half of the power consumption is caused by the subtle consumption between the 2 bloodlines. After a simple test, Avis separated a trace of mental power and activated the Phantom Light Ice domain model in his mind. The originally abundant mental power was immediately drained out, and a group of hazy ice mist with a faint white light instantly spread out, with Avis as the center, filling the area with a radius of 30 meters. The area has expanded by nearly half. and the mental power consumption has decreased by about 30%. Sensing the changes in the phantom light ice area, Avis cast a magician's hand, grabbed a leopard from the test animal area, placed it in the field, and then used a silent phantom to simulate a circle of walls around the leopard. When the phantom took shape, the ice mist emitting a faint white light spontaneously filled the illusion, which made the formed illusion look extremely real. He tried to reach out and touch it, and then Avis was a little surprised to find that the surface of the illusion had the same rough touch as a real wall. The one put into the field was an adult male luo beast, fat and strong, with bright brown fur and a white stripe on the left back. His strength was barely enough for the second level. After being locked up by the phantom wall, it looked around and kept sniffing with its nose. It seemed a little confused, but finally lay down in the middle of the wall. Looking at the lazy luo beast, Avis cast a silent phantom again, and conjured up the phantom of another luo beast in the circle. Hum hum. The luo beast lying on the ground stood up vigilantly, staring at the phantom with its eyes. The instinct to defend its territory made it put on a threatening posture and snored threateningly. But then, it gradually put away this threatening posture, slowly walked to the side of the phantom, and gently nudged the phantom with its nose. Avis manipulated the phantom to slightly turn its head, pretending to be looking at it, and his mental power was consumed again. The beast was stunned for a moment. Then it continued to push. The illusion did not move. But this seemed to send a wrong signal to the beast. It pushed twice again, and then circled around the illusion while sniffing in confusion. Finally, the beast seemed to have made up its mind. It slowly circled behind the illusion, and then took advantage of the illusion beast's unpreparedness and rode on it. Pachi. The illusion could not bear its weight and shattered and disappeared. The beast was caught off guard and fell heavily to the ground. Oh! It seems to be a bit painful. Even the cry has changed. Looking at the series of actions of the beast, Avis's face was full of black lines. However, it would have such a reaction, which at least proved that the illusion after strengthening was real enough. After releasing a quick treatment to it and eliminating the source of its pain, Avis threw it back into the cage, looking at the light fog that permeated around him. Avis was a little dissatisfied. The white light of these fogs was really conspicuous. It would be better if it could be darker. Sensing Avis's thoughts, the faint light of the fog began to dim, gradually becoming like ordinary fog. Really darkened? After a slight start, Avis immediately understood that this should be one of the changes in the initial spell. At the same time, he also sensed the impact of the darkening fog on the effect of the phantom light ice domain. The light deflection effect disappeared, and the degree of increase in the illusion effect was reduced. So, the phantom light ice domain has undergone 4 changes in total. The area has expanded. The mental power consumption has decreased. The degree of improvement in the illusion's authenticity has increased, and the originally glowing fog can be darkened. It is worthy of being an initial spell. Thinking about it, Avis's thoughts gradually turned to the mysterious mist. He had been curious about the effect of this misty spell model for a long time. Now, the time to unveil its mystery has finally come. After thinking about it, Avis did not choose the black crystal monument or the living monster, but chose an ordinary stone as the target of the spell, because he was not sure whether it was a single magic or a ranged magic. He put the stone farther away. Then he stretched out his right hand, pointed his palm at the stone in the distance, and carefully activated the spell model. Originally, Avis had prepared for his mental power to be drained and the spell to fail. But what he didn't expect was that after the spell model was activated, the mental power was only reduced by a small part, and the consumption was not even as great as that of the phantom light ice domain. A strange feeling came over him. The appearance of the stone as the target object did not change at all. But Avis knew that some changes had occurred. He cast a magician's hand, carefully picked up the stone, and carefully inspected it with mental power. Then he scraped some powder from the surface of the stone and cast a detection component on it. The results of mental power and magic feedback showed that the nature of this stone. There was no special change. It was still an ordinary stone. His good-looking eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed across Avis's blue eyes. Quack! At this time, a faint frog call suddenly came from the stone. Huh? Avis was stunned for a moment, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind, as if he had suddenly grasped something, recalling the strange feeling before. He immediately locked the name of a famous spell. First level spell of the Mystic School Mysticism. Chapter 34 Mystery. This spell has many halos. The initial spell of the mystical system. The first and final mystical spell. The Thebeiros peak in front of mysticism. Etc. Many mystical scholars have different opinions on whether this spell may have a spell model, and even divided into two factions. Among them, the Secret Keeper, headed by Secret Keeper Okur Kungas, claims that not all mystical spells have models, such as mysticism, which is just the external manifestation of some mysterious rules. Unless you can construct the complete rules themselves, there is no mystical model at all. The Truth faction, headed by Mystical Mastery Anderson Mandusen, firmly believes that all mystical spells have their standard models, and mysticism is no exception. As long as the research continues, one day, all mysteries will be resolved. The two factions have been arguing with each other for hundreds of years, since neither side can provide a decisive proof, and the strongest people of both factions are both 9th level. Neither can convince the other. To this day, whether or not there is a model for the mystic art is still a controversial topic. However, although the background is very legendary, it cannot hide the fact that its effect is very useless. As a mystic art spell, the mystic art has a very obvious advantage. The cost is very low. So low that it can be cast at will even at the first level. Its effect is also very simple. It randomly gives a certain mystical property to a dead object that is not a magic item. Depending on the level of the caster, the effect lasts from a quarter of a magic hour to a day. The larger the object is, the greater the consumption will be. If the object is severely damaged, the effect of the mystical spell will disappear. The so-called mysterious properties are actually some weird effects that are beyond description. For example, the stone in Avis's hand. Through the next few minutes of research, he completely confirmed the mystical effect attached to the stone. Every half a minute, the stone will make a frog sound. In other words, now it has changed from a stone to a mysterious stone. Right? Avis thought a little strangely. Then, he timed it, and tried to release a crack on the stone when the stone made the next sound. Crack is a first-level earth spell, and the effect is the same as the spell name, creating a crack on the soil or rock. The stone immediately split in half from the center, but there was nothing inside, and the mysterious properties of the stone disappeared. At this point, he was also sure that this was an ordinary mystical spell. It's this kind of crappy spell that took up one of my initial spell slots? This disappointed Avis, who was originally full of expectations. But he slowly came to his senses and began to think about the problem in this matter. As a spell that can bear the consumption even at the first level, why is its model so complicated? Unless it's not a spell model at all, but the rule itself. In other words, the fog is just something like a terminal? The relationship between the fog itself and the endless starry sky deep in the fog is equivalent to that between a computer and the internet? Unexpectedly, the group of secret keepers, who can only play tricks, actually got the truth. Muttering to himself, Avis shook his head. By the way, the former little Avis was a truth follower. Very good. From now on, I am also one of the few wise men who know the truth, since it has become my initial spell. What is the difference between it and ordinary mysticism? Thinking about this question, Avis found 2 ordinary black irons, 2 high-quality magic crystals, 2 low-level inscribed swords, 2 dry tree trunks, 2 growing bellflowers, and 2 adult leopards from various target objects. One of them had a white mark on its left back, and its expression looked a little depressed. Avis's experimental plan was, one group of targets served as the control group, and ordinary mysticism was cast on them. The other group of targets cast the initial spell like mysticism, so that the difference in the spell effects could be seen intuitively by comparing the 2 groups. Avis cast 2 mysticisms on these 6 things in turn, and the black iron and the tree trunks acquired mysterious properties without any surprise. One of the 2 black irons changed color between black and green, and the other began to ooze water droplets. The tree trunk stood up directly, and even if it was pushed down, it would stand up again. Another one began to twist itself into a twist, and then twisted back again. When tested on the bellflower and the luo beast, the spell failed normally. However, when it came to the magic crystal and the inscribed sword, the result of the initial spell transforming mysticism was different from the general mysticism. Success? The high-quality magic crystal was an earth magic crystal. The faint yellow light that was originally emitted continuously on the surface had now become like a breathing light, flickering evenly and regularly. The density and weight of the inscribed sword did not change, but the originally hard blade became soft. When Avis picked it up, its blade drooped like a dead snake. Avis tried to swing it twice, and the blade flexibly rotated in the air as he swung it, exuding a breath of freedom. Avis tried to pull it towards the black iron again. With a smack, under the effect of the mysterious spell, the black iron that was constantly oozing water was instantly split into two halves. The sharpness is the same as before. The mysterious properties are really mysterious. After a simple test of the properties, Avis put the sword and the magic crystal together, and then put the other targets back in place. And the two lucky beasts were thrown back to the original cage. Half a magic hour passed. For items that were cast with ordinary mysterious spells, the mysterious properties disappeared after 1/3 of the magic hour passed, and they returned to their original form. The mysterious properties of the other group of objects still exist. The magic crystal still flickers slowly, and the inscribed sword is still limp. 1 magic hour has passed. The two objects are exactly the same as they were 1 magic hour ago. Until 2 magic hours later, the magic crystal finally stopped flickering, and the inscribed sword became hard and straight again. So, there are 2 obvious changes. One is the extension of the duration of the spell, and the other is the expansion of the effective range of the spell. But due to the mysterious nature of the mystery itself, it is impossible to know whether its effect has also changed. Avis remembered these 2 points in his mind, manipulated the wizard's hand, and sent the restored objects back to their original places. Thebelos Peak, located in the northwest of the Gloria Empire, the main peak of the Manchenko Mountains, and the highest peak of the current Yar continent. Chapter 35. The Secret Book of the Old Days Unlocked. To leave behind such a spell model, what realm did the person who wrote the Secret Book of the Old Days reach? He gently stroked the cover of the Secret Book of the Old Days, hanging around his waist with his fingertips. For some reason, after a period of discomfort at first, he began to like the unique touch of the cover. By the way, since he has broken through to the first level, he should be able to unlock some new content. He paused for a moment, and then Avis simply sat cross-legged on the ground. He took the Secret Book of the Old Days off his waist, held it in his hand, and extended a trace of mental power to connect with it. The familiar changes occurred again, but Avis did not pay attention to the environment around him. He could feel that a part of the real content was open to him. Behind that strange title page, about half the thickness of the book was still firmly stuck together. Based on its thickness, it seemed to be the main text of the poem before it was unlocked. After turning over the temporarily unreadable parts, Avis first saw another strange symbol that was different in shape from the symbol on the title page, but also filled the entire page. Unlike the title page, this page did not make him addicted to it. He even felt dizzy when he stared at the symbol for a little longer. He checked his spiritual sea and found no changes. He shook his head and turned over the page. There were 2 pages of content that could be flipped through later, and the content was still the previous abstract landscape painting. But when Avis stared at them, the lines of these landscape paintings began to slowly wriggle like living things, and then automatically combined into a brand new content in his spiritual sea. The text recording these contents is different from the main text. It is a distorted and powerful, terrifying text, exuding an extremely ancient atmosphere. Avis didn't know what civilization's language this was, and he had never come into contact with them in any life. But at the first sight of them, he instinctively understood their meaning. There are 2 spells: Twisted Touch and Flesh Manipulation. The effect of Twisted Touch is to summon a dark tentacle constructed by magic to tightly wrap the enemy. Enemies who touch the tentacles will hear strange whispers in their hearts. This will reduce the enemy's rationality and cause serious mental interference. Enemies with low willpower will not be able to cast spells. As the enemy's contact time with the tentacles increases, the whispers in the heart will become stronger and stronger. Even if separated from the tentacles, the whispering effect will not disappear immediately, but will slowly weaken as when it appears. Flesh manipulation can be used to control the flesh and blood of the recipient, but the recipient must be touched by the holder and must be lower in level than the caster, or have no resistance. The caster can choose mild transformation or destructive distortion and mutation. Moreover, this spell can be used on oneself. Avis instantly understood the nature of these 2 spells. He could cast these 2 spells by instinct, but there was no model in his spiritual sea, nor any casting gestures or spells. There is no model, no spells or gestures. Rather than being a spell, it is better to say that it is a spell-like ability, like a bloodline talent. When thinking of this, for some reason, a strange idea suddenly popped up in Avis' mind. No, There may be spells and gestures, but that is probably not something that the human body can do. He dispelled the thoughts in his mind, and casually cast a twisted touch. A black tentacle as thick as a wrist emerged from the ground, and squirmed slightly in the air. Looking at the tentacle carefully, Avis tried to manipulate it to roll up a stone. And the tentacle did it easily. He then tried to roll up heavier objects with the tentacle, until he finally tried the cage containing the Luo beast. The tentacle was slightly weak. He tried to touch the tentacle again, and a faint voice sounded in his mind, which was very similar to the whisper he heard when he first read the old secret book. But it did not cause any adverse effects on Avis. The power is probably equivalent to that of a first-level peak warrior, but I don't know what effect this whisper will have on other creatures. Thinking of this, Avis couldn't help but look at the Luo beast again. You're the one. Humph. He caught another leopard beast. Yes, it was the one with white stripes. Avis thought it looked more pleasing to the eye. The leopard beast was once again placed on the ground by the wizard's hand, and then was firmly bound by the binding array. It turned its head listlessly and looked around, shaking its round tail. Then, a slippery black tentacle suddenly emerged from its side, and suddenly wrapped around its thigh. Humph. The leopard beast was frightened and wanted to break free immediately. But due to the binding array, it could only passively endure the entanglement of the tentacles. As time went on, the state of the leopard beast became obviously irritable, and its whole body was constantly struggling. So, the effect is similar to mania, or mental confusion. After canceling the twisted touch, Avis pointed his staff at the forehead of the beast and cast a sleep spell. A spell wave flashed, and the beast fell to the ground dizzy, snoring, and drooling from the corners of its mouth. Seeing that the beast had fallen asleep, Avis stretched out his hand and pressed on the white stripes on its back, and activated the flesh and blood manipulation. It was visible to the naked eye that the skin on the back of the beast began to wriggle, and the straight white stripes began to fold, bend, and connect end to end. Finally, it turned into a heart shape. Avis chose a gentle transformation. In his perception, the effect of flesh and blood manipulation was not a simple transformation of the surface skin, but a complete change of the arrangement of the deep flesh and blood. During this process, the beast did not react at all, which means that this transformation is likely to be painless, or the pain is not serious. The effect of low-level sleeping spells is not strong. If the pain is too strong, the beast that has been hit by the sleeping spell may be awakened. And the most important thing is that although these flesh and blood tissues have been moved significantly, they seem to have grown there originally, without any adverse reactions. Avis is very sure that after he finished manipulating the flesh and blood, the magic effect has ended. This proves one point. The reason why these flesh and blood remain active is not magic power, but that they can carry out normal nutrient circulation like other ordinary flesh and blood tissues. You know, although many spellcasters can do this, they are at least 6th level spellcasters, and have a deep research on biological transformation. And like this kind of spell, a 1st level mage who knows little about biological transformation can make this level of transformation almost instinctively. Even the little Avis in his previous life has never heard of it. In order to confirm the subsequent changes, Avis ordered people to keep this beast alone in one place, and prepare to observe it for a period of time. Chapter 36 Road Planning. In the next few days, the brothers and sisters who were far away in their respective territories sent congratulatory letters one after another. The relationship between Avis brothers and sisters is good at present, which is related to the inheritance rules of the Olivindi family. As one of the 4 Duke families, the candidates for the head of the Olivindi family are not limited to gender, but the strength must reach the 9th level, and maliciously murdering the talented descendants of the family is absolutely forbidden, which touches the foundation of the family. Once someone is found to have maliciously murdered a member of the family, he will be severely punished, and he and his descendants will never be allowed to run for the head of the family. This is the greatest deterrent to all those who have evil intentions. To ensure that this rule is implemented are the 2 9th level extreme elders in the family. They have all lived since the early days of the Gloria Empire. Their direct bloodline has been passed down for countless generations. The affection for their descendants has almost been completely wiped out, leaving only the affection for the family. No one dares to guarantee that their methods can be concealed from the 9th level extreme. After that, Avis continued to study, read, and meditate as usual. He strictly played his role as a noble scholar, showing it to the eyes of some people in the castle who were secretly staring at him. It must be said that after becoming a formal spellcaster, the speed of meditation to absorb magic power and improve mental power is completely different from that of the 0 level. If the speed of meditation absorption of magic power by a formal spellcaster is compared to pumping water from a pond with a water pipe, then the 0 level apprentice is just sucking water with a small straw. Moreover, the various advantages of the top meditation method, such as increasing the purity of mental power, improving magic affinity, etc., can only be fully exerted when becoming a formal spellcaster. During the apprenticeship period, the only difference between the top meditation method and other ordinary meditation methods is that the speed of improving mental power is faster. At the same time, there is another good news. His 2 assembly factories finally began to make profits from the outside world, instead of just relying on orders from within the family to barely keep from losing money. Previously, all orders were to lay tracks for the provinces of the family to increase the popularity of assembly trains. However, the family has actually built several large assembly factories responsible for the manufacture of trains. The fact that his 2 small factories can receive orders is entirely due to the Duke's special care for him. But as time goes by, he once took the opportunity of visiting the factory to reveal an advanced power furnace design in his memory to the person in charge of the factory in the name of discussing conjectures. The changes in the structure itself are not complicated, but only the energy conversion inscription structure in the furnace is adjusted to increase its efficiency by about 15%. The person in charge was amazed after seeing it, and then spent 3 days adjusting the inscription burning device of the production line to produce a new power furnace. After the new power furnace came out, it was immediately widely adopted. The improvement of conversion efficiency means the reduction of magic crystal consumption, which also means the reduction of annual expenditure. For this reason, a large number of orders for new power furnaces have come to the door, including the family's manufacturers. During this period, it is not that no one has thought about research and imitation. However, the new power furnace sold by Nwezi has an anti-disassembly mechanism. Once someone wants to disassemble it, the inscription inside will be directly melted. Perhaps high-level professionals can see through its specific structure without disassembling it. But this new power furnace comes from the Olivendi family's factory. If you want to learn from it to grab business, you must consider the consequences of being visited by the 9th level to check the water meter. At night, Avis returned to his room and sat in meditation with his eyes closed, as usual. However, he did not enter meditation tonight, but carefully planned the development direction after the 1st level. In his previous life, relying on his own bloodline and background, the somewhat inflated little Avis chose to develop in the entire faction of the School of Change. That is usually the choice made by great magicians of the 8th and 9th levels. In the end, he got his wish and became a profound mage. But a large amount of magic research and experiments also slowed down the growth of his bloodline to a certain extent. This led to the fact that when the family declined in the future, the strength of little Avis himself only reached the 7th level. If he chose to specialize in a sub-faction in the School of Change, he might at least be able to upgrade to the 8th level before the crisis came. Of course, whether it was the 7th or 8th level, it didn't make much difference to his situation at the time. But an 8th level professional always dies with more dignity than a 7th level professional. After inheriting the memory of little Avis, Avis obtained all the research results of his previous life. But he did not intend to continue the path of his previous life. Currently, he faces a new and better choice. School of Prophecy. The caster who is proficient in the School of Prophecy is called a prophet. In this world, a prophet is a rare and noble profession. If the caster is a noble profession, then the comparison between an ordinary magician and a prophet is equivalent to that between a baron and an earl. Most families that have reached a certain size will test every descendant with the surname. If possible, Avis hopes to obtain the identity of a prophet. This will allow him to openly reveal the future information in his memory to the Duke and others, and greatly increase the weight of his words in the shortest time. In the memory of the previous life, the Duke had specially invited a prophet to test whether little Avis had the talent of a prophet. The test time was the 7th day after little Avis became the 1st level, which should be tomorrow for Avis in this life. This test must be carried out after the 1st level, and the 7 days are for him to stabilize his realm. The specific test process is very simple. The prophet will prepare a special crystal ball. The person who needs to test the talent will connect the crystal ball with mental power, and then close his eyes and relax. If you can feel the mysterious power in the crystal ball within half a magic hour, and peek into some fragments of the future through it, then congratulations. You have the talent to learn prophecy. On the contrary. Of course. During the test process in the previous life, little Avis did not feel anything, and finally could only declare that he had no chance to be a prophet. The prophecy school is like this. If you can feel it, you can feel it. And if you can't feel it, you can't feel it. However, little Avis, who later became a magician, was unwilling to accept it. So he studied the nature of the so-called prophetic talent. He consulted countless books, including some ancient books from the High Elves and some manuscripts of famous prophets. In the end, he came to the conclusion that the so-called prophet's talent can be divided into the following 2 points. First, a strong soul. Second, affinity with the web of fate. A strong soul is easy to understand. It is the strength of a person's soul. Unlike the strength of mental power, the strength of the soul will only increase with the improvement of the rank. This is also the reason why some high-level professionals can forcibly use low-level prophecy spells. The affinity of the web of fate is somewhat abstract. Simply put, the development trajectory of all existences in the world can be regarded as a line. And this line is the fate of this existence. Countless such lines interweave and entangle to form a web covering the entire world. This web is the fate of the world. The prophet's prophecy spell is equivalent to peeking into this web of fate through some means, and interpreting the future through the information and feedback obtained. But not everyone can do this. Even if most people use prophecy spells, they cannot perceive the existence of the web of fate. Only a very small number of people can perceive it. This ability to perceive the web of fate is the so-called affinity of the web of fate. And the conditions for the emergence of this affinity are as unpredictable as fate itself. It may appear in the son of the Grand Duke, or it may appear in the child of an ordinary peasant woman, regardless of the strength of the parents, or whether they have blood. The chance of having this talent seems to be the same. The most extreme case that has ever occurred is that in a pair of twins. The younger sister has the talent of a prophet, but the older sister has not. The magic world still has no conclusion on what factors determine the formation of this talent. Everything is fate. The choice of fate. Touching the family amulet on his chest, Avis began to think about what he should do tomorrow. As a time traveler and a reborn, his soul strength is definitely far superior to that of the little Avis of the same age in his previous life. But he doesn't know if the affinity of the web of fate has changed. In theory, if you can become a prophet, it will be of great help to the goal of saving the Olivindi family, which is in line with the scope of the wishing spell. But if you still don't have the talent in this life, then switch to the mysterious school. Use some special mysterious magic as an excuse, and try to make the most of your advantage of knowing the direction of history. Chapter 37 Prophecy Talent Test. On the second day, morning, Avis, led by Leonard, came to the Duke's study. At this time, Duke Carrot was sitting leisurely behind a large desk, playing with a blue crystal cluster emitting a little silver light in his hand. The sun shone into the room from the tall arched window behind the Duke. The pale white light beam enveloped the Duke's black dress with gold patterns, outlining a faintly glowing outline, making his figure look extremely majestic. Father, walking into the room gracefully, Avis bowed to the Duke. Behind him, the butler in a black tuxedo closed the door. The Duke nodded slightly to him and motioned him to sit down in a chair beside him. I have 2 things to ask you to come. Avis, placing the crystal cluster on the corner of the table. The Duke opened the drawer, took out an exquisite invitation letter from it, and placed it on the table. The main body of the invitation letter is elegant dark blue, with intricate patterns all over the edges, and a mysterious castle emblem with a purple gold luster embossed in the center. First of all, the Royal Pamir Academy has sent an invitation letter on the first day of the Hutfire month, which is 1 month later. It is time for you to go to the Royal Capital Academy for further studies. As the Duke spoke, the invitation letter on the table floated up by itself and slowly fell into Avis's hands. Avis had heard of the name of Pamir Academy, which was founded by Emperor Gloria himself and was recognized as the top academy in the entire empire. Only a few hundred new students are recruited throughout the empire every year. Pamir means glory in Mani language. Only true geniuses, or descendants of nobles with a certain level of family background, or both, can receive an invitation letter from Pamir Academy. In a sense, this is not just an invitation, but a symbol of a class. Receiving it is equivalent to receiving an admission ticket to the upper class. Father, will Fiona go to the academy with me? After carefully looking at the invitation in his hand, Avis put it in his ring. and then suddenly thought of something and asked, "Fiona?" Repeating the girl's name, Carlos' eyes drooped, and his fingertips instinctively stroked the carvings on the mithril cufflinks. And then his index finger tapped the table, as if he was a little hesitant. After a moment, the Duke sighed, closed his eyes slightly, and then reopened them. His eyes calmed down. Although her strength is already sufficient, her character is still not mature enough. I will postpone her invitation for another year. Next year's Heathfire month is the time for her to go to the academy. As he said, Duke Carlot looked up at Avis again, and the blue eyes against the light reflected the perfect appearance of the noble boy. Next year. If Fiona is still so naive, then please take care of her in the academy. Of course. I will do my best. Father. Breathing the air with a faint floral scent that is unique to the room where ancient books are placed. Avis nodded gracefully and agreed calmly. Sometimes, it is really hard for me to believe that you were born only 1 year earlier than Fiona. Hearing Avis's answer, the Duke couldn't help but smile. The second thing. Avis. How much do you know about the School of Prophecy? With a thoughtful look on his face, Avis spoke slowly after a moment. The School of Prophecy focuses on the study of the web of fate. It is a very powerful and mysterious profession that can peek into future information fragments through certain spells. However, according to the description in the book, only those with a certain talent can obtain the qualification to learn prophecy. And the emergence of this qualification is completely irregular. Well said, Avis. This is the second thing today. The Duke nodded with satisfaction, and was very pleased with Avis's profound knowledge. You mean the prediction talent test? Avis immediately understood, and his face showed a bright smile, as if he was excited about the upcoming test. Yes. Now your strength has reached the test standard. Later, the chief prophet of the family will come here to test whether you have the talent of a prophet. Looking at Avis's excited look, Duke Carrot, who did not know the truth, smiled and nodded, confirming his guess. After a while, Leonard opened the door again, and a slightly short figure covered in a strange gray robe appeared at the door. When he first saw this person, Avis thought he just looked a little mysterious. But after careful observation, Avis noticed that this person seemed to have some strange characteristics. It was a slightly distorted and alienated feeling, as if there was an illusory barrier between the space he was in and the surrounding environment. When the light in the environment reached him, it seemed to produce some subtle distortion. This made his figure look a little dim, and it was out of tune with the bright environment around him. The overlapping hood covered his head, hiding his face in the deep shadow, making it hazy and difficult to see clearly. Good day, Mr. Chief Prophet. Avis immediately stood up. A respectful expression appeared on his face, and his right hand touched his chest. Okay, a standard noble etiquette. The gray-robed figure seemed to nod slightly, but in that distorted atmosphere, Avis could not see his movements clearly. Then, I'll trouble you. The Duke turned his eyes to the gray-robed figure, and said in a casual and equal attitude, I will do my best. Mr. Duke. The figure spoke for the first time, and the voice was strangely graceful and crisp. And it was actually the voice of a young girl. She raised her hand gently, and a colorless crystal ball as big as a human head suddenly appeared, and was held in her palm. That tender white and slender hand also once again showed that the chief prophet of the Olivendi family was actually a young girl. Avis instinctively showed a surprised expression on his face, as if he was surprised by the fact that the chief prophet of the family was a young girl. In order to play his role well, he deliberately dug out the expression of the little Avis in his previous life from his memory, and performed a scene restoration. I don't know how old she is, but she can cultivate to the 7th level. So she must be at least 100 or 200 years old. Or maybe more. Looking at the prophet's hand holding the crystal ball, Avis had a not-so-polite thought in his mind. But he almost immediately extinguished it. Of course, because of the existence of the family amulet, the young prophet in front of him should not be able to see through his thoughts. But Avis did not want to take a meaningless risk. The prophet did not know what the noble boy in front of him had just thought. Otherwise, she might try to use physical methods to embed the crystal ball on Avis's head, and then let him feel it carefully. Chapter 38 explodes on the spot. Put your hand on the crystal ball, close your eyes, relax your body, and let fate decide everything. According to the instructions of the prophet, Avis stretched out his pale and slender right hand and gently pressed it on the crystal ball. The smooth and cold touch came from the palm of his hand. Although reason told him that the power of the wishing technique would most likely be arranged for him again. But when the test really started, Avis was still a little worried. Relax. The prophet immediately noticed Avis's nervousness. In fact, most people who took the test had similar reactions. Don't be nervous, Mr. Avis. This is not terrible. If you have talent, then you will randomly see a small piece of the future. Avis nodded, took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, focused all his attention on perception, and gradually entered a state similar to meditation. At first, Avis felt nothing except the hard touch of the crystal ball itself. But as time passed, he, who was immersed in a trance, suddenly felt the existence of something. It was a fog. At the moment when Avis felt the existence of this fog, in the study outside, the crystal ball emitted a gray-white glow without any sign, and the image of a fog appeared in the crystal ball. Seeing the change of the crystal ball, the expressions of the two people present immediately changed. The prophet covered in gray robes was slightly stunned, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The Duke was also slightly startled, but this surprise immediately turned into joy. Since the test has not been completed yet, Duke Carrot suppressed the joy in his heart and just stood aside and watched quietly. But the slightly raised corners of his mouth revealed his true emotions. There are changes. The prophet spoke slowly, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Congratulations, Your Excellency the Duke. Hearing the prophet's congratulations, the Duke's mouth began to curl up. But when he was about to say something, suddenly, crack. Suddenly, the light of the crystal ball flickered, and then burst instantly. The Duke's eyes suddenly condensed, and countless flying fragments instantly solidified in the air. The space in the room seemed to have suddenly pressed the pause button, and it was like a photo taken instantly. For a moment, the clear crystal fragments filled the study room. Under the refraction of the sunlight outside the window, it shone like the stars in the night sky. Avis looked at this scene with some surprise. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw this fantastic and beautiful starry sky scene. The power of the crystal ball explosion was not great, and it did not hurt him under the protection of magic, but it woke him up from the state of perception. The next moment, under the effect of magic, countless stars that were still in the air retreated back to their original path at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast, and gathered into the original crystal ball again. Avis could even see that some of the fragments that had hit the bodies of the three people and were rebounded by the magic flew back along the original route. After hitting the same point for the second time, it flew in the direction it originally came from. After the combination was completed, the cracks that covered the entire surface of the crystal ball began to gradually fade, close together, and shrink inward. Finally, under Avis's astonished gaze, countless cracks gathered at a point in the center of the crystal ball, and then disappeared after a faint flash. The secret method of the 8th level transformation school, Advanced Restoration. However, although the crystal ball has been restored to its original state, in Avis's perception, it has become an ordinary crystal ball. The mysterious power contained in it has all been lost, and has not been restored with the recovery of the crystal ball. What's going on, Irina? Duke Carrot frowned and looked at the face of the prophet hidden under the shadow of the hood, and his slightly low voice echoed in the study. Just now, what did you see? But as the object of the inquiry, the grey-robed prophet did not immediately respond to the Duke's inquiry, but immediately turned to Avis and spoke a little hastily. For the first time, there was an obvious emotional fluctuation in the ethereal and graceful tone. Avis closed his eyes slightly, recalled the scene just now, and spoke softly with some hesitation. A piece of starry sky? Starry sky? Slightly stunned, the prophet named Irina turned to Duke Carrot, and the gray robe on her body swayed slightly. I'm sorry, Your Excellency the Duke. This is the first time I've seen Avis in this state, so I lost my composure just now. Knocking the black dragon blood with table with his index finger, Carrot looked at the prophet with some confusion. So, Irina, what does this phenomenon mean? Does Avis have the talent for prophecy? In theory, being able to make the crystal ball appear strange means that the tester has the talent of a prophet. But the crystal ball automatically exploded during the test. The chief prophet's tone was a little hesitant, and she didn't know what this situation meant. I can't give a definite answer now, Your Excellency the Duke. I'm afraid I need to seek answers from my teacher about this matter. Father, Mr. Prophet, I have an idea. At this time, Avis suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of the two. If you are not sure whether I have the talent for prophecy, Then can you open some magic books of prophecy to me? See if I can study and use it normally. Open prophecy books? After thinking for a while, Duke Carrot looked at the prophet. Will there be any danger? The prophet Irina shook her head. In history, there has never been a precedent of danger in learning prophecy. At most, it is impossible to get started. The Duke nodded and turned to Avis. In this case, give me your authority nameplate. Avis took out a metal plate engraved with the pattern of the cold wind crystal bird from the ring, lifted it with magic, and placed it on the table in front of the Duke. The Duke reached out and picked it up. The emblem ring on his finger flashed a trace of magic luster and gently printed it on the surface of the nameplate. Take it. I have opened up the reading rights of the prophecy school books to you. The next day, the chief prophet bid farewell to the Duke. She was going to travel far away to the floating city of Alashan, the headquarters of the Magic Council in the distant Idle Kingdom Federation. She sought answers from her teacher, Stargazer Bruns, one of the 3 chairmen of the Magic Council. She wanted to see if she could get some residual information from the broken crystal ball. After she left, Avis happily soaked in the large library, eagerly learning the latest unlocked magic knowledge of the prophecy school. Before that, they had been placed alone in a corner of the library, and the entire bookshelf was protected by a powerful sealing magic. Even in the previous life, as a 7th-level magician, little Avis could not access these books. Although Avis in this life was very envious, he had no idea where to start. Now, he finally got the permission to pass this seal. Chapter 39: The Girl's Little Plan. August 2nd. Afternoon. There are still 29 days before he leaves Moon Castle. As usual, Avis sat in the library reading magic knowledge. But today, there was a different factor. So boring. Lying on the soft long sofa, Fiona closed the book in her hand with force, and threw away the inscription array binding type that gave her a headache. She turned over without any image, and her whole body was full of despair. The book she threw did not fall to the ground, but after drawing a parabola, it hovered in the air. The light blue magic light lit up from the number on the spine of the book, and under the invisible magic effect, the thick book returned to its original position. This is the 3rd time you said this today, Fiona. Avis raised his head slightly, glanced at the girl lying on the sofa with his blue eyes, and spoke with a little helplessness. Hearing his words, Fiona did not respond, but rolled her eyes at him weakly, like a salted fish that had just been processed and was being spread out in the sun to dry. Shaking his head, Avis expressed regret for the girl's reaction, and then continued to turn the book in his hand to the next page. The cause of this phenomenon originated from a practical study that the 2 of them participated in a few days ago. The practical project was the learning content that the 2 of them started after reaching the 1st level, and was taught by the Duke himself. At the end of the class, Fiona accidentally asked a very low-level question. The answer to this question should have been specifically taught as important knowledge in the inscription course last November. Although Avis immediately offered to help her remedy the situation, the Duke still became suspicious and asked a few related questions to test her. As a result, the girl's progress in engraving was a mess. Avis wanted to help her, but in the end, he also got involved. As a punishment, the 2 were grounded for half a month, and their free time every day could only be spent reading in the family library. For Avis, this was no different from their usual life. But for the lively Fiona, this was the most severe punishment. In the first few days, the situation was better. Fiona could barely control her temper and read those boring magic knowledge. But as time went on, the girl gave up more and more. In the next practical class, my father will definitely ask some questions to test our learning progress. While looking at the book, Avis spoke as if inadvertently. If something goes wrong again, my dear sister, I'm afraid the punishment you will receive will not be just this degree. I don't care. Anyway, I don't want to read those annoying inscription knowledge anymore. The girl muttered softly, lying on the sofa with her eyes closed, her pink little mouth pouting high, and the cute light blue bow swaying. Although she said so, her eyes secretly opened a slit, quietly looking at Avis, as if expecting something. Oh, in that case, then you should take a rest first, Avis calmly agreed, and then continued his reading. The salted fish girl, who didn't get the answer she wanted, turned over angrily and turned herself into a supine position on the sofa. The lake-like big eyes rolled and stared at Avis's profile. It seems that there is some evil gaze staring at me. Feeling the gaze as if it were real, Avis's eyes twitched slightly, and the movement of his hand stiffened unnaturally. Damn! She mixed mental power in her eyes. Slowly, the feeling of discomfort became stronger and stronger, which greatly reduced Avis's reading efficiency. Hey! Avis sighed softly, took out a bronze bookmark from the drawer, and clamped it on the current page. Then he closed the plucking the strings of fate in his hand, and put it on the table, patting his face gently, putting on a slightly helpless smile. He turned to look at the girl on the sofa, and his tone became soft. Okay, Faye, how about I tell you a story? Hearing Avis' words, Fiona turned over again, holding her chin with both hands, and staring at him with her beautiful lake blue eyes pretending to be innocent. 2 little feet wrapped in white socks were raised behind her back, shaking mischievously one after another. Brother, what did you say? I said. Do you want to? No. Do you want to hear my story? Avis still maintained his smile, but his eyebrows slightly raised, and his left hand inadvertently clenched his right fist, looking at the pretentious girl, with a hint of danger in his tone. Of course, if you don't want to forget it. Okay. Okay. The girl nodded quickly, with an innocent and lovely smile on her face, but a little pride in her eyes betrayed her. Hee hee. The plan worked. In the past, Avis would occasionally tell Fiona some stories. Those stories were very novel and interesting, and they were all things the girl had never heard before. For example, Little Red Riding Hood ate the attacking wolf, and then fought with the mastermind, the grandmother, and the starry sky was shaken, and it was wiped out. Then the aftermath of the war attracted the Star Hunters, who transformed the two into the Star Clan, and started the eternal fateful war, etc. However, Avis would not finish the story every time, but only tell half or even 1/3 at a time, which often made Fiona very curious about the subsequent development of the story. For this reason, she also went to the biography section in the library to try to find the story Avis had told. But she was surprised to find that the story Avis told her was not even included in the family library. She asked Avis about the origin of the story, and Avis, who was reading a book, told her very naturally that these stories were all original stories based on the books he had read, and said lightly that it was nothing. Since then, Fiona began to admire Avis, looking at the little girl who was still complacent. Avis did not point it out. He moved the chair to sit beside the girl, smiled and began to tell a brand new story that the girl had never heard before. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl. Her name was also Fiona. She was about the same age as you, and as tall as you, with the same blue eyes as pure as the lake, and long light golden hair as bright as the sun. On a midsummer afternoon, after finishing a day's class, she went to play in the fields not far from home. There were lilac hyacinths, blue rosemary, and white bellflowers in full bloom. A clear stream flowed out of the forest on one side, gurgling through the vibrant fields, and merged into the huge sapphire-like lake in the distance. There were also several sturdy mangool willows growing leisurely by the river. Yes, just like the field below the castle hillside. Chapter 40 Fiona's Dreamland. As he spoke, Avis gestured with his hands behind his back. The air in front of Fiona suddenly fluctuated, and a phantom emitting a faint light appeared in the air. First it turned into Fiona's appearance, and then the environment of the wilderness appeared around it. After reaching the first level of strength, Avis was able to use illusions to add animation effects to his story. The girl was slightly stunned, then curiously stretched out her little hand and tried to touch the floating Fiona in the air. But the scallion white fingers just passed through the illusion in vain. It's just a silent phantom, Fiona. Avis chuckled and shook his head, and continued to tell his story. She ran happily in the green fields, catching butterflies and picking wild flowers. Then can she distinguish clearly which butterflies and wild flowers are safe, and which ones will be dangerous if touched? Fiona looked at the phantom in the air, opened her eyes wide, and asked in confusion. Of course, she is as smart and knowledgeable as you. Avis raised his pale and slender hand and caressed Fiona's soft light golden hair lovingly. The girl raised her head comfortably, showing a satisfied expression, and her lake blue eyes narrowed into 2 lines. In the afternoon, the light of day became more blazing, and the girl was a little tired, so she came to a huge old willow tree by the lake to take a rest. Between several huge tree roots, the lush green grass made the ground very soft. She lay comfortably in the cool shade of the tree, and the mottled sunlight fell on her like broken gold. She's tired so quickly, Her strength must be very weak. Won't it be dangerous to take a nap in the wild? Fiona looked up and looked at Avis innocently. Of course she's not as strong as my lovely sister. But she's also a formal spellcaster. You know, in such a comfortable and leisurely afternoon, even a great magician would want to relax a little. Avis smiled and explained to the girl calmly. Well, that makes sense. I always feel sleepy in the afternoon every day. Fiona nodded in agreement, propped up her white arms on the sofa, pricked up her ears, and waited attentively for the story to continue. While she was in a daze, a white rabbit wearing a black dress and with pink eyes hopped past her. She seemed to hear the rabbit muttering to itself, "Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I'm going to be late." While speaking, the rabbit took out a pocket watch from the pocket of the dress, looked at the time, and then hurriedly ran into the forest in the distance. The rabbit appeared in the illusion in the air. It was wearing a tuxedo popular in the Gloria II period and a crisp black top hat. At this time, it was looking at a mini pocket watch. She must have encountered a mysterious phenomenon. Fiona stared at the illusion in the air, her white hands clenched into fists. Her eyes were full of excitement and curiosity, and her waterfall-like light golden hair flashed. This is the special effect she obtained after her bloodline awakened. After she reached the first level, her two legendary bloodlines had been completely awakened. This not only made her strength soar, but also brought some small changes in appearance. Under the effect of the awakened radiant bird of paradise bloodline, her hair was emitting a faint light all the time, and the brightness of the light would change when her emotions fluctuated greatly. And then, did she catch the rabbit? I heard that the left hind leg of this rabbit with mysterious characteristics can be used to make a lucky charm. It can bring extraordinary good luck to the wearer. Seeing Fiona's excited eyes with eager eyes, Avis smiled and continued to tell the story. The girl jumped up, all sleepiness gone. But the strange rabbit had already run far away, so she quickly cast a wind spell on herself and chased after the rabbit. During the chase, she tried to tie up the rabbit with animated plants, trip the rabbit with telekinesis, and create a pit in front of the rabbit with earth magic, etc. But each time the rabbit dodged it in a strange way. Finally, the rabbit ran into the depths of the forest, under a huge Carol banyan tree with roots that were as thick as several people hugging. The girl was one step late in the end, and could only watch in vain as the rabbit ran into a big hole between the tree roots. In the illusion in front of the girl, the plot developed synchronously with Avis's explanation. As mini Fiona's last ice confinement failed, the rabbit successfully shook off the girl chasing behind. Oh, that's a pity. Fiona shook her little head cutely, as if she was the one who lost the rabbit. But she didn't give up, but chased the rabbit into the hole. Avis suddenly smiled with some evil humor. At first, the rabbit hole extended diagonally downward, but when she ran forward a few steps, the direction of the hole suddenly turned straight down. Fiona, who had no time to stop, stepped on empty air and fell into a deep and dark cave with a scream. As Avis described, the illusion in the air suddenly turned into a dark cave, and then suddenly swallowed the girl on the sofa. Wow! Fiona screamed in fear. Her little head instinctively shrank back, and her long light golden hair shone like a light bulb. The fragile illusion was instantly dispersed by the magic power, and the girl who regained her vision immediately looked up and stared fiercely at the culprit beside her. But at the critical moment, she quickly activated the constant feather fall spell on the ring, allowing herself to slowly fall. At the same time, she instantly cast a candlelight spell, summoned a white light ball, controlled it to float below her, and landed with her. This is to illuminate the cave below while interfering with the sight of possible monsters below, preventing herself from being attacked when she is unprepared. Avis pretended not to see the girl's gaze, and naturally added a silent phantom, continuing to tell the story. And by the way, he taught the girl some common sense about ruins exploration. Moreover, he deliberately ignored the girl's puffy cheeks and touched the girl's glowing soft long hair. Well, it feels great. Fiona was stunned for a moment, and her anger value instantly climbed to a new height. But she was reluctant to continue the story. In the end, the girl angrily lay back on the sofa again, thinking viciously in her heart that she would not talk to the hateful Avis again today. Yes, all day. She swore in the name of her little cat. Chapter 41: The Change of the Beast. It was a very deep cave. Of course, it might not be that deep, but Fiona was descending too slowly, so she had enough time to look around and guess what was underneath. She looked down first, but she couldn't see anything. So she looked around the cave wall. Under the light of the illumination, she was surprised to see. Then, what did she see? Curiosity finally prevailed, and Fiona asked in a low voice. Then, today's story is over. Dear Fiona, it's time to continue studying epigraphy. Amwise showed a mysterious smile and winked at Fiona. Then he stopped telling the story, stood up and returned to the desk, and the phantom in the air quietly disappeared. Will I refuse? The story suddenly stopped when she heard the key part, which made Fiona feel as uncomfortable as if she was halfway through a breath and then suddenly got stuck. And her little face instantly swelled like a bun. But when she was still sulking, a heavy book suddenly flew in front of her. The girl instinctively reached out to catch it. But the moment she caught it, she suddenly felt a weight in her hand again. And the second and third books were piled up directly on top. On the side, Avis controlled the mage's hand and took out primary inscription drawing and the meaning of inscription array from the bookshelf, and threw them all into the girl's hands. The girl looked at the several books in her hand that were piled together, almost as high as her head, with a dull look, and her mentality almost exploded. It's your freedom to read it or not, dear Faye. However, it is my freedom to continue this story tomorrow. In response to Fiona's resentment that almost broke through the dome of the library, Avis turned the pages of the book and responded with an elegant smile. After all, I can't let my lovely sister be punished by my father again because of me. In the eyes of the girl, this smile is no different from the smile of the devil. Brother, can you tell me another paragraph? Just a short paragraph. And then I will go to read books obediently. Fiona showed a pitiful expression, with big watery eyes, pleading at the pale boy sitting at the desk, like a small animal that was ruthlessly abandoned. But in the eyes of Avis, who is familiar with all kinds of acting skills and routines, the girl's performance is full of loopholes. It's useless to pretend to be pitiful. My dear sister. Avis read the book in his hand and answered without looking away. Also, please don't just deal with it when reading, because I will ask a few random questions later. If you can't answer, there will be no story tomorrow. As Avis spoke, the girl's pitiful eyes gradually dulled, and then turned into a dangerous gaze again. Oh, please don't look at me like that. It's just to give you a little encouragement. But this time, Avis had been prepared and added a layer of mental protection to himself in advance, blocking the girl's angry eyes and mental power. All means failed. The girl looked at Avis's hateful smile and wanted to pounce on him and take a bite. Angrily, she opened the book in her hand and forced herself to continue reading. Although she felt extremely bored, she was able to remember everything she saw with her powerful talent. She actually understood what Avis was doing. After all, it was her father's request, so she didn't do it perfunctorily at this time. However, although she understood that Avis didn't want her to be punished by her father, the girl's resentment towards Avis would not be reduced at all. In the next half-month, the girl spent her afternoon reading books in boredom, listening to stories in excitement, and reading books in annoyance. By the way, because the girl's resentment with spiritual power somewhat affected his reading, Avis made a crystal ball to collect the girl's resentment. These resentments can be used as special materials to refine some unique alchemical items. After Fiona learned the purpose of the crystal ball, the concentration of resentment directly broke through a new level, allowing Avis to collect a lot of negative emotions and smile very brightly. Half a month later, the Duke held a practical class for the two again. In this class, the Duke brought some low-level mages from the family mage group and let them compete with each other to show the two of them how real mages fight. In order to leave an impression in front of the Duke, these low-level mages used their best skills and spells, which opened Fiona and Avis's eyes. Of course, Fiona was really eye-opening, and Avis's real feelings are not mentioned. After each battle, the Duke would set aside some time for the two to ask questions and answer the questions they didn't understand. Occasionally, after the two finished asking questions, the Duke would also ask some corresponding questions for the two to answer. If neither of them could answer, the Duke would tell them the answer directly. But if they still couldn't answer the next similar question, the Duke would punish them according to the situation. At the end of this class, the Duke asked the two a question. In your mind, what is the fighting style of the nobles? Fiona thought about it and gave a seemingly plausible answer, while Avis recited it again according to his memory of his previous life. After listening, the Duke did not comment on the answers of the two, but just smiled. and then announced that the two's confinement was over, which made Fiona very happy. On the afternoon of a new day, Avis came to the spell test field. It had been a month since the previous spell test, and he came to check the subsequent changes of the Luo beast. The manager of the test field was an elderly 6th level wizard. When he learned of Avis's purpose, the old wizard immediately brought out the Luo beast. Thanks to Avis, the Luo beast was kept alone and well cared for. When Avis saw it again, he found that it was a whole circle fatter than last month. Seeing Avis coming, the beast hummed and changed from lying to standing, and the heart-shaped white mark on its back shook twice towards Avis. Avis directly threw a sleeping spell over, so the beast that had just stood up lay down again. Walking forward, the boy's hand wearing pure white gloves reached into the gap of the cage, pressed on the heart-shaped mark on the back of the beast, and carefully detected the life breath of the flesh and blood below. Avis was very cautious about the spells attached to the old secret book because he was not familiar with them. It was not enough to rely on the introduction of the old secret book. Only by testing the specific effects through experiments could he really determine in what occasions they should be used. Chapter 42 Prophecy Magic and the Girl's Plan. It seems that there are indeed no adverse consequences, at least not in the short term. The physical condition of the Luo beast is very normal, and there are no signs of disorder or decline. After collecting the experimental data, Avis asked the manager of the test site to continue to raise the Luo beast alone and record the physical condition of the Luo beast once a month. After finishing the observation of the Luo beast, Avis changed the venue. He planned to test several prophecy spells that he had mastered recently. Due to the short time, Avis has only mastered a few spells at present: Psychic Strike, Predict Offensive, Suppress Good Luck, True Knowledge Flash, and Mirror Silver Divination. Among them, the effect of Psychic Strike is to predict the enemy's position, so that one's next attack can achieve a near-certain effect. Predict Offensive is just the opposite. It can predict the true position of the enemy's next attack, so as to dodge in advance. Suppress Good Luck is just like the name of the spell, which will turn the European emperor into a non-European. For example, if you accidentally lose your wallet while walking, or burp accidentally while chanting, etc. However, the effect of this spell will only last for a short time, and after the recipient encounters bad luck, the spell effect will end immediately. With Avis' current level of prophecy, the strength of the recipient of the above magic that acts on others cannot exceed Avis by much. Otherwise, the spell will most likely fail. The spell of True Knowledge Flash is quite special. It allows the caster to ask a question to an unknown special existence once a day. The accuracy rate is very high, but only yes or no answers can be obtained. The Mirror Silver Divination technique originated from an ancient book on the bookshelf. If the first 4 spells belong to the popular spells of the prophecy school, then the Mirror Silver Divination technique can be regarded as a secret. This spell requires a specially treated Moonlight Mercury as a medium. When casting the spell, the caster needs a shallow basin filled with Moonlight Mercury as a prop. Before preparing to do something, the caster can divine the result. Depending on the result, different ripples will appear on the surface of the mercury. The caster can know whether the result of the action is good or bad through the feedback of the ripples. If the ripples are even and orderly, it means there will be a good result. If the ripples are messy, it means there will be a bad result. If there is no fluctuation on the surface of the mercury, it means that the predicted things are beyond the ability of the prophet. Moreover, as the level of the prophet increases, this spell has more changes, such as finding the direction of some things. Avis released a gray skylark, which is a very common first-level wind-type magic beast that often appears in groups in forest areas. Staring at the bird flying in the air, Avis cast a telepathic attack. Then, a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. The next moment, the position of the gray skylark was a certain point. He immediately sent a wind blade to that direction. At this time, the gray skylark flying in the air just turned a small corner, and was caught off guard by the sudden attack, and suddenly hit the wind blade. However, due to the long distance, the power of the wind blade was severely weakened, and only a few gray feathers on the wings of the skylark were knocked off. The gray skylark that was hit screamed, and its angry eyes were immediately aimed at Avis on the ground. It dived down, and after approaching a certain distance, it flapped its wings violently, and a small and condensed wind blade instantly shot towards Avis. Looking at the incoming wind blade, Avis took 2 steps to the right. The translucent wind blade passed by his side by a hair's breadth, hit the reinforced ground, and shattered into a ball of turbulence. Guessing that the gray skylark would be angered by the wind blade, he cast a predictive attack in advance when the bird dived. While passing by the wind blade, Avis locked the bird in the air, raised his hand, and cast a suppressing good luck on it. The bird in the air suddenly felt something was wrong. It flapped its wings, and a trace of confusion flashed in its eyes. Then it threw this feeling behind its head and dived towards Avis again, intending to repeat the same trick. But this time, when the bird approached Avis, its right wing suddenly twitched unnaturally. This instantly destroyed its balance, causing it to flutter violently in the air for a circle and a half, and then fell to the ground dizzy with a thud. Wing cramp. Avis looked at the gray skylark with a strange look, and a dark tentacle suddenly emerged from nowhere and tied it tightly. Then he ignored its violent struggle and stuffed it back into the original cage. Hee. After a long-awaited nap, Fiona rubbed her eyes and sat up. Her two tender white hands pushed hard against her head and stretched a little, because she had been cramming for half a month on the headache-inducing inscription knowledge in the library. The girl was still a little depressed. After yawning lightly, she put down her arms. Slender white fingers patted her pink lips in an extremely tempting way, got up and left the room, leaving this unintentional charming scene in the empty room. Annie. Let's go! While Avis was testing the newly mastered prophecy magic, Fiona left Moon Castle for the first time in a long time and boarded the family's alchemical floating airship to go to Kara's city. She was going to do something she had planned for a long time. The Queen's Avenue in the central part of Kara's was built in the year 1622 of the glorious calendar, and it has now been nearly 1,000 years. Over the long time, it and the buildings on both sides of it have undergone many expansions, and now it has become the most prosperous commercial district in Kara's. Exquisite brick and stone buildings are lined up on both sides of the avenue, and four-wheeled carriages are slowly driving in the middle of the flat white stone road. The noisy crowd walked through the roadside separated by flower beds. The alchemical shop Mystery, the weapon shop Dragon's Fang, the clothing store Cleaton Star, the brands at the top of the pyramid in all walks of life in the Empire have storefronts on this street. Here, you can find top-quality mirage pearls from the Storm Ocean, inscribed chainmail from the craftsman's city of Evidon, divine amulets from the city of Chant, and even top-quality black tea and elven artworks from another distant continent. As long as you have enough gold coins, there is almost nothing you can't buy here. Annie, what do you think I should buy as a parting gift for my fourth brother? Fiona, wearing a light off-white dress and a wide-brimmed hat decorated with light blue ribbons, walked briskly in the bustling crowd. Although she was uncomfortable for half a month because of Avis's storytelling every day, but as the only brother who always accompanies her in the family, Fiona's relationship with Avis is actually the closest among the brothers and sisters. So, when she learned from her mother that her fourth brother was about to go to the Royal Capital Academy, the girl thought about preparing a parting gift. Master Avis's gift should be chosen by you personally. Mississippi. Looking at the girl's slender back, Annie, who was half a step behind her, spoke softly. Compared with Avis's personal maid, the energetic Erica, her personality is quieter. Her temperament is very gentle, and she gives people a feeling of a gentle big sister. While being a personal maid, she is also a fourth-level spellcaster specializing in natural magic. When Fiona occasionally goes out, she will follow her in the open. Chapter 43 Gift Selection. But I just don't know what to choose, so I came to ask you. Annie. Hearing Annie's answer, Fiona's delicate hand slightly supported her forehead, revealing a cute expression of some distress. The best gift is your kindness, Miss Fiona. Annie lowered her head slightly, flicked her black hair, and answered Fiona gently. But kindness cannot be directly used as a gift. The little hands wearing pure white gloves kneaded the lace on the hem of the skirt, and Fiona stepped up with some dissatisfaction. The exquisite silver open-toed sandals stepped on the bluestone pavement, making a snapping sound. Annie, give me some advice. Mr. Avis must have no shortage of ordinary precious things. So, how about choosing some unique and creative little things? The maid lady in casual clothes thought about it, and gave a suggestion on the range of gift selection. She didn't want to interfere too much with Fiona's choice, but based on her understanding of her young lady, she knew that if she didn't give a positive answer at this time, she might be unhappy. Well, that makes sense. After hearing Annie's suggestion, Fiona's eyes lit up. After determining the range of choices, the difficulty of choosing would be much lower. As they walked, the two of them were approaching the square on one side of the main street, where there were many stalls of mobile merchants. A crowd of people gathered here, including some aliens from afar. There were professional adventurers who sold Warcraft materials, metal ores, and relics here. And there were also some country people who came to the city to sell agricultural and sideline products. Many buyers were bargaining fiercely with the stall owners, and the scene was very lively. It was Fiona's first time here, and everything around her seemed extremely novel to the girl. Spellcasters wearing robes and tall hats, mercenary teams carrying weapons and wearing armor, nomadic tribesmen from the hot desert, barbarian warriors from the north, and occasionally rare elves and dwarves. The girl curiously observed the people passing by, looking at the brown squirrel on the shoulder of a mercenary for a while, and then secretly peeking at the pointed ears of a blonde female elf. A wandering middle-aged woman attracted Fiona's attention. She wore a plaid headscarf commonly seen by civilian women, a yellow and white coarse cloth long skirt, and a huge rattan basket on her right arm, which was full of fresh seasonal fruits. At this time, she was diligently selling her goods to pedestrians in the square. "Hello. What kind of fruit is this?" Fiona walked up to the peasant woman, pointed to a bunch of light green fruits the size of ping-pong balls in the basket, and asked her politely, "Hello. Two beautiful ladies. This is the kazoo fruit, a common fruit." Seeing someone asking, the peasant woman quickly turned her head and answered with a smile on her face. Her eyes seemed to accidentally sweep over the dresses of the two people. Although the style is simple, the material is not ordinary linen if you look closely. The peasant woman guessed that she might have met a potential big customer, and the smile on her face became more eager. "This is the freshest kazoo fruit in the whole of Carlis. It was picked with dew in the early morning. Look at the green color of the fruit stem. This fruit has a special fragrance, tastes very refreshing, and is also good for protecting the skin." The peasant woman introduced it to the two enthusiastically. She knew how to sell to this kind of customers. They usually don't know much about these ordinary fruits, but they pay great attention to their own appearance maintenance. As long as you emphasize that it has the effect of maintaining the skin, they can often be generous. As for how much effect this fruit has, she doesn't know. But most fruits have some effect on maintaining the skin. Don't they? Really? Then give me a bunch of this fruit. Fiona was a little curious and decided to buy a bunch to try. "How much is the price?" The person who asked the price was Anne. When traveling, Fiona didn't need to bring money. If you like something, just say it, and it will come out to pay. There are 32 in this bunch, and each price is 5 copper coins. But if you two buy the whole bunch together, it only takes 1 silver coin and 20 copper coins. The peasant woman quoted a price with a big smile on her face. Annie nodded. The price was reasonable, maybe a little expensive, but today she was traveling with her daughter, and she didn't want to be fussy. She took out a small bag full of silver coins from her bosom, took out 2 coins from it, and handed them to the peasant woman. The peasant woman wiped her hands on her linen skirt, happily took the silver coins, reached into her old pockets, and took out a handful of copper coins. She counted out the change of 80 copper coins and handed it to Anne, and handed the bunch of fruits respectfully to Fiona. After selling fruits here for a long time, she also summed up some rules. In this situation where one person asks and the other asks the price and pays, the person who asks is usually the real person in charge. After leaving the peasant woman, Fiona wanted to taste the fruit immediately, but the ladylike education she learned since childhood reminded her not to eat on the street. So the girl stopped, turned her head and looked around, and noticed that there was a relatively quiet alley nearby, and walked over with interest. When the girl was about to enter the alley, 3 or 4 men who were looking at goods, chatting, and strolling around suddenly stopped and gathered at the alley entrance as if unintentionally. Annie, who was half a body behind Fiona, frowned. They were just a few low-level professionals. She was confident that she could solve them all by herself. But she didn't want to spoil the lady's interest. She secretly took out a silver-white nameplate and injected a trace of mental power into it. And a strange wave immediately spread out. Fiona didn't notice this episode. After all, her experience was still shallow. At this time, she just walked into the narrow alley with some excitement, because it is located in the Queen's District. The alley is not dirty, gloomy, or cold, but rather very clean. The direct sunlight is blocked by the eaves, making the environment in the alley appear soft and elegant. The gray-white stone walls on both sides are slightly moist, with green moss climbing on them. On the mottled stone road, some sparse vendors set up stalls here, selling some homemade handicrafts. Fiona walked to the wall of the alley and used an ignoring spell on herself. This can reduce one's sense of presence and make people subconsciously ignore the recipient, but it has no effect on people with strong mental strength. After a little concealment, the girl picked a light green fruit with her slender hands wearing white gloves, sniffed it gently, and found that there was indeed a pleasant fragrance coming, which made her more curious about its taste. So, she condensed a small water ball, cleaned the surface of the fruit, and then took a hard bite. Chapter 44 Lucky Wind Chime. Hiss. So cool. The fruit tasted bitter at first, but as it was chewed, it became a light sweet and sour taste, as well as a special fragrance. A strong cold feeling came from the mouth during the breath, unlike the feeling of eating other ice-attributed fruits. The coolness of this fruit seemed to be purely due to its taste. Not very delicious. The girl's face wrinkled. She ate the fruit in her hand in small bites, and then looked at the remaining bunch of fruits, feeling a little embarrassed. Annie, help me get rid of these. Fiona's big lake blue eyes turned, and she quickly stuffed the remaining fruits into the hands of Annie beside her. Annie smiled gently, took the fruit that the girl didn't want to eat anymore, held it in her hand, and accompanied the girl to continue walking into the alley. The few people who had just gathered did not disturb the girls. Before they had time to enter the alley, they were quickly found by a team of city guards who came from nowhere. Several waves of magic power flashed by, and several people who were caught off guard were immediately paralyzed and carried away by the guards in pairs. There were also special people nearby to maintain the ignoring barrier to avoid causing too much commotion. The whole process took less than half a minute, with the departure of the last sweeping guard, except for the sudden evaporation of a few people at the alley entrance. It seemed as if nothing had happened. Professional team. Professional quality. Soon, the guards interrogated and found out that they were just a few blind foreign thieves. They came to Carlos and saw that it was very prosperous, so they became greedy and planned to make a few votes here. After succeeding several times, their courage grew. Seeing the bulging wallet in the girl's hand and no guards beside her, he couldn't help but look down on them, thinking that they were just two noble girls who sneaked out to play. But he didn't want to choose the wrong target and hit the wrong person. What awaits them next will be an extremely long prison disaster. The quiet alley is not long. The two walked and looked, and soon approached the other end of the alley. Annie, look! What is that? It looks like an owl and a swift squirrel. As she walked, Fiona stopped and her eyes were attracted by a stall on the side of the road. There were many exquisite straw weavings on the stall, including some common small animals, dolls, small carriages and other decorative items, as well as some straw shoes, baskets and other practical items. The colors are light white, beige and brown, all of which are the original colors of hay. That's straw weaving, miss. A handicraft made of hay. And took a look and explained to Fiona. These are really some rare things, Fiona thought. This was the first time she had seen straw weaving. Before this, she had only read about witch straw weaving in books. It was said that they could move like real animals and were good scouts. What do you need? Two lovely ladies. The stall owner was a white-haired old woman. Seeing the customers, she looked up at the two of them while sitting on a small stool and smiled kindly. There was also a little boy with brown-red hair next to him. He was wearing a slightly loose coarse linen dress and seemed to be the grandson of the old man. Like the old man, he sat cross-legged on the ground and was learning to weave a simple straw doll with two-color hay. It can be seen that he is studying very hard, and his flushed face is already slightly sweaty. Hearing the voice, the little boy also raised his head, and his smart black eyes swept over the two of them, then paused on the fruit in Annie's hand, and quietly swallowed his saliva. Then he lowered his head again and worked hard to weave the straw in his hand. Fiona gently picked up a straw owl and looked at it carefully. This straw owl is about the size of 2 fists, with brown hay as back feathers and wing feathers. The abdomen is made of light white hay, dotted with brown hay. The cheek part is cleverly made of light white hay to make the feathers fluffy, and 2 shiny copper coins are inlaid in the eye sockets. The brown claws hold a small branch, and the whole is exquisite. Ladies, do you like this straw owl? It is made of dried bulrush and bluebells, and only 80 copper coins are needed. The old woman watched Fiona's movements with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Old lady, can this owl fly and sing? Hearing Fiona's question, the old lady was stunned, then smiled and shook her head. Little girl, don't joke. How can a straw owl fly? Maybe those wizards have this ability. But I don't have this ability. It won't move. Fiona couldn't help but feel disappointed after hearing the old lady's words. Forget it. If it can't fly, it's meaningless. Fiona shook her head gently and put down the straw. Little girl, if you want a straw that can fly, you shouldn't come here. Judging from your clothes, you two are not ordinary people. Right? I don't have anything related to professionals here. The old man looked at Fiona's face with a smile, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Actually, it's like this. I want to choose a gift for my brother, but I don't know what to choose. So I walked around to have a look. Fiona thought about it and told the old man her purpose. Gift? The old woman stood up tremblingly and picked up a pale white straw wind chime from the stall. 8 pale white straw ropes of different lengths hung under the wind chime, and under each straw rope, a mangold fruit was tied. How about this lucky wind chime? It is made of wind chimes that are naturally dried in the sun. It is said that hanging a wind chime like this under the eaves can bring good luck to the people in the family. And it is very suitable as a gift. Bring good luck? Fiona was stunned for a moment, and took the wind chime handed over by the old man. The wind chime itself has a pleasant smell of sunshine, and the falling mangold fruits gently collide with each other, making a slight snapping sound. Well, okay. Then I'll have one of these wind chimes. The girl looked at it, and didn't feel anything special. And it still didn't meet the standard of the gift in her mind. But she was kind by nature, and didn't want to refuse the old man's kindness. So she decided to buy the wind chime. Are you not satisfied? Don't force yourself. Kind girl. The old woman keenly noticed Fiona's thoughts, and smiled kindly at her. Do you know, little girl, this lucky wind chime is actually related to a legend that is privately circulated among our straw weaving artists. As he spoke, the old man turned around, took out a piece of pale white hay from the basket beside the little boy, and handed it to Fiona. This is bluebell, a very common wild grass. You can find them almost everywhere. In the fields, by the streams, and on the mountains. During the rainy month and the golden month every year, they will bloom small flowers like white wind chimes. The number of its flowers is usually between 7 and 14. But if you walk into a field of bluebells, little girl, you will find that most of the bluebells have 10, 12, and 14 flowers. Maybe you can occasionally see 7, 8, 11, and 13 bluebells. But the only bluebell with 9 flowers. Even if you search the entire field, you may not be able to see it. A kind of tree fruit similar to pine cones, with a relatively hard texture. April to August. Chapter 45 The Legend of Bluebells. The legend I want to tell you is about the 9-flowered bluebell. Unfortunately, the specific content of this legend has been lost. I only know the ending of the legend, which was told to me by my grandmother. The old woman squinted her gray eyes and smiled as she recalled the past. The little boy also put down the straw weaving in his hand and listened to the old woman's story wholeheartedly. In the legend, the bluebell with 9 wind chimes is a symbol of luck. As long as you can find the bluebell with 9 wind chimes, you will get happiness and longevity. However, since it is impossible to find the bluebell with 9 wind chimes, people usually use the bluebell dried in the sun as a substitute, and weave it with the mango fruit into a straw wind chime to pray for good luck for the year. Fiona opened her lake blue eyes wide and asked the old woman with some curiosity. Old woman, have you found the bellflower of 9 wind chimes? The bellflower of 9 wind chimes. Fiona's question seemed to have touched some memories. A happy smile appeared on the old woman's face, and her voice became a little hoarse. I have been weaving straw all my life, and I have only seen it once when I was young. Do you know, little girl, we were not originally residents of Carlis, but from a small mountain village dozens of kilometers away. During a beast tide, our village was destroyed by the beast tide. As a last resort, my husband and I came to Carlis with our 3 children. In order to make a living, my husband chose to become a glorious city guard. I picked up the straw weaving skills I learned from my grandmother, and wove some small things in my spare time after doing housework, and then took the finished products to the market to exchange for money to support my family. During that short period of time, I had a hard time, but it was the happiest time of my youth. But beautiful things are always very fragile. 3 years later, during a monster invasion, My husband had his throat torn open by a wind wolf. As compensation, we obtained the status of formal residents of Carlos and a residence in the lower city. Although we lost him, life went on, and the children still needed my care. But at that time, my straw weaving skills were not good, and the daily income was not much, which was not enough for living. For a long time, the whole family could only eat 2 meals a day, and the eldest daughter had to go out to do some odd jobs to supplement the family income. At this point, the old woman couldn't help but sigh. One afternoon in the golden month of that year, I was collecting grass in the fields outside the city under the scorching sun. But the sky, which was originally very clear, became cloudy in a few minutes. Soon, it started to rain heavily. I had no choice but to run towards the hill with trees with the basket of grass on my head, hoping to find a place to shelter from the rain. But because I ran too fast, I tripped over a stone and fell heavily into the mud. My clothes were covered with mud. The cold rain soaked my whole body, and the grass in the basket was scattered all over the ground. For a moment, I really wanted to lie on the ground like this and never get up again. But I couldn't do that. My 3 daughters were still waiting for me at home. I gritted my teeth and climbed up. In the heavy rain, I collected the scattered grass into the basket bit by bit. Fortunately, the rainstorm came and went quickly, and the sun soon appeared again from the clouds. On the way back, I passed by a big rock. At this time, something shining attracted me. As she spoke, the tone of the old woman's narration began to rise. In the crack of the rock, I saw it. The emerald green stems like gems, with crystal water droplets shining on them, and white flowers hanging from the stems, swaying in the wind like real wind chimes. I remember that scene very clearly. There were exactly 9 flowers. Not one more. Not one less. At that time, I was in a hurry to get home and didn't think too much. But I just thought that the grass was very eye-catching. It was not until the frosty month of that year, when I sorted out my grandmother's relics, that I remembered this legend again. But the grass had already withered and died. In the 2nd year of the rainy month, I went there again. But this time, the number of flowers was the normal 12. I often regretted that time. If I had remembered the legend at that time, I would have picked it. It should have sold for a lot of money, which could improve our family conditions. But later, my straw weaving skills improved again, and more people bought it, and our living conditions gradually improved. In addition, in the annual professional talent test, my 2nd daughter and youngest daughter also tested out professional talents. Although not high, it has reached the level of entering the professional academy. The eldest daughter also married a good husband and lived a happy life. At this point, the old woman raised her face and smiled until her eyes narrowed. Deep in the wrinkles, there was an extremely deep and peaceful satisfaction. Now that I think about it, this ending is not bad. Although I didn't pick it, I finally found it. As she spoke, the old woman seemed to suddenly realize something and looked at the 2 again with a hint of apology in her eyes. I'm sorry, 2 little girls. I took up so much of your time. When people get old, they tend to be long-winded. No, old woman. Thank you for your story. Fiona, who was a little fascinated by the story, came back to her senses. When she heard the old woman's words, she shook her head quickly. But she had already made a decision in her heart. She took the straw wind chime and motioned to Annie to pay. Then, she took the bunch of fruits back from Annie and smiled at the little boy who was peeking at her. The slender hands and white gloves stuffed the bunch of fruits into his hands. She noticed the little boy's previous gaze. Here, take it and eat it. Looking at this scene, Annie hesitated to speak, although she liked the kindness of the eldest lady. As the little princess of Olivendi, she should not have too many interactions with civilians. Finally, Anne sighed and decided to pretend that she didn't see her young lady's inappropriate behavior. After all, she was just a little half-elf maid. Thank you, sister. Grabbing the bunch of fruits, the little boy's face turned red, and he seemed a little shy, and hurriedly thanked Fiona. Fiona was stunned, then giggled, feeling fresh to be called sister. She had never been called that before. May the gods bless you, kind little girl. The old woman also smiled in gratitude. Fiona smiled and nodded to the old woman, then left the stall with Annie. With the 2 girls' grateful eyes, the slender figures of the 2 girls gradually disappeared into the dazzling sunlight at the other end of the alley. In the distance, The conversation between the little boy and the old woman could be heard faintly. Grandma, I will be old enough next year. When the adults in the academy come to test my talent, I will definitely pass the test and become a mage. In that case, the straw weaving you weave will really move in the future. And it will definitely sell well. Okay, little Roche. Grandma, I will definitely wait for that day. Chapter 46 Thoughts. August 28th. Avis sat in the library reading magic books as usual. 4 days later, he would leave Moon Castle and go to Pamir College. While flipping through the book, Avis recalled in his mind what good things there were in Pamir College, and what were the conditions for obtaining them. After all, one person's power was not enough. And it was not convenient to use the family's power to deal with some key matters. Perhaps he could attract some talents in the college and establish a small secret society to help him deal with some things that were inconvenient for him to do personally in the future. There were also magic versions of mass energy conversion weapons and electromagnetic weapons projects, which should also be put on the agenda. Squeak. The sound of the door opening suddenly came from a distance. And Avis paused and turned his head in confusion. The dazzling figure of the blonde girl appeared at the door against the light outside the door. Brother. Fiona walked briskly to Avis' side, looking very happy. Since the end of the confinement half a month ago, Fiona has been running out with Annie every afternoon. No one knows what they are doing. Avis has obtained the permission to read the prophecy books, so he has been in the library every day these days. So he didn't pay attention to the girl's whereabouts. Hi, dear Fiona. Why are you interested in coming here today? Seeing the girl's excited look, Avis looked puzzled. Has the sun finally risen from the west? Hearing the surprise in Avis's tone, the girl couldn't help but get angry. Her slender hands on her waist, and her pink lips pouted. But then, she realized that her action was a bit rude, and quickly put her hand down, just staring at Avis with her big watery eyes. Haha. Just kidding. Don't mind, Fiona. It's great that you can come here. Otherwise, I'm the only one in the library, and it's really a bit lonely. Knowing that he had said something wrong, Avis quickly changed his words. Humph. Fiona snorted lightly, which was considered to be forgiving Avis this time. But her mood unconsciously returned to a happy state. Then, the girl sat next to Avis and told him why she came. Brother, do you know bluebells? Bluebells? Avis raised his hand and pinched his chin, thinking for a while. Campanula, scientific name O, is a perennial herbaceous plant in the plant kingdom common plant system. Natural plant class flowering plant phylum Dicotyledon class. Synapomorphic flower subclass Campanulaceae family. Campanulaceae subfamily Campanulidae, which often grows in patches. The plant is completely hairless, with basal leaves, linear to linear lanceolate, narrow and flexible, about 18 to 24 centimeters long, 1.5 to 2.5 centimeters wide. The scape is 20 to 30 centimeters high, slightly curved outward, and the bracts are lanceolate, shorter than the pedicel. The pedicel is 0.8 to 1.2 centimeters long, with a raceme, drooping, and a bell-shaped corolla. The flower is white, about 1.5 centimeters long and 1.2 centimeters wide. The lobes are ovate triangular, with sharp tips and one vein. The flowering period is between the rainy month and the golden month. The seeds are obovate lanceolate, dark brown, about 0.5 to 0.8 centimeters long, and about 1.8 to 2 millimeters wide. There are small thorns on the upper part and small tubercles arranged in rows on the lower part. The top gradually shrinks to a cone-shaped to cylindrical beak base about 1 millimeter long. The beak is 1.4 to 1.8 centimeters long and slender. The pappus is white, about 0.8 to 1.1 centimeters long, and the fruiting period is between the middle young month and the furnace fire month. Listening to Avis's story, Fiona felt a little dizzy, as if she was back in the magic material science class. No, I'm talking about other things, such as legends. Legend? Avis was stunned for a moment. He really didn't know what legends there were about bellflowers. After all, it's just an ordinary plant, and the introduction of it in botany books will not include unverified legends. I really don't know. Hee hee. So there are things you don't know. Brother? Actually, the girl smiled with some pride, and told Avis the story she heard from the old man selling straw weaving like a treasure. If you find the 9-flowered bellflower, you will get happiness and longevity. Avis couldn't help but laugh. He knew that the 9-flowered bellflower was very rare. But to say that finding it would bring happiness and longevity. There is no similar statement in either the prophecy school or the field of mysticism. If it really has this effect, then how could no mysterious scholar have discovered this in the nearly 10,000 years of human magic history? Avis's view is more inclined to, this is a logical fallacy caused by personal subjective judgment. What makes people happy and long-lived is not the 9-flowered bellflower, but the good luck of the person who can find it. After all, being able to find the rare 9-flowered bellflower itself means that the person is extremely lucky. And a lucky person is happy and long-lived. What's wrong with that? It's like the famous saying in the previous life, that people who love to laugh will have good luck. In fact, it's not because of love to laugh that the luck is not bad. It's because of good luck that people love to laugh. How can a contestant who is unlucky all day laugh? Very impressive. Faye. This is the first time I've heard of this legend. However, as a reborn who has a little understanding of etiquette and psychology, Avis did not express his views directly, but smiled gently and praised Fiona's knowledge. Hee. It's nothing. After receiving Avis's praise, the girl proudly raised her little face, showing a lovely smile, and her long, soft hair like the sun fell naturally on both sides. Then, under Avis's somewhat surprised gaze, the girl took a breath and suddenly took out an item from the ring and placed it on the table. It was a cuboid, 70 centimeters long, 40 centimeters wide, and 60 centimeters high. The whole was made up of 2 finger-thick light brown vines, some of which had tender green leaves growing on them. A thumb-sized light green crystal was embedded in the center of the upper surface of the cuboid. What is this? Avis looked at the vine cuboid in confusion, and then cast an inquiring look at the girl. But the girl did not immediately answer Avis's doubts, but stretched out her hand with a mysterious smile, gently touched the light green crystal, and injected a trace of mental power into it. The crystal was immediately activated, emitting a light green light, and a continuous flow of life magic was immediately input into the box. It seemed to trigger a chain reaction. From top to bottom, the originally dim vines gradually lit up, and the texture became like jade. The upper vines began to stretch, pulling out tender leaves made of pure light, and even hanging strings of green crystal-like buds on the tip. Finally, the cuboid turned into a flower pot made of blooming vines of light. In the center of the flower pot, a vibrant bellflower swayed slightly. Crystal water droplets hung on the emerald green leaves and white flowers, reflecting the wonderful brilliance under the light of the magic crystal chandelier. There were exactly 9 shaking wind chimes. Not one more. Not one less. Faye. This. Looking at the bellflower in front of him, Avis was completely stunned. How's that? Awesome. Right? Fiona raised her head with pride, looking at Avis expectantly, her big lake blue eyes unblinking, as if writing praise me now. Chapter 47 Fantasy Dream Strange Items. I heard from my mother that you will leave next month to study at the Pamir Academy in the royal capital. So, I want to prepare a parting gift for you. I heard this legend from an old woman selling straw weaving. So, soon? Under Avis's question, the girl chirped like a cheerful little bird and told him the whole story. Thinking of her, who used to hardly leave the castle, but ran out every afternoon in the past half-month and would not come back until very late. Slightly closing his azure eyes, the pale and thin noble boy took a deep breath. Opening his eyes again, he looked at the girl's cute little face, which was a little red due to excitement, and showed an extremely gentle smile on his face. Thank you, Faye. This is the best parting gift I have ever received. For Avis, this sudden surprise was like a traveler on a snowy field on a winter night, who suddenly saw a temporary camp in the distance while trudging hard, and the small bonfire made of cedar branches in the center of the camp, shining warmly. Plain, yet warm. Hee. Actually, it's nothing. It just took me a little longer to find it, and I asked Annie to make the box and flower pot. After receiving the unexpected compliment from Avis, Fiona's cheeks became even redder, and she smiled a little embarrassedly. At the same time, she turned her head inconspicuously, and her brilliant light golden hair flashed. In fact, I was going to take it out before leaving, to give you a surprise. I just took it out now because I can't wait, the girl said. Her voice gradually became smaller. Avis smiled, reached out, and touched the vine again, making it return to the box shape. He had understood the structure of this magic. Then, send it again on the day I go to the academy. Isn't it? He handed the box to the girl and smiled and winked at her. Well? Ah? Can it be like this? Fiona was stunned, holding the box a little at a loss. Her pink little mouth slightly opened, and her clear lake blue eyes were full of confusion. I'll leave it with you first, Fiona, just so that your father and mother can share your good luck. Avis chuckled and gracefully made a pleased gesture to the box. Well, you are right. Fiona nodded in agreement and put the box away. Then, brother, you continue reading. I won't bother you. As she said that, the girl stood up lightly and walked towards the door of the library, with a smile on his face. Avis watched the girl's back disappear outside the door. Then, he began to reflect on himself. There was no such scene in his previous memory. In other words, his existence itself has changed some things unconsciously. Yes, in the previous life, because Fiona shared the attention of the Duke and Duchess. The relationship between little Avis, who was only 1 year older than her, and her was not as good as it is now. Perhaps, some arrangements can be slightly changed. With a silent smile, Avis closed the book on the table and put it aside. Then he stretched out his hand, and another book flew down from the top shelf and landed in his hands. This book was very large, half a foot thick, and the whole book exuded a dreamlike atmosphere. If the person holding the book had a slightly lower mental power, he would even be directly immersed in an illusory dream. The cover was a coal black, but for some reason, it gave people a sense of tranquility and serenity. 2 lines of beautiful Gumani language were embossed in the center of the cover, which seemed to emit a changing glow under Avis's gaze. On the birth reasons for the growth of fantasy and wonderful things. Nodens. Sooner or later, this knowledge will be used. Right? Now it's just a matter of starting research in advance. Avis opened the book. His mental power was fully activated, and he read it carefully while resisting the constant erosion of the dreamy atmosphere. On the second to last day before going to the academy, Avis left the library and entered the alchemy laboratory after a long absence. Opened the highest level of protection. Standing in front of the dedicated magic compound inscription alchemy table, Avis held the family amulet and probed into it with a trace of mental power. With his action, the core of the laboratory's magic array was immediately activated, and multiple binding and defense arrays enveloped the inscription table. Originally, he planned to make a low-level magic item as a gift to Fiona before leaving. However, after receiving the unexpected gift from the girl, Avis temporarily changed his mind and prepared to make a low-level item with growth potential. Mandura Black Goat Parchment. Black Abyss Iron produced in the depths of the land where resentful souls wander. Soft skin from the belly of the sacred unicorn. Extract from the one-eyed nightmare giant. Comparing the materials listed, Avis took out a variety of materials and began to make a strange object he had been thinking about for a long time. Under the gaze of the nightmare bird, the one-eyed extract mixed with the essence of the evil spirit is used as ink. The feather of the night crow plucked on the night of the 13th of the Hearthfire month is used as the base material. And the girl's resentment is attached to make a magic feather pen to write the text and illustrations of the book. On one side of the alchemy room, the black cloth wrapped in the huge cage was opened, revealing a grotesque and scaly monster inside. It was an abominable black giant bird with a seahorse-like head and a lamprey-like mouth. Seeing the long-lost light, it flapped its huge and smooth wings, and its 6 evil blood-red eyes stared at Avis' direction, making waves of anxious panting. If there was no protective magic circle, Avis would be severely eroded in an instant, and he might even be swallowed by nightmares on the spot. But all this is just a hypothesis. Under the effect of the protective magic circle, the evil gaze of the terror bird did not have any effect on Avis. Avis's hands kept moving. The tip of the feather pen filled with resentment was dipped in liquid with a strong ominous smell and danced on the parchment with a faint black color. The whole process was guided by mental power, leaving lines of dark text elegantly and neatly. The content of the text was Fiona's dreamland that he had told the girl before. Avis planned to use this story as the core carrier to construct an illusory dream space. After several magic hours, the main text was completed. Avis took out the light golden long hair he collected when he stroked Fiona a few days ago, and used it as a silk thread to bind it together. After that, the book cover was made of unicorn skin and shadow wood. The edges and corners were wrapped with black abyss iron, and the spine was hooped. Soon, under the gaze of the man and the bird, a thick magic book gradually took shape. The cover, which exuded a faint holy white light, was wrapped with an extremely strong, strange, and ominous atmosphere. The standard white cut black. Really good. Looking at the magic book in his hand, which seemed dreamy and holy, but was actually extremely twisted and ominous, Avis commented speechlessly. Finally, a black umbrella that had experienced rain at a funeral was opened indoors. In the shadow cast by the umbrella, an abnormal element was integrated into the strange object. Chapter 48 Fiona's Dreamland. Abnormal elements are extremely rare materials, and they are only born with a low probability in some abnormal areas. It may appear in any form and appearance, but high-level professionals can clearly find their special features. The preciousness of this material lies in the mysterious essence it contains. It is an almost incredible omnipotent element, similar in nature to the philosopher's stone that Avis knew in his previous life. It can perfectly blend all elements and sublimate the final product according to the alchemist's wishes. Many powerful high-level magic artifacts require abnormal elements. However, abnormal areas are rare phenomena and difficult to predict. They only appear randomly in various parts of the continent occasionally, and the frequency of occurrence is extremely low. This means that abnormal elements have no stable source and output, so their value is extremely precious. Ignoring the sad sight of the nightmare bird, Avis moved his mind, and the iron cage was covered with a special black cloth again. Then he held up the umbrella with one hand, and took out a slimy slug with the other hand, pressing it in the center of the cover, with a layer of mental power attached to the palm, and exerting a little force. Podgy. The yellow-green mucus with a hint of purple suddenly exploded on the cover, looking very disgusting. However, Avis knew very well that this was just an illusory appearance. If he could restore his perception of the 7th level, then what he observed at this time would no longer be disgusting slugs and mucus, but a distorted and blurred phosphorescence. Abnormal elements also have different levels, which are specifically distinguished according to the total amount of mysterious essence contained in them. The phosphorescent abnormal elements, like the one used by Avis, are the lowest level. The higher the level of abnormal elements, the stronger the light they emit. It is speculated that the top abnormal elements may shine like a sun, using them as alchemical materials. They can even refine items beyond the 9th level. However, this level of abnormal elements only exists in speculation. The highest level of abnormal elements known is just like the light of a full moon. As time passed, the mucus originally attached to the surface of the cover gradually seeped into the book. During this process, Avis's mental power, with the help of the alchemy table, always maintained a highly sensitive perception state. If there is any abnormality in the fusion process, he will take action at the first time to interfere and fine-tune it. It must succeed, Avis muttered in his heart. This was the second time he performed this step. This step is the key to the formation of the dream world. But because his current strength is too low, many high-level alchemical techniques cannot be used. Only with the sublimation effect of the mysterious essence can he guarantee the creation of a stable and growing dream. In order to ensure the success of this refining, Avis specially applied for 2 low-level abnormal elements before making it, which used up most of his extra resource quota this year. Although he had experience in his previous life, his strength was too low. Avis had already failed once, wasting a precious abnormal element and half a day of production time. The family has its own rules. Although he is the legitimate son of the head of the Olivindi family, this does not mean that he can use the family resources without limit. Fortunately, this time, the fusion process went very smoothly. After all the production steps are completed, place it in a position where it cannot be observed by the maker, and wait until 19 hours 3 minutes and 14 seconds to open it. When the mucus was completely infiltrated into the book, the smell of the book gradually began to change. Seeing this, Avis immediately took out a magic-repelling metal box, put it in it, and closed the lid tightly. Some steps of this kind of strange object involving mysterious effects are actually very idealistic. For example, this waiting time is completely based on the real birth time of Alice in Wonderland and Avis's cognition. The golden afternoon of July 4th, 1862. Time passes. After waiting, Avis opened the magic-repelling metal box and took out the magic book. At this time, the originally white unicorn cover looked a little dull, as if it had experienced a long time in an instant. And the material of the pages, which originally had a faint black color, has now become white and smooth. Most importantly, the weird and ominous feeling hidden in the original book, which was so strong that it almost flowed out, disappeared. Instead, there was a pink bubble-like, extremely dreamy breath. Raising his hand and gently wiping his forehead, Avis let out a long breath. After consuming enough materials to make 2 high-level wonders, he finally succeeded in getting the result he wanted. Low-level growth fantasy wonder Fiona's Dreamland. The book records a series of fantasy adventures that Fiona experienced after chasing the white rabbit and entering the rabbit hole. This is a story that Avis carefully adapted for Fiona based on the background of this world. Under the effect of the essence of the resentful spirits in the ink, each character in the story will have an illusory soul. And then in this small dream in the book, they will have a complete individual personality and life trajectory. Considering Fiona's personality, Avis drew color illustrations on every page. People who read this book will be affected by the dreamy atmosphere of the book, and will unconsciously immerse themselves in the same fantasy as the story content, and can truly gain some of the same experience as the protagonist of the story. Moreover, as the rank grows, this book will gradually produce other wonderful effects. Theoretically, when this book is upgraded to a high-level wonder, it will be able to summon a dream realm. In this realm, Fiona can summon the existence in the book to reality and make it assist in combat. The fantasy characters summoned to reality have some of the same abilities as in the book. Unexpectedly, under the influence of the abnormal element, the book seems to have produced some hidden effects. He can only be sure that it is some kind of beneficial effect. But what it is, I am afraid only Fiona can experience it, because of the girl's hair in the material. This book has almost become Fiona's exclusive item. Only in her hands can this book unlock all the special effects. When making this book, all the materials selected by Avis are the highest level materials he can currently control. This is not a waste. Although theoretically, the growth of growth wonders has unlimited growth. In fact, there is an implicit upper limit to this growth. This is the famous Bisso's upper limit. When the growth of a growth wonder reaches a certain height, the growth rate will slow down to almost negligible. And the height of this upper limit is directly related to the material of the wonder itself. Avis predicts that with the material he has chosen, this book will be able to grow to at least the 8th level in the future. Chapter 49 Preparations Before Departure. August 31st. Morning. The last day before Avis left Moon Castle. Duke Carrot summoned him again. Father. In the study, Avis put his right hand on his chest and bowed to the Duke. The Duke was reading a document and occasionally made some notes on it with a magic feather pen. A minute or two later, he put the pen back into the crystal ink bottle and stared at Avis with his blue eyes. In a seemingly casual tone, he asked a question that made Avis' heart beat faster. I heard that yesterday. You made a magical artifact with growth potential? Yes, Father. It is a low-level growth artifact. I plan to give it to Fiona as a parting gift before I leave. Unable to guess the Duke's intention of mentioning this matter at this time, Avis answered slightly cautiously. It's great that you can make growth items at this age, Avis. But you have to understand that a person's time and energy are limited after all. Looking at Avis's somewhat nervous expression, Duke Carrot smiled kindly and gave a casual advice. Avis immediately understood that the Duke was worried that he was too obsessed with his secondary job, thus neglecting the study of magic knowledge and the improvement of his personal strength. Although he, as a reborn person, did not have this problem, he could not explain this to the Duke. I understand. Father, I will grasp the energy I will invest in my secondary job in the future. Well? Duke Carrot nodded and ended the topic. Tomorrow is the day you go to Pamir. With your personality, you must have learned about the information of Pamir Academy in advance. Right? Yes. I have a certain understanding of the basic information of the Academy. Avis answered modestly. Then, do you know the association in Pamir Academy? I know a little bit. It is a small group with a loose structure that is spontaneously organized by formal students for various common purposes, usually composed of more than 5 students. The Duke nodded again, expressing his satisfaction with Avis's answer. Very good. What I want to tell you now is one of the associations called True Knowledge Society. Avis politely tilted his head slightly, and his blue eyes looked at the Duke intently, indicating that he was all ears. Although it is not well known, it is the most powerful and influential association in Pamir College. Unlike those small associations among ordinary students, Jinji Society is a semi-hidden association. Every year, it only absorbs several to a dozen new blood from the formal students who have passed the freshman period. Its standards are based on the comprehensive evaluation of the student's background, talent level, etc. Only the most cutting-edge talents are eligible to receive invitation letters. If Pamir College gathers the best talents and noble children in the entire empire, It is equivalent to the Gloria aristocracy in the future. Then Jinji society is the gathering place of the most cutting-edge elites among the nobles. Every member who walks out of Jinji society is the backbone and cornerstone of the future development of the Gloria Empire. Of course, as a direct descendant of Olivendi, you have already qualified to receive invitation letters in advance. Now I tell you this just to let you have a certain understanding in advance. As he said, the Duke smiled and touched the emblem ring on his hand. His eyes were slightly absent-minded, as if he recalled the past. So far, 8 ninth-level professionals have emerged from the True Knowledge Society, including me. Yes, I am also a member of the True Knowledge Society. I will not go into the specific rules of membership. They are on every invitation letter. You can choose whether to join according to your own wishes. Then, the Duke behind the desk stood up and waved his right hand. 3 more items suddenly appeared in the air in the study. A delicate staff inlaid with dark blue crystals, a silver-white magic book, and a dark silver ring surrounded by light blue inscriptions. In the sunlight shining into the study through the window, the 3 items glowed with magical halos of different colors, appearing extremely beautiful and mysterious. These are the parting gifts prepared for you by your 3 brothers and sisters. As the Duke spoke, the items in the air suddenly floated towards Avis and hovered in front of him. Dark Moon Staff can increase the success rate of spell casting, spell effect and duration, with 6th level disintegration. Can be cast twice a day. For spells below 4th level, its amplification effect is 2.5 times. Spells above 4th level and below 6th level have an amplification effect of 1.5 times. And 7th level spells have an amplification effect of 1.15 times. Mithril Codex. A total of 18 pages, of which 3 silver pages can record up to 7th level spells, and the remaining ordinary pages can record up to 6th level spells. Ring of the Contemplator can make the wearer think clearly and react quickly, and has partial resistance to spell power. When the wearer is attacked by a strong attack, the ring will automatically pop up a defensive force field once a day, and its defense is enough to withstand any attack below the 7th level. Pointing at the items in the air, the Duke described the effects of each item to Avis. Although he already knew them, Avis couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he heard these famous names. All of them were top-quality purple equipment that had been sold at sky-high prices in the auction house in his previous life. They also came with top-quality skills. In his previous life, when Avis was over level 40, he had won a favor from a high-level NPC alchemist through a series of hidden tasks. Then, he chose a Dark Moon Staff from the exchange list given by the alchemist. However, the staff only has a 2.2 times amplification effect on spells below level 4. The amplification effect of spells above level 4 and below level 6 is only 1.35 times. And the attached spell is only level 5 Chain Lightning. There is no need to think about Dissociation, which is a spell that only masters can attach. And the master's action not only requires a huge fee, but also requires a certain degree of favorability with the NPC. Except for the presidents of those large guilds and professional players in the club. No one can afford the cost of asking the master to take action once. But even so, the Dark Moon Staff was ranked 17th on the player staff ranking list at that time. You have to know that at that time, the mainstream spells of spellcasters were still between levels 3 and 4. And the staff amplification coefficient was generally less than 1.5x. A staff with an amplification coefficient of 2.2x and 2 free level 5 chain lightnings every day is a real artifact. The spell effect amplification of Mystic Era is not just a dry increase in magic panel damage. It is a flexible and full range amplification including spell stability, spell range, spell duration, etc. These 3 pieces of equipment are not the end. The next thing that appeared in front of Avis made him hold his breath a little. Chapter 50 Mercury Prophecy. Next, here is my personal parting gift to you. The Duke opened the drawer and took out an earring made of gray translucent crystal. Restoration Pendant, which stores an 8th level advanced restoration spell. When you actively activate it, or when the life fluctuation is reduced to a certain level, the pendant will rewind your or other recipient's physical state to 1 hour ago. But mental strength and some other special powers will not be restored. The pendant can only be activated once every 3 days. In addition, don't activate it too frequently. If you activate it for the 2nd time within 7 days, its spell effect may cause you some permanent damage. The Duke waved his hand, and the pendant floated towards Avis. Floating together with the other 3 pieces of equipment, A magic accessory with an 8th level top-grade life-saving spell. Before crossing over, he had never even heard of it. In a sense, this is a resurrection stone with usage restrictions and cooling. But it will not be consumed. Thank you for your gift. I like it very much. Putting away his thoughts, Avis smiled appropriately and bowed to the Duke again to express his gratitude. Put it away. If you need anything else, you can ask now. Putting the 4 items into the ring as he said. Avis thought for a while and spoke. Father, I also hope to take a book of the prophecy school from the library. Oh, which one did you like? Hearing a familiar request, the Duke raised his thick eyebrows and looked at Avis with a little curiosity. Mercury prophecy. Mercury prophecy? The Duke thought for a moment as he stroked the hollowed-out secret gold cufflinks with his fingertips. Well, yes, I remember. That was something left behind by the second chief prophet of the family. According to the last message he left, he was going to a remote place to find something. And then, there was no news. Before leaving, he left the book in the family's large library. After he disappeared, the family had a 9th level person who went to look for him. But in the end, he found nothing. As he spoke, the Duke looked at Avis, with a hint of seriousness in his blue eyes. You have the gift of prophecy. I can decide to give it to you. But you must promise, never lend it out privately, or teach the knowledge in it to others privately. I promise you. Avis put his right hand on his chest, met the Duke's serious gaze, and promised solemnly. Duke Carrot nodded. Is there anything else you need? No. Father. Yes. The Duke nodded again, his blue eyes watching the 4 sons, who were about to travel far away, with a deep admiration flashing in his eyes. When he closed his eyes, the scenes of Avis's childhood seemed to be still in front of him. But when he opened his eyes again, the young son of the past had grown into an elegant boy in front of him. Just like himself back then. He was humble, polite and calm. The deep blue eyes contained a strong confidence brought by knowledge and power. Looking at it, Duke Carrot sighed softly. Although he was called the youngest 9th level in the Empire. Looking at Avis's blue and clear eyes, the Duke suddenly felt a moment of emotion. I am old after all. The next moment, the Duke's expression became serious, and he completely drove away this somewhat negative emotion from his heart. Remember, Avis, after Carlos, you represent the face of the Olivendi family. Don't let me down. I understand. Father! Avis was also serious, standing upright in a pure white dress, staring at the Duke's blue eyes, and answered very seriously. Very good. The Duke showed an admiring smile without concealing it. Go. Do what you want to do. Avis bowed again, and then politely left the study. In the study, the Duke sat back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously stroking the emblem ring on his index finger, his eyes slightly closed. And I don't know what he was thinking in his heart. Mercury Prophecy is a strange book with a cover like liquid metal. When you hold it in your hand, you can even see the cover material ripple slightly. The mirror silver divination that Avis had mastered before was one of the basic spells of the Mercury Prophecy School, recorded in the Mercury Prophecy book. This book describes in great detail the practice methods and various secrets of the Mercury Prophet School, and contains many key points that need to be paid attention to. Moreover, the author not only left written records, but also left spiritual imprints related to the spells. When the reader communicates with the imprint with spiritual power, he can directly experience the specific feelings and process of casting the spell. This is the fundamental reason why Avis specifically requested this book. But to be honest, few magic books are so detailed. Avis suspects that the second-generation chief prophet who left this book may have vaguely predicted his possible future. Therefore, he recorded everything he had learned in advance, so that if he encountered any unexpected events during this trip, his inheritance would not be cut off. After getting it from the Great Library, Avis went to the alchemy laboratory of the castle again. There was a basic magic artifact of the Mercury Prophecy School that needed to be made by him personally. Before leaving Carlos, he planned to complete it as soon as possible. But speaking of Carlos, Avis paused, and he suddenly remembered the player followers he recruited some time ago. I don't know how he is now. After thinking about it, Avis sent a magic message to the head of the Chamber of Commerce under him through the crystal ball. Ask about the current situation of the last Dragonborn who was sent to the caravan by him. After receiving the instructions from the big boss behind him, the head of the Chamber of Commerce quickly contacted the leader of the Elves caravan. After obtaining the information Avis needed, He sent it back through the crystal ball as soon as possible. The new elf is good in every way. Except that he is a little too enthusiastic. He always asks others if they need help. And sometimes he says something hard to understand. Unlike his weak appearance, he trains very hard every day. Even harder than the good guys in the caravan. But he seems to have the habit of eating while training. You can often see him finish a set of exercises, take out a few broadleaf lettuces to eat, and then continue to do the next set. One strange thing is that he doesn't seem to need to go to the bathroom. And he sleeps very little. On his first night as an apprentice guard, a guy got up in the middle of the night. He was halfway through going to the bathroom when he suddenly felt something was wrong. When he turned around, the elf was standing behind him. The guy was so scared that he almost lost his pants. Browsing the returned information, Avis imagined a possible scenario. Seeing the NPC leave the caravan alone in the middle of the night. The last dragonborn who thought there was a hidden task to trigger followed quietly. The green eyes reflected the flickering light of the campfire. And the faint word sounded from behind the NPC. Do you need help? Yes. This is very player. But in this case, it is just an opportunity to conduct further experiments on the characteristics of the players. After thinking about it, Avis wrote a letter, listed some experimental projects, and specifically instructed that the experimental results should be sent to him in the same form of a letter. Then, he sealed the envelope with a special secret method and asked the family messenger to send it to the head of the Chamber of Commerce. After finishing all this, Avis closed the door of the alchemy laboratory and devoted himself to manufacturing. Chapter 51. A moonlit night in Carlis. After dinner, on a lounge chair on the terrace of Moon Castle, a little girl in a white dress sat comfortably on it, her waist-length light blonde hair flowing naturally to her side. The night sky was clear and cloudless, and under the psychedelic starlight, the girl's tender and delicate face was covered with a hazy halo, which looked extremely mysterious and seductive. Kate, what do you think my brother is doing now? Looking up at the thousands of stars shining like diamonds in the night sky, the girl whispered with some curiosity. Meow. In the girl's arms, the fluffy blue-gray kitten called softly, as if expressing its doubts. What? You said you don't know either? The girl opened her eyes wide, lifted the gray upper and white lower kitten in front of her with both hands, and stared at its cute big blue and green eyes and asked, Meow? Suddenly lifted by its owner. The kitten tilted its head in confusion, with an innocent look on its face. The white fluffy little paw scratched Fiona's wrist, and then turned its head to lick the fur. This is wrong. Kate, as a lady cat of the Olivendi family, you can't lick your fur when answering my questions. Understand? Fiona pouted cutely, imitated the tone of the etiquette teacher, gently tapped the pink nose of the kitten, and said seriously, Meow. The blue-gray cat called softly, and the upper eyelids drooped slightly, with the naturally drooping corners of the mouth, as if expressing confusion about the girl's instructions. By the way, I remember my brother said that you would jump to the moon on a full moon night. Is that true? Meow. If it's true, can you take me to see it? I'm also curious about what the moon looks like. Meow. Okay. It's settled. Don't regret it. Meow. The girl held it in her arms again, feeling its warm and fluffy touch, and gently scratched its white chin. Meow. Kate turned over comfortably when her chin was scratched by the girl's tender white fingers. Her paws curled up cutely, revealing her soft and white belly. At the same time, Avis rarely left Moon Castle, since he was leaving Carlis tomorrow and might be away for a long time. He planned to relax in the place where he was born in this life. Under the hazy moonlight, Avis walked slowly on the quiet wilderness. Because it is far away from Carlis City, the large wilderness here still retains its natural appearance. The chirping of the matter insect unique to Carlis province echoed in the ears, making people confused. It was dark all around, except for the campfire of an adventurer's camp on a small hillside on the side of the Dusk Song Forest in the distance, which flickered slightly, like a dim red star among the dark mountains. As he walked, Avis unknowingly came to the vast Olivendi Lake. This giant lake, which was almost the size of the city of Carlis, was the largest water source nearby. The melted snow on the top of the mountain formed rivers and flowed into this place, and then flowed from the lower reaches of the lake to the endless sea. The air by the lake smelled damp and crisp. On a great pebble beach, the lone boy sat down casually, supporting the ground with his pale hands, looking up at the endless night sky. As it was the end of the month, The figure of the silver moon had disappeared from the night sky. Among the cold stars twinkling in the sky, there was only an extremely huge purple moon hanging in the sky, like a lone god, sitting in the sky, silently watching the people who had nowhere to go home. Avis's eyes wandered in the night sky, with a hint of unrealistic expectations, distinguishing the twinkling stars in the sky, as if trying to find a familiar starry sky, find the familiar blue star. Even if it was just a dim blue dot, it would be fine. After a long time, Avis, who had tried in vain, silently lowered his head. His pale face melted into the moonlight, like a handsome god who accidentally fell into the mortal world. The cold night wind rose from the lake, blowing his light golden hair that fell to his ears. Countless strange univar plants swayed in the wind, releasing spores with strange bluish-white fluorescence, like stars. The scene brought back his emotions, and the memories from the time he traveled to the present flashed before Avis' eyes like slits. A strange sense of absurdity and loneliness once again crept into Avis's heart. In front of others, Avis acted smart and studious, polite, elegant and calm, and impeccable in his words and deeds. He created a perfect mask for himself to cover up the confusion, weakness, and fear that occasionally flashed through his heart. After experiencing the suffocating feeling of standing on the opposite side of the whole world in his previous life, these negative emotions have been deeply rooted in his heart. Every day he entered the big library and desperately studied all kinds of magic knowledge. In fact, it may not be without the purpose of diverting his attention through learning, thereby temporarily paralyzing himself. However, if you pretend for a long time, you will get tired. Olivendi family, legendary bloodline family, 1,000-year-old Duke family. Haha. The boy with short blonde hair couldn't help but laugh at himself. How glorious. How noble. How pathetic. The four major families, as the representatives and symbols of the old aristocracy, are ultimately like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of the general trend of the entire new era. Although he was sitting alone by the lake, he only thought about these words in his heart instead of speaking them out loud. He knew that although he seemed to be alone, the Duke would never really trust him to go out alone at night to relax. So, there must be a high-level guard in the family nearby. Perhaps in the eyes of the other party. He just imagined a beautiful future and suddenly laughed. With a sigh in his heart, Avis picked up a small pebble from his side, as if holding some kind of treasure, and looked at it quietly and carefully. The grayish-white pebble was very light, with a little moss on the surface. It was so inconspicuous that it could be easily crushed with a little force. Can I, as insignificant as this pebble, really change all this? Or will I be helplessly heading towards destruction along with the family that stands in the way of the trend? Closing his eyes gently, Avis took a deep breath to relieve the pressure that was like a heavy stone blocking his chest. The strange chirping of insects mixed with the gurgling sound of the nearby stream, echoing in the cold and humid air by the lake. An unknown black bird landed on a mango willow, its red eyes quietly looking at the uninvited guest by the lake. The huge Amos cast a hazy moonlight, covering the lonely figure of the boy with a layer of lavender veil. After a moment, Avis opened his eyes again, and his eyes regained their former clarity and firmness. The answer is always in his heart, even if it is just such a small pebble. Even so, as long as it is at the critical point, it can also affect many. The pale palm gently held the pebble, and the boy slowly stood up, calmly gazing at the vast and deep lake in front of him. After the struggle and sedimentation on the way here, and the questioning of his heart by the lake, Avis's soul seemed to have experienced a baptism. The negative emotions such as confusion and weakness that have always accompanied him since the crossing, which are deeply hidden in his heart, are completely swept away at this moment. I will not die. Not only that, I will lead the people I cherish to an endless future together. The hand holding the pebble raised high without warning, and the black bird on the willow tree was frightened, fluttering and flying in panic, leaving a dark silhouette in the huge purple moon in the night sky. The next moment, the pale boy turned around neatly, with an indomitable determination, and walked towards the castle without any regrets. Behind him, gravel fell into the lake, splashing the sky full of stars. Chapter 52. Go to the Academy. The next morning, Avis, who had completed his preparations, accompanied by the Duke and others, took a vehicle to the city of Carlis. The huge square in front of the city lord's mansion is the gathering point for freshmen from various academies. Boys and girls with a certain level of talent will board the floating vehicle here and go to various academies. Among them, a small group of the most talented will belong to the Royal Pamir Academy. The slightly inferior ones will be absorbed by the academies founded by the 4 major families. The rest of the majority of the leftovers can be competed for by other academies. This is the tone set by Emperor Gloria when he founded the country, and it cannot be changed. At the same time as this order, there is also a hard rule that the direct descendants of the 4 major families and other great nobles must go to the royal capital Pamir Academy for enrollment after reaching a certain age. This is a means of both kindness and force, which is actually equivalent to a disguised proton, in order to prevent the nobles from rebounding. The emperor also promised that in Pamir, they would receive the best resources in the empire for training, and have the opportunity to learn the royal family's unique secrets, so that everyone could save face. Of course, with the changes in the situation of the empire over thousands of years, the meaning of the hostage has long disappeared in history. But this rule is still a symbol of local submission to the royal family, so it has been preserved. With this rule, Pamir Academy has almost become the birthplace of the upper class of the empire. Other small and medium nobles have sharpened their heads just to send their offspring to Pamir, so as to get the opportunity to step into this circle. Emperor Gloria is a truly legendary emperor. Her original identity was Gloria Augustine, the 4th princess of the ancient magic empire of Esserum, which unified the entire Yar continent in history books. After the destruction, the ancient Siwezer Empire collapsed overnight. 9 floating cities representing the highest magic achievements of the empire either disintegrated, crashed, or disappeared in the space turbulence. The empire's highest authority Circle Council was completely disbanded. All the 9th level extreme speakers and most of the counselors disappeared overnight, and the level of magic on the continent regressed by at least 1,000 years. In the midst of danger, Gloria, relying on her status as the only surviving royal bloodline, gathered the remaining noble forces of the magic empire and then went south. Surrounded by enemies, she forcibly recovered 3/10 of the land on the southeast side of the continent and renamed the new empire after herself. The first year of the glorious calendar, May 22nd, Gloria was officially crowned emperor, changed the magic calendar to the glorious calendar, and the Gloria Empire was established. Since the empire was newly established, there was a great shortage of talents. After taking office, the emperor used his remaining power to reform the empire drastically, recruiting talents regardless of their background. In order to obtain more talents, Gloria established the academy system for the first time. Students were only considered by their talents, regardless of their background, which directly opened a gap in the class solidification that had enveloped the empire for thousands of years. As a compromise with the nobles, the emperor allowed the nobles to freely build academies in their own territories. With decades of development, the Gloria Empire completely absorbed the territory, and relying on the heritage left over from the royal family of the ancient magic empire, it became the second most powerful country on the continent. In the 300th year of the glorious calendar, the emperor handed over the empire to Gloria II, who had taught him for decades, leaving behind the star crown and the sword of the king, which symbolized the imperial power, and disappeared. In the luxurious and elegant reception room of the city lord's mansion, a noble boy in a pure white long dress with gold edges and a dark silver watch chain hanging from his buttonholes, standing in front of the tall arched window of the stone carving. He looked down at the many freshmen waiting in the square with a calm face. Avis, when you live alone, remember to take care of yourself. After arriving at the academy, if you need anything, you can contact the person in charge of the family in the capital. A soft female voice sounded from behind, and the beautiful Duchess Elena gave a detailed exhortation, fearing that Avis would not adapt to the life in the academy. I know, mother. Turning around, Avis smiled, nodded gracefully, and responded to his mother's enthusiasm very skillfully. Brother, I wish you a safe journey. Today, Fiona wore a light blue dress and a beige wide-brimmed hat on her light golden long hair. Following Avis's suggestion, she took out the gift box again and gave it to Avis under everyone's gaze. Avis also pretended to be very surprised and opened the gift box, then smiled and thanked Fiona. Then, in Fiona's surprised eyes, Avis took out the parting gift he had prepared and handed it to Fiona. This is... Fiona was stunned by this sudden surprise, and opened the gift box with curiosity and expectation. Then, at first glance, she saw a beautiful thick book. The girl's originally excited emotions suddenly became a little complicated at this moment. Seeing the change in the girl's expression, Avis smiled in his heart, but he spoke calmly on the surface, introducing the effect of this strange object to Fiona. Because you will also go to the academy next year, I prepared a gift in advance. It is a magical object I made especially for you. Although it looks like a thick book, but in fact, you only need to inject a little mental power to enter the world in the book. The farther you explore, the greater the impact on the world in the book, and the higher the consumption of mental power. This process itself also has the effect of training mental power. Although it is just a special storybook now, it has growth potential. With the improvement of the level, the dream world in the book will continue to grow, and the world scope, reality, and details will gradually increase. The book itself will also gain more strange effects. In the end, it may even have interesting abilities such as summoning fairy tale characters in the book to reality. Finally, Avis deliberately lowered his voice and winked at Fiona mischievously. Don't worry, Fiona. I drew illustrations for every page. Hey, what are you talking about? Brother? I'm not worried about that. Fiona, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, almost choked when she heard this. She quickly explained and then glanced at the Duke and Duchess with a guilty conscience. Seeing the subtle expressions on both of their faces, the girl couldn't help but glared at Avis angrily. Well, it seems that I was wrong. Sorry, sister. Avis didn't refute it, but just smiled softly and apologized to the girl in a gentlemanly manner. His behavior made the girl feel a little embarrassed. No, thank you, fourth brother. I like this gift very much. Fiona said this from the bottom of her heart. When she held the book in her hand, the intimacy and the dreamy atmosphere in the book made her feel very comfortable. The Duchess Elena was the happiest to see the harmonious relationship between her children. She felt very satisfied watching the harmonious relationship between the two. I'm here. At this time, Duke Carrot suddenly spoke, and everyone in the room looked at the square. At some point, the light in the square had dimmed. Amid the exclamations echoing in the square, the oppressive behemoth sank from the clouds. The huge body blocked the sunlight like a dark cloud, covering the entire square in its creeping shadow. It was a large ship with a retro style, with a streamlined hull and no sails. The hull was made of dark silver metal, and the surface flashed with streams of inscriptions from time to time, which looked extremely mysterious and powerful. On the left side of the huge ship, the purple gold castle emblem shone brightly. The welcoming team of Pamir College arrived. Chapter 53 Identity. Let's go. Avis. The Duke took the lead and walked out the door, followed by Avis and others. In the center of the square, several guide mages wearing Pamir Academy robes were already waiting at the landing point. Behind them, dozens of freshmen in different clothes gathered together, waiting for the arrival of the Academy's airship. Your Excellency the Duke. Seeing the Duke and his party arrive, the leader, the 7th level mage, put his left hand on his chest and bowed to the Duke. Afterwards, several mages slightly adjusted their robes and solemnly performed a mage's salute to the Duke. The first salute is the etiquette of the Pamir Academy guides facing the Duke. The second salute represents the respect of a low-level spellcaster to a 9th level strongman. The Duke also returned the mage's salute to the guides, and then he stepped aside and motioned Avis to come forward. This is my child. Avis, please take care of him along the way. Avis took a few steps forward and saluted calmly to several Academy guides. Several mages nodded, and the leading mage spoke. Please rest assured, your offspring will receive the best courtesy. The Duke nodded, and his eyes turned to the group of freshmen behind the several Academy guides. Are these the freshmen this year? Although Duke Carrot had completely restrained his own breath at this time, these freshmen still felt nervous instinctively, and dared not breathe, as if they were little animals stared at by a tiger. Yes, all the freshmen in the northern area of Carlos province are here. A total of 74 people. The leading mage answered. After taking a look, the Duke nodded gently. Not bad. At this time, the huge airship in the sky had completely landed and was suspended at a height of less than 1 meter from the ground. A hatch about 2 people high slowly rose up near the bow of the ship. Goodbye, brother. Fiona hurriedly said goodbye to Avis. Otherwise it would be too late. When the hatch was fully opened, a mage guided many freshmen to board the ship one by one. The remaining mages were scattered around, protecting these freshmen in the center. Sir Avis, please stand beside me. After everyone entered the cabin, the mage leader finally greeted the Duke and others. After Avis walked to his side, the staff paused slightly, and the figures of the two suddenly disappeared. The inscription magic circle on the hull lit up slightly, and the airship continued to rise in the eyes of everyone, and its size gradually shrank. Finally, it turned into a silver dot between the clouds and the blue sky. In the cabin, an academy reception mage stood in the middle of the silver-white metal corridor, staring at the many freshmen gathered in front of him with a serious look. "Now, line up, and it's my turn." At this point, the mage paused for a moment, and gestured to the other 3 mages beside him. "And get your number plate from them. And those who get the number plate will go to their rooms. Your room is on the 3rd floor, and there are stairs on both sides of the corridor to reach it." The specific structure of the cabin, the prohibited areas, and other information are all contained in the number plate. After getting the number plate, you can read it with your mental power. Time is precious. I will only repeat it once. The rules on the ship are very simple. No noise. No trouble. Those who violate the rules will be directly disqualified from admission. When he said the last sentence, the tone of the guiding mage was slightly heavier. There were no fools among the freshmen who were qualified to board the ship, and no unexpected situations occurred. Many freshmen lined up in several queues and took the number plates from the 4 guides in turn. The freshmen seemed a little silent when they first arrived in an unfamiliar environment. After receiving the number plates, at most they exchanged glances with familiar people, and then each of them took the number plates in their hands and looked for their own rooms. "This is your room, Sir Avis. If you have any additional needs, you can come to the cabin at the end of the corridor to find me. Thank you for your kindness, Sir Leader." After the leader mage left, Avis looked at the ground getting lower and lower through the silver porthole, and his thoughts were a little complicated for a while. Some of them were uneasy about leaving home suddenly, and some of them were looking forward to those familiar scenes appearing in front of them again. His cabin was on the top floor of the hull, at the same level as many 5th and 6th level college guides. The indoor area reached dozens of square meters, with luxurious and complete furniture and facilities, and a separate meditation room and independent bathroom. It was a far cry from the ordinary freshman room, which was only a dozen square meters and very simply furnished. Although Pamir Academy claimed that all freshmen were equal, some freshmen were always more equal than others. After the airship rose into the clouds, Avis left the porthole, skillfully opened the wardrobe in the cabin, and changed into a complete set of Pamir Academy uniforms. The full set of uniforms included a dark blue dress coat, a pure white shirt, a scarf, dark brown leather boots, and a black/white short cloak with the Academy Castle emblem. As a standard alchemical product, it can automatically adjust its size according to the wearer's body shape and has a certain resistance effect against spell attacks. Pinning the dark silver watch chain on the buttonhole of the uniform again, Avis sat in front of the silver desk of the same style as the room and took out the Mercury prophecy from the ring. Opening this silver magic book with a mirror-like surface, he continued to study the profound magic knowledge recorded in the book. Time is precious. He must seize every minute and every second. Ding. At dinner time, a crisp crystal bell rang. Avis closed the book, yawned, took out the pocket watch from the pocket of the uniform, and looked at the time. 7:58? Closing the watch cover with a snap, Avis stood up and stretched his waist. After stretching his muscles, he left the room and went to the restaurant on the ship. The main restaurant of the airship is located in the 4th floor cabin, with a total of 3 entrances and exits, and the area is very large. The environment of the restaurant is very elegant, and the interior decoration adopts a very retro glorious style. The light white tables and chairs were decorated with elegant streamlines. On each table was a white porcelain vase with pale blue roses, and the tender petals were covered with crystal dew. Various strange and delicious dishes were placed on large silver plates, neatly arranged according to the types and properties of their raw materials, allowing students to take them at will. The ingredients of each dish contained traces of magic, although they could not be compared with the 3 meals that Avis had in the castle. For most students whose backgrounds were not particularly noble, these dishes were already delicacies. Before arriving at the city of Carlos, the airship had passed through 3 freshman gathering points. Therefore, the number of people gathered in the restaurant at this time has reached hundreds. Many freshmen are vaguely divided into 3 circles. On one side of the restaurant, a small number of freshmen are eating and drinking, with the food on the plates in front of them piled up like a small mountain, not caring about other people's eyes. Some freshmen from big families are sitting on the other side of the restaurant. They gather in small circles, eating and chatting elegantly. laughing and praising from time to time. Most of the remaining freshmen sit in the central part of the restaurant. They are mostly students of ordinary origin and descendants of small nobles. Since everyone is a freshman in Pamir at this time, the distance brought by the difference in status has quietly faded, and they are chatting enthusiastically with each other. Chapter 54 Genius and Profit. After walking along a corridor to the restaurant, Avis saw such a scene. Since he had changed into the college uniform at this time, not many people knew his appearance, so he was not recognized as soon as he arrived at the cafeteria. Avis didn't want to attract too much attention, so he just took a silver-tailed lobster, a cheese pie dotted with exotic fruits, a piece of iced sea beluga caviar, and a glass of sky blue sparkling juice. After a brief look in the restaurant, he took the plate and sat down at a table in the center of the restaurant. Before Avis arrived, 2 freshmen, a boy and a girl, were already sitting on one side of the table. The boy had brown hair and blue eyes, and looked very ordinary. Although he was eating, his expression was a little absent-minded, as if he was still thinking about something. The girl had short brown curly hair, fruit green eyes, and a little chubby face with a few freckles. Her temperament was very sweet and lovely. However, it seemed that she was affected by the aura of the boy, and she just kept her head down and ate quietly. Based on their eating habits, Avis judged that neither of them was of noble birth. "Excuse me. Is it convenient for me to sit here?" "No problem. Please." Suddenly hearing the question, the cute brown-haired girl seemed to be relieved, and quickly raised her head to answer, and nodded to Avis in a friendly manner. Avis smiled gently, and nodded to the girl in return. "He is so handsome." Looking at the perfect and charming smile of the blonde boy in front of her, the girl's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She instinctively lowered her head and pretended to eat, trying to hide her embarrassment. Noticing her change, Avis smiled in his heart, and then began to eat slowly. His movements were elegant and smooth, showing a very good upbringing. He saw from the corner of his eye that the brown-haired girl would occasionally peek at his movements with her bright green eyes while eating, and her psychological activities were self-evident. Oh, my uncontrollable charm. After a while, the girl finally couldn't help it, raised her head and looked at Avis shyly, and spoke softly. "Hello. May I ask, are you a noble?" "I do come from a noble family. But now, like you, I am just a freshman at Pamir College." Avis stopped the knife and fork in his hand, smiled at the girl's slightly chubby face, and his tone had a strange sense of beauty, as if he was an angel who fell into the world. Being stared at by his blue eyes, the girl only felt her cheeks begin to heat up slightly. Hearing this, the boy who had been immersed in his own world also came back to his senses and glanced at Avis. Avis nodded to him politely. The boy lowered his head again and returned to his previous state. "I'm Hillier. He's Albans. We're both from the Layla territory in the northwest of Carlis. That's his personality. Please don't mind." Seeing that the air at the table was a little stagnant, the brown-haired girl hurriedly introduced herself. "It's okay. My name is Avis. From Carlis City." Avis smiled and said that he didn't mind. "Carlis City. I've heard my father talk about it, but I've never been there." Hearing Avis' words, the girl named Hillier showed a look of longing. She had only heard of the name of this provincial capital city from her father, who was a professional. "It must be very big. I heard that there are gold coins everywhere, and the air is fresher than other places." "Uh-huh. Fresh air, gold coins everywhere, etc., are just exaggerated and untrue rumors. But Carlis is really big. Probably this big." Avis smiled softly, deliberately stretched out his hands, and made a very big gesture in front of the girl. The girl laughed at his action, and the boy named Albans also raised his head for the second time and looked at the two of them. Dinner time ended with Avis and Hillier having a pleasant conversation. Albans kept his head down and remained silent. "Excuse me. Let me check the time." Avis smiled and gestured to Hillier, took out his pocket watch, and his slender pale fingers lightly pressed the top spring, and the card's secret gold cover popped open, revealing a golden dial inlaid with star-like blue diamonds. 8:28, he whispered, then moved his fingers slightly, closed the watch cover again, and put it back into the inner pocket of his jacket. The action was natural and elegant, which once again made the girl dazzled. "Well, both of you. I'll leave first." "Oh, okay. Goodbye." Hilary waved to him with some regret, then suddenly thought of something and asked hurriedly, "By the way, What's your room number? As she spoke, the girl suddenly realized the ambiguity in her words. Her face flushed, and her voice unconsciously became smaller. Albans raised his head for the third time, his eyes wandering between the two with an unknown meaning. Well, that's not what I meant. I mean, can I see you again later? With a hint of anxiety in her big green eyes, the cute brown-haired girl used honorifics again in a hurry. Avis smiled gently at the girl, and that smile as warm as the sun made the flustered girl relax again. I will come here to eat every night. I understand. See you tomorrow night. The girl nodded quickly, trying to get rid of the previous awkward situation. Goodbye. Albans also muttered vaguely, and then lowered his head again. Avis stood up with the empty plate, nodded to the two with a smile, and then walked away slowly. After returning to his room, Avis carefully recalled the scene at dinner and thought about whether his appearance was inappropriate. After thinking carefully, he nodded slightly and was quite satisfied with his previous performance. In fact, he did not choose a seat to eat at random, but had a very clear goal, intending to contact these two people. To be more precise, it was the boy who contacted the two. Albans. The power of a person has its limits after all. Even if he has two legendary bloodlines and has basically escaped the limitations of humans, he still has his limits. At this time, he needs to rely on all the external forces he can. For example, those true geniuses. In his plan, there are two people in the academy who are listed as the highest level of targets to be won over. Albans is one of them. He is a true magic genius, as if his entire life exists for the development of magic. Although his personality is a bit weird, it can't cover up his brilliance. Chapter 55 Aristocratic Joke. In his previous life, little Avis was not really keen on making friends and building his own network. Compared to these, he was more keen on learning. Yes, learning made him happy. But even so, he had also heard of the name of Albans, the founder of the Mystic Energy School, the discoverer of the third law of space and time, the multiple winner of the Alvani Truth Badge, and the only direct student of Her Majesty Vernica, Ring of Space and Time, one of the three chairmen of the Magic Council. The achievements of this ordinary guy in the future are not even enough to be described by the word brilliant. If compared with the celebrities in Avis' previous life, then Albans is equivalent to the magic version of Einstein and Tesla. In the future, he pushed the development of the entire magic world forward in just a few decades. Albans' most famous achievement is the successful restoration of the structural model of the energy core of the floating city Eternal Core. You know, the diameter of the floating city reaches tens of kilometers. To keep such a huge object floating in the air without falling, the magic power consumed every second is truly astronomical. With such a huge consumption of magic power, it is far from enough to just absorb the free energy in the surrounding space. Therefore, there must be an independent super magic source. The Eternal Core is the core magic source of the entire floating city, and it is also the root of the terrifying power of the floating city. It can output nearly unlimited magic power all the time, and its output limit is only limited by the material of the magic circuit. It is a truly miraculous creation. Although the council later discovered that even a ninth-order extreme powerhouse could not really build a new Eternal Core based on that model. But this did not prevent its use. For example, based on this structure, some modifications were made to build a secondary, less stable, pseudo-Eternal Core with an upper limit on instantaneous magic output. And its original structure became the council's top secret. And even the Olivindi family could not get it. No force was willing to let go of such a talent. Countless people have offered him olive branches, including many great nobles. But he was arrogant and rejected them all. Usually, Albans would look at most people who wanted to invite him to join a certain force with a pitiful look, as if he was looking at a group of poor and ignorant low-level reptiles. His original words to them were, "Sorry, I can't accept your invitation. My time is very precious and should not be wasted on meaningless things." In his previous life, Avis also tried to contact him, seeing that he was also a top student. Albans discussed with him, but about 10 minutes later, little Avis began to be unable to keep up with his thoughts. Noticing this, Albans stopped his argument and politely ordered him to leave. Little Avis could only take the opportunity to leave. Of course, his character brought him many enemies. But until he was valued by the Ring of Time and Space and accepted as a personal student, he had been living well, which was enough to explain many problems. According to the information collected by the family in the previous life, Avis learned that Albans also came from Pamir College, But what he didn't expect was that Albans was on the same ship as him. Avis planned to do his best to win over this super talent to his camp. And this short journey before the airship arrived at the academy was the best time to contact him. At this time, Albans did not have any aura from his previous life. This just meant that now was the moment when his psychological defense was the weakest. But if he contacted too deliberately, it would easily arouse the other party's vigilance. So there was the previous scene. He planned to use the method of dining together to subtly establish his image in Albans' mind. This trip lasted 5 days and 5 nights. And there were still 4 nights left. So he was not in a hurry. But speaking of it, the girl seemed to come with Albans. Would my doing this have the opposite effect? Thinking of this, Avis touched his chin unconsciously. It shouldn't be a big deal. He never had a girlfriend in his previous life anyway. That's the news I heard at a party in the Huthfire month 2 years ago. At dinner time, Avis went to the table again and had dinner with Hillier and Albans. Through some verbal probing, he also figured out the relationship between the two. Hillier and Albans are actually a pair of half-siblings. Hillier's father was a member of a small mercenary group and unfortunately died in a mission. In order to take care of his comrade's widow, the deputy leader married Hillier's mother as his wife and gave birth to Albans. At that time, this Count Toon wanted to test the abilities of his 3 offspring. He ordered the servants to find 3 dogs, and then called his 3 sons to his side, 1 for each, and ordered them to find a way to make their dogs eat the super spicy sago sauce. The eldest son, who had reached the 5th level of strength, took action first. He opened the dog's mouth with force, wrapped the sago sauce with his fighting spirit, and forced it in. Viscount Thun shook his head. This is too violent. The second son of the 4th level mage took a softer approach. He cast an illusion on the dog, so that sago sauce turned into its favorite black fragrant chicken in its senses. Then, the dog happily ate the sago sauce. This is a deception. Viscount Thun shook his head again, seeing that his 2 brothers did not get their father's approval. The third son, who was only 2nd level in strength, was not in a hurry and smeared the sago sauce near the dog's tail. The dog howled because of the spiciness, and kept licking the part where the sago sauce was smeared with his tongue. The third son pointed at the dog and introduced it to his father in a serious tone. Look, father, all its actions are from its own will, and it is also praising the greatness of the Toon family. Ha ha ha. He is so smart. Hillary was amused by Avis's humorous narration and laughed, and her brown hair kept shaking. This is hypocrisy, Orbans muttered vaguely, so quietly that even Avis couldn't hear what he was mumbling. For several days, Avis would go to the dining table every night for dinner, and the 3 of them gradually became familiar with each other. Of course, most of the time it was Avis and Hillary who talked. Albans only occasionally interrupted. During this time, Avis introduced them in detail the background of Pamir College, the significance of entering this college, and what subjects are available after admission. In addition, he also told some scenes and stories of the city of Carlos, as well as some jokes that are more popular and easy to understand that are circulated in the aristocratic circle. In return, the girl also shared her life in the countryside and some interesting stories, which made Avis feel very novel. Whether in his previous life or this life, he has never really experienced the rural pastoral life in this world. Chapter 56 Player Experimental Project. During the days on the airship, Avis was recognized by other freshmen twice. Once by the son of the Marquis of the family, and the other time by a descendant of a minor noble who had seen his face from afar when he'd boarded the ship. Both of them greeted him very politely and tried to invite him to dine at other tables. However, when Avis declined their invitation, the 2 also left very tactfully. After these 2 incidents, the smart Hillier has been avoiding asking Avis's last name. She had a feeling that Avis might be worried that the relationship between the 3 would have a rift, so he deliberately did not mention this matter in front of them. After dinner, Avis returned to his cabin, but before he sat down at the table, the door was suddenly knocked. Sir Avis, there is a letter for you. The visitor was an academy mage. After seeing Avis, he bowed slightly and handed a letter with silver lines in his hand. After thanking the wizard who delivered the letter, Avis returned to the room and drew a simple magic emblem on the surface of the envelope. The silver lines on the envelope flashed slightly, then slowly shrank to both sides, revealing the seal in the center of the envelope. This letter was sent by the leader of his caravan. On the parchment printed with the crystal bird emblem, the experimental results that Avis specifically requested were recorded. According to your request, the test results of the elf guards, who have just joined the caravan, are as follows. 1. Teach the target special combat skills for multiple weapons. The target is shown an extremely amazing learning ability. Each weapon skill basically only needs half a day of practice to master and use it proficiently. 2nd, arrange a 4th level caravan guard to practice with the target every day, and give rewards according to the length of time he persists in being undefeated. The target has shown an incredible speed of strength improvement. When he first joined the team, the target only showed the combat power of an apprentice, and could not even last a single move under Carl. But after only about a month, the target has been able to fight back and forth with Carl, combining the results of the previous test. It is initially suspected that the target has hidden his strength. 3rd, when the target disappears in a burst of white light, fill the carriage where he was previously with monster fur and explosive iron ingots. The target appears again in a burst of white light 100 magic hours and 15 minutes later, and is on the roof of the car when it appears. 4. Propose some special instructions, and let the target choose whether to accept them, including but not limited to standing guard all night, changing into female clothes, cleaning pack animals, etc. The target accepted all the tasks very happily, and only had a difficult look on his face when cleaning the feces of pack animals in a skirt, but still chose to execute the instructions. 5. When the target disappears in a burst of white light again, the part of the carriage he is sitting on is sawed off and buried 10 meters underground on the roadside. The caravan continues to move forward. The target did not appear again. South of Kara's Dawn Forest, the last Dragonborn who just came online stood on the roadside, looking at the empty surroundings with a blank face. Where is this? Where is my caravan? He called out the panel and took a look. All the tasks related to the caravan turned gray, which means failure, which proves that he has left the caravan. On the system map, his position at this time is like a line protruding into the darkness, and there are unexplored areas all around. A breeze blew up the fallen leaves on the roadside, like the elf's messy mood in the wind. A few gray skylarks flew over his head, making a cooing sound in response to the situation. Another bug? Is there any hope for me now? Looking around, on one side is a primeval forest with strange and ancient trees, and on the other side is a desolate wilderness with jagged rocks and bushes. The distant black mountains undulate under the sea of clouds, and a dirt road stretches lonely to the distant horizon, without a trace of human habitation. After comparing the locations of several large cities on the map, the last Dragonborn had to continue along the road. In order to get on the road faster, he temporarily invested some free attribute points in agility and constitution. After playing games for a few days, the elf keenly discovered that the role of attribute points is not only reflected in the data, but can directly affect his physical sense. Adding points to the physical attribute can improve his endurance for long-term exercise. Agility can improve his speed and explosive power. Strength can enable him to lift heavier objects. Perception allows him to more clearly perceive the slightest movement in the environment. Unfortunately, adding points to intelligence cannot really improve the player's intelligence. And the same is true for will. The charm attribute is special. It cannot be added actively, but will only increase with the level. Or it can be improved by some adventures, wearing certain equipment, using perfume, and other external factors. Higher charm will affect the NPC's attitude towards him, and some spell judgments. 5 points can be obtained for each level of free attribute points, and the additional free attribute points obtained by various talents and skills are calculated separately. After doing the task for a month of game time, the last dragon has reached level 39, and is now stuck on the job transfer task. Soon, a game-featured scene appeared on the desolate dirt road. A green-haired elf dressed in a caravan guard uniform, following the traces left by the caravan, jumped and galloped towards the nearest Bigniusberg. In fact, this way of rushing consumes much more endurance than normal running, which is not cost-effective from the perspective of cost performance, but from the perspective of game experience, because the character's physical fitness is much stronger than reality. A random jump is 1 meter high and several meters away. The feeling of pleasure and freedom brought by this continuous vertical jump is really cool. Listen to the sound of the wind flowing in your ears, and the sunshine mixed with fresh air hits your face. Every time you step on the ground, your body will feed back a light and powerful sense of reality. Golden fallen leaves, swaying weeds, overgrown trees, gray-white rocks. Everything is passing by quickly. This is his most fundamental pursuit of playing games. to experience the experience that cannot be obtained in reality in virtual reality. After rushing for a while, the system's warm reminder came. Your endurance is less than 30%. Please pay attention. When endurance drops below 25%, the player will get the negative state fatigue, and strength and agility will be reduced by 50%. When it is completely zeroed, the player will fall into the state of severe fatigue, and strength and agility attributes will be reduced by 95%, and sleep is required to recover. Due to the high degree of simulation of the game, players often have no time to pay attention to the game panel when fighting. For human considerations, the game officials have specially designed a warm reminder function that can automatically remind players of attribute changes and spell casting time. However, according to the internal test agreement, due to the additional operating costs, after the official launch, it is necessary to pay Krypton Gold to open the reminder function. It only costs 64.8 yuan to unlock it. Isn't it warm? While running, the last dragon suddenly encountered an emergency. Chapter 57 Bloodletter. 4 or 5 gray coyotes were gathering on the side of the road, seemingly tearing something apart. Sensing the elf approaching, the coyotes immediately turned their heads, staring at him with dark yellow bloodthirsty wolf eyes, lowering their bodies, and continuously making threatening growls from their throats. The last dragonborn frowned, and the elf's natural sharp eyes allowed him to clearly see what the coyotes were tearing apart. It was a mutilated corpse. He slowly stepped back and took off the longbow behind him. It was a reward for the caravan guard training mission, and its attributes were also very good in the eyes of the last dragonborn. Guardian Longbow. A blue-quality wind attribute magic bow. The standard weapon of the Olivendi Caravan Guard. It can add wind attribute magic to the arrows shot out, increasing the speed and power of the arrows. It comes with 3 wind arrows and 1 penetrating arrow skill every day. At the same time, the coyotes let go of their prey and scattered like gray arrows, trying to surround the elves. 3 white feather arrows appeared between the elves' fingers, and the agile wind elements wrapped around the arrows layer by layer. And then, the bow was like a full moon, and 3 light blue wind arrows instantly shot towards the wolves. At the same time, the weeds under the wolves' feet suddenly grew wildly, and the tough plants instantly entangled the legs of several coyotes, and even produced barbs with venom on them, so that they could not break free no matter how hard they struggled. Second level natural spell control plants. The challenge level of the gray coyotes was only level 15. Although there were 5 of them, they were still far from being the opponent of the last dragonborn. In the end, the 5 gray coyotes unwillingly swallowed their last breath and contributed 4 incomplete wolf skins and 1 complete wolf skin to him. After killing the wolf pack, the last dragon looked at the incomplete corpse. Judging from her clothes, the dead seemed to be a female Empire civilian. But she had not only traces of being bitten by wolves, but also scars of being penetrated by swords. Is it a sudden mission? Or just an unfortunate encounter with bandits? Adhering to the good habits of players, the last dragon began to search the body without any psychological pressure. Because this is a game after all. The system provides players with 2 ways to obtain loot. The first one is to call up a panel next to the dead, just like ordinary 3D games, and select the option to obtain loot. The player's character will automatically use the mage's hand to take out the items carried by the dead. How much loot can be found depends on the item's hiding degree, as well as the player's attributes and search skills. The other is the real mode, which has nothing to do with the character's attributes. How much can be found depends entirely on the player's own ability. The advantage of this method is that the search skill attribute can be ignored in the early stage. But the disadvantage is that some highly hidden items can hardly be found by players searching directly. No matter which method you choose, the player's search skills will be improved after the search is over. After a while, the last dragonborn found 6 silver coins, 32 copper coins, a black iron necklace, and a stack of letters soaked in dark red blood stains from the dead. Swish. These days, robbers don't even look down on silver coins. Can't even magic stop the pace of inflation? The elf whistled in surprise, and then opened the letter with some curiosity. Dear Aisha, how is the family doing? Are the children growing up healthily? I'm sorry. As a husband and a father, I have not fulfilled my duties in these 2 identities. This time, the mercenary group has taken on a big order. The White Rose Legion needs to secretly escort a batch of supplies from Fengdu City to Manchenko Castle. The round trip will take at least 6 months. Although this mission has a higher risk than before, The bounty of this mission is enough to cover my entire income in the past 3 years. With this money, you don't have to work hard all day, and your eldest son will have the tuition to enter the professional academy. We will have a bright future, thanks to the kindness of Her Majesty Gloria. Even if we are just civilians, we can have the right to send our offspring to the academy. Don't worry, my love. Take good care of the children, and wait for me to come back. Love you, Wood. After reading the letter, a prompt popped up on the panel. System prompt. Trigger random encounter mission dead. Task introduction. You found a dead person who unfortunately died in the mouth of a wolf pack. But the sword scars on her body clearly indicate that there is another hidden story behind it. Task requirements. Read all letters, January 4th. Task reward none. Triggering plot mission? The last Dragonborn suddenly became excited. Such a mission introduction and requirements obviously meant that this was the beginning of a branch plot mission. The reason he became interested in this mission was because the name White Rose Legion was mentioned in the letter. In the background plot, the White Rose Legion nominally belonged directly to the royal family of the Gloria Empire, and was one of the garrison troops sent by the royal family to the border of the empire. A portion of the taxes paid by the 4 provinces to the royal family each year will be directly allocated to the Legion as military expenses. Unlike the previous caravan guards, as a border garrison, the White Rose Legion is a real elite, with an average challenge level of 60. If he can get in touch with them, he can take off in a short time. While daydreaming, the last dragon opened the second letter. I'm sorry, Aisha. I can't give up this mission. If I bring it up, the captain will definitely demote me to a reserve team member. You said you have a bad premonition. I admit that this mission is much more dangerous than before, but it is still within our tolerance. I also heard the rumors on the road. But we have more than 100 people, and the captain is a powerful warrior at the peak of the 6th level. Even if we encounter bandits and so-called evil magicians, we can fully protect ourselves, no matter how damned those nobles are. At least their gold coins are innocent. Be obedient and wait for me at home. I will definitely come back safely. Love you, Wood. Oh! A smell of flag. The last Dragonborn complained instinctively, and opened the third letter without stopping. The order of the letters is easy to determine. The envelope of each letter has the time of sending the letter. Just read from the old to the new. Dear Aisha, we have arrived at Greyhawk City, and there are less than 3 days left to our destination, Manorchenko Castle. You said that the bad feeling in your heart is getting stronger and stronger? It's okay. I'm here now. I can't stop before the end. Well, anyway, a large bounty is about to be obtained. At worst, I will spend more money and send a letter home every 15 days to tell you about my recent situation. Is that okay? Love you, Wood. Chapter 58 Magic and Mystery. After reading the contents of the first 3 letters, the last Dragonborn took out the last letter. When he took out this letter, he keenly noticed the difference between the 4th letter and the first 3 letters. Although it was also in an envelope, the envelope was not sealed, and there was no date of delivery on it, and the edge of the letter paper was notched, obviously torn from a book. Unlike the first 3 letters that were rough and had some spelling errors, the handwriting of this letter was obviously more delicate, as if written by a woman. It has been a month and a half, and he has no news. Let those nobles keep their damn money. I can't wait any longer. I have to go to Manchenko Castle. The children can only ask their mother to help take care of them temporarily. After 15 years of companionship, I can't bear the pain of losing him. This time, no matter what happens, I will be with him. May the gods bless us. It is more like a diary than a letter. After reading all 4 letters, the panel popped up a prompt again. System prompt. The dead mission is completed. Triggering the sea-level mission tracing. Task introduction. The blood-stained letter reveals the message of the deceased before his death. In order to pursue her lover who lost contact during an escort mission, she embarked on a journey with no return date. Task goal. Find the final whereabouts of the escort team. Task reward. 250,000 experience points. Completion rate, 0%. After reading the system prompt, the last Dragonborn put away several letters, and finally checked the necklace. The necklace is hung with a heart-shaped pendant made of the same material, which can be opened. The elf stretched out his finger, and gently pressed the top of the pendant. The dark cover popped open, revealing a tiny magic shadow photo inside. The girl in a white dress with blonde hair placed her left hand in AV shape in front of her, and her right hand embraced a young brown-haired mercenary, smiling brightly. This kind of magic shadow necklace is usually a pair, and the material is not valuable when collecting spoils on the battlefield. If this kind of pendant is found, the victorious party will also default to leaving it to the dead. No one can guarantee that they will not die on the battlefield, but they at least hope that they can always be accompanied by their loved ones when they sleep forever. After years of experience in online novels and role-playing games, the last Dragonborn has already reached a conclusion in his heart. The lover that this woman is pursuing is probably gone, and this is inseparable from their last mission, or more precisely, the batch of goods they secretly escorted. The location of Manchenko Castle is not far from here on the map. Even at the speed of the caravan, it only takes about 7 days to arrive. What exactly are they escorting? A cool breeze gently blows the weeds on the roadside. The broken female corpse lies quietly in the weeds. A pair of empty bloody eye sockets gnawed by wolves seem to be looking at him beggingly, looking at the several coins in his hand that are also stained with blood. The elf was silent for a while, and suddenly smiled. I, the last Dragonborn, accept your employment. Then, the elf no longer hesitated, compared the location of the system map. He changed direction, and quickly jumped towards the direction of Manchenko Castle. What the last Dragonborn didn't know was that all his actions at this time fell into the sight of a hawk in the sky. It was Avis's plan to separate the last Dragonborn from the caravan, since the internal test will be deleted at the end. These players with 100 times the experience are like unstable bombs. In order to test some game mechanisms, they may drag others to explode at any time. The most terrifying thing is that they can explode 5 times in total. But after all, it is a rare player sample, and Avis will not let him completely out of sight. Maybe he will be used in the future. Airship. The 5th day. Dinner time. Still at the same table, Avis and Hillier chatted, and Albans ate in silence. The airship will arrive at the academy at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. In a beautiful tone like an aria, Avis sighed, with a mixture of truth and falsehood. Time. You are always so hurried and indifferent. The pigeon had run out by itself before, and was now flying around in the cafeteria. Anyway, no one could see it, and Avis just pretended it didn't exist. Well, after arriving at the academy, can we meet again? Hearing this news, Hillier was a little reluctant. After a few days of getting along, due to Avis's approachability, the girl gradually eliminated her initial restraint and restored her original lively and cheerful personality. But she knew in her heart that she and Avis were not from the same world after all. So, despite her admiration for the elegant and handsome Avis, the slender girl was just careful to keep this hazy feeling in her heart. At this time, she only had one hope: that this journey could last a little longer. A little longer. There will be a chance. Hillier. Avis comforted the girl in a gentle manner, with a little bit of just the right regret on his face, showing his noble demeanor. Excuse me. After entering the academy, which school and sub-faction will you go to? Before boarding the ship, the adults of the academy detected that I have a strong talent for the illusion school, but I haven't decided which sub-faction to choose. The slender fingertips wrapped around a strand of brown hair that fell to her shoulders. The girl lowered her eyebrows and thought for a while, and said with a somewhat uncertain tone, School of Change. The faction of space-time formed Change. Orbans raised his head slightly, sparing his words, and then lowered his head again. The girl glared at her impolite brother, and then cast an apologetic look at Avis. Avis shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands to the girl, and smiled helplessly, indicating that he was used to his personality. What about you? Avis. Which school will you choose to enter? My choice? Avis smiled slightly. I will join the Mystic School. Although Pamir College also has a prophecy department, Avis will never choose to join. Being a descendant of the 4 major families with the gift of prophecy is almost equivalent to putting a layer of light on yourself, fearing that the enemy will not pay enough attention to you. In addition, entering the Mystic School of Pamir College was part of his plan. As an ancient force, with the same level of foundation as the 4 major families, some things collected by the Mystic School of Pamir College made Avis very coveted. Mystic School? Is it very strong? Hilary was a little confused. She had never even heard of the content about the Mystic School before. Not necessarily very strong, but very profound and mysterious. Avis smiled. Magic is vast. In the long years, countless spells have been created. Hilary. In your opinion, do all spells have their casting models? Chapter 59 Sister and Brother and the Eve of Arrival. Ah? The girl was stunned. She had never thought about this question. I'm not sure. Anwise smiled lightly, opened his mouth slowly, and began to tell a mystery she had never heard before. In fact, in the current magic world, there are still very few spells that do not have real models. We only know how to cast them, but we can never crack their spell models, nor do we understand the specific process of the spell taking effect. For example, mysticism, wishing, etc. In addition, there are spells handed down from ancient times, which are usually engraved on rocks, clay tablets, or other carriers in the form of some strange text or patterns. Only after cracking them can we obtain their spell principles and casting methods. These spells are also classified into the Mystery School. The above spells are the so-called mystery spells. The Mystery School is a faction established with the goal of studying and cracking these spells. Once the essence of a mystery spell is cracked, it will be removed from the mystery system and reclassified into other spell schools. Is that so? Hilary nodded half-understandingly. As he spoke, Avis couldn't help but think of the mystery fog in the sea of spirituality, and couldn't help but speak with some emotion. However, there may be a very small number of spells that really do not have a so-called model. At this time, Albans, who had been silent all the time, suddenly looked up and stared into Avis' eyes. This view is not correct. Any kind of spell should have its model. Aubin! Shocked by her brother's sudden interruption, the girl let out a nervous growl. This time she was really angry. Even though they were freshmen of the same class of Pamir, they were just commoners after all. And Avis obviously came from a noble family, and was probably the descendant of a great noble. Such a person was not someone they could afford to offend. If Avis was angered by her brother's almost rude behavior, with his status, it would probably be no more difficult to deal with the two freshmen than to take out the pocket watch in his pocket. When she lived in Layla, she witnessed with her own eyes that a merchant in the city accidentally bumped into Viscount Layla's carriage when passing through the city gate because his horse was frightened. The Viscount immediately ordered the city guards to beat him up, and then took him away and imprisoned him. According to her father, the merchant eventually paid a large sum of rose gold coins as compensation, and her daughter became a maid in the castle. And the matter came to an end. Sorry, Avis. My brother rarely communicates with others and doesn't know much about etiquette. I apologize to you on his behalf. Avis immediately understood what Hillier was worried about. While sighing in his heart, he showed an indifferent expression on his face. No need to apologize. Hillier, we are friends, aren't we? The boy looked at the anxious brown-haired girl gently, and his blue eyes seemed to have a convincing magic, calming the girl down again. In front of the vast magic, we are all a group of curious but shallow explorers. Only unreserved communication and discussion can make us move forward in the right direction. Then, Avis turned his gaze to Albans, who had lowered his head, and responded calmly. Many great magicians share your view. But in the history of human magic for tens of thousands of years, mystery has always existed. Albans looked up again, his blue eyes looking at Avis. His expression very serious. Maybe so. But I still think that the mysterious magic that really does not exist does not exist. They are just two different spells. Spells that have been cracked, and spells that are about to be cracked. Maybe? Avis just smiled lightly at Albans's point of view, and did not answer directly. After that, neither of them continued to speak. Seeing that the air on the table was a little condensed, Hillier hurriedly changed the topic again. Then, Hillier, Albans, see you at the academy? The pale fingers moved lightly, and the dark gold watch cover snapped shut. Avis put the pocket watch back into his pocket and stood up calmly. See you at the academy? Avis! Hillier waved to him reluctantly. Goodbye. Albans raised his head for the first time when saying goodbye. He gracefully saluted the two of them, and then the boy with sunny hair walked away with a gentle pace, and his figure gradually disappeared into the crowd. After Avis left, Hillier also stood up and half-dragged her brother to her room. After closing the door, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly activated the water element gathering array to draw a glass of water, and drank a few big gulps of clear water to calm down. While drinking, the girl glared at Albans angrily. Oben! Why are you so reckless today? Avis is most likely a great noble. If he felt that you had offended him at that time, then we would be in big trouble. glancing at her with a strange look. Albans hesitated for a moment, and did not answer, but spoke in an admonishing tone. Sister, it is impossible for you to be together. Puff, cough, cough. Hilary, who was drinking water, almost spurted out the water in her mouth. What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly choked by her brother's words. Hilary's face flushed, embarrassed and angry. Albans did not stop because of Hilary's attitude, but just stared at his sister's fruit green eyes, and continued his analysis very calmly. In the past few days, I have observed many freshmen from aristocratic families. Although their attitudes are also very polite, I can feel that when facing freshmen from non-aristocratic families, their attitudes are still mixed with high-handed coldness and arrogance. But Avis is different. As a descendant of the nobility, he does not have a trace of arrogance, but a gentle and slightly alienated attitude. The most important thing is that he can treat everyone with the same attitude, which is not something that ordinary nobles can do. Speaking of this, Albans exhaled. Also, at dinner a few days ago, 2 people took the initiative to invite him, and their attitude was very humble. Even if they were rejected in the end, they did not show any displeasure. I have noticed one of them. He is a member of the high-ranking noble circle on the left side of the restaurant. And Avis also said that he is from the city of Carlis. So, don't continue to deceive yourself, dear sister. A person with extraordinary temperament, born in the city of Carlis, who can make members of the noble circle take the initiative to lower their status and invite him. What do you think his surname is most likely to be? Chapter 60 Arrival at Pamir. Listening to her brother's cold and rational analysis, Hilary's flushed face gradually faded. Orban's words hit upon a fact that she had been instinctively avoiding. Avis's surname is probably Olivendi, the ancient family that has ruled the entire Carlis province for thousands of years. The comparison between their identities is like the difference between the stars in the sky and the leaden ants on the fallen leaves. Orbans did not stop talking because of the girl's reaction, but went a step further and directly revealed the key point that Hillier was trying to avoid. Such a person has been having dinner with us for several days, and even declined other people's invitations for this. Sister, are you really so naive to think that his behavior does not contain any purpose? But, if Avis has such a background, what can he see in us? The girl's body shook slightly. Her fingers unconsciously entangled in her hair, and she murmured in a panic. At this point, do you still want to escape? My dear sister? What do we rely on to become freshmen of Pamir College? The last layer of paper was peeled off, and the girl instinctively took 2 steps back. Her face turned pale. Then, like a drowning person struggling desperately, trying to grab a life-saving straw, the girl spoke hesitantly. Then, will he really just want to make friends with us? Albans hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something, but then noticed the pleading look in the girl's eyes. In the end, he just sighed softly and didn't continue speaking. How could the crystal bird flying in the wind stop for the gray skylark on the branch? This is the principle of birds of a feather flock together. 5 days should be enough to leave a preliminary impression. With Hillier's character, he shouldn't doubt anything. But Albans may not. Perhaps, he is already doubting my intentions. In the room, Avis tapped the silver-white table with his fingers, a mysterious smile on his face, and whispered to himself. After all, how could a commoner with enough talent to enter Pamir Academy not have adventures? And once an adventure is obtained, before fully growing up, people will instinctively become cautious. Then the next step is the second step of the plan. But speaking of it, there seems to be no news about Hillier in the previous life. What happened to her? According to the intelligence of the family in the previous life, after growing up, Albans once took action personally, which was very rare, and completely destroyed a medium-sized family from the blood level. There may be some connection between them. At the same time, the pigeon squatted on the table beside it, looking strangely at Avis, who was talking to himself. Are you talking to me? No, dear pigeon. I'm just talking to myself. Avis glanced at the pigeon, who didn't understand what was going on, and explained with a smile. Anyway, no one else can see it, and Avis is happy to chat with it occasionally. Goo? The pigeon tilted its head in confusion and blinked its bright red eyes. What a strange behavior. Strange? Avis smiled, stretched out his fingers, and stroked the pigeon's bright white feathers, as if explaining to the pigeon, or just sighing, humans are a strange creature in themselves. The next day, in the early morning, 6:23, the speed of the airship began to slow down, and finally hovered completely in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. At this moment, Seer had risen from the horizon, and the golden red light ignited the distant horizon, and also plated this silver behemoth with a layer of brilliant golden light. Have you arrived? Pamir Academy? In front of the transparent metal porthole, Avis stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the scene outside the ship. On the surface, the airship stayed in a deserted area. There was only an endless green primeval forest below, and a reddish-brown ancient rock mountain range extending into the distance. The environment was so desolate that not even a flying bird could be seen. But Avis knew very well that all this was just an appearance. As an academy personally established by Emperor Gloria, the entire Pamir Academy is covered in a huge and glorious maze. The 9th level extreme mage who set up this maze completely burned out the souls of 2 true 9th level professionals before successfully setting up this maze. Professionals below the 7th level who have not been recognized by the maze cannot see through the maze from the outside and see where the academy is. Even if you accidentally enter the range of the maze during the exploration, you will be disturbed by the mental influence of the maze and eventually return to the original place inexplicably. During the descent of the airship, all freshmen were ordered to stay in their cabins. When the altitude dropped to a certain level, the air around the ship fluctuated without warning. In a large circular area below, the environment suddenly changed. The verdant primeval forest disappeared like a bubble, replaced by a magnificent city standing in the forest. Yes, a city. This was Avis' first impression of Pamir College. The magnificent and elegant ancient buildings stood in the forest in an orderly manner. The ivory-white exterior walls of the buildings had gone through thousands of years, and had a natural yellowish color. Verdant vines climbed on the vicissitudes of the walls, and figures wearing college cloaks flew between the beautiful and mysterious towers. On the carefully trimmed magic lawn, students gathered in groups of 3 or 2, exchanging and debating their own experiences, and from time to time, they would stretch out and change their gestures, releasing a variety of magical brilliance. The scenery was extremely magical and peaceful, full of a strong learning atmosphere. Pamir College adopts the independent college system. The whole college is composed of dozens of branches, including Pamir Knight College, Pamir Change College, Pamir War College, and Pamir Queen College. Each different profession and magic school has its own independent college. What the freshmen have to enter is the college branch corresponding to the faction they choose. According to the characteristics of each school, the buildings of many branches are different from each other. But the similarity is that, except for some schools that have emerged later, most of the college buildings maintain the ancient Gloria period style. Soon, the airship slowly landed and moored on the special aerial dock. Under the guidance of the college wizard, the freshmen disembarked in an orderly manner and looked for the reception points of their respective branches. After everyone arrived, they followed the branch guides to their respective colleges. Chapter 61 The Guide of the Mysterious Academy. The guide of the mysterious school is a young male first-level wizard with black eyes, brown and yellow hair, wearing a standard guide robe, holding a wooden staff inlaid with dark blue crystals. At this time, he was slumped on a sofa in the waiting area of the mysterious school, fiddling with the staff in his hands, waiting for possible new students board. Before Avis arrived, there was always no one in front of him. In fact, in the entire Pamir Academy, the mysterious school is considered an extremely niche department. There are only a few new students every year, and they are basically the descendants of some small nobles and wealthy businessmen. Not everyone can be as foresight as Avis, and most people will only waste time even if they enter the mysterious school. Hello. Is this the waiting area for the mysterious school? Hearing Avis's question, the young man didn't even raise his head, casually raised his staff and pointed outward, answering habitually, "You've gone to the wrong place. This is the mystery school." The young man suddenly reacted and looked up at Avis. "Wait! Are you a freshman in the mystery school?" "Yes, I am a freshman in the mystery school." Avis looked at the young man in front of him calmly. After the initial surprise, the young guide also came back to his senses, followed by a set of standard guide dialogues. "Please wait here for a while. When all the freshmen of the mystery department on the ship are here, I will take you to the Mystery and Relics Academy." "Okay." Avis nodded and found a sofa to sit down casually. The full name of the Mystery Academy is Pamir Mystery and Relics Academy. It not only teaches mysticism, but also includes the content of relic studies. because the relationship between the two schools is special and both are extremely unpopular schools. Therefore, the college simply merged the Relic School with the Mystic School. And finally the Mystic and Relic College was born. Pawnee is a descendant of a Viscount, and his family had a glorious period in the past. Under the protection of his ancestors, he was lucky to enter Pamir College last year. Due to a series of reasons such as hobbies and talents, he finally entered the Mystic College. But as the college life continued, Pawnee soon discovered the problem. Unlike the outside world, gold coins are not very useful in the college. Instead, there is Pamir's unique credit system. Here, it can be said that everything requires credits. Whether it is precious high-end magic knowledge, powerful high-level spells, or various rare materials, alchemical potions, magic equipment, etc., all require credits to exchange. If you encounter any difficulties in learning, you can consume credits and ask seniors or even teachers in the same department for one-on-one guidance. You can also entrust others to complete various tasks in exchange for credits. Even the academy's accommodation is divided into 3 levels, except for the lowest level multi-person dormitory, which is provided free of charge. The other 2 independent residences require credits to move in. In addition to the above 3 points, credits have another most critical use. The graduation certificate of Pamir College also requires credits to redeem. According to the difficulty of obtaining credits in each school, the number of credits required to redeem the graduation certificate varies. For example, the redemption value of the Mystic College graduation certificate is 5,000 credits, while that of the Shaping Energy College is 7,000 credits. However, the time for further study at Pamir College is limited. If a freshman still fails to exchange for a graduation certificate of the department after 10 years of enrollment, he will need to spend 1,000 credits and extend the semester for 5 years. If the total credits still do not meet the exchange standard after 5 years, Pamir College will directly expel him. For Pawnee, that is directly related to his inheritance rights after returning to the family. However, credits are not easy to earn. With Pawnee's strength of just the first level when he enrolled, he could not complete most of the tasks. The few tasks that can be done are either a waste of time and few credits, or extremely popular, so he can't take them at all. In order to earn precious credits, Pawnee volunteered to take on the task of guiding freshmen. Each college has 1 quota for this task every year, and the seniors in the college call it a rare task that only comes once a year. You are a newcomer. We can let you this year, and there will be no such good thing next year. So, Pawnee, who was fooled and couldn't find the north, took the task from the senior in a daze. Originally, he thought this was a simple task to earn credits. But the key point is that the reward for this task is determined by the number of freshmen received. In other popular branches, such as the School of Transfiguration, this task would indeed be very popular. But in the almost unpopular School of Mystery and Relics, Pawnee waited foolishly at the reception desk for a few days. With the arrival of several airships, some freshmen did come here. But except for a real freshman from the School of Mystery, all the others were on the wrong path. In the first 2 days, he was a little excited to become a guide. But now, he just felt like a stupid beast. That was a full few days. He could have sat in on several public classes, or used it to learn a new spell. But now, he could only waste it waiting for people. Even if he took the most cost-effective task of cleaning the academy, the income would be much higher than it is now. Dear seniors, your magic experiments will fail in the next few days. You will be robbed if you take the task. You will fail the advanced exam. The items you make will be scrapped. Chanting spells will cause hiccups. Soon, all the freshmen on the airship got off the ship. Seeing that there was indeed no second freshman, Pawnee sighed, stood up with his staff, and tried to squeeze out a polite smile. Okay, follow me now. Avis, who already knew the process, also stood up and followed him silently. The pigeon stood on his shoulder and looked around, seeming to feel very novel. Soon, the 2 came to the platform on the side of the dock one after the other. On the ground of the platform, there are many independent inscription arrays, and some circular discs are suspended on the operating arrays. These floating discs are of different sizes, all silver gray in color, with complex inscription circuits engraved on the surface, which looks very mysterious. Floating disc square. It's been a long time since I last saw it. Those are floating discs. The internal transportation of Pamir College, since the area of the college is very large. When we don't have the ability to fly independently, Taking them is the most convenient way to get to various places in the college. Seeing that Avis's eyes were fixed on that side, Pawnee thought that Avis was curious about the floating discs. So he briefly introduced their uses. Because many freshmen were born in commoner or small noble families, they had never seen an alchemical floating disc before coming to the academy. So it was normal to feel novel when they suddenly saw it. Pawnee was like this back then. And now, he also regarded Avis as one of them. This way, as he said, he led Avis to a special large floating disc. Standing in the center of the floating disc, Pawnee took out a nameplate with the academy emblem and injected a trace of mental power into it. As he moved, the academy emblem on the nameplate emitted a faint glow. The inscription circuit on the surface of the floating disc was immediately activated, and a special force field enveloped the top of the floating disc. Then, the floating disc floated up to dozens of meters in the air, and then instantly accelerated, passing through the ancient and beautiful buildings, and flew at high speed in the direction of the mysterious academy. Chapter 62 Trading. This large flying disc has a fixed route, and it will automatically dodge obstacles on the way. So Pawnee does not need to operate it personally. How does it feel? Glancing at the surrounding scenery that kept flying backwards, Pawnee turned around and looked at Avis with a little pride as a member of Pamir. But what surprised him was that the freshman was very indifferent to all this. He did not instinctively change his posture like most freshmen, and did not even show a trace of surprise. Did I make a mistake? This freshman is not ordinary. Pawnee thought a little suspiciously, and suppressed the idea of showing off to Avis the stabilizing force field of the flying disc. It feels good. But, Mr. Guide, can you please briefly introduce to me what matters needing attention in the academy? Avis smiled and casually asked a common question for freshmen. Oh, of course. But you don't have to call me Your Excellency. My name is Pawnee. Just call me by my name. Coming back to her senses, Pawnee said quickly, with a warm smile on her face. Okay, Senior Pawnee. I'm Avis. Avis nodded gently and also said his name. Avis. Huh? I'll remember that. Pawnee also nodded. The rules of the academy are very loose, except for prohibiting malicious harm to other students and having to pass the final exam and obtain a graduation certificate within 10 years. There are no other special regulations. However, Pamir has an independent credit system, and many things need to be exchanged with credits. For example, the graduation certificate of our mysterious school requires 5,000 credits. Speaking of this, Pawnee looked at Avis and hesitated for a moment. Also, I actually want to make a deal with you. Oh, tell me about it. Avis looked at Pawnee with interest. It's like this. As a freshman in the first year, you have the privilege of exchanging credits with gold coins. The exchange rate is 10 gold coins for 1 credit, and the upper limit is 100 credits. And I can buy your credits at a price of 30 to 1. If you don't have enough gold coins, I can pay the gold coins first, and then transfer them to me after you have exchanged the credits. Speaking of this, Pawnee paused and tightened his hand holding the staff. Of course, because you are a freshman, I can tell you the interests involved first. In addition to exchanging graduation certificates, credits can also be exchanged for many rare items and knowledge in the academy that are difficult to find in the outside world. I'm not cheating you. 30 gold coins for 1 credit is the market price here. Even if you don't want to trade credits now, you can exchange them for gold coins at the same ratio in the academy's trading market in the future. However, if you plan to sell credits, I still hope you can come to me to trade. After saying all the words in one breath, Pawnee seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief and relaxed. As a newcomer who has just been enrolled for more than a year, he is not used to this kind of thing. So that's how it is. Avis nodded. Then he looked into Pawnee's brown eyes and spoke with some confusion and curiosity. But, Senior Pawnee, why do you have to explain so much? If you don't explain, maybe I will agree to trade with you now. Hearing this question, Pawnee was stunned, then seemed to think of something and couldn't help laughing. Sorry. Actually, when I entered school, after the senior who introduced me explained this to me, I also asked a similar question. As he said, Pawnee gradually stopped smiling and showed a serious look. The senior's answer to me was this. In Pamir, it is not a smart thing to offend others for a mere 100 credits, because the price you will pay for this in the future is likely to far exceed this number. Avis was slightly stunned, then nodded gently. I see. He agreed with Pawnee's words. For reference, I can tell you my choice back then. Not realizing what he had just avoided, Pawnee continued to share his experience back then. Back then, after thinking about it, I chose to trade half of it with that senior, which is 50 credits. Of course, your choice is up to you. Before he finished speaking, the high-speed floating disc suddenly stopped, gradually lowered its altitude, and landed at a floating disc landing point that was the same as the aerial dock. Pawnee stopped talking, smiled and raised his head, gesturing forward. We're here. Pamir Mystery and Relics Academy. Avis looked up and saw the towering gray-white stone tower reaching into the sky. In the circular square in front of the main entrance of the tower, the ancient fountain pool gushed clear magic spring water, and a lifelike stone sculpture of Emperor Gloria stood in the center of the fountain. The Emperor held the famous sword of the king in his hand, stepped on a crystal dragon, wore a crown surrounded by stars, looked into the distance, and looked awe-inspiring and inviolable. On the moss-covered base of the stone sculpture, the most famous motto of the mystery school is engraved. May the mystery disappear. May the mystery last forever. Avis silently stared at the inscription on the base, as if he could still feel the complex emotions in the heart of Secret Keeper Ochre when he said this. Coo. What do you mean? Coo? At this time, the pigeon squatting on his head cooed. It's... Avis was about to speak, but suddenly noticed something. Wait. I didn't say it out loud just now? Coo? The pigeon turned its head and looked at Avis, looking a little confused. I'm not communicating with you through sound waves. Coo. You don't hear me talking, but you sense that I'm talking. Coo. You didn't notice this. Coo? What's wrong? Avis Jr.? Seemingly noticing that Avis was stunned for a moment, Pawnee looked at him strangely. Oh. Nothing. I'm just looking at the inscription on the base of the statue. Avis turned his head inconspicuously and gestured in the direction of the statue. The ancient Mani inscription? Pawnee nodded in understanding. That is the most famous motto of the mystic school, from His Majesty's Secret Keeper Ochre. To be honest, I can only understand the first half of it. Mystery disappears, which is the ultimate goal of our mystic school. That is to transfer all the spells classified in the mystic school to other schools. As for the second half, I dare not speak nonsense. I am afraid that only those who have reached the level of His Majesty's Secret Keeper can truly understand its profound meaning. I see. With a decent smile on his face, Avis tapped his chest 3 times with his right hand and bowed calmly and solemnly in the direction of the statue. Afterwards, under Pawnee's guidance, Avis briefly learned about the internal structure of the Academy of Mysteries and Relics, and received his ID card in the mission hall of the Academy. The Pamir ID card is a very convenient thing, and it has many functions. For example, contacting others, receiving credits, activating Academy facilities, etc. But on the other hand, if you lose it, it is also very troublesome and expensive to apply for a new one. During this time, Avis went to the exchange counter and exchanged 100 credits for 1,000 gold coins. Under Pawnee's somewhat painful gaze, Avis directly paid 50 credits and exchanged for the right to use an independent second-level residence for 1 year. Chapter 63. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 64. College Trading Area. Senior Pawnee, I have just considered your proposal. After leaving the mission hall, Avis looked at Pawnee with a smile. Like your choice back then, I have decided to trade half with you. Really? Okay. Let's trade now. Pawnee was stunned and quickly took out his ID card, as if he was afraid that Avis would regret it. You know, 50 credits is not a small amount. From the time Pawnee enrolled until now, he has only saved a pitiful 484 credits after deducting the spent part. Put your ID card close, and then use your mental power to confirm the transfer. Avis nodded, and according to Pawnee's method, he transferred the remaining 50 credits. Sensing that the credits had arrived, Pawnee took out 2 cards from the ring and handed them to Avis. The magic crystal card of the White Rose Chamber of Commerce Alliance. The silver card has a balance of 1,000 gold coins, and the purple card has a balance of 500 gold coins. It can be redeemed at any branch of the Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Avis nodded and put the 2 cards away. As a reborn person, he actually didn't care much about these credits, let alone gold coins. The official opening date of the Academy is the 15th of the month. There are no mandatory requirements for the course schedule, as long as you can keep up with the progress. It's okay even if you don't come to class. In addition, in addition to the courses of the selected school. If you have enough time and energy, you can also freely choose courses from other schools in the few days before school starts. If there are any items that need to be prepared, you can go to the trading area of the academy to buy them. The White Rose Chamber of Commerce Alliance also has a branch there. The transaction was successful, and Pawnee attitude became more enthusiastic. While taking Avis to familiarize himself with the interior of the academy, he introduced in detail the things that freshmen need to know, trying to leave a good impression on each other. Avis also nodded frequently, thanking Pawnee for his kindness. Okay, Avis, I should go back and continue to wait for other freshmen. How about exchanging identity marks? We can contact each other if there is anything. After a magic hour, Pawnee expressed his intention to leave with some reluctance. Of course, Senior Pawnee. Avis understood this. After exchanging identity marks, Pawnee boarded the large floating disc again, and Avis watched him turn into a residual shadow and leave. So, what does that sentence mean? Watching the floating disc going away with Avis, the pigeon asked again. Pawnee has already explained the first half of the sentence. I will briefly explain the second half. Retracting his gaze, Avis boarded a small floating disc, skillfully using the identity card to activate it, while answering the pigeon's question in his mind. For spellcasters, mystery is not only a challenge to be overcome, but also the source of all curiosity. If one day, all mysteries cease to exist in front of spellcasters, that also means that our road has come to an end. During the conversation between Avis and the pigeon, the activated floating disc slowly floated up and flew towards the trading market. The trading area of the academy is more than 10 kilometers away from the Academy of Mysteries and Relics. It is located in the northwest of the entire Pamir Academy, and is a commercial building complex with a square. Unlike other places in the academy, the trading area is open to the chambers of commerce of the entire empire. They can enter by paying a large amount of gold coins to the academy every year. The White Rose Chamber of Commerce Alliance. The chambers of commerce under the 4 major families, and other chambers of commerce that have reached a certain scale all have branches here. It's really a novel and nostalgic feeling. After stepping off the floating disc, Avis was a little emotional. Freshmen of Pamir College have the benefit of using the floating disc for 5 free times. If you want to use it again after more than 5 times, you need to pay credits. The larger the floating disc, the more expensive it is to use. The price of a single floating disc is the lowest, which is 1 credit 5 times. Next, I have to find a way to accidentally meet the Alvin siblings in the trading area. With a mysterious smile, Avis pulled out a thin silver chain from his chest, with a single lens eyeglass with a mithril wire frame at the end of the chain. This is Avis's elaborate work. A growth magic wonder recorded in the Mercury prophecy, the Mercury Eye. It has many extremely convenient abilities such as True Vision, Arcane Vision, and Destiny Vision, depending on the level of its refining materials. Its functions are also expandable to a certain extent. Raise your hand and place it in front of your left eye, injecting a trace of magic into it. The originally colorless lens suddenly lit up slightly, and then turned into pure silver white. In Avis's left eye, the face of the world suddenly changed. In a silver-white world, countless bizarre, illusory lines of destiny like stars flickered in the air. In the distance of the sight, there are 2 extremely conspicuous dazzling spots moving slowly. Through a few days of getting along, Avis has quietly left a Mercury mark on the 2 of them. It is a kind of prophecy mark matched with Mercury pupils, which is extremely concealed, unless they are also prophet. Professionals below level 7 will not notice anything. The only flaw is that with Avis' current strength, casting this spell requires precious moonlight mercury. The 2 marks are expensive, but worth it. They are located 18 kilometers to the east and 31 kilometers to the southeast. They seem to be the locations of the 2 branches and have not gathered together yet. Forget it. Let's wait a little longer. After thinking for a while, Avis terminated the effect of the mercury pupil and then slowly entered the trading market. The scene in the trading area was noisy, with countless students in college uniforms coming and going. There were also many students setting up stalls in the square on one side of the trading area to sell all kinds of strange and weird items they had obtained. Ancient potion. Tears of Million. Only 30 credits for 1 bottle. The first drink can greatly improve your mental strength. Level 4 Subdragon Tendons. Fire System. Top grade magic bowstring material. Only 1,000 gold coins. Level 3 Mysterious Ice Sword. Only one. Excellent quality. First come, first served. Thunderstone. 4 pieces for 1 credit. Some students were promoting their products. But more students were just silently guarding their stalls, waiting for buyers to come. Wandering around the trading area casually, Avis looked at the goods on many stalls with great interest, and was not in a hurry to go to the Family Chamber of Commerce branch in the Pamir trading area. Meanwhile, the Mercury Eye had restored its original appearance, becoming like an ordinary crystal monocle, inconspicuous. Looking at it, Avis was somewhat disappointed. Originally, he still had a glimmer of fantasy, hoping to encounter hidden good things. But so far, nothing has caught his eye. Most of the goods on the stalls are some low-level potion materials and other things. Occasionally there were some strange items, but after careful examination, Avis found that they were just worthless garbage. Huh? Before his patience was exhausted, Avis's peripheral vision accidentally swept across an object, and his originally slow pace could not help but pause slightly. Chapter 65 Nightmare Lantern. Turning around and stopping in front of a stall, he leaned over slightly and carefully looked at an item in the stall. It was an ancient brass lantern. Hello, do you like any item? The stall owner was a quiet girl with black hair, wearing an ordinary Pamir uniform. Seeing Avis stop in front of her stall, she asked shyly, and seemed not very good at interacting with people. Can I see that lamp? Avis smiled at the girl and pointed to the lantern on the stall. Of course. Please. The girl nodded and stretched out her hand to make a gesture of invitation. After obtaining the consent of the girl stall owner, Avis gently picked up the lantern on the stall and put it in front of him for a careful inspection. The style of the lantern was very old, and the whole was made of a material similar to brass. 2 brass support columns extended from the left and right of the base, connected to the top of the relief, and a handle of the same material was hung on the support columns. In the center of the lantern, in the transparent elliptical lampshade, the slender wick presents a unique blue translucent state, like a crystal, which is very mysterious. Although the magic power has not been injected yet, the lantern itself is also emitting an inexplicable aura. A replica of the Nightmare Lantern? But it does have a trace of nightmare power. With the help of the magic vision enhanced by the Mercury pupil, Avis can see clearly. There is a trace of strange gray energy in the blue wick. In the past relic studies course, Avis came into contact with many special powers and personally felt their effects, including the nightmare power. So, when he saw it again, he immediately recognized its essence. That's the good dream lantern. Seeing Avis carefully examining the lantern, the young stall owner took the initiative to introduce it. Put a magic crystal in the base and it will light up. A standard magic crystal is enough to light up for a night. Under the illumination of the lantern, it can ensure that professionals below level 3 will not have nightmares when they sleep. And its lighting effect is also very good. It can be used as an ordinary magic lamp. Listening to the girl's introduction, Avis's eyes flashed with a strangeness. The Nightmare Lantern attacks and defends with the power of nightmares. It usually absorbs the user's nightmares to nourish itself. It is not an exaggeration to call its imitation the good dream lantern. But professionals have nightmares? Unless they are cursed with some special curses or affected by some negative effects. Not to mention how rare those situations are. Even if they really happen, the first choice is definitely to ask someone to remove the curse, rather than forcibly suppress it with the lantern effect. As for using it for lighting, 1 standard magic crystal per night. This is probably melting gold coins for lighting. Well, it's just a low-level alchemical item, so the effect is only this. If you want, I can sell it to you at a lower price. How about 15 gold coins? Seemingly also understanding that its effect is a bit useless, the black-haired girl explained a little embarrassedly. 15 gold coins? Avis smiled, but did not answer. Just asked again. Are there higher-level lamps like this? Higher level? The girl lowered her head a little embarrassedly, and her voice became a little smaller. Sorry, I'm just a first-level alchemist, and I can't make higher-level good dream lanterns for the time being. Is that so? Avis nodded in understanding. Then, the subject suddenly changed. Then, can you sell me its manufacturing method? When he said this, his eyes seemed to look at the girl's lavender eyes unintentionally. Manufacturing method? The girl stall owner was stunned, and a trace of vigilance flashed in her eyes. Yes, I'm very interested in its principle. As if he was unaware of the vigilance in the girl's eyes, Avis took out the silver magic crystal card. 1,000 gold coins. How about it? I'm sorry. I can't sell you its manufacturing method. It's not a matter of price. Seeing the magic crystal card, the girl's eyes widened slightly, but then returned to their original state. If Avis hadn't been paying attention to the girl's expression, he would have overlooked this detail. In other words, she is the qualified person selected by the Nightmare Lantern, and she is not well off now. Analyzing the girl's words, Avis thought in his heart, this is normal. Secondary occupations are very expensive in the early stages, with monthly expenses of over 1,000 gold coins. Even ordinary nobles would find it difficult. Although nobles have large families and businesses, most of their income is spent on guards, servants, equipment, food, etc., and there is not much real liquidity. Well, how about exchanging identity marks? When you can make a higher level lantern, you can contact me. And Weiss's mind turned quickly, and he no longer mentioned the purchase of manufacturing methods. Instead, he took a step back and hoped to exchange his identity mark with the girl. This is a small trick of retreating to advance. When the first larger request you made was rejected by others, the second smaller request is often accepted by others. Avis had expected that the girl would not choose the trading method because it might involve her fundamental secrets. As for this 1,000 gold coins, just treat it as my deposit. In the endless flow of people, the pale boy with short light golden hair looked at the girl's violet eyes and smiled as he handed over the magic crystal card in his hand. The sunlight reflected on the silver-white surface of the card, reflecting the holy light that moved people. Exchange identity marks. Okay. The black-haired girl showed a somewhat troubled expression, but after looking at the boy's face and glancing at the brilliant silver card, she finally agreed to the proposal. After exchanging identity marks, Avis smiled and raised his hand, tapped his chest 3 times, and gave the girl a magician's salute. Let me introduce myself. I'm Avis. It's an honor to meet you. The girl was stunned for a moment, then returned the greeting. Hello, Avis. I'm Emily. The Nightmare Lantern is a very special high-level fantasy dream item. There are only a few records and a single copy of the fantasy category in the family library. If Avis hadn't read that book, he would have missed it at this time. Its core function can actually be summarized in one sentence. Find the way back in the dream world. For Avis, this item is very important. In his future development plan, the journey to the dream world is a very important part. Only by getting the real Nightmare Lantern can he ensure that he can return safely, instead of being lost forever in the vast deep dream. And just this alone is not enough for him, who is a direct descendant of Olivendi, to attach so much importance to it. In fact, the Nightmare Lantern itself is also a replica made by a 9th-level Dream Master. It is a key, a treasure map, pointing to a unique and famous epic item, the light that pierces the sea of hell Dead Sea Lantern. Chapter 66 Family Branch. Legend has it that the nameless king relied on the light of the lantern to cross the endless sea of the underworld and return safely from the forbidden zone of life. As an epic item, its epic concept is unimpeded passage. Nothing can block its brilliance and the person who holds it. After leaving Emily's stall, Avis continued to the family chamber of commerce branch. He was thinking about how to get the lantern. It is useless to rob it. As a special high-level fantasy dream item, the main body of the Nightmare Lantern is also in the dream. Unless it is a spellcaster above the 8th level who specializes in the fantasy school, it cannot even be perceived. The normal way to obtain it is to wait for Emily's alchemy level to improve until she can truly and perfectly replicate the lantern in the dream in reality, and then find a way to get it from her. At that time, the Nightmare Lantern that was originally in the dream will leave the dream at the moment the lantern is completed and merge with the lantern in reality. As a price, Emily could no longer make a second Nightmare Lantern. But after thinking about it, Avis found that neither of the above 2 options was the best choice at present. The Nightmare Lantern had appeared more than once in history. Facts have proved that every qualified person selected by the Nightmare Lantern is basically a future dream school strongman. If the trip to the dream world that he planned could get the help of Emily who grew up in the future, the effect would be much better than simply getting a lantern. It's ridiculous that Avis dared to find an outsider like Emily for this matter. But he didn't dare to reveal his intentions to the family. The decline of Olivendi was not only due to the rebellion of family subordinates, but also the backstabs from the traitors of the side branches. After reading the memories of his previous life, he no longer dared to trust some of the senior members of the family. Avis had a very clear division of his own plan, which links could rely on family power, and which links absolutely could not. There were no other accidents along the way, and Avis soon arrived at the trading area, where the Olivendi Chamber of Commerce branch was located. Before arriving at the college, he had specially contacted the head of the family Chamber of Commerce in Pamir through butler Leonard to prepare some supplies for him for college life. The Olivendi branch is a high tower-shaped building with the emblem of the cold wind crystal bird. The bricks used are the same material as the ancient buildings of the college. At the beginning of the construction of Pamir College, the 4 major family chambers of commerce had already settled here, and it has a history of thousands of years. The interior space of the building uses space extension techniques, and the interior is elegant and luxurious. Many students wearing Pamir uniforms are purchasing the required materials and equipment in various divisions. The person in charge of the branch had received the news in advance and had been waiting for Avis' arrival. "Please follow me, Mr. Avis." Seeing Avis, the middle-aged blue-haired man in formal attire bowed slightly. Then he took Avis to the top floor through the short-range teleportation array dedicated to the VIP room. After entering the top-floor reception room, the person in charge personally closed the door and then bowed deeply. "Dear Mr. Avis, the head of the Pamir branch of the Olivendi Chamber of Commerce, Valen, is honored to serve you. No need to be polite, Mr. Valen." Sitting casually on the sofa nearby, Avis smiled at the person in charge, waiting for his next words. "This is what the housekeeper ordered in advance. The item you need." Taking off an inconspicuous gray-black ring from his finger, the person in charge respectfully handed it to Avis with both hands. Avis took the ring, moved his mental power slightly, and checked the items inside. The space inside the ring is about 2 cubic meters, which contains the moonlight mercury, heath gems, secret abyss stone hearts, and other rare alchemy and spellcasting materials that Avis needs, as well as 150,000 imperial gold coins. Among them, 140,000 are in the form of magic crystal cards, and the remaining 10,000 are physical gold coins, which are packed in 100 money bags and piled in a corner of the space. These gold coins come from the construction factories and chambers of commerce under Avis' name. Due to his foresight, these industries have developed rapidly under his hands. At present, his Chamber of Commerce has established a firm foothold among a number of medium-sized chambers of commerce, and can generate a net profit of nearly 80,000 gold coins every year. The scale of the 2 assembly factories seems to have not changed much, but there are actually many secrets. A large number of raw materials needed for high-level assembly are transported here under various names, and then after a series of operations, a large part of them will be lost under various names. But in fact, they are secretly stored in the deep underground warehouse of the factory. Not bad. After checking, Avis put away the ring. "Sir Avis, if there are any problems in the life of the Academy, you can tell me at any time." The person in charge bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, "Okay." Avis nodded gently and took off the mithril codex hanging around his waist. "Sir Valen, could you please fill this spellbook with some spells?" After filling, "Just send it to my residence in the Academy." The list of spells that need to be filled is. The spellbook is a special wizard equipment in this world. Its biggest highlight is the convenience of assisting in casting spells. You only need to enter the spell model into the book page in advance. When using it, you can quickly activate it by filling it with magic power. You can even ask others to fill high-level spells on your behalf to achieve the effect of cross-level casting. It is similar to a magic scroll that is bound together and can be copied and used repeatedly. After being activated, the spell model will disappear and need to be re-entered. After getting the required items, Avis left the family Chamber of Commerce and boarded the floating disc again to leave, preparing to encounter the Alvin siblings after a while. On the floating disc, Avis took out a gold coin and held it in his hand to examine and play with it. The size of the imperial gold coin is about the same as that of a 1 yuan coin. The front is embossed with the profile of Emperor Gloria, and the back is a blooming silver leaf rose. So it is also called the rose gold coin or the imperial rose. In the Empire, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 20 silver coins, or 2,000 copper coins. With a flick of the thumb, the gold coin made a crisp and pleasant sound, flew into the air, and then fell back into the palm of the hand under the effect of the force field. Under the pure white sunlight, the surface of the gold coin flashed a beautiful yellow luster, which looked indescribably sacred and lovely. What a beautiful flower, especially when it is on the gold coin. After playing with it for a while, Avis raised the gold coin to his eyes and carefully observed the Manny inscription on the side of the gold coin through a monocle. Gloria. Eternal glory. Speaking of which, this was the second time he had touched gold coins. When he was in the Olivendi family, apart from the currencies of various countries in the Enlightenment class, there was no need for gold coins. Even if he occasionally went to Carla City for sightseeing and shopping, it was the responsibility of the accompanying maid to pay. Now, can I say that I am from a poor family and have never touched money? And Wazy thought with interest. Sister, how many credits did you trade? In the floating disc square on one side of the trading area. Albans looked at his sister, who got off the floating disc and asked directly. Oh, Alban. That. I traded all. Facing the sharp gaze of her younger brother, Hillier answered instinctively. It seemed that she also felt that her decision was a little ill-considered, and a slightly unnatural expression appeared on her cute little face. I knew it. Albans had a blank expression on his face. He had expected his sister's choice long ago. Chapter 67, Winning Over. Oh, but, brother, 1 credit can be exchanged for 30 gold coins. 30 gold coins. 100 credits is 3,000. Even if you take away the 1,000 gold coins for exchanging credits, there are still 2,000. Even if we drop out now, this money is enough for us to spend for the rest of our lives. Although she knew she was in the wrong, the brown-haired girl still argued excitedly. In order to strengthen her persuasiveness, she raised her little hand and gestured with a lot of gold coins. Besides, the senior also said that even in the trading area, the price of credits exchanging gold coins is the same. So, looking at his sister's eyes that were almost shining with golden light, Alban sighed helplessly. As long as you analyze it a little bit, you should understand that the value of 1 credit is definitely more than 30 gold coins. Otherwise, how could the senior who guides the new students be so enthusiastic about trading? Take out your ID card, and let's exchange your ID stamp. Then give me 1,000 gold coins. And after exchanging them for credits, I will transfer 50 credits to you. Otherwise, you won't have any credits, and your life will be inconvenient. Guessing his sister's choice, Albans had not agreed to trade credits for gold coins before. After observation, he knew that the senior who was in charge of the reception would never embarrass him just because he chose not to trade. I know. Hillary nodded quickly. Although she was the elder sister, her dignity as an elder sister was always unconsciously suppressed by her brother's aura outside. See you again, both of you. Just when the two had just exchanged their identity stamps, Avis arrived on a single-person floating saucer and happened to encounter the 2 siblings who were gathered together. Hello, Avis. Hello, Mr. Avis. Facing the different reactions of the two, Avis immediately made a judgment in his heart. Hello, Hillier. Albans. Slowly walking in front of the two, Avis greeted them with a smile. His posture was so elegant that even the most discerning etiquette teacher could not find any fault. Are you two going to the trading area? If you don't mind, how about we go together? The girl was about to agree, but suddenly remembered the scene on the airship, and looked at her brother hesitantly. Of course, Avis. Albans didn't have any special reaction, just nodded and agreed to Avis's proposal. Seeing her brother agree, Hillier was very happy. Secretly glanced at Avis's handsome face with a clear smile, and her cute little face flushed. Of course, all this fell into the eyes of Avis and Albans. Avis laughed in his heart, while Albans sighed for his love-crazy sister. The 3 of them walked into the bustling trading area, and the lively Hillier soon started chatting with Avis again. Albans's attention was more on the surrounding stalls, and he only said a few words occasionally. But as they walked, Albans suddenly asked a question. Avis, do you like my sister? Puff cough cough. Hearing her brother's sudden words, Hillier was choked by her saliva, and then her eyes became murderous, staring at her brother fiercely, wishing to use magic to make his mouth disappear. But at the same time, the girl's ears quietly stood up, and she was concentrating on looking forward to Avis's answer. Avis was also stunned by this question. Albans's straightforwardness was beyond his expectation. He stopped, thought for a while, and slowly spoke. After all, we have just met not long ago. It may be a bit too hasty to talk about whether we like each other now. Is that so? Albans nodded. His expression did not change, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Hearing this answer, Hillier's face turned slightly pale, but when she turned back, she had cleverly covered it up with a smile. Well, I'm sorry, Avis. And you apologize to me too. As she said that, Hillier turned her head fiercely and looked at Albans, stretched out her hand and forcibly pressed his head, and apologized to Avis. Watching the performance of the two, Avis laughed instead. Okay, Albans, you actually want to ask me why I came to you. The reason is simple. Your name is one of the names on the list predicted by the family prophet. So, I want to see what is so special about you. Facing the surprised eyes of the two siblings, Avis put his right hand on his chest and performed a perfect and impeccable noble etiquette to the two, while quietly releasing the charm of his blood. Since the two of you have also noticed it, then please allow me to formally introduce myself. Avis Luo Olivendi, a direct member of the Olivendi family, the fourth son of Duke Carlos. The pure sunlight shone on his pale and handsome profile, outlining a light white soft light outline. The breeze lifted the light golden hair beside his ear, and the gray crystal-like pendant swayed gently, attracting attention. The black college cloak swayed slightly on his body. The texture of the fabric had a soft and elegant luster, and the dim inscriptions were faintly visible under the cloak, which made his temperament mysterious and solemn. At this moment, the boy was like an incarnation of a god walking on the earth. Gentle and noble, the guess was completely confirmed, and Hillier bit her lips silently, with a complicated heart. Although she was standing in front of her, Hillier suddenly felt that the distance between her and Avis became very far in an instant, so far that it was out of reach. Avis, it turns out that you are really... Gently spreading his hands, Avis's expression was slightly helpless. I'm sorry, Hillier. I don't want to cause a gap between us because of our identity. I just didn't expect that you would doubt my purpose because of this. The girl lowered her head, and a hint of self-mockery flashed in her eyes. Is so? Listening to Avis' words, Albans frowned, and his blue eyes stared at Avis's face. You mean, prophet? Yes. In the prophecy, you will achieve brilliant achievements in the future. So, I hope you can work for me. Avis also looked back at Albans' eyes, and said seriously, I can give you the status of a guest of the Olivendi family, and enjoy a basic resource quota of 2,000 gold coins per month. When you need some special materials, equipment, potions, etc., or have any other special needs, you can also contact the Olivendi family's person in charge in Pamir. If you agree to my request, all the expenses required for the two of you to enroll in Pamir will also be paid by the Olivendi family. Avis's peripheral vision keenly noticed that when he mentioned the 2,000 gold coins and the subsequent benefits, Hillier's originally dim eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 68 Respect. And this identity is only nominal. In fact, you are directly under me, and do not need to really perform the duties of a guest of the family. For example, you can perform some tasks arranged by the family, and defend the family when foreign enemies attack. But on the contrary, when you obtain any new research results, you need to share them with me first, and I will pay you extra compensation based on the value of these results. Listening to Avis' invitation, Albans thought quickly in his heart. Although he still had doubts about Avis's true purpose, he believed this explanation in his heart. There is no way. Once it comes to the prophet, many things don't make sense. From a rational point of view, Avis's invitation is actually very beneficial to their current situation. The annual tuition fee of Pamir is 60,000 imperial gold coins. The two siblings from an ordinary mercenary family don't even have enough money to pay the tuition. Originally, the two had planned to sign a contract with the academy in exchange for free admission. But now, Avis's conditions are obviously more favorable. Although tuition is waived, the free quota for each student for advanced magic experiments is only enough for basic courses. If you want to go further in private, you need to pay extra money to buy the required experimental materials. But even a small short-term conventional magic experiment costs hundreds of gold coins. Not to mention those long-term and special experiments that are like bottomless pits. Magic and miracles are never free. Can you give me some time to think about it? After a short silence, Albans spoke cautiously. Of course. We are friends. Aren't we? Looking at his reaction, Avis smiled and made a please go gesture gracefully. Afterwards, he looked at the two of them and spoke calmly. In fact, I can more or less guess what you are worried about. If it were somewhere else, your caution would be very correct. But here, there is actually no need to be too nervous. Speaking of this, Avis paused for a moment, looked at Albans with a serious expression, and then looked at Hillier with a somewhat unnatural expression, taking in the expressions of the two at this time. Then, he slowly spoke and said something that shocked the two. In Pamir, there is no freshman who can enter school with a non-noble background who is not special. In the following journey, the atmosphere between the three became a little awkward. Even Hillier, who was originally lively, fell silent at this moment, her eyes wandering around. And I don't know what she was thinking. Realizing that this chance encounter was no longer suitable to continue, Avis exchanged identity marks with the two and then said goodbye. Hillary. Albans. I'm leaving first. If you don't mind, I recommend you go to the Olivendi Chamber of Commerce to buy the items you need. As he said, Avis took out the black space ring and handed it to Hillary with a smile. When you check out, just give this ring to the person in charge, and you can get a 50% discount. This? Hillary was stunned, looking at Avis, and then glanced at Albans, with a hesitant expression. Please don't refuse. This is just a gesture of kindness from a friend. Avis smiled warmly and held out the ring. The gentle smile reflected in the free green eyes made the girl's cheeks red again. Ah, that! Okay. Hillary held out her hand to take the ring. When she handed it over, their fingertips accidentally touched each other, and the girl trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Orbans took a deep breath, turned his head slightly, and pretended not to see his nympho sister's embarrassing look. Then, Hillary. Orbans. Goodbye. Goodbye. Avis. After saying goodbye to each other, looking at Avis's back, Orbans couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. This feeling was the first time he had appeared since he and his sister accidentally entered the ruins and resolutely chose to use the only tube of silver liquid as a test product with unknown effects. What should I do? Should I agree to Avis' proposal? Hillary hesitated and asked her brother in a low voice. We have no choice. Albans was silent for a moment, but he still explained. Although I don't know what the prophet of the Olivendi family predicted, I'm afraid that my future self will be really extraordinary if Avis can speak up. And now, we have learned about the prophecy. If we still choose to refuse, put your mind in his shoes. Sister, if you were Avis, what would you do? Oh, this, maybe, respect your friend's choice, right? Hillary was stunned and said uncertainly. But as she spoke, her voice gradually became smaller, and her tone became more hesitant. Sister, you should have guessed some of the consequences of our refusal? Albin sighed lightly. As for the so-called consideration time, it is just to keep a decent face for both of us. Avis was not worried about whether his behavior would change the future fate of Albans. Such a genius would never be buried due to some changes in the external environment. On the contrary, with the funding from Avis, I am afraid that many of his achievements in his previous life would be published earlier. Even if we take a step back and say that Albans really became a waste house because he had money and stopped doing magic research, Avis would not lose out. According to the normal historical trend, Albans would not stand in the camp of the four major families, but belong to the Continental Magic Council, one of the enemies behind the scenes. Moreover, more than one research breakthrough that caused the construct to threaten high-level professionals and directly shook the absolute deterrence of the 9th level strong was all from his hand. Without those key breakthroughs, whether the construct would threaten high-level professionals is still a question. What did Avis pay? Just a few insignificant gold coins and resources. After parting with the two, Avis stopped the special effect of passively attracting the surrounding light elements with his bloodline, and took the floating disc directly back to the mission hall. Like other seniors, after hanging a task of collecting unlimited credits for 30 gold coins, he casually took on a task of collecting dark stone hearts for 80 credits. Afterwards, Avis took out the materials on the spot and submitted the task. And the credits in the identity card were no longer 0. After everything was done, Avis returned to his residence. The secondary residence of the college is an independent 2-story building, which does not occupy a large area. But the environment is very elegant. The classical wooden shutters, the light blue tile sloping roof with skylights, and a few clusters of light blue roses dotted in the magic garden. Everything is welcoming the arrival of the new owner. Chapter 69 Undercurrents. You said that Avis entered the School of Mysteries and Relics? In Moon Castle. Duke Carrot frowned as he listened to Butler Leonard's report. According to his original prediction, with Avis's scholar mage personality, he should have chosen the School of Change that points directly to the truth. Dear Carrot, our Avis chose the School of Mysteries, and there must be a reason for it. Duchess Elena brushed the light golden curls by her ear and spoke softly, her eyes full of love for her youngest son. Besides, the mystery department also has its own advantages. There is no telling which of the ancient items excavated from the ruins is a hidden treasure. Hidden treasure? The Duke shook his head with a smile. No one who can climb to the top is a fool, even if they don't know what the real high-level mysterious items are. There are some 8th and 9th level strongmen who are willing to collect them. The items placed in the open for students to study will not exceed the 7th level at most. As his biological son and the direct descendant of the Olivindi family, what meaning can those low-level mysterious items have for Avis? Well, it's his own choice after all. That night, in the lower city of Carlis, the Wet Cat Tavern, 2 creaking old wooden doors were pushed open, and a figure covered in a black cloak appeared at the door. Ignoring the noisy clamor, the dirty and sultry air, and the malicious eyes around him, the cloaked figure went straight to the bar and sat down. What would you like? Seeing the new guests, the strong tavern owner and bartender came over. He wiped the non-existent dust on the wooden countertop with a rag and spoke in a rough voice. A glass of Black Forest. Add a sliced lemon leaf. No ice. Shake well. The cloaked man spoke calmly. His voice was deep and deep. This wine is made of 5 parts of thorn wine, 2 parts of honey wine, and 1 part of sedge juice. It costs 5 silver coins a cup, and is one of the most expensive wines in this tavern. Also, change the thorn wine to 17 years old. I know you still have half a bottle. Okay. 1 gold coin. The tavern owner nodded indifferently, took out a dusty bottle from under the bar, and poured it into the shaker with the other 2 kinds of wine. Soon, a glass of bubbling dark gray wine was placed in front of the cloaked man. The figure stretched out a hand from under the cloak and pressed a gold coin on the counter. The hand was dark brown, with calluses all over the base of the palm, and even a twisted light brown scar on the back of the hand. Seeing this hand, many malicious eyes around disappeared. But when they saw the bright golden color, a few more eyes appeared instantly. Humph. I think you should clean it up. Feeling the malice around him, the cloaked man snorted, raised his glass, and took a big sip of wine. Unmoved at all. What's the point of cleaning it so clean? This is a tavern, not an inn. The tavern owner wiped the bar with his hand, touched the gold coin in his hand, and isolated it from the greedy eyes around. The cloaked man snorted again, raised his glass, and drank the wine in the glass. Then he put the glass on the bar, stood up and left the tavern, completely ignoring the tail following quietly behind him. Under the cover of a black cloak, the hands of the figure, which seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes of life, have now transformed into the delicate paleness unique to spellcasters. In the tavern, the owner turned and entered the inner room, uncovered a seemingly old wooden floor, revealed the microcommunication array underneath, and sent out a set of specific codes. 17. On the other side, seeing the communication array emit light, the black-robed figure waiting on the side gently raised his hand and skillfully put a special magic paper into it. When he picked it up again, the lines emitting faint light had been printed on the paper. Holding the paper on a golden plate, he walked into a study. Facing the deep study, the gorgeous chair shrouded in deep darkness, bowed deeply respectfully, and presented the tray with both hands. At some point, a vague figure appeared on the seat, as if it had been there from the beginning to the end. Without seeing the figure move, the paper flew in front of him by itself. He glanced at the lines on the paper, and the next moment, the dark flames as deep as the night completely engulfed the entire paper. Mystical school? Looking up at the man who was still bowing deeply, the figure spoke hoarsely, with a special sense of overlapping echo in the tone, which seemed very strange. Notify the dark side to keep a close eye on his daily actions, especially pay attention to his research content. After speaking, the figure tapped the table lightly, and the figure melted into the darkness again. For the Empire. Hearing the voice, the black-robed figure stood up and spoke enthusiastically to the seat that had become empty again. After bowing deeply again, he turned around and left without any hesitation. As the black-robed man left, the empty and dim study room returned to a dead silence. After a long time, a faint voice suddenly echoed. Empire. Avis, who was in the academy, was not clear about what was happening in the outside world. At this time, he was fully studying the secret arts recorded in the Mercury Prophecy. In the days waiting for the official opening of school, Avis studied the Mercury Prophecy during the day and experimented with some prophecy school magic. Occasionally, he would go around the academy to buy some low and medium level magic items that might be useful. At night, he practiced the carrot meditation method and read the old secret book once every night, using the mysterious patterns on its cover page to stimulate the growth of mental power, and lived a very regular life. During this time, Albans contacted Avis through the identity card and agreed to his proposal. Avis invited the two siblings to meet at his residence and took out the contract prepared in advance. The content of the contract was the same as what was agreed before. There were not too many restrictions on Albans, but it was to ensure that he could get Albans' latest research results as soon as possible. And Albans was determined to be a guest of the family. This was very important. The existence of this identity was equivalent to his formal joining the camp of the Olivendi family. In the future, no matter which force wanted to recruit him, they must take this into consideration. In order to ensure this, Avis specifically asked Duke Carrot for a contract of the highest standard. The paper made of 9th level monster skin was used as the carrier, and the top alchemical materials such as the essence of the Void-Eye Demon and the blood of the 9th level dragon were mixed to make ink. The text of the contract was written by the 9th level alchemy master himself, drawing the power of rules in the dark as a witness. And even the 9th level peak powerhouse can be bound. The sum of the value of all the resources he paid to Albans was not even a fraction of the value of this contract. This was arranged for the third speaker of the Magic Council, Ring of Space and Time Vernica. In the original future, she would accept Albans as her only personal student. But now, when Albans voluntarily signed this contract, some things have changed. Unless this contract is cancelled, no matter how much it loves talents, the Magic Council will not dare to fully cultivate a genius from other camps. And this kind of contract involving the power of rules, even if it is the 9th level peak Ring of Space and Time, it will be extremely difficult to cancel it unilaterally, due to the inertia of fate. If Vernica still wants to accept Albans as a student as in her previous life, she needs to come to him to cancel the contract first. In this way, he has more room for bargaining. Chapter 70 Admission Ceremony. Through the vision of destiny of the Mercury Eye, Avis saw with satisfaction when the imprint of Albans' spiritual power was left on the contract. The semi-illusory line of destiny extending from his head suddenly entangled with Albans' line of destiny. After the contract was completed, Avis gave Albans a light green space ring. The internal space is about 1 cubic meter, and there are 2,000 gold coins inside. The value of the space ring is extremely high, and the two siblings, who are from civilian backgrounds, naturally don't have it. And the volume of 2,000 gold coins is not small, and it is not convenient to carry with you. Seeing this, Avis generously said that this low-level space ring is a gift. After hesitating for a while, Albans still accepted the gift and gave it to Hillier to carry. In the next college life, he will get better space items, which is his unique confidence. September the 15th, 6 o'clock in the morning. Although he has left the castle, the biological clock formed over more than 10 years still makes Avis open his eyes on time. Coo, 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 coo. The pigeon had run out at some point, and was squatting on the table, looking at the time-telling bird that popped out of the small door above the wall clock, and followed it to call. Avis twitched his eyes, ignoring the confusing behavior of the bird. His eyes turned to the gorgeous mahogany wardrobe, and the door opened automatically, and a full set of college uniforms flew out of it, and were put on him by magic. Seeing him stand up, the pigeon fluttered and flew up. Why are you going out so early today? Coo? Today is the official opening day of the academy. I'm going to attend the entrance ceremony. The engraved mithril cufflinks automatically flew up and pinned on the cuffs. Avis stood up and walked to the dressing mirror, carefully checking his appearance. The face in the mirror was handsome again. Nodding with satisfaction, he wound up his pocket watch and casually asked the pigeon a question. By the way, do you know what the opening of school and the entrance ceremony mean? Goo? Goo knows goo. Other low-dimensional observable angles of the main body have synchronized this information. Goo. The pigeon nodded. Oh. Then, what other information have you synchronized? The pigeon's speech interested Avis. He put the pocket watch back into his pocket, and with a thought, he summoned a small crystal water ball to water the bluebells blooming on the windowsill. Of course, while Avis was watering the flowers, the pigeon flapped its wings and landed on his head. The early bird is eaten by the cat. Avis rolled his eyes, and he suddenly wanted to feed the damn pigeon to the cat. carrying the pigeon down the white oak stairs. Avis boarded the floating disc and went to the ceremony venue. The entrance ceremony was held in the Gloria Auditorium, known as the Crown of Pamir. This magnificent building also has a history of thousands of years. The vast interior space has been expanded by space magic, and it looks extremely grand and solemn. Here, a painting, a flower window, even a corridor column, a seat, may have its own legendary story. In those days, when Pamir Academy was first established, Emperor Gloria came here in person and gave a speech on the podium of the Dragon Hardwood, which was the famous Academy speech. It was in this speech that the Emperor set the tone for the public promotion of the professional academy throughout the empire. The entrance ceremony was personally presided over by the 9th-level vice president of the academy, Psychedelic Light Shios Duman. He first read a speech in Gumani, which included the motto and school rules of Pamir, and personally confirmed that all the freshmen present would officially become members of Pamir from this moment on. After the speech, the vice president switched to the common language and expressed his welcome to all the freshmen, and wished everyone to overcome all obstacles on the road of truth and reach the peak. While listening to the speech that he had heard once in his previous life, Avis watched with interest the murals on the dome of the auditorium and the huge portraits of the past principals on the wall. However, after watching for a long time, he did not see any of the portraits of the principals move. About half a magic hour later, the entrance ceremony was declared over. Avis followed the crowd out of the auditorium, set the float to the lowest speed, enjoy the scenery while slowly heading to the Mystery Academy. This year, including Avis, there are only 4 new students in the Mystery School, only 2 more than the Prophecy School. But as soon as he entered the tower of the Mystery and Relics Academy, Avis immediately noticed something was wrong. There was no one in the tower, and the environment around him also had a subtle sense of disharmony, as if he was isolated from the outside world. Avis frowned, and his right hand behind his back instinctively made a spellcasting gesture. His mental power surrounded him, and after a careful perception, a flash of realization flashed in his eyes. Reality mirror? Reality mirror does not refer to a specific spell, but a spell effect. Many kinds of spells and force fields can produce this effect. He turned around and tried to exit the tower, but the 2 tall brass tower doors seemed to be rusted at this moment, and did not respond to the command issued by Avis to open the door. Interesting. Do I need to break the spell or find an exit? His white gloved fingers gently brushed the silver-white book on his waist, and Avis looked around. Then he smiled slightly and walked to the upper level of the tower. He knew in his heart that this should be the way for the Department of Mystery to welcome freshmen. There may be a test, but there must be no real danger. The most important thing is that whenever there is a test, there must be a corresponding reward. Maybe the reward may not be a big deal for him, but it is a good opportunity to establish his own image. At this time, in the round and spacious room on the top floor of the tower, many senior students of the Department of Mystery in uniforms were gathered together with great interest, watching something. A glowing crystal ball was placed on one side of the hall, and 2 magic projections were suspended in the air above the crystal ball. The protagonists in the projection were 2 freshmen who were exploring the tower. Many old students were pointing and commenting around the projection, evaluating the newcomers' responses to various tests in the tower. Thinking back to the past, they themselves had this experience. As time passed, it was now their turn to gather at the top of the tower to watch and evaluate the newcomers taking the test. Suddenly, the number of projections increased again. A young man wearing a monocle in his left eye and a silver-white book hanging around his waist appeared in the center of the projection. The tall brass tower door closed behind him. It was Avis who had just entered the tower. Oh! Here comes another one. This is the 3rd one. He can detect the abnormality just after entering the tower door. This freshman should be quite strong. I don't think so. There is no one in the tower. Even if it is just a farmer who comes in, he will find something wrong. Wow! His smile is so charming. Chapter 71 Mysterious Library. Everyone had mixed opinions about Avis's performance, but a few 3rd and 4th level students were startled. They noticed the hidden movement of Avis's right hand. When they realized something was wrong, they immediately prepared to cast a spell. This is a valuable fighting instinct that can only be learned by a mage who has truly experienced actual combat in blood and fire. Everyone, how long do you think it will take for this freshman to come out? A blue-haired girl asked curiously. She was a student who entered the Academy of Mysteries and Relics last year. It was her first time seeing this scene. and she couldn't help but feel very novel. I think it will take at least 1 magic hour. It's hard to say. I think it will take at least 1.5 magic hours. I bet it will take him 2 magic hours. Oh! Are you serious? Dear Yanni? Of course. Look at his farmer-like stupid and defenseless walking posture. The other 2 freshmen are much more cautious than him. Do you dare to bet with me? I bet he can walk out of the mirror space within 1 magic hour. As for the bet, just bet on a limited edition arcane card issued by the Golden Dragon Company this year. Let's bet. Whoever shrinks is a dog. As if a pebble was thrown into the water. Everyone began to discuss this issue enthusiastically. And the room was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. And Wazy didn't know what everyone was discussing on the roof. But he knew that the freshman welcome ceremony was usually broadcast live. At this time, he was walking in the wide rock corridor of the tower. This place has also been expanded, and a pyroxene is embedded in the walls on both sides at intervals. A faint white glow illuminated the way forward for Avis. A faint warm feeling came from his chest, reminding Avis of the abnormality in the environment. There is a hidden mental suggestion in the environment here, which is to induce the new students entering the tower to move to the top floor. The intensity of the suggestion is not high, and a second-level spellcaster with a stronger will can be immune. For Avis, it naturally has no effect. But it is one thing to be unaffected by the suggestion, and it is another to be able to discover the existence of the suggestion. Suppose I take this opportunity to go to some areas in the tower that require a lot of credits. What will happen? An idea suddenly jumped out. And with the change of ideas, Avis stopped his steps that were originally going straight up the stairs, and turned to move towards the direction of the mysterious library. The mysterious library is one of the goals of Avis to choose the mysterious school, although the name is a library. In fact, the mysterious library not only contains books, but also various strange things. Ancient cipher stone tablets, unknown monster sculptures, strange 3-eared pottery bottles, broken swords stained with blood, semi-metallized black wooden sticks, white wildflowers that seem to have just bloomed, etc. All the carriers of mysterious spells and text symbols that Pamir has collected for thousands of years, whether they have been cracked or not, are the collections in the mysterious library. No one, including the Dean of the Academy of Mystery and Relics, can tell how many mysteries are hidden in the library. And Wise's goal is to find several mysterious items from the mysterious library in the rumors of the previous life. There is a structural diagram of the interior of the tower at the entrance of the stairs on the first floor. And Wise remembers clearly that the library is located at the end of the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Look! His route has changed. That direction seems to be the Great Library. What the hell? Why didn't I think of it back then? A burly second-level student who looked more like a berserker than a mage looked at Avis's actions and suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but slap his thigh with a face full of regret, making a very loud snap. Just because you didn't think of it doesn't mean that others can't think of it. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to enter the mysterious library. Hearing the burly student sigh, a boy wearing a college cloak standing next to him chuckled and shook his head. What do you mean? The burly student was stunned. You will know soon. The boy just smiled and didn't answer directly. Except for Avis. The other 2 freshmen were cautiously exploring the tower. And their speed was not fast. But by coincidence, both of them chose to go directly to the top floor to check. There is not only one way to the top of the tower. Some sections have traps, and some don't. But all the traps have no killing power. Their only function is to delay time. The first 2 freshmen had been tricked before, and after wasting a lot of time in the long and complicated corridors, they found themselves back to the starting point. Fortunately, the same trap would only be triggered once. Compared to them, Avis seemed much faster. I don't know if it was just good luck or something else, but so far, he has not been trapped once. Soon, Avis came to the corridor in front of the library. But the problem is that this corridor is set with traps. The surface of the pale silver mercury eye glowed faintly. Avis carefully examined the trap in front of him and analyzed whether it was possible to crack it. It's not a spatial dislocation, nor an illusion effect. It seems a special dream power? With the help of the constant magic vision of the mercury eye, Avis analyzed the nature of this trap. When he first encountered various traps in the tower, he planned to use some magic items in the ring to crack the trap. But then he found that in this mirror space, the active effects of all magic items could not be used, including space items and the spell book hanging around his waist. Perhaps it can be offset with the help of reality stabilization. Carefully observing the obscure flow of magic in the trap, he soon found several hidden magic nodes. Reality stabilization is a third-level spell with a medium model complexity. With Avis's current mental power comparable to the third level, he can barely cast it, although the name sounds powerful. In fact, this is just a spell specifically for dream magic, which can interfere with and offset all dream-related magic. Avis began to guide the spell, his hands changing gestures in the air, and chanting the corresponding ancient Mani spell syllables in a low voice. This magic does not require materials. Only the caster needs to stay awake. Look! He is casting a spell. He definitely discovered the existence of the trap. It should be some kind of blood ability of his, or the effect of his glasses. The old student's eyes were very sharp, and soon someone guessed why Avis could detect the trap. This freshman is definitely not ordinary, and the evaluation of being dull is probably unfair. What do you think of this? Our unique vision, Mr. Yanni? Seeing Avis's actions, the people on the top of the tower were suddenly in an uproar. In this lively atmosphere, several teasing eyes were cast on a certain young man. Chapter 72. What's behind the door? Laugh. Damn it. You didn't think highly of him just now. Yanni blushed and complained loudly. So everyone looked away tacitly, leaving him alone like a clown. While everyone was chatting, Avis's spell was completed. A transparent ray shot out from his hand, hitting the hidden magic node of the trap. The air in front of the corridor fluctuated like water, and circles of transparent and dreamy ripples echoed in the air. But as the ray continued, the ripples gradually weakened and finally returned to calm. After removing the trap, Avis slowly walked to the closed door of the library. The surface of the heavy bronze door was covered with strange and twisted black lines. In the center of the door, there was a short line of ancient Mani written deeply on it. Based on the handwriting, it seemed that the writer did all this simply by relying on his fingers. In the face of mystery, one must not lose awe. It seems a little strange. The words on the door were reflected in his azure eyes. Avis did not push the door open immediately, but paused. In his perception, some unknown breath was lingering behind the door, which made his mind feel slightly depressed. A new trap? Or some kind of guard? Or just bluffing? He passed the trap. Hee. The fun is about to begin. The test of the library is not that simple. What's behind the door? Who knows? In the years since I came to Pamir, there have been 2 times when freshmen passed the trap in front of the library, but they did not choose to open the door in the end. In the room at the top of the tower, many old students couldn't help but hold their breath slightly as they watched Avis standing quietly in front of the door. With surprise, curiosity, and the desire to make up for some regrets of the past, they looked forward to his choice. A multiple-choice question? A test of wisdom? Or courage? Looking at the tightly closed door in front of him, Avis pondered for a moment. Although this was just a welcome ceremony for the Academy of Mysteries and Relics, the Great Library was probably not within the reach of ordinary freshmen. In other words, this was a test for the strongest freshmen, just like the additional questions at the end of the test paper that were slightly beyond the scope of the exam. So, with his eyes as blue as the sky, Avis glanced at the pigeon standing on his shoulder. Dear pigeon, can you please take a look at what is behind the door? Sorry, I need to look at the reference answer before answering the question. Coo? Okay. Chew. The pigeon nodded, flapped its wings and flew to the front of the door, then slowly poked its head into the door. It seemed that because the door was thick, the pigeon continued to insert a little further, and the upper half of its body was completely immersed in the 2 doors. After a few seconds, the pigeon retracted its head and returned to Avis's shoulder. Goo. There is a strange black mass inside. Goo. The volume is probably larger than this door. Very good. Thank you for your help. Pigeon. Avis smiled and touched the pigeon's head, and then fell into thought. A black mass larger than the library door? Alienated hatred? Dark matter? Abnormal dreams? Or some more ancient weird existence? In an instant, Avis thought of several powerful existences with the appearance of black masses. Then, he smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly, realizing that this was just a welcome ceremony for freshmen after all. And no matter how outrageous the academy was, it was impossible to come up with those things, if it is limited to the premise that there is no danger to freshmen. With a guess in mind, Avis took a deep breath, raised his hand and pressed on the cold door covered with patterns, and exerted force with both hands. He pushed it open. What's behind the door? Gurgle. Watching the door being slowly pushed open. Everyone's attention was focused to the highest point, and some people couldn't help but swallow nervously. Look! What is that? It seems to be a big black mass. It's wriggling. Why didn't the freshman run? Was he scared and dared not move? As the door opened, the people on the top of the tower, who were secretly observing through the crystal ball, also saw the strange existence behind the door. Most students saw this strange existence for the first time, and they couldn't help but discuss it in surprise. However, Avis, who was standing at the door, was not as scared as everyone imagined, but confirmed his previous guess. Lower-level nightmares, common monsters in the dream world, have no fixed form, will appear as the most feared existence in the hearts of professionals, feed on the fear of professionals, and all attack methods are illusions. It has a low-level fear field, which can be reduced by mental protection spells, and is immune to simple physical attacks. Weaknesses are sacred, light, and dream attribute magic. Recommended challenge level, 2nd level. That is a nightmare, because we observe it through projection, so we can see its original form. Finally, a girl with light green wavy hair and strength reaching the 3rd level spoke up and explained the characteristics of nightmares to everyone. Now, the knowledge reserve of this newcomer will be tested. If you know the characteristics of nightmares, then it is not difficult to deal with. But if you don't know, at the end, the girl couldn't help shaking her head. Nightmares are difficult to distinguish quickly, but they ignore physical attacks and are highly resistant to most magical attacks. If you are hit by it without checking, you will fall into an endless nightmare, which is very difficult. But on the contrary, if you can quickly identify its true identity, then dealing with it will become extremely simple. In the library, looking at the nightmare mass in front of him, and the one seen by everyone on the top of the tower, there is no difference. And Wazy smiled silently, raised his hand, and cast a 2nd level dream magic, Nightmare Expulsion. This is a 2nd level spell with a very simple model, and even some 1st level casters with a little talent can cast it easily. The popularity rate can be regarded as a common street, at least in the eyes of Wazy. As a hazy colorful light flashed, the dark mass disappeared instantly, and was expelled back to the dream world. What Avis feared the most at the moment was undoubtedly the holy light figure that surpassed the 9th level. But such a strong person could not be simulated by a mere low-level nightmare. Not to mention the pigeons. The nightmares probably couldn't even understand the existence of pigeons. Not to mention the things that pigeons feared. The nightmare had no way to deal with the combination of Avis and pigeons. Look! The freshman one. Instant Nightmare Expulsion. His spellcaster strength is at least 2nd level. Not only that, the biggest difficulty in fighting nightmares is how to quickly identify the true identity of nightmares. And he identified the true identity of nightmares almost instantly. This judgment and knowledge reserve. This freshman is definitely not ordinary. At the same time, everyone on the top of the tower was in an uproar again. After witnessing this scene, no one regarded Avis as a freshman who had just enrolled, but regarded him as an equal. At this time, many people had already thought of making friends. Chapter 73 Sharpness and Awe. As the nightmare was exiled, the oppressive atmosphere in the library dissipated. Avis noticed that on a black schist table facing the door, there were 2 items that were somewhat out of tune with the surrounding environment. A dark gold metal plate and an old parchment. Clearance reward? Although he knew that the 2 items might be rewards, he did not go forward to check them out immediately. Instead, he deliberately walked away from the table and first checked the various mysterious books and items displayed in the library. Avis was worried that after touching the 2 items, he might be directly judged as having passed the welcome ceremony and be directly teleported out of the mirror space. As expected, although the appearance of various books was fine, none of them could be opened. The same was true for various items, which were just things similar to magic projections and did not contain any mysterious properties. Avis did not give up, but instead expanded his mental power and carefully scanned every bookshelf. As we all know, the library of the Academy of Relics and Mysteries contains a large number of unsolved mysterious items, and mystery symbolizes the unknown. Even the Dean of the Academy of Mysteries may not be sure what mysteries are contained in the books here. He was a little curious whether there was a power contained in a certain object that could affect its copy in the mirror space. Got it. After checking 2/3 of the bookshelves, Avis finally made a discovery. Ancient language/writing area. Number 3 bookshelf. 13th floor. 27 books from the left. He controlled his mental power to form telekinetic tentacles and carefully took down the book. Although it is called a book, in fact, it is made of a kind of black thin rock, about 11 centimeters thick, and has no cover. The main text is written in a strange character that looks like the traces of earthworms crawling. When the mental power scans over it, it can be faintly perceived that this book is different from the surrounding books. Although the other books also have different appearances, the magical aura is exactly the same. After taking this book off, Avis did not rush to try to read it, but continued to check the bookshelf. Sure enough, when checking the 18th giant shelf from the bottom, he found another special book. 2 books? Not too few. After checking all the bookshelves, Avis looked at the 2 books in front of him. In addition to the stone book, the other one is made of a white bone material, and the cover is painted with an abstract giant beast like a skeleton spider. Both books are placed in a very hidden corner, and it is difficult to find unless you search deliberately. Avis thought and prepared to try to open the black stone book first. But what he didn't expect was that as the book was opened, a piece of paper and a metal plate engraved with the Pamir emblem suddenly fell out of thin air. Is this also a part of the test? Avis was stunned for a moment, then understood. That's right. It's just a problem of a blind spot in thinking. I can think of it. There is no reason why others can't think of it. He opened another book again, and sure enough, he got another metal plate and a piece of paper. Sharp? There were several ancient Mani characters written on each of the 2 pieces of paper. And when they were combined, it was the word sharp. After thinking for a while, Avis temporarily put away the iron plate and the piece of paper, and began to study whether there was any valuable content in the 2 books. There are things hidden in those 2 books? But how did the newcomer find them? I'm more curious about why he didn't check first. Those things on the table were obviously rewards. While Avis was reading, the people on the top of the tower began a heated discussion around his actions. Unconsciously, the other 2 freshmen who were climbing the tower at this time had been ruthlessly ignored by everyone. In the crowd, several strong seniors did not participate in the discussion, but fell into deep thought. If I were in the position of this freshman, how would I deal with it? After everyone discussed for a while, an old student whose left eye showed a strange rainbow color, and whose strength reached the peak of the 3rd level spoke up and solved the doubts of other students. You don't understand. In that mirror space, most of the items are just replicas with a false appearance. For example, those books, although the appearance is fine, but I am sure that there is no content in them, and it is even possible that you can't even open them. But after all, this is the great library of the mystery department. Among those books that contain mysterious power, no one can be sure whether there is a certain item that can affect its own mirror image. And this freshman probably thought of this at the first time after discovering that the books are all fake. The characteristics of the mirror space have become his sieve, helping him to filter out those special items. Looking at the beautiful side face of the boy with a gray crystal pendant in the projection, the old student made a solemn evaluation. To consider this step, you must have extraordinary insights. The identity of this freshman is definitely not ordinary, and it is very likely that he is from a noble family. After the explanation of this old student, some people secretly became interested and began to pay attention to the appearance of the 2 books. They planned to borrow the books from the library as soon as the welcome event was over to see if they could find out anything. However, several of the strongest old students did not think of this. It was meaningless, even if they knew that the 2 books could affect the special nature of the projection. It did not mean that the difficulty of studying and cracking their essence was reduced. On the contrary, the power to affect their own projections proved that the 2 books were likely to be mysterious items of a higher level. If so, the difficulty of cracking the magic attached to these 2 books would probably be higher than that of other books and strange objects. On the other side, in the mysterious library, Avis closed the 2 books again and put them back in place. Although they were affected by the power of the original body, their specific contents were still unclear. This was normal. If its power was enough to make the false mirror image as clear as the original body, the 2 books would not be placed in the outermost partition of the library. After you go out, borrow these 2 books. After noting down the location of the 2 books, Avis finally returned to the table in front of the main entrance and prepared to check the 2 items on the table. When he walked to the front of the square table, the paper on the table suddenly lit up. A few lines of apple-sized, pale white words appeared in the air. Congratulations to the 734th freshman who successfully arrived here. Put the metal plate on the table on the identity card to increase the reading privileges of the first-level mysterious library. In 1 minute, you will return to the outside world. The metal plate cannot be taken out. Please use it immediately. Note: the nightmare has frightened 306 hot-blooded and fearless freshmen. If this is a real relic, they have lost their precious lives. Remember, be awed by the mystery. Looking at the words in the air, Avis suddenly felt something and took out the 2 pieces of paper he had obtained before. It seemed that some kind of magic mechanism was triggered, and the words on the surface of the 2 pieces of paper also began to glow at this time. The white characters in the air paused slightly, and a new part of the content appeared again. If you see this content, it proves that you have found the 2 books. To achieve this step, sharp thinking and meticulous perception are indispensable. Congratulations to you again. You are the 286th freshman to see this content. Chapter 70 for the Quality of Scholars. Past the welcome ceremony of the Department of Mysticism? No need to climb to the top of the tower. After reading the light words in the air, Avis was stunned and immediately took out 3 metal plates to use. But at this time, he suddenly noticed a problem. Wait, the identity card seems to be placed in the ring. He was suddenly startled and subconsciously connected the ring space. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. The restrictions in the space have been lifted here. He quickly took out the identity card and attached the 3 metal plates on it one by one. The 3 nameplates turned into light and dissipated. At the same time, the identity card came with a prompt that the authority of the Mystic Library had been upgraded. Since Avis chose the main school of mysticism, he originally had the first-level authority of the Great Library. After 3 consecutive upgrades, his authority has now reached the 4th level, which is enough for him to borrow most of the collections in the outer division of the library. A minute passed quickly, and the words in the air suddenly radiated a dazzling light. All the characters gathered together to form a white ball of light. And then the ball of light instantly grew larger, engulfing Avis's figure. Welcome to the Pamir Mystery and Relics Academy. Congratulations, freshman! You are the first person to pass the Academy's welcome ceremony this year. Pa. Avis blinked, and when he saw his surroundings again, he had appeared in a giant magic circle on the top of the tower. Dozens of old students in Academy uniforms gathered together. When they saw Avis' figure appear, many old students began to applaud at the same time, and were convinced by his performance in the welcome ceremony. Hello, I'm Avis, a first-level warlock. Facing the enthusiastic crowd, Avis put on a familiar smile that he had practiced countless times in etiquette class and introduced himself briefly. Since some freshmen were born in civilian families, in order to highlight the atmosphere of equality of identity in Pamir College, the college stipulates, freshmen only need to introduce their names when introducing themselves, without introducing their surnames. After getting familiar with each other, with their own ideas, everyone's eyes were once again focused on the projection. Avis looked at the crystal ball with some curiosity. That is the magic shadow crystal ball, and the current situation of all freshmen who climb the tower will be displayed in it. Noticing the unusual look of this freshman, the blue-haired girl who had asked the question before smiled at Avis in a friendly manner and took the initiative to explain. The 2 of them entered before you, but they still haven't passed the test in the real mirror. At this time, the crystal ball lit up slightly, and a new projection appeared in the air. A boy with short light gray hair was looking around in front of the main entrance of the tower, seeming to be a little surprised by the scene in front of him. Sensing something was wrong, the boy also planned to leave the tower, so he encountered the same dilemma as Avis. Avis watched the boy, watching him try every means to open the door from the beginning, until he realized that it was impossible, and finally resigned himself to his fate and went deep into the tower. All this made him feel a little strange. Although he had experienced the welcome ceremony of the School of Change in his previous life, the 2 were completely different in nature. In the annual welcome ceremony of the Change branch, the seniors would use the spells of the Change department to create a huge spell maze and set up many non-lethal magic traps in it. The maze and traps are different every year. If the freshmen successfully walk out of the maze or solve several transformation puzzles in the maze, they can get different rewards. Except for Avis, the strength of the freshmen in the mystery department this year is relatively ordinary. After nearly 1 magic hour, the 2nd freshman passed the test and appeared in the magic circle. Then, the 3rd and 4th freshmen appeared. When all the freshmen arrived, the magic circle in the center glowed again, and a girl with a bookish atmosphere appeared in the array. She was wearing a black robe with silver edges, silver hair and black eyes, and a slender figure. On her small nose bridge, she wore a pair of delicate silver wire round-frame glasses, and she held a heavy ancient book with a mysterious atmosphere in her arms. Val, Pecora, Avis, Rona. The girl opened the thick book in her hand and looked at a page in it. Then, she looked up at the four people and read out the names of the four freshmen in an ethereal voice, as if she had just woken up. Let me introduce myself. I am your mentor, Nancy Campbell, a 7th level mystic. Hearing the girl's words, the four of them saluted quickly. I have seen the process of your climbing the tower. It is not bad. Especially Avis. I began to pay attention to your actions when you cracked the dream rune and arrived at the main entrance of the library. Nancy looked at Avis, lowered her head, and looked at the thick book in her hand again. From resisting the fear force field to pushing open the door, quickly seeing through the essence of nightmares and expelling them, keenly aware of possible hidden books and finding them, and finally leaving the mirror space. The total time was less than 1 magic hour. Very good. As Nancy finished speaking, the other 3 freshmen looked at Avis curiously, and Avis smiled and nodded to the 3 of them. In addition, Rona's performance was also very good, although she failed to break through the test of the Wonder Showroom. But it is also very rare to be able to decisively give up pushing the door open and choose other ways. Rona is the girl with short light green hair among the 4. She has green eyes, a petite and cute figure, and a first-level power aura. She seems to have some kind of blood. After receiving Nance's praise, Rona's cheeks flushed slightly, and her delicate little hands pinched the dark blue hem of her uniform. Smiling slightly shyly, you must remember that although curiosity is the most precious quality of a mystic scholar, but without calm judgment, profound knowledge, and sufficient strength as support, curiosity will only lead to destruction more often. Nancy nodded to her, and then faced everyone and spoke seriously. The next moment, she lowered her head slightly and glanced at the ancient book in her hand, turning it to the next page. According to the rules of the welcoming ceremony of the Pamir Ruins and Mystery Academy, Avis' passing evaluation is perfect, Rona's evaluation is excellent, and Waka and Pecora's evaluation is average. Then, the next step is to distribute rewards. As she said this, Nancy closed the ancient book in her hand, waved her slender white hand gently, and more than 10 items instantly appeared in the air in front of everyone. These are the magic items produced in the ruins. The young teacher explained to the 4 people in a voice that sounded like she had just woken up. They have been placed in the exhibition room before. As a reward for the welcoming ceremony, each of you can choose one at will. The order of selection is determined by the score, and the person with the higher score has the priority. If the scores are the same, it will be determined by the clearance time. First place, Avis. Amid the envious eyes of the other 3, Avis slowly stepped forward and carefully examined each item in the air. An old elf-style magic hat, an ancient stone tablet engraved with strange runes, an ordinary-looking decorative sword, a silver pendant with a strange pentagram shape, a weird stone statuette. In the magic vision, each of them has magic, but the strength is very weak. Chapter 75 Choice. After checking all the items, Avis locked his eyes on one of them. It was a transparent crystal ball, the size of a human head, filled with strange pink smoke. The smoke seemed to be the external manifestation of some special power. Avis had never come into contact with that power, nor did he understand its characteristics. But that was not important. What he was looking at was the material of the crystal ball itself. According to Avis's identification, it seemed to be carved from a whole piece of heath crystal. This kind of crystal has a very good affinity with the prophecy school. The prophecy performed by the crystal ball carved from heath crystal is much clearer than that of ordinary crystal balls, but as a rare low-level gem with a wide range of uses. The price of heath crystal is not cheap. Moreover, the cross-sectional area of most raw or crystal columns is only the size of a palm, and raw or that can be carved into a crystal ball as big as a human head is extremely rare. After returning, as long as we find a way to strip away the special power in it, the remaining pure large pieces of heath crystal will be excellent prophecy alchemy materials. Dear teacher Nancy, I choose that crystal ball. Having made a choice in his heart, Avis turned to Nancy, pointed to the crystal ball surrounded by many items, and spoke gracefully. The silver-haired girl teacher glanced at it, nodded slightly, and waved her slender hand. The crystal ball broke away from the many strange items and floated in front of Avis. Avis smiled elegantly, put the crystal ball into the ring, and then stepped back gently to make way for the field. Rona, the second one is you. Yes. The petite girl with light green shoulder-length hair answered nervously, then stepped forward a few steps to choose the item she liked. After all four people finished their choices, Nancy put away the remaining items and opened the dark and heavy book in her hand, which seemed a bit huge compared to her petite figure. Now, I will repeat the school rules of Pamir Ruins and Mystery Academy. The first and only rule, malicious harm to other students is prohibited in the academy. If violated, they will be expelled from the academy directly. Please don't be lucky about this. Once a related incident occurs, the dean of the 8th level Peak branch and the 9th level vice president will personally pay attention to it, and will use methods including prophecy and strange objects to find out the truth. And Wazy's peripheral vision always pays attention to the other three people. When Nance's voice fell, the girl named Rona was obviously relieved. The expressions of the other two people were also relaxed, but not as obvious as hers. Then, there are the graduation rules. Students who have been enrolled for 5 years can apply for graduation. They must pass the graduation assessment of the mysterious school and have enough credits to exchange for a graduation certificate. Nancy narrated without any emotion and turned the book to a new page again. Finally, about the freshman admission agreement. You have two choices. First, pay for your own tuition. 60,000 Imperial Gold coins per year. And Pamir College does not restrict the student's whereabouts after graduation. Second, tuition is waived, and you can receive a subsidy of 100 credits and 1,000 gold coins per month during your stay. But you need to sign a contract with the college and serve Pamir College for 100 years after graduation. Nancy raised her head, and behind the lenses that refracted the light, her deep black eyes stared at everyone. Now, tell me your choice. Where there are people, there are struggles. Where there are struggles, there will be factions. The Empire is no exception. Today, after more than 2,000 years of development of the college system, the major colleges have gradually developed into a force that cannot be underestimated, becoming the third largest group after the imperial family and local aristocratic forces. Due to the different backgrounds of the students, Pamir College has specially prepared 2 admission agreements to maximize the collection of talents. You know, 60,000 Imperial Gold coins is not a small amount. The cost of buying a 2-story mansion with a courtyard in the imperial capital is only a few thousand gold coins. An ordinary civilian with a family of 3 can only save about 10 gold coins a year even if they don't eat or drink. Such a huge annual expenditure is simply impossible for students from civilian and ordinary small noble families to afford. And this is just the basic fee for admission. If you want to learn additional advanced knowledge, special secrets, obtain various advanced magic materials for auxiliary experiments, treasures and potions for breaking through realms, etc., you need to pay additional fees. If the students who were short of money did not want to give up this opportunity to completely break free from their original fate, they would have to sign a second agreement with the academy. In the end, Rhoda chose the second option, and the other 3 chose the first option. Okay. After learning about everyone's choices, Nancy nodded gently, and her slender fingers gently brushed across the pages of the book in her hand, showing one of the pages in front of the green-haired girl. Rona, use your mental power to connect to this page, and then when the content of the contract appears in the spiritual sea, confirm the signing with your mind. Yes, Teacher Nancy. Rona hurried forward and signed the contract as she was told. The contract was completed, and a tiny star mark appeared behind Rona's name on the page. Nancy closed the book in her hand and put it away. The freshman course will start at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the teaching location will be on the 2nd floor of the tower, for a total of 4 magic hours. The rest of the time is divided by yourselves. You can study and practice on your own, or you can audit courses in other colleges. However, for courses other than this department, except for basic courses, you need to pay credits to audit. Now, I declare that the welcome ceremony for freshmen at the Ruins and Mystery Academy is over. After saying that, Nancy disappeared again, as instantly as she appeared without waiting for everyone's reaction. Except for Avis. The other 3 freshmen were stunned, a little confused about this situation, and didn't know what to do next. Many old students are accustomed to this, and several old students with more withdrawn personalities have also teleported away with the help of the magic circle in the tower. Don't stand there. Everyone. This is how Nancy teaches. Finally, a smiling red-haired boy stepped forward and helped them out. My name is Gallop, and I'm the temporary leader of the 1st to 3rd grade freshmen of the School of Relics and Mysteries. If you don't mind, how about having lunch together? Let's get to know each other and share some information about the School of Relics and Mysteries. Enthusiastically inviting the 4 people, Gallop patted his chest with a heroic look on his face. You are all freshmen. This meal is my treat. Just remember to invite me back when you become stronger in the future. Hearing this, several of the other seniors in the field rolled their eyes. You are doing this again. How many times has this happened? Hey, everyone. Don't pay attention to him. The cost of this dinner is completely reimbursed by the school, and it has nothing to do with him. A blue-haired girl spoke softly, but the content went straight to the point and was merciless. Chapter 76 Changes in the Old Secret Scripture. How can you say there is no relationship? I need to apply for reimbursement. After being exposed for trying to sell favors with public funds, Gallop touched his head and whispered a few words to defend himself. Then, under the ambiguous gazes of the crowd, he quickly changed the subject. How about it? Let's have a meal together. At the invitation of many seniors, the 4 agreed to join the dinner. On a large floating disc, everyone went to the high-rise area of the college restaurant. Compared to the ordinary restaurants on the lower floors, the environment in the high-rise area is more luxurious and elegant. The black pearlwood dining table is covered with a snow-white tablecloth, and the delicate silver-leaf rose blooms in the gold-painted vase in the center of the table. The light in the environment is soft and comfortable, and the elegant fragrance permeates the air, which makes people unconsciously appetite. This fragrance is a concentration fragrance specially formulated by the Alchemy Academy. After smelling this scent for a long time, everyone only feels that their mental power has begun to increase slightly, as if they are meditating and practicing. In the past, even entering the door here required credits. But now, relying on the reimbursement amount, Gallop generously ordered many delicacies made from high-level ingredients and reserved a dining time of 1.5 magic hours. During the meal, many senior students of the 2nd and 3rd levels took the initiative to show their friendship to the 4 people. For Avis, dealing with these fledgling students was a piece of cake. In contrast, the other 3 were not so natural. Especially Rona, who was born in a civilian family, seemed a little embarrassed. But despite this, no one showed contempt for her, but instead they were very friendly and tolerant. With the identity of a student of Pamir College, his future achievements will not be too low. Everyone is smart, and no one wants to make enemies for nothing. In essence, from the moment they set foot in Pamir, they have completely become 2 different classes from their past selves. Sitting on one side of the dining table, Avis ate while dealing with the enthusiastic seniors with ease. Although there were many old students present, none of their names were remembered by him in his previous life. At his current position, making friends with ordinary Pamir students is actually not very helpful to him. It can only be said that it is better than nothing. In a word, everyone present is a potential seed with a lot of room for growth. With a decent smile on his face, Avis patiently listened to everyone's boasting, and smiled and nodded from time to time, as if he really had a strong interest in these topics. But as he listened, his movements suddenly paused. A strange, incomprehensible whisper quietly echoed in his heart. This feeling, the secret scripture of the old days? Sorry, everyone. I have something to deal with temporarily, so I'll leave you. With a slight change of expression, Avis quickly stood up, apologized to everyone, and then hurriedly left the restaurant. It's okay. Just deal with it if it's urgent. Goodbye, Avis. Goodbye. Everyone looked at him strangely, and said goodbye to him one after another, guessing the reason why he suddenly left. Avis didn't know what others were thinking. When he returned to his residence, he was studying the changes in the secret scripture of the old days. Since the strange symbols on the cover of the old secret book can stimulate mental power and increase its activity and growth rate when it is activated, Avis would read it every day. But today, it seemed to have triggered some special conditions. After connecting with Avis's mental power, the dark green ancient book suddenly floated up by itself. The pages of the main text that were originally firmly stuck together were automatically turned over at this time. The environment in the room began to undergo drastic changes. In Avis's perception, everything was becoming indescribably new and bright. The pearlwood table legs faded the yellowing on the surface, and all kinds of materials on the shelves became unusually new. The color of the mosaic floor tiles became extremely bright, and the silver candlesticks faded the original dullness, and the luster was dazzling. As the center of the change, the dark green on the cover of the book began to flow slowly, gradually smearing the pages, stained by the flowing dark green. The originally light silver high elf text began to produce frantic and violent distortions, like loaches falling into a frying pan. A large number of dark green characters rolled wildly, crawling from their original positions, accompanied by irritating murmurs, wriggling and extending, forming a new and absurd content. And Wazy tried to flip through it, and found that there were 3 pages of text that could be opened. Page 1. Evil followers walked the world, and stupid and short-sighted people conspired with them. They brought enchanting purple gems and gorges. Dreamy dust. Page 2. The merchants on the ground were greedy, and the nobles on the ground were crazy about it. The evil transactions became increasingly busy, and the closed ports fell into sleep. Page 3. The rational wizard came here to investigate, but reached a shady deal with him. His followers returned on a dark sailing ship full of slaves from the ground. What does it mean? Avis was confused. He read it over and over again, but still didn't understand its meaning. But he had a feeling that when he stared at these strange words, the words themselves were also staring at him in an indescribable way. In addition to the unlocked part of the text, Avis also sensed that the old secret book gave him 3 more spell-like abilities. Blood Clone, Old Majesty, and Seed of Distortion Flesh Clone. Use the flesh and blood of yourself or other creatures to create a clone of the caster, and the clone strength is equivalent to half of the caster. Only 2 clones can exist at the same time. Old Majesty, make the intelligent life that looks directly at the caster feel the ancient pressure that matches the image in their hearts. The introduction of the Seed of Distortion is much more complicated than the first 2 spells. With the help of an action that the recipient is watching, the mind is planted in the recipient's heart. The mind gradually takes shape over time, and with the increase in the number of contacts with the caster's information, its growth rate is related to the recipient's strength and willpower. According to the caster's will, the distortion seed is divided into 2 states, latent and activated. In the latent state, the seed is almost completely undetectable. When the recipient is no more than 3 meters away from the caster can read the recipient's thoughts silently. Once the seed is activated, the recipient will become a fanatical worshipper of the caster while maintaining a clear self-awareness, and will absolutely obey all the caster's instructions. However, in this process, if the recipient's will is extremely firm and has not been exposed to information related to the holder for a long time, there is a very small probability that he will be out of the influence of the seed and will be forever immune to such things. The caster can cancel the formed seed at any time, and only 1 distortion seed can exist at the same time. Chapter 77. The first lesson. Strange abilities have increased again. Seeing the introduction of the second class of spells, Avis's first reaction was to give Albans a twisted seed. But then, he gave up the idea with great regret. Avis was not sure about the others, but if he plotted against Albans, when he became a direct student of Ring of Space and Time, Stargazer Brunts, one of the 3 speakers, could definitely sense what he was doing. For high-level profit, when he or his relatives and friends are about to encounter some unfavorable things, inspiration will directly warn them, and even predict the ins and outs of everything in the haze. As the only 9th level peak prophet on the continent, Brunts often has no solution at all. Avis scratched his head, thinking about what occasions these new abilities can be used. Goo? The book you are reading is so strange. Goo. Beside him, the pigeon flapped its wings and pecked at the pages of the book that were glowing in the air. I almost forgot that there is this guy now. However, it used the word strange to describe the old secret book. Does this mean that it has seen something? Why do you say that? Avis asked in confusion, curious about the pigeon's evaluation. Coo? The pigeon flapped its wings. It just feels different from everything else Coo has seen. Goo feels different. Goo. It's like a drop of ink on a white paper. Goo. Is that so? Avis was a little hesitant. The next day, Avis changed into his uniform and went to the School of Relics and Mysteries on time. Underclassmen, please go to the 2nd floor. Area 2. Starry Sky Auditorium. The sound of magic synthesis without any emotion rang in Avis's mind. The moment he stepped into the tower spirit of the tower confirmed Avis' identity through the identity card. The students of Pamir Academy are divided into grades only according to their strength. Those below the 4th level are junior students. Those above the 4th level are senior students. The Starry Sky Auditorium is a famous place in the Mysterious Academy. It is a huge semicircular space with a wide podium at the center and a step design in the arc direction, which is somewhat similar to the movie theater in Avis's previous life. Under the effect of magic power and space extension skills, the top of the classroom appears extremely deep and far-reaching. Countless strange objects are suspended in the air under the effect of magic, like meteorites reflecting brilliance in the dark void. They are all produced in the ruins, once carrying some unknown ancient magic, and now have been cracked by students from the Mysterious School. As the most advanced magic school in the Empire, one of the contents of the graduation assessment of the Pamir Mysterious School is to add a new star to the Starry Sky Auditorium. Each object suspended in the air represents a mysterious spell that has been cracked by the graduates. At this time, including the other 3 freshmen, most of the 1st to 3rd level students have arrived at the auditorium in advance. At this time, some gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat in a low voice, or read books alone quietly. And Wazy found an empty seat and sat down casually, and his eyes swept around the classroom obscurely. He was looking for someone, the other person in his plan besides Albin's. Her name was Claire, a half-elf girl with green eyes and sun-like blonde hair. She was very lonely and loved everything related to mystery. Calculating the time, she has been enrolled for 2 years this year. In the Gloria Empire, the half-elf race is very rare, so it is not difficult to find the target. Soon, Avis's eyes fell on the corner of one side of the auditorium. A girl sat there alone, quietly reading an ancient mystical book. Long curly hair as bright as the sun, blue eyes as clear as a stream. Sitting alone in the corner, as if deliberately keeping a distance from others. It should be her. But now is obviously not a good time to contact her. Thinking, Avis also took out a book and began to read. At 8 o'clock, accompanied by a low and lasting bell, the figure of the mysterious mentor Nancy appeared on time. Seeing that the students had arrived, the silver-haired bookish girl opened the thick black magic book in her hand, and her pink lips whispered a syllable. The magic pattern on the wall lit up, and everyone's figure suddenly disappeared from the auditorium. When everyone looked around again, they had appeared in a white stone clearing in the Academy forest. In the middle of the flat open space, a super-large teleportation array has been fully charged. The first lesson for the freshmen of the School of Mystery and Relics is actually a field lesson. Now, enter the teleportation array one by one. This class will be held in the real ruins. Nancy spoke to everyone, but the content was mainly for the 4 newcomers. Many students entered the teleportation array as instructed. After everyone entered the range of the array, Nancy entered the center of the teleportation array, took out her teacher ID card with a silver emblem, and activated the core of the array. The teleportation array emitted a dazzling strong light, and after a dizzy moment, everyone was teleported to a reddish-brown rocky valley. After landing, Avis's breathing was a little disordered, but with a physical fitness comparable to that of a senior 4th-level warrior. He quickly adjusted from the bad state of long-distance teleportation and glanced around obscurely. After all, they were all students of Pamir College, and no one had violent reactions such as vomiting. Even the weakest students only looked a little pale. What surprised him was that the girl Claire, who he focused on, was also one of the students with pale faces. At this time, you can see the physical fitness of many students. The earlier the person recovers, the stronger the strength. Only a few students recovered faster than Avis. Seeing Avis recovering just as quickly, a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. This freshman has a very unusual hidden strength. After the students had a short recovery, Nancy led everyone into the depths of the canyon. The entire rock canyon is gourd-shaped, with a small mouth and a big belly. At the end of the canyon, a dark and deep crack appeared in the dark brown rock ground. Strong mountain winds blew endlessly from the crack, making waves of strange and terrifying wind whistles. Standing alone in front of the crack, the silver-haired girl opened the magic book in her hand. A huge and soft white light ball condensed above her head, and at the same time, the light blue wind magic aura lit up, surrounding everyone's body. Under the effect of magic, Avis felt that his body became extremely light, as if he could rush into the clouds with a light jump. Follow me. After blessing everyone with the extremely effective light body technique, Nancy took the lead and jumped into the crack. Except for Avis, the other 3 freshmen seemed a little hesitant about this. But seeing everyone jumping into the crack, they hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 78 The Lost City. The crack is much deeper than it looks on the surface. After a long time, many Pamir students finally fell to the bottom. Avis dispersed the magic power that protected his hair. And with a gesture, he habitually added a low-level dark vision to himself. And looked at the surrounding environment calmly. Due to lack of experience, many students changed their hairstyles due to the strong wind blowing out of the crack, which made them look very elegant and free. At the bottom of the crack, there is a huge dark space, and many places have obvious signs of opening up. As far as the front line can see, a huge black shadow stretches across the depths of the space. Dull and depressing. When everyone landed, Nancy waved gently. The ball of light suspended above her head flew high into the sky, and then emitted a dazzling white light like the sun. The surrounding darkness reluctantly retreated under the pressure of this light. The ruins of the ancient city that had been sleeping in the darkness for countless years, like a prehistoric cold and dark monster, finally revealed a corner of collapse in front of everyone. The statues with eulogies inscribed on them have been eroded over the years, and the graceful towers have turned into ruins of piled rocks. The magnificent buildings and gardens are full of signs of collapse and destruction, with only broken walls and ruins standing stubbornly. Today, the light from millions of years ago once again illuminates this once prosperous lost city. This is a new discovery made by the explorers of the Academy. The remains of a high elf city abandoned after a war in ancient times. The explorers have simply cleaned up the place, and there is basically no danger. However, I hope you remember one thing. As she spoke, the young girl teacher holding the magic book turned her head, and the black eyes behind the lenses stared at everyone seriously. The most deadly factor in the ruins is not any trap or danger, but one's own carelessness. After saying that, Nancy took the lead and led everyone along the open main city gate and slowly entered the city ruins. Pay attention to the streamlined lines and inscriptions on the buildings, as well as the carved decorative structures and towering domes. This is a very typical style of the early and middle Golden Age. At that time, the main living area of the High Elves was not the Sky City. While walking along the central avenue, Nancy released marking magic, focusing on the parts of the ruins that need to be paid attention to and remembered, which can best reflect the typical characteristics of the High Elf style. The High Elves lived in the ancient Golden Age millions of years ago, and were one of the rulers of the ancient continent. Every ordinary High Elf can naturally reach the 4th level when he reaches adulthood. This sounds like it cannot be compared with the various legendary races that were rampant on the continent at that time, such as dragons and titans that can automatically reach the 7th level after adulthood. But the real strength of the High Elves lies in their unparalleled magical talent and affinity for magic. As the darlings of magic, their research on the power of magic can be said to have reached the pinnacle. They created and controlled one terrifying super-level magic after another, and developed an extremely brilliant and splendid magic civilization in the era when legendary creatures were rampant on the continent. The highest magical creation, the Sky City, was created by the High Elves. Do you see the inscription lines on those buildings? You can get closer. Observe carefully. Look at the details. Touch the surface. Knock a piece to analyze its material. Use mental power to detect its magic properties, etc. Don't worry about damaging them. This is the process of learning. Use whatever methods you have mastered to study their characteristics as much as possible. Boom. Crash. It seems that the arrival of the crowd has destroyed some fragile balance. Before Nancy finished speaking, a building on the roadside collapsed. Many students hurriedly dodged the rolling dust, and the scene suddenly seemed a little chaotic. Be careful. These ancient buildings are already very fragile. They may collapse if you are not careful. Be sure to pay attention to your own safety when detecting. Scanning the smoke and dust stirred up by the collapse of the ruins, Nancy reminded the startled people seriously, and at the same time opened the heavy book in her hand. A circle of light yellow magic waves swept by, and under the effect of ground magic, the rising dust cloud quickly settled and fell to the ground. This episode passed quickly. After casting a protective spell on themselves, the teams of many students, the crowd began to disperse slightly, each observing the unique features of these ancient buildings. In the crowd, while checking the wall, Avis seemed to approach the blonde half-elf girl who was lagging behind the team. She was carefully observing the inscription on a carving, and the soft light of the candlelight reflected on her fair and crystal profile. Under the cover of her golden long hair, a cute pointed ear was faintly visible. Although many students are still gathered together, she always keeps a distance from the people around her. as if she is deliberately isolating herself. Avis is now 80% sure that this girl is the second target he is looking for. Noticing the boy's figure approaching, the girl moved 2 steps to the side without leaving a trace. He was a little speechless. But Avis also realized that it was still not a good time to talk to Claire. So, he pretended to have just noticed the girl, showed a simple and harmless smile, and nodded to her in a friendly manner. The girl was slightly stunned, and her slender hands instinctively brushed down her drooping golden hair and put it behind her pointed ears. A somewhat uneasy expression appeared on her soft and delicate cheeks. After a moment of silence, she smiled at Avis in the same slightly unfamiliar way, as if he did not see the girl's unnatural expression. After smiling at her, Avis walked aside very naturally and continued to check the decorative patterns on the dilapidated wall. Seeing the boy with light golden hair turned around and left, the girl secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But what she could not see was the strange color that flashed under Avis's light silver monocle. About half a magic hour passed, and the group came to the central square of the ruins. A huge building complex full of artistic atmosphere stands behind the square. It is a gray-white building that looks like a palace or a temple, even though the surface of the palace rock has become dilapidated over the long years. It still cannot hide its former majesty. Behind several magnificent stone columns, the ancient bronze gate has been opened, and there are obvious traces of many people entering the door. Due to the exhaustion of magic power, the huge and beautiful magic fountain located in front of the building has long been dried up. Originally suspended in the air, there were 2 heavy light silver multi-layer fountains, one large and one small. At this time, they have fallen crookedly into the stone fountain pool, pressing a huge crack on the bottom of the pool. It is not difficult to imagine how magnificent this fountain was when it was full of magic power. After gathering many students in the square, the silver-haired girl teacher stood in front of the dilapidated fountain, facing the many students gathered together, and spoke calmly. Chapter 79 Reasons for the Chance Encounter. Next, it is the second stage of this class. You have 3 magic hours to explore freely. When the light ball in the air turns golden, come back here to gather. You own any items obtained during the exploration, but remember to bring them with you, as we will use them in the following classes. Finally, beware of those hidden magic traps and dangerous underground creatures. I don't want to see any casualties among you. Nancy waved her hand, and the magic power gathered into a gentle whirlwind under her will, sweeping away the floating dust beside the fountain pool. Afterwards, she sat by the clean pool, took out a magic book with a gray-white cover, and read it by herself. After receiving the order to explore freely, everyone dispersed and went to various places in the city ruins. Among them, a small half of the 2nd and 3rd level Pamir students with stronger strength chose to go to the majestic building behind the fountain. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this building was probably the city lord's mansion of this city. There, the chance of obtaining valuable gains is the highest. Indeed, the ruins explorers of the academy may have explored this place thoroughly before, and all important items have been looted. But valuable gains are not necessarily some kind of treasure. The decorative style, structural characteristics, inscribed murals, crack mechanisms, and ancient magic arrays here are also extremely valuable knowledge for them. After all, their main purpose is to learn, not to explore treasures. Walking leisurely in a dilapidated high-elf garden, and Wazy seemed to casually observe the surrounding elf buildings. But under the white glove on his left hand, a gem-studded ring shone with a faint spiritual light, connecting to an invisible secret eye in the air. The surrounding environment was strangely full of vitality, although the original vegetation had long turned into dust. But the strange fluorescent spore plants unique to the underground world replaced them and grew luxuriantly here. Pretending to explore the surrounding building structures, Avis manipulated the secret eye to fly slowly, secretly paying attention to the girl's real-time position. He was not worried that his behavior would be discovered. Many students cast similar spells to explore the surrounding environment. When the free exploration began, Avis's attention was focused on Claire. As he expected, the girl did not enter the city lord's mansion with many high-level students to explore. Instead, she chose to go to the ordinary residential area of the city. Compared with the 2 sides of the central avenue, the buildings there were obviously more damaged and dilapidated. Although she was the only one who went to explore in that direction, due to the large area of the ruins, the girl's behavior at this time was not abrupt. I always feel that this kind of stalking scene is a bit familiar, as if I have experienced it in some game in my previous life. While observing secretly, Avis thought a little strangely. He didn't intend to take his chances. In the ruins, keeping a close eye on Claire's every move was the best way to explore. As a celebrity in her previous life, who was no less famous than Albin's, she had a strange aura. There were often some strange events related to ancient ruins that would find her. But she was always lucky enough to get a lot of benefits in the end and escaped without any danger. But it should be noted that because she was very lucky, you need to think twice before becoming her companion. There is a saying among the people of the Empire, when a tiger chases you, you don't need to outrun the tiger. You just need to outrun your companion. Claire is the companion you will never outrun. Forget it. Simply controlling the secret eye to follow should not be considered stalking. How can the caster's business be considered, huh? In the visual image sent back by the magic eye, the girl observed the surrounding buildings and entered a seemingly ordinary two-story building on the side of the residential area. The pearl-white stone wall with curved decorative lines was weathered and eroded, and the light blue elf tile sloping roof was badly damaged. The wooden shutters had long turned into dust over the long years, leaving only the empty relief window frames. Everything seemed to be no different from the other buildings on both sides. Did he find something? And Wazy walked out of the courtyard and walked calmly towards the small building chosen by the girl. He walked slowly. After all, secretly following her was not a glorious thing. Besides, it was not certain that she must have found something. Or she might just go in and take a look casually. Boom! A huge sound was heard, and a piece of the roof of the small building covered with elf tiles collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Very good. Now it is certain that she has discovered something. And the reason for the chance encounter is also clear. He noticed the movement of the roof collapsing and came to check it out. Avis smiled slightly and accelerated his steps towards the small building. In the distance, 1 or 2 students were also attracted by the movement of the collapse. But seeing that Avis had gone, they did not continue to pay attention. Except for a girl, Pecora, who was always secretly watching his movements. From the first time they met, she noticed that Avis was extraordinary. The welcome ceremony for freshmen received perfect evaluations. The etiquette was perfect and elegant, and he always maintained a calm and natural attitude. All this meant that he was likely from one of those real ancient families. In the subsequent dinner, after everyone's implicit temptation, she confirmed this even more. Pecora came from the Baiwana province in the south of the empire. She was a mixed race of the imperial and federal people, with long wavy golden hair and beautiful light violet eyes. Her father was a real big businessman. As one of the giants of the largest chamber of commerce in the Empire White Rose Chamber of Commerce Alliance, the annual profit could reach tens of millions of gold coins. But in this world, many things cannot be bought with gold coins. Although the family background is even richer than many small and medium-sized nobles, the social status of the merchant class is still low, and it is not favored by the nobles in the upper class. More often than not, they are just regarded as vulgar upstarts. Besides, her father has dozens of daughters, and she is just one of them. Because of her extraordinary talent and her mother's high status in her father's heart, she fought for this precious opportunity to enter Pamir. But her talent is not outstanding in Pamir Academy. For this place in Pamir Mystery and Relics Academy, her father spent millions of gold coins. This is based on the premise that the mystery school is very unpopular. And all this is just to let her get a ticket to the upper class. Pecora knows that with her current talent and the resources she can use freely, graduation may not be a problem. But she is destined not to achieve much, unless she can get in touch with a real genius or a descendant of a great noble. All of the above was quietly told to her by her mother before she boarded the airship. At this time, although her strength was not enough to detect the magic eye in the sky, she noticed that Avis suddenly went to the collapsed house. The girl's instinct told her, chase him. Immediately, she was still hesitating about how to contact Avis without appearing too deliberate. Now, she felt that she had thought of a perfect reason. She noticed the movement of the roof collapsing and came to check it out, thinking happily in her heart. Pecora quickly changed direction and quickly chased in the direction of Avis. Ah! The next moment, the girl who didn't notice her feet suddenly tripped and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 80 Tunnel Exploration. On the other side, after entering the room, Avis quickly looked around. After a while, he found a long and deep crack in the basement of the house. Compared with the surrounding wall stone, the color of the fracture surface on both sides of the crack looked unusually new. And below the crack, an ancient staircase tilted downward was looming. Staring at the darkness below the stairs, Avis did not rush to enter, but raised his hand to summon a flame and controlled it to float into the darkness below the stairs. The small orange flame was suspended at a height of half a meter above the ground. Flying slowly, the darkness was dispelled by this weak light, and a string of delicate footprints in the dust on the ground appeared in Avis' eyes. Although it was a flame supported by magic, if it entered an environment with polluted air, this flame would also go out. It's not extinguished, which means there must be a vent in the passage below, and someone just passed by here. After confirming Claire's whereabouts, a smile appeared on Avis's lips, and the dark moon staff silently appeared in his palm. The left hand behind his back silently made a gesture, and a pale white bright light ball condensed in front of his head. But when he was about to walk down the stairs, the magic eye in the air discovered something new. A female student was approaching the house quickly. Avis thought about it, and remembered that she seemed to be a freshman in the same class as him. Named Pekala. Was she also attracted by the sound of the house collapsing? It seems that there will be one more companion to race with the tiger. Shaking his head slightly, Avis walked down the stairs slowly. It doesn't matter. The most important thing now is to find Claire's current location. In the narrow corridor, a half-elf girl with long golden hair is walking slowly. The air around is humid and stuffy, and there is an unpleasant odor that is unique to the environment with poor air circulation. But this does not bother the girl. A thin layer of magic effect covers the girl's mouth and nose, blocking the dirty breath outside, and only allows filtered fresh air to pass through. A strange curved dagger similar to a ritual dagger is tightly held in the girl's fair left hand. The right hand seems to be hanging naturally, but the swing amplitude is very small, ready to take out the casting materials or alchemical props from the several light brown bags on the waist at any time. A specially made brass lantern is suspended in front of her left, and the warm yellow and reassuring faint halo illuminates a cone area in front. The girl controls the rotation angle of the lantern from time to check the rock walls on both sides to avoid missing possible dangers. The gentle footsteps echoed in the ancient and silent corridor, making waves of echoes. As she walked, the girl's white and crystal clear pointed ears suddenly moved. Behind her, there was a voice that did not belong to her. The girl instinctively stopped, carefully extinguished the lantern, and pressed her body against the wall. She changed 2 gestures with her right hand and recited a short spell in a low voice. Invisible veil. The mysterious spell effect appeared immediately, and the girl's figure gradually became transparent and melted into the air. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Accompanied by the soft white light and footsteps. What came into view was the figure of the boy who smiled at her before. A fist-sized pale white light ball dispelled the darkness, illuminating his soft pale face and light golden hair. The crystal-like monocle refracted the magic brilliance, and the mysterious silver spell book hung on his waist. He held a graceful and slender silver-white staff in his hand, and the irregular crystal at the tip of the staff flashed a faint blue luster. The refracted light was reflected on the slightly swaying college cloak, making his temperament mysterious and noble. So beautiful. Staring at the figure of Avis emerging in the darkness, the half-elf girl couldn't help but look a little dazed. Then, she suddenly realized and began to blush for her momentary thoughts. But when she saw that the visitor was a classmate, not some strange thing, she breathed a sigh of relief and lifted her invisibility. I don't know if it was an illusion. The moment she lifted the invisibility, she seemed to feel that the freshman glanced at her invisibility. Oh! What a coincidence. Senior sister. We meet again. Seeing the girl show up, Avis showed a little surprised look and greeted her harmlessly. The girl nodded slightly, and just as she was about to say something, new footsteps came from behind them again. The 2 people with different thoughts turned their heads at the same time, and a beautiful girl with blonde hair, purple eyes, and a long-handled staff appeared in the corridor behind them. So there are already people here? Hello. My name is Pekala, and I'm a freshman this year. Surprised by Claire's presence, Pekala blinked her big amethyst eyes, showing a sweet and lively smile, and politely greeted the 2. A piece of the house outside suddenly collapsed, so I came here to check the situation. You are Avis, right? I remember you. The one who received a perfect evaluation at the freshman welcome ceremony. The girl looked at Avis with shining eyes, with a hint of admiration in her tone. Hello, Pekala. I am honored to have a lady remember my name in such a short time. Avis smiled calmly and nodded to her gracefully. Although it was clear that this was just a deliberate compliment from the girl, it was still quite comfortable to hear. This beautiful half-elf sister. What is your name? After a brief greeting with Avis, Pekala turned to the girl in front of the corridor, with a hint of curiosity in her tone and eyes. I am Claire. After a short silence, the blonde girl spoke softly. The voice was like a stream in the forest filled with mist. Beautiful and mysterious. Claire? What a nice name. Pekala had a lovely smile on her face, and the compliment made the girl blush a little. Hello, Senior Claire. Looking at her crystal-clear blue eyes under the white light, Avis smiled gently and bowed gracefully. That's right. It's her. Claire Liddell, the legendary explorer who changed the entire old world. Nice to meet you. This passage should not have been cleared by the explorers, and there may be unpredictable dangers. Are you sure you want to move on? Claire's beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned as she stared at the two people with different thoughts, with a hint of kind reminder in her tone. Of course, if it has not been cleared, it also means that there may be unexpected gains. Right? Avis smiled and looked back at the girl's eyes, his blue eyes sparkling under the candlelight. While speaking, he looked at the two people obscurely. Claire, level 3. Quite capable. Pekala, level 1. A rookie.